My parents secretly mocked me as their ATM in a hidden group chat, while I spent 5 years paying their mortgage. Then I caught them red-handed trying to legally transfer the deed of the house to my deadbeat brother, kicking me out with a single, cold text message. So I showed up to my mother's lavish 63rd birthday party with a USB drive, a projector, and a $365,000 invoice, completely destroying the fake reality they had built on my dime. Original post. I am Julian Vance. I'm 34 years old, and my own mother kicked me out of my family with a single, brutal text message after I had spent half a decade paying the mortgage on the house she slept in. Before I tell you about the panicked, hyperventilating phone call I received from their attorney just 48 hours later, let me take you back to how this nightmare unraveled. It all started on a Tuesday. It was a completely ordinary, forgettable Tuesday afternoon. I was sitting at my desk in the middle of a massive server migration, staring blankly at a complex spreadsheet of load balancing metrics, when my phone buzzed on the desk. The screen lit up. It was a text from my mom. My heart did that familiar little jump it always did. Despite everything, she was my mother. I thought maybe she was checking in, or sending a picture of their golden retriever. I picked up the phone and unlocked it. The words on the screen were stark, cold, and utterly brutal. Julian, your father Thomas and I have decided we no longer trust you. We have changed all the locks on the front door, including the driveway gate code. Do not attempt to come over. I read it once, I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and read it twice. My brain fundamentally struggled to connect those clinical, devastating words to the person who had sent them. This was my mother. The woman who taught me how to tie my shoes, the woman I called every single Sunday without fail. The message was so devoid of human emotion, so terrifyingly clinical. It felt like it had been drafted by a stranger, or worse, a hostile lawyer. There was no "Hi Julian," no "We need to talk," no "I'm sorry." Just a blunt, devastating declaration of exile. They no longer trusted me. They changed the locks. It was an eviction notice from my own family. My fingers felt entirely numb as I held the phone. The noise of the busy open plan office around me faded into a dull, rushing roar. A junior developer sitting next to me was saying something about Q3 projections, but I couldn't hear a single syllable. All I could hear was the deafening sound of a door being slammed in my face. A door, I might add, that I had been paying for. For a long, agonizing moment, I felt absolutely nothing but a hollow, ringing silence in the center of my chest. There was no immediate anger. There was no profound sadness. There was just an echoing emptiness. The sheer shock of the betrayal was acting as a psychological shield, protecting me from the tidal wave of agonizing pain I knew was lurking just beneath the surface. I sat there and stared at the blinking cursor in the text reply box. What do you even say to something like that? Do you beg for their love? Do you demand a rational explanation? Do you scream and rage? No. Something deep inside of me, something that had been slowly worn down, chipped away, and exhausted for years finally snapped. It wasn't a loud, dramatic explosion. It was a quiet, definitive, permanent break. I typed one single word. A word that felt simultaneously like a total surrender and a declaration of absolute war. Understood. I hit send. Then, with a strange, icy sense of calm washing over my entire body, I closed my messages and opened my mobile banking app. I navigated straight to the automatic scheduled payments section. There it was, sitting right at the top, scheduled for the first of every single month without fail. Mortgage payment, Margaret Vance. Amount, $5,200. I had been paying that exact amount for nearly 5 years. My finger hovered over the red cancel recurring payment button. I didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a second. I pressed it. A confirmation screen popped up, asking me if I was absolutely sure I wanted to terminate this transfer. I pressed confirm. Done. The lifeline was officially cut. 2 days later, on a Thursday afternoon, my phone rang. It was an unknown number with a local area code. I let it go straight to voicemail. A minute later, a notification popped up. It was a frantic voice message from the same number. Mr. Vance, this is Arthur Sterling, your parents' attorney. We have an incredibly urgent issue regarding the property. Please call me back immediately. It is imperative we speak. My heart started to pound against my ribs, but this time, it wasn't from pain, anxiety, or rejection. It was from something else entirely. It was the thrill of leverage. I leaned back in my ergonomic office chair and looked out the window at the city skyline. The sheer, naked panic in that lawyer's voice message was a stark, beautiful contrast to the cold, arrogant dismissal in my mother's text message. The game had just fundamentally changed. And for the very first time in my entire adult life, I felt like I was the one holding the cards. But before I can fully explain what that high-priced lawyer was so utterly panicked about, we need to go back in time. We need to go back exactly 5 years to the day I willingly became my family's financial savior. Or, at least, the day I foolishly thought I did. 5 years ago, I wasn't a bitter creditor collecting a debt. I was a son, And a fiercely proud one at that. I had just landed a massive promotion at my tech firm, becoming a lead software architect, and with it came a truly life-changing salary increase. I remember the afternoon I got the official offer letter. I called my parents before I even texted my best friend. Their joy was my joy. I genuinely believed we were a unified team. About a month after my promotion, I went over to their house for our usual Sunday family dinner. The moment I walked through the door, the mood was incredibly heavy. My dad, Thomas, was dead quiet, staring down into his plate of roast beef like it held the tragic secrets of the universe. My mom, Margaret, kept letting out these long, shaky sighs. My younger brother, Caleb, wasn't even there. "What's wrong with everyone?" I finally asked, putting my fork down on the table. My mom's eyes immediately welled up with heavy tears. "It's the house, Julian," she whispered, her voice cracking. "The bank. They sent us another final notice." My dad finally looked up at me, his face deeply etched with a profound shame that made my own stomach twist in knots. "The adjustable rate mortgage, son." It adjusted aggressively. "The new monthly payments. We just can't make them. We're 3 months behind. They're threatening foreclosure." "Let around." The air was instantly sucked out of the dining room. This was the house I grew up in. This was the backyard where I learned how to ride a bike. This was the kitchen where my mom patched up my scraped knees and baked me birthday cakes. The horrifying thought of them losing it, of a cheap wooden foreclosure sign being violently hammered into our front lawn, was completely unthinkable to me. "How much is it?" I asked, forcing my voice to remain steady. "It's $5,200 a month," my dad mumbled, looking back down at his plate. "It's impossible for us." I rapidly did the math in my head. My new architect's salary was substantial. My own personal expenses were incredibly modest. I lived in a simple, one-bedroom apartment downtown and didn't have any expensive hobbies or a flashy car. Taking on a $5,200 monthly burden would be tight, very tight. It would mean putting all of my own life plans, saving for a massive down payment on my own house, investing aggressively in my retirement, traveling the world on hold indefinitely. But then I looked across the table at my mother's tear-streaked face. I looked at my father's utterly defeated, broken posture. This was my blood. This was my family. What was a pile of money compared to the safety and security of the people who gave me life? "I'll cover it," I said. Their heads snapped up so fast I thought they'd get whiplash. "What?" my mom breathed, her eyes wide with shock. "I'll take care of the mortgage," I repeated, my voice much firmer this time. "I can set up an automatic wire transfer directly to the bank. You guys won't ever have to worry about losing this house again." The sheer wave of relief that washed over their faces was palpable. It was like watching two people who were drowning finally take a breath of oxygen. My mom started sobbing uncontrollably, rushing around the table to hug me so tightly I could barely breathe. "Oh, Julian, you are our savior. You are our literal guardian angel," she cried into my shoulder. My dad gripped my hand, his eyes shining with unshed tears. "We will pay you back, son, I swear to God. This is just a temporary rough patch. We'll make it right." I waved off his promise with a smile. "Don't even worry about it, Dad. We're family. This is exactly what we do for each other." In that specific moment, sitting in that warm dining room, I felt 10 feet tall. I wasn't just Julian, the quiet computer nerd anymore. I was Julian, the man who stepped up and saved his family from ruin. I was the responsible one, the unshakable bedrock of the Vance family. I deeply believed in that noble role. I cherished it. I honestly thought my sacrifice meant I had finally earned a permanent, highly respected place at the very core of my family's heart. I had absolutely no idea that I wasn't securing a place of respect. I was just blindly signing a lifetime contract for a role they had already cast me in, the sponsor. And as I would very soon find out, that massive monthly mortgage payment was only the beginning of the bleeding. For the first few months, the $5,200 flowed out of my account like clockwork. Every phone call ended with my parents thanking me profusely for keeping a roof over their heads. But as the seasons changed, the effusive thanks slowly became less frequent. Eventually, the gratitude was completely replaced by a silent, unspoken assumption. My massive financial contribution wasn't viewed as a generous gift anymore. It had morphed into a basic utility, expected to be as reliable and invisible as the water running from their kitchen tap. And that tap was about to be turned on full blast, because my younger brother Caleb was a walking black hole of financial irresponsibility. Caleb was, and always had been, the undisputed golden child of the family. While I was the quiet, steady, predictable worker bee, Caleb was the charismatic, loud, visionary dreamer. He was always chasing some brilliant, get-rich-quick scheme that was supposedly destined to change the world and make him a billionaire. And my parents were his absolute biggest cheerleaders, funding his delusions with unshakable faith. The glaring problem was that none of these grand schemes ever actually worked, and I was always the one violently shoved into the role of the janitor, forced to clean up his catastrophic messes. About a year into me paying their mortgage, I got a frantic call from my mom while I was at work. "Julian, you have to help us. Caleb is in serious trouble." She panicked. "What kind of trouble?" I asked, a dark, familiar sense of dread creeping up my spine. "His new startup. The crypto-based fitness app. It didn't work out. He took money from some very aggressive private investors, Julian. They're furious. They're talking about hiring lawyers and suing him for fraud. It turned out my genius brother had rapidly burned through $35,000 of other people's money, throwing lavish launch parties and buying expensive equipment, with absolutely nothing to show for it but a flashy logo and a broken beta app. He was 29 years old and acting like a reckless teenager. I was absolutely furious, but my mom's relentless, sobbing pleading on the phone eventually wore down my defenses. "He's just trying to find his way in the world, Julian," she cried. "He has so much raw potential. We cannot let a silly lawsuit ruin his entire future. Please, you're the only one who can fix this." So, like a fool, I drained a massive portion of my remaining personal savings, the exact money I had been carefully setting aside to finally buy my own home, and I paid off Caleb's angry investors to make the legal threats disappear. When I confronted Caleb about it, his apology was sickeningly casual, almost an afterthought. "Thanks, bro. That got pretty crazy. I definitely owe you one," he smirked, clapping me on the shoulder. He never mentioned the $35,000 again. But the relentless financial demands didn't stop there. A few months later, his car predictably broke down. It wasn't a surprise to anyone. He drove an old, flashy, unreliable sports coupe that he couldn't afford to maintain. My parents immediately called me. "Julian, Caleb desperately needs a reliable car to get to these new job interviews. It's a critical investment in his future." So, I stupidly co-signed a hefty loan for a sensible Honda Accord, knowing full well exactly whose pristine credit score would be on the chopping block if he missed a payment. Which, of course, he did. Twice. I had to quietly pay the arrears to save my own credit. Then, Caleb and his new wife, Olivia, suddenly decided their perfectly fine apartment was stifling his creativity. Once again, my parents ran interference on his behalf. "They really need a bigger place, Julian. A luxury loft downtown. It's for when they eventually have kids. It's about building a stable family future." I ended up wiring them the money for a massive security deposit, and the first month's premium rent on a luxury loft I knew for a fact was wildly beyond their means. The word loan was casually tossed around during the transaction, but we all silently knew it was a permanent gift. Each and every time, the psychological script was exactly the same. Caleb had a desperate need. My parents would call me, hysterically framing his self-inflicted problem as a life or death crisis that only my wallet could solve. They would lavishly praise my generosity and my practical responsibility, while simultaneously making endless excuses for Caleb's reckless, destructive behavior. "Caleb is the creative visionary," my dad would say with a dismissive shrug, sipping a beer I bought him. "You're the practical, logical one, Julian. It's a really good balance for the family." I was entirely funding a lavish lifestyle my brother didn't earn. I was actively enabling a toxic cycle of failure, all perfectly disguised under the noble banner of family. I was so desperately starved for my parents' approval, so deeply invested in my manufactured role as the responsible, successful son, that I completely failed to see what was actually happening. I wasn't the bedrock of the Vance family. I was the doormat, and every single one of them was wiping their muddy feet all over me. The severe financial drain was one thing, but the absolute biggest sacrifice I ever made wasn't something you could neatly track on a bank statement. It was a ghost, a lingering shadow of a brilliant life I could have lived. About 3 years into this parasitic arrangement, an incredible opportunity landed right on my desk that made my heart race. It was my absolute dream job. My tech company was officially opening a massive, state-of-the-art research and development hub in Tokyo, Japan. The executive board wanted me to personally relocate and lead a small, elite team of AI developers. It was a monumental promotion, a massive step up in my career trajectory, with an expat salary package that would have been completely life-altering. It meant international travel, total creative autonomy, and the rare chance to work on cutting-edge technology that would define the next decade. It was everything I had studied for, everything I had stayed up until 3 a.m. coding for. I was ecstatic. I spent an entire week vividly imagining my new life in Tokyo. I researched the incredible efficiency of the transit system, the rich culture, the food. I started looking up high-rise apartments in Shibuya, even practicing a few basic Japanese phrases online every night. When Sunday rolled around, I went to my parents' house to deliver the incredible news. I was practically vibrating with excitement. I found them sitting in the living room watching television. "Mom, Dad, I have some absolutely incredible news," I started, a massive grin on my face. "The company just officially offered me a director-level position in Tokyo. They want me to head up the entire new AI development team." I genuinely expected them to be thrilled for me. I expected proud cheers, warm hugs, Maybe even my dad offering to take me out for a celebratory steak dinner. Instead, a chilling, suffocating silence instantly fell over the living room. My dad simply stared down at the carpet, his jaw tight. My mom's face, which had been passively smiling at the TV a moment before, completely crumpled into a mask of horror. "Tokyo?" she said, her voice barely a trembling whisper. "But, Julian, that's so far away." "I know it is, Mom, but it's an amazing, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." I pressed on, my excitement starting to desperately falter against their cold wall. "It's a guaranteed 2-year contract, maybe even longer if the division succeeds." Thick tears immediately began to aggressively stream down her face. 2 years? Julian, how could you even consider this? What about us? What about the mortgage on this house? What about Caleb? He needs you here to help him. We all need you here. It was raw, unfiltered emotional blackmail, pure and simple. But at the time, deeply entrenched in my role, it felt like a desperate, loving plea from a mother who just couldn't bear to lose her son. My father finally chimed in, his voice heavy with a crushing, weaponized disappointment. "Your mother is right, Julian. Your place is right here. Family has to come first, before any selfish career ambitions." They weren't seeing me. They weren't seeing Julian, their son, a man standing before them with a brilliant, hard-earned opportunity to achieve his ultimate dreams. They saw a resource, a financial support system that was threatening to unplug itself and walk away. My personal success didn't matter even a fraction as much as their financial stability. My grandest dreams were entirely secondary to their cozy comfort. I spent the next entire week in pure, agonizing torment. My boss called me twice, eagerly wanting my final answer. I could hear the genuine excitement in his voice, the natural assumption that of course I would take this incredible leap. Every single rational instinct in my brain screamed at me to say yes, to pack my bags, sign the contract, and fly across the world. But then, I would close my eyes and vividly picture my mother's sobbing, devastated face. I would hear the heavy, judgmental disappointment in my father's voice. The deeply ingrained fear of being the selfish son who coldly abandoned his struggling family was a powerful, toxic anchor wrapped around my neck. My core fear being cast out and unloved was being expertly, surgically used against me. In the end, I broke. I caved to the pressure. I called my boss, my voice hollow, and officially turned down the Tokyo promotion. I lied and told him it was for complex personal family reasons. The immediate drop of deep disappointment in his voice felt like a jagged knife twisting in my gut. He was a good man, a mentor, and I knew with absolute certainty that I had just burned a massive professional bridge. That night, feeling like a ghost in my own body, I called my parents to tell them my final decision. The sheer, giddy relief in my mom's voice was sickeningly sweet. "Oh, Julian, I just knew you'd do the right thing. You are such a good, loyal son. We are so incredibly proud of you." Proud of me for what? I thought bitterly as I hung up the phone. For staying stagnant? For willingly slaughtering my own dreams so Caleb could continue to carelessly chase his delusions, completely funded by my sacrificed salary? As I sat alone in the dark of my apartment, staring at my faint reflection in the window, a single, agonizing question echoed endlessly in my mind. What was all this monumental sacrifice actually for? I had absolutely no idea that the real answer was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Update 1. For the next 2 years following the Tokyo disaster, I fell into a deep, numb, robotic routine. I woke up, I went to work, I paid their massive $5,200 mortgage. I paid for Caleb's latest manufactured emergency. I showed up for the mandatory Sunday dinners, forced a smile, and pretended everything was perfectly fine. I repeatedly lied to myself, desperately whispering that I had made the honorable, righteous choice, that family was fundamentally more important than a fancy director title or an exciting life in Japan. I was lying to myself, and deep down in my soul, I knew it. The first massive, irreparable crack in my carefully constructed wall of denial appeared, as so many modern tragedies do, on social media. I was mindlessly scrolling through my phone one quiet Thursday evening, half watching a boring documentary on TV, when a brand new post from my mom popped up at the top of my feed. It was a stunning, professionally framed picture of the family home. It was taken right at sunset, the golden hour light making the large, old house look incredibly warm, wealthy, and inviting. My house, I thought to myself with a sharp pang of misplaced, pathetic pride. I was the one keeping the lights on. But it was the caption underneath the photo that made the blood in my veins run instantly, terrifyingly cold. My mother had written, "I am so incredibly proud of our amazing son, Caleb, for building such a beautiful, stable future we can all share. After all his relentless hard work and struggles, this beautiful home is finally in the right hands. Here's to the next generation of the Vance family legacy." I stared at the glowing words, my thumb frozen in midair over the glass screen. Our son Caleb, his hard work. Finally in the right hands. I clicked on the post. There were over 60 comments already piling up. Aunts, uncles, family friends, old neighbors all profusely congratulating Caleb on his massive success. Way to go, Caleb, your parents must be bursting with pride. A real family man, stepping up to the plate. Beautiful home, Caleb, hard work pays off. My name was absolutely nowhere. Not tagged in the post, not mentioned in a single comment, not even hinted at. It was a complete, surgical erasure. 5 brutal years of draining $5,200 monthly payments, 5 years of intense financial anxiety, 5 years of sacrificing my own future, my own home, my own dream career in Tokyo. All of it had been effortlessly wiped clean from the official family history with a few taps on a keyboard. In its place was a sickening, fabricated lie. A carefully crafted, fictional narrative where Caleb, the perpetual deadbeat failure, was magically recast as the noble hero, the wealthy provider, the savior of the Vance legacy. I felt a hot, violently prickling sensation build behind my eyes. It was a very unique, highly specific kind of agonizing pain. It was the feeling of being made entirely invisible by the people who were supposed to love you most. Caleb wasn't just quietly taking my hard-earned money anymore. He was actively stealing my story. I immediately hit dial on my mom's contact. She answered on the second ring, her voice light and cheerful. "Hi, sweetie, did you see my beautiful new post? Isn't it just wonderful lighting?" "I saw it, Mom," I said, my voice tight and trembling with suppressed rage. "What exactly is it talking about? Caleb's hard work? I am the one paying the mortgage. I have paid it every single month for 5 years." There was a brief, highly uncomfortable pause on the line. "Oh, Julian, please don't be so incredibly sensitive," she finally said, her tone instantly shifting from cheerful to sharply dismissive. "It's just a Facebook post, for goodness sake. You know exactly how much Caleb has struggled lately with his confidence. He really needed a public win. We're just trying to build up his self-esteem." "Build up his self-esteem by lying to the entire extended family?" I shot back, my voice rising in volume. "You're actively telling everyone he owns the house that I am paying to keep you in. It's not a lie, Julian, it's a goal," she stammered, clearly flustered that I was pushing back. "One day, this house will be his. You're just generously helping us out until he gets on his feet. This is for the greater good of the family, Julian. Why do you always have to be so selfish and make absolutely everything about you?" "Make it about me?" My jaw literally dropped open. I was completely speechless. I had been paying their single largest financial burden for half a decade, sacrificing my entire life, and I was being viciously accused of being selfish for simply wanting the basic, undeniable truth to be quietly acknowledged. I ended the call without saying another word, my hand physically shaking with adrenaline. That brief, horrifying conversation was a splash of freezing ice water directly to my face. The illusion shattered. They didn't see me as a loving partner in this family's survival. They didn't even see me as a generous, loving son. They saw me strictly as a placeholder. A temporary, fleshy wallet to be drained until the rightful heir could finally take his unearned throne. A throne I was paying to keep polished for him. And as I sat there in the silence of my apartment, I suddenly had a very, very dark feeling that this specific Facebook post wasn't just about building Caleb's fragile ego. It felt calculated. It felt like the very first step in a much larger, much more sinister plan. That Facebook post lit a raging inferno inside of me. The deep unease, the nagging feeling of being ruthlessly used that I had suppressed for years, now roared to life. My mother's flimsy, gaslighting excuses didn't sit right with my logical brain. This wasn't just a simple PR spin for Caleb. Something else was happening in the shadows. It was time for me to immediately stop acting like the blindly trusting son, and start thinking exactly like the lead software architect I was. I needed to analyze the data. My very first move was to do something I probably should have done 5 years ago. I ran a comprehensive, official check on the property title and deed. Because my name wasn't legally on the deed, I couldn't see absolutely everything in the private bank files, but public records would show if any new liens, applications, or legal movements had been filed against the property. It took a few agonizing days to get the full online records delivered. When the PDF report finally came back and I opened it on my monitor, my stomach violently plunged into my shoes. There was a highly recent, pending application for a massive home equity line of credit, a HELOC, against the house for the amount of $85,000. The primary applicant's name listed on the document, Caleb Vance. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Caleb wasn't just trying to take social media credit for the house. He was actively attempting to borrow massive amounts of cash against it. He was trying to drain the equity that I had been painstakingly building with every single $5,200 monthly payment. And for what? A brand new sports car? Another doomed crypto startup? A lavish European vacation for him and Olivia? He was literally treating my agonizing financial sacrifice like his own personal, limitless piggy bank. But my analytical brain immediately hit a roadblock. How was that legally possible? Caleb didn't own the house. My parents did. The bank wouldn't even look at his application unless the legal owner signed off on it. The horrifying realization hit me like a physical punch to the throat. They were in on it, all of them. This was a highly coordinated, premeditated effort. The Facebook post wasn't just a bit of innocent family PR. It was intentionally laying the psychological groundwork. They were intentionally building a public, verifiable narrative that Caleb was the responsible homeowner, likely to make the aggressive loan application look more plausible to the underwriters or extended family if anyone asked questions. The sheer depth of the betrayal was so much darker than I had ever imagined. This wasn't just taking my money for granted out of desperation. This was calculated, malicious, premeditated theft. My own parents were actively conspiring to leverage a $500,000 asset that I was single-handedly maintaining, just to fund their golden child's lavish lifestyle, putting the entire property at severe risk of foreclosure. If Caleb defaulted on that massive $85,000 loan, which he absolutely would, the bank would put a hard lien on the house. They could lose it all. After everything I had sacrificed to save it, they were gleefully gambling it away behind my back. I needed absolute, undeniable proof of their endgame. I thought about who would know the intimate legal details. The family attorney, Arthur Sterling, immediately came to mind, but due to attorney-client privilege, he would never speak a word to me. Then I remembered my cousin, Maya. Maya worked as a senior paralegal at a prominent downtown law firm. We weren't incredibly close, but she was always a straight shooter, fiercely fair, and deeply embedded in the family gossip network. I took a massive gamble and called her on her lunch break. Maya, hey, it's Julian. I have a really weird, highly sensitive question, and I need you to be completely discreet. Please. THT. I laid it all out. I explained how I had been secretly paying the entire mortgage for 5 years, and what I had just discovered in the public property records regarding Caleb's $85,000 HELOC application. I asked her if there was any legal way to know if my parents were actively trying to add Caleb to the deed, a sneaky process known as a quitclaim deed. Maya was dead quiet for a very long, terrifying moment. Julian. God, I really shouldn't be telling you this, she said, her voice dropping to a hushed, guilty whisper. But I overheard my mom talking to your mom on the phone last week. They were talking about making the house situation official before your mom's big 60th birthday party next month. Your mom specifically mentioned getting the final quitclaim paperwork sorted with Arthur Sterling so Caleb's name is legally on the deed. There it was. The smoking gun. They weren't just passively allowing him to apply for a loan. They were actively, legally transferring ownership of the asset to him. They were conspiring to steal a house from right under my nose, using my own money to keep the lights on while they did it, all while smiling warmly in my face at Sunday dinners and calling me a good son. The sheer scale of the deception was breathtakingly evil. This was a full-blown family conspiracy, and I was the unsuspecting mark. The anger I felt wasn't hot or explosive. It was freezing cold, sharp as a scalpel, and utterly focused. The time for hurt feelings, tears, and seeking their approval was permanently over. It was time to relentlessly gather evidence. Just when I thought the betrayal couldn't possibly get any more blatant, my family found a creative way to twist the rusty knife even deeper into my spine. A few days after my phone call with Maya, I noticed my phone was unusually quiet. I checked my messages and realized I had been completely removed from our long-standing Vance family group chat. The one we used for absolutely everything, from coordinating holiday meals to sharing funny memes. An hour later, I got a new notification. I had been added to a brand new group chat. The name of the group was Inner Circle. It felt incredibly exclusive and deeply ominous. The very first message in the chat was from my mother. Just tidying things up. Created a smaller group for closer family matters. The message was clearly, aggressively for my benefit. It was a highly passive-aggressive way of letting me know my new place. On the outside, looking in. Then, the absolute mockery started. My Aunt Linda, my mom's viciously gossipy sister, posted a meme. It was that incredibly popular meme template of the distracted boyfriend walking down the street. The boyfriend checking out the other girl was labeled Mom and Dad. The jealous, outraged girlfriend was labeled Caleb. And the attractive woman walking by, the one catching the boyfriend's eye, was labeled the son who actually pays for everything. I stared at the screen, my stomach churning with violent nausea. It was so hyper-specific, so maliciously targeted. Underneath the meme, my brother Caleb immediately commented with a long string of crying laughing emojis. Then my father, my own flesh and blood father, replied to Caleb's comment. Hey now, be nice to the ATM. The ATM, that is exactly what they called me behind my back. I felt like I couldn't draw oxygen into my lungs. This wasn't just happening in secret whispers anymore. They were openly, gleefully mocking me, turning my life-altering financial sacrifice into a hilarious running joke. It was a brutal public shaming, performed for an eager audience of my extended family. They were actively isolating me, painting me as the pathetic, transactional outsider. The gullible fool who paid the bills while they lived the high life. Then came the final, most brutal blow of all. Marcus. My absolute best friend since the 3rd grade. The man who was supposed to be the best man at my wedding. Marcus liked my father's ATM comment. He didn't type anything. Just a simple, devastating thumbs up icon. That tiny blue icon felt like a baseball bat to the ribs. Marcus knew my entire situation. I had confided in him over beers for years about the crushing financial pressure, about the Tokyo job I sacrificed, about the anxiety, and he sided with them. He chose to laugh along with my abusers. Why? The agonizing answer came just a few days later when I saw a picture Marcus proudly posted on his Instagram. He was at a sunny backyard barbecue at my parents' house. In the background, Caleb was loudly showing off a brand new, top-of-the-line $3,000 meat smoker. Marcus's caption read, "Big things coming for my new business partner Caleb. Thanks to the Vance family for the warm welcome. Number entrepreneurs." It all instantly clicked into place with sickening clarity. They had literally bought his loyalty. Caleb had undoubtedly promised Marcus a juicy piece of that $85,000 HELOC money, framing it as a seed investment into whatever doomed business venture they were cooking up together. They had weaponized my own money to turn my lifelong best friend against me. The feeling of total, absolute isolation in that moment was completely crushing. I had no one, my parents, my brother, my aunt, and now my best friend. They were all active, willing participants in this inner circle. This exclusive little club where my pain was the punchline. I muted the chat, but I couldn't bring myself to leave it. I needed to see exactly what they were saying. It was a horrific form of digital self-torture, but I needed to know the full, unvarnished extent of their cruelty for what I was about to do. I scrolled through the toxic messages, the cruel memes, the laughing emojis. Each one was a deep paper cut, and I was quietly bleeding out. They weren't just stealing my money, my house, and my future. They were actively trying to steal my dignity, and I was dangerously close to letting them. The week leading up to my mother's massive 60th birthday party was undeniably the longest, darkest week of my entire life. I was living and breathing in a thick fog of calculated anger. The physical invitation, a gaudy, expensive thing with embossed gold lettering, sat on my kitchen counter like a direct threat. "Come celebrate Margaret Vance's milestone," it demanded. I wanted to set it on fire. Every survival instinct in my DNA screamed at me to just cut them off, cancel the payments, and disappear into the night. But my logical brain knew I couldn't do that. Not yet. I had to see this through to the absolute, explosive end. I had to understand exactly how deep the rot went. The day before the grand party, I had to stop by the family house to pick up some expensive camping gear I had stored in the attic years ago. I intentionally timed my brief visit for midday on a Friday, assuming my parents would be out running errands and Caleb would be working. I used the old, worn key I still kept on my keyring, the one for the side kitchen door they had apparently forgotten to change. The house was dead quiet. I moved quickly and silently, heading straight for the hallway that led to the attic stairs. As I silently passed my parents' master bedroom, I heard voices murmuring from inside. It was my mom and Caleb. They must have come home early. I instantly froze, pressing my back flat against the hallway wall, holding my breath. "Is absolutely everything set with the bank?" Caleb was asking, his voice brimming with a smug, arrogant confidence that made my skin crawl. "Arthur Sterling said the final quitclaim papers should be completeness ready for us to sign by next Wednesday," my mother replied, her voice giddy. "Once my big birthday is over, we'll get it all finalized and filed with the county. It's the absolute perfect gift, Caleb." Then, Caleb laughed. It was a sound I will remember on my deathbed. A low, incredibly condescending, cruel chuckle. "Did you see Julian's pathetic face when I told Aunt Linda about my massive plans for the backyard renovation? He looked like a lost, beaten puppy. He didn't even blink. He just sits there and takes it. He has no spine." My mother's voice warmly joined his cruel laughter. "He's always been exactly like that, Caleb, so desperately eager to please us. It's almost done, sweetheart. Once the paperwork is fully through and your name is legally stamped on the deed, he won't be able to say a single thing about it. The house will be totally secure in your hands." I felt the blood in my veins literally turn to ice. They were openly, joyfully discussing their criminal plot, laughing about my perceived cluelessness. I was nothing but a pathetic joke to them, a dumb beast of burden to be worked until I collapsed. But it was Caleb's next sentence that completely shattered the last remaining, microscopic fragment of love I held for my family. "He's not family anymore, Mom. Let's be real here. He's just a sponsor. A sponsor, not a brother. A walking transaction. A transaction. An anonymous benefactor with absolutely no rights, no feelings, and zero say." In that exact moment, standing silently in the dim hallway of the very house I had sacrificed my life to save, everything inside me permanently shifted. The agonizing pain, the hurt, the desperate confusion, it all instantly burned away in a flash of white heat, leaving behind something incredibly cold, hard, and remarkably clear. There was no family left to save. There was no love left to win back. There was only a massive, outstanding debt to be collected. I didn't go up to the attic to get my gear. I turned around, walked silently out the back door, and firmly locked it behind me. As I drove away from the house, I didn't feel a drop of sadness. I didn't feel rage. I felt a profound, terrifying, absolute calm. The loyal son they once knew was dead. He had died right there in that hallway. The man who was going to that 60th birthday party tomorrow wasn't their loving son, and he wasn't their brother. He was their debt collector. And he was coming to deliver the final bill. Update 2. The gaudy invitation on my counter no longer looked like a threat, it looked like an arena, and I was going to walk into it fully armed. The rest of that Friday was a total blur of highly focused, clinical activity. I spent the next 8 hours preparing for my mother's 60th birthday party with the exact same meticulous, ruthless precision I would use to plan a multi-million-dollar software launch. My very first phone call was to the one single person on this earth I thought might still be in my corner. My grandfather, Harrison Vance, my dad's father. Grandpa Harrison was an incredibly old-school man, a retired Army general who valued honor, truth, and strict integrity above absolutely everything else in life. He and I had always been uniquely close. He lived in a quiet retirement community a few hours north and stayed completely out of the daily family drama. I didn't know for sure if he would believe my wild story, but I had to try. I called him. "Grandpa," I said, my voice rock steady. "It's Julian. I need to tell you something very important, and I need you to just listen until I'm done." I laid every single piece of the ugly puzzle out on the table. The 5 years of secret mortgage payments, the $35K app bailout, the fake Facebook narrative, the $85K HELOC application, the plot to change the deed, and the horrific conversation I had just overheard in the hallway. I didn't embellish a single word. I didn't cry. I just stated the cold, hard facts. When I was finally finished, there was a very long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. Finally, he spoke, and his voice sounded like grinding gravel. "The little parasites," he growled. It was the calmest, most terrifyingly dangerous tone I had ever heard him use. "I have had my deep suspicions for years, Julian. Thomas and Margaret have always been soft, entitled, and greedy. I am deeply sorry it has come to this betrayal. What is your tactical plan?" I told him I was going to the birthday party tomorrow night to publicly confront them with the evidence. "Good," he said sharply. "You absolutely do not let this stand. But you never go into a firefight without heavy ammunition. Email me absolutely everything you have. Bank statements, screenshots, the title search, everything. I am also attending that ridiculous party tomorrow," he added darkly before I could hang up. "I think it is high time I reminded your father exactly who put the original $100,000 down payment on that house 30 years ago." I hung up the phone with a massive, surging sense of purpose. I wasn't walking in alone. I had the general. For the rest of the night, I was a relentless machine. I logged into my online banking portal and downloaded 5 entire years' worth of PDF statements, aggressively highlighting every single $5,200 mortgage payment in bright yellow. I printed out the wire transfer receipts for Caleb's $35,000 crypto bailout, his Honda car repairs, his luxury loft deposits. I took high-resolution screenshots of the Inner Circle group chat, the cruel memes, my father's ATM comment, and Marcus's Instagram post. I compiled every single piece of it into one massive, damning digital folder. Then, I opened a spreadsheet and did the final, exact calculation. I added up every single cent they had bled from me. The mortgage, the bailouts, the loans, the late fees. The final, staggering number was $365,420.50. I typed that massive number in huge, bold, red font on the final page of a PowerPoint presentation I created. The presentation was incredibly simple. Slide after slide of undeniable, verifiable evidence. A flawless digital paper trail of their boundless greed and my crushed sacrifice. As the sun finally rose on the morning of my mother's 60th birthday, I looked at the thick manila folder and the silver USB drive sitting on my desk. This wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the objective truth. They had written their fake narrative. Now, it was time for me to present mine. The party was held at a very fancy, incredibly expensive downtown steakhouse. My parents absolutely couldn't afford a place with white linen tablecloths, crystal glasses, and waiters in crisp black vests. I knew with a sickening, absolute certainty that I had paid for this room indirectly. I arrived exactly 20 minutes late, a classic tactic I had learned from my grandfather. Never be on time, he used to say. Make an entrance, or don't bother showing up. I slipped into the private dining room quietly and took a seat at an empty table in the very back, right next to the large projection screen they had set up for a cheesy slideshow of old family photos. I wanted to sit in the dark and observe. The room was packed with about 60 people. Extended family, friends, neighbors all smiling, drinking expensive wine, and completely oblivious to the bomb about to go off. I saw my mother, Margaret, glowing in a brand new, expensive designer dress, eagerly accepting lavish compliments and wrapped gifts. I saw my father, Thomas, playing the part of the wealthy, proud patriarch. And I saw Caleb swaggering around the room holding a glass of scotch like he was the CEO of the universe. I even saw my former best friend, Marcus, clapping Caleb on the back and laughing. They were all there. The entire cast of my betrayal, happily enjoying a luxurious celebration entirely funded by their silent sponsor. I nursed a glass of ice water, my heart beating a steady, rhythmic drum against my ribs. I wasn't nervous at all. I was just waiting for the signal. After about an hour of eating and drinking, my father loudly tapped a crystal glass with a spoon for attention. The noisy room quickly fell silent. He made a short, rambling, slightly drunk speech about how wonderful and beautiful my mother was. Then, he proudly introduced her for the main event. Margaret stood up, beaming like a celebrity, and walked to the front podium. She thanked everyone profusely for coming. And then, she began the exact speech I knew was coming. "I am so incredibly blessed," she began, dramatically dabbing a fake tear from her eye with a napkin. "To have such a wonderful, supportive family. And as I enter this new decade of my life, I feel so secure, so hopeful for our future, and a massive part of that security is all thanks to my wonderful son, Caleb." She gestured grandly to my brother, who puffed out his chest and smiled smugly. The room murmured in warm approval. "Caleb has worked so incredibly hard," she continued, her voice thick with manufactured emotion, "to become the successful man he is today. He has made it his personal mission to provide for us, to ensure that his father and I will always have a beautiful roof over our heads. Seeing our family home, the home where we raised our boys, finally in his capable hands. Well, it's the greatest 60th birthday gift a mother could ever ask for." The room erupted in loud applause. People were looking at Caleb with genuine admiration. He was soaking it all in, the perfect picture of filial devotion and success. My moment had officially arrived. As the applause began to die down, I stood up from my table in the dark back of the room. I walked slowly, deliberately, my footsteps echoing slightly, straight towards the front of the room, towards the podium where my mother was standing. A few people turned to look at me, a visible ripple of confusion spreading through the crowd. My face was a completely blank, unreadable mask. My mother's bright smile instantly faltered as she saw me approaching. I reached the podium and turned to face the room. I calmly picked up the spare microphone sitting on the stand. "That was a truly beautiful speech, Mom," I said, my voice amplified, cutting through the dead silence of the room. "It was incredibly inspiring. In fact, it made me realize that I've been a little remiss in my own duties as a son. I completely forgot to give you my own birthday gift." I paused, looking directly into Caleb's panicked eyes. "I brought you an invoice." A collective, sharp gasp went through the room. My mother's face went completely pale, all the blood draining from her cheeks. Caleb immediately took a threatening step forward, his smug expression twisting into furious panic. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Julian?" he hissed under his breath. I completely ignored him. I pulled the silver USB drive from my jacket pocket and smoothly plugged it into the laptop connected to the projector. The cheesy slideshow of happy family photos instantly vanished. It was replaced by the massive, glowing first slide of my presentation. It was a blown-up bank statement, with a single line item aggressively highlighted in bright yellow. "Let's start with the very first payment," I said, my voice calm, clear, and absolutely merciless. "August 2019, $5,200. The very first of 60 consecutive monthly payments I have personally made to keep that very roof over your heads." The show had officially begun. The entire room was dead silent. The only sound was the quiet, mechanical hum of the projector fan. My mother stood frozen at the podium, her face a horrific mask of disbelief and terror. My father looked like he desperately wanted the floorboards to open up and swallow him whole. I clicked the remote to the next slide. It was a massive image of a cancelled check. "This," I said, pointing the laser pointer at the screen, "is the $35,000 emergency wire transfer I made to save Caleb from a massive fraud lawsuit after his ridiculous crypto fitness app went bankrupt." A loud wave of shocked murmurs swept through the audience. People were shifting uncomfortably in their seats, staring wide-eyed from the screen to Caleb, whose face was now a blotchy, furious red. Click. Next slide. Here are the receipts for the co-signed Honda car loan. After Caleb's sports car was repossessed, you'll note that my personal credit score took the hit for the 2 payments he forgot to make. Click. And here is the $6,000 security deposit and first month's rent for his luxury loft downtown that he couldn't actually afford. Click, click, click. I went through absolutely all of it. Every single bailout, every loan, every financial rescue mission. With each glowing slide, I laid another heavy brick in the wall of their lies. And with each brick, the ugly truth became crystal clear to every single aunt, uncle, and neighbor in that room. Then, I brought up the screenshots of the Inner Circle group chat. The cruel memes. The jokes. My father's ATM comment appeared on the screen, 10 feet high and impossible to ignore. I could hear people physically gasping in disgust. My Aunt Linda looked like she was going to throw up. My father sank down into his chair, covering his face with his trembling hands. Marcus, my former best friend, stared at the floor, his face burning with shame. Finally, I clicked to the last slide. It was just massive white text on a pitch-black background. Total amount owed, $365,420.50. So, Mom, I said, turning to look directly at her shaking form. While I deeply appreciate the touching sentiment of your speech, the objective facts are a little different. Caleb hasn't been providing for you. I have. I have been your sponsor. Your ATM. Your forgotten, pathetic son who sacrificed his own future, including a massive career promotion in Tokyo, just to keep you comfortable while you plotted to steal the house from me. You have absolutely no right. My mother finally shrieked, finding her voice, tears of rage ruining her makeup. This is a private family matter. You are ruining my birthday. It stopped being a family matter, I said, my voice dropping, becoming dangerously quiet and lethal, the exact moment you conspired to steal my investment. The moment you tried to legally add Caleb to the deed of a house you don't even pay for. It stopped being family when you called me a sponsor. Just as Caleb balled his fists and started to lunge towards me across the floor, a loud, incredibly authoritative voice boomed from the back doors of the restaurant. "Eno!" The crowd instantly parted. Walking slowly, deliberately towards the front of the room, his face like a thundercloud, was my grandfather, General Harrison Vance. Walking right beside him was a man in a sharp, expensive suit, carrying a leather briefcase. Mr. Davidson, his estate lawyer. My grandfather didn't even glance at me. His furious eyes were locked entirely on my parents and Caleb. I have sat here and listened to this disgusting, shameful display with absolute horror, he said, his voice resonating with military command. Shame that my own flesh and blood would participate in such a cowardly and parasitic scheme. He stopped directly in front of my father's table. Thomas, you are a profound disappointment of a man. And Margaret, your boundless greed has thoroughly poisoned this entire family. Then, the general turned to face the entire shocked room. Let me make something perfectly, legally clear to everyone in this room. 30 years ago, I gave my son the $100,000 down payment for that house. It was a gift predicated on the core values of hard work, honesty, and family, values that have clearly been entirely forgotten by everyone except Julian. He looked at his lawyer, Mr. Davidson, who smoothly snapped open his briefcase. As of yesterday morning, my grandfather announced, his voice ringing with absolute finality, I have instructed my attorney to completely restructure my entire estate. My son Thomas, his wife Margaret, and their son Caleb have been completely, permanently removed from my will and all associated family trusts. Their inheritance is entirely gone. The room gasped so loudly it echoed. My mother let out a small, strangled scream of pure terror. Everything, my grandfather said, his eyes finally finding mine, shining with pride, will be managed and eventually passed down to the only person in this family who has demonstrated an ounce of loyalty, responsibility, and honor. My grandson, Julian. He looked back at my parents, who were now openly weeping. You wanted the house in the right hands? Well, now the entire Vance family legacy is. You are entirely on your own. He had known. He had planned this exact strike. This was the ultimate, devastating checkmate. I stood there, the microphone hanging loosely in my hand, watching the complete and utter devastation dawn on the faces of my abusers. They hadn't just lost a public argument, they had lost absolutely everything. Their fake reputation, their future security, their massive inheritance. I looked at my mother, my father, and my brother. Their faces were pale, ruined masks of shock and terror. And for the very first time in my life, I felt absolutely nothing for them but mild pity. I let the microphone drop onto the podium with a loud thud. My work here was permanently done. Leaving the restaurant was completely surreal. I walked out into the cool, crisp night air, leaving the smoking wreckage of my family's lives behind me in that dining room. I didn't look back once. My grandfather and his lawyer followed a moment later. My grandfather simply walked up to me, put a heavy, reassuring hand on my shoulder, gave me a firm nod, and said, I'll call you tomorrow, son. You did damn good. Then they got into his car and were gone. By the time I got to my own car, my phone had started to absolutely explode. It was a relentless, vibrating barrage of notifications, a digital firestorm of their blind rage. The first text was from my mother. You have destroyed this family. I hope you're happy with yourself. I never want to see your face again. The next was from Caleb. You're dead to me, you'll pay for this. A hilarious threat from a man who had never paid for anything in his life. Then came my father. After all we did to raise you, this is how you repay us. Your grandfather is a cruel old man, and you are just like him. There were dozens more. Messages from Aunt Linda, calling me a monster. Messages from cousins telling me I had gone way too far. It was a highly coordinated assault, a desperate attempt to paint me as the villain to guilt me into reversing course. But something inside my brain had fundamentally, permanently changed. Their toxic words, which once would have crippled me with intense guilt and fear, now felt like absolutely nothing. They were just meaningless noise. The desperate, pathetic screams of cornered animals who had been caught in a trap of their own making and were now facing the severe consequences. I drove home, and the phone buzzed and chimed the entire way. When I finally got to my quiet apartment, I saw I had 65 new text messages and 28 missed calls. I sat on my couch in the dark, and with a strange sense of clinical detachment, I went through them one by one. I didn't delete them. I read every single hateful word. I needed to see the full scope of their delusion. Not once in those 65 messages did any of them say, "I'm sorry." Not once did they acknowledge the objective truth of what they had done. It was all my fault. I was the cruel one. After I had read the very last message, I did something incredibly simple and liberating. I opened my contacts list. I found Mom, and blocked the number. I did the exact same for Dad, Caleb, Marcus, Aunt Linda, and every other family member who had sent a venomous text. The phone immediately fell beautifully silent. The next morning, the official legal attack began. I received a call from Arthur Sterling, their attorney. "Julian," he said, his voice incredibly strained and overly professional. "Your parents are understandably very distressed by the events of last night. They believe there has been a great, emotional misunderstanding. They are willing to sit down and discuss a reconciliation." "There is absolutely nothing to discuss, Arthur," I said calmly. "Julian, please be reasonable," he pleaded. "A family torn apart by money, it's a tragedy. Surely, we can come to some kind of financial arrangement that makes everyone happy." "An arrangement?" I asked, a cold, humorless laugh escaping my lips. "Okay, Arthur, I'm open to an arrangement. Here are my exact terms." There was a palpable sense of relief in the lawyer's voice. He actually thought he had an opening, a negotiation. He thought he was dealing with the old Julian, the one who would bend and break to keep the peace. He was dead wrong. "Excellent, Julian. Excellent," he said quickly. "What are you proposing?" "It's very simple," I stated, my voice devoid of any emotion. "You have exactly 72 hours to wire the full amount of $365,420.50 to my account. Not a single cent less." A stunned, horrified silence came from the other end of the line. "Julian, that's an impossible number. They do not have that kind of liquid cash." "That's not my problem," I replied. "They were about to get an $85,000 line of credit on the house. That's a solid start. Caleb can sell his cars. They can liquidate their retirement assets. My grandfather has already legally cut them off from the family trust, so their future income is zero. I imagine that will highly motivate them. How they scrape the money together is their problem. My problem is the number. This is extortion," he sputtered angrily. "No, Arthur." I corrected him smoothly. "This is reimbursement. Extortion is what they were doing to me for the last 5 years. Consider this a retroactive service fee." He was stammering now, desperately trying to find a legal foothold. There was no contract, no written agreement for repayment. "You're right," I cut him off. "There wasn't. But what I do have is a literal mountain of digital evidence of a conspiracy to commit mortgage fraud. I have recorded audio of them discussing the plot. I have text messages admitting their criminal intent. I have undeniable proof of their plan to add Caleb to the deed and leverage the property without my consent while I paid the mortgage. If that exact amount of money is not in my account in 72 hours, I will not file a civil suit. I will walk directly into the district attorney's office with my lawyer Mr. Davidson, by the way, my grandfather's lawyer, and file a formal criminal complaint for fraud. Furthermore, I will release the entire evidence package online. The audio recordings, the family chat, the bank statements, everything." I let that heavy threat hang in the air for a long moment. I knew my parents, especially my mother, were pathologically obsessed with appearances, with what the neighbors and extended family thought. The absolute public humiliation and potential jail time would be infinitely worse for them than any financial penalty. "Your clients have a very simple choice," I concluded. "They can face severe private financial difficulty, or they can face complete public humiliation and potential felony charges. The 72-hour clock starts right now." I hung up the phone before he could reply. For the next 72 hours, I lived in a bizarre state of suspended animation. I didn't hear a single word from anyone. The silence was almost unnerving. I started to wonder if I had overplayed my hand, if they had called my bluff. Then, on the third day, with just 3 hours to spare before my deadline, I received a notification on my phone from my bank. Incoming wire transfer. $365,420.50. They had done it. They had actually scraped it together. I stared at the massive number glowing on my screen. It wasn't a joyous victory. It didn't bring me happiness. It was just closure. The final, heavy period at the end of a very long, very painful sentence. The crushing debt was paid. I was finally, truly free. 6 months later, my entire world looked vastly different. It was quieter. The money sat safely in a high-yield savings account, completely untouched. I knew I should invest it, maybe finally use it for a massive down payment on a place of my own. But for now, I just needed to see it sitting there. It was a tangible, digital reminder of my hard-won freedom, a thick buffer between me and the toxic world I had escaped. The most significant change, however, wasn't financial. It was geographical. 2 weeks after the wire transfer arrived, I called my old boss. I asked him if there were any other major opportunities for advancement, maybe even something similar to that Tokyo position I had turned down years ago. I think he knew something massive had changed in my life, because he didn't press for any details. He just said, "Let me make a few calls, Julian." A month later, I was packing up my apartment. I wasn't moving to Tokyo, but I was moving to Denver, Colorado, for a massive lead architect position. It was a brand new city, a challenging new job, and a completely new life. It was a clean slate. The first few months in Denver were strange. I was surrounded by the noise of a bustling, vibrant city, but my personal life was filled with a profound, beautiful silence. There were no frantic phone calls begging for money. There were no passive-aggressive family group chats. There were no holidays filled with unspoken, suffocating tension. The silence was jarring at first. I had grown so deeply accustomed to the constant, draining drama, that peace actually felt unnatural. I spent my weekends exploring. I hiked in the stunning Rocky Mountains, breathing in the clean, crisp air. I found a small, quiet coffee shop near my new apartment where the barista knew my exact order. I bought a mountain bike and rode along the trails. Slowly, painstakingly, I started building a life that was entirely, selfishly my own, a life that wasn't defined by the endless needs and expectations of parasites. My new work was challenging and deeply fulfilling. I was leading a talented team, and my contributions were highly valued and, more importantly, openly acknowledged. I received another promotion within the first 6 months. My new salary was more than I had ever made in my life, but it was the professional recognition that mattered more. It was absolute proof that my worth wasn't tied to how much cash I could bleed for others, but to what I could actively build for myself. I spoke to Grandpa Harrison every single Sunday. We talked about his week, my new job, the Denver weather. We never, ever spoke about my parents or Caleb. There was an unspoken, ironclad agreement that dark chapter was permanently closed. He was my only remaining link to my past, a link I deeply cherished. I was rapidly healing. I hadn't realized exactly how impossibly heavy the burden I was carrying was until it was finally gone. I was sleeping through the night. I was smiling more. I was starting to feel like myself again. Or perhaps, for the very first time, I was no longer Julian the sponsor, Julian the ATM, Julian the responsible son. I was just Julian. And it was more than enough. One rainy Denver afternoon, about a year after I had moved, I received a small package in the mail. It was a padded envelope with no return address, just a faded postmark from my old hometown. My first instinct was that it was a trap from my parents, and my guard went up immediately. I almost threw it directly into the trash, but morbid curiosity got the better of me. Inside, there was no bombastic legal document, no angry letter, just a single, handwritten card. I recognized the neat, careful handwriting immediately. It was from my cousin, Maya, the paralegal. My hands trembled slightly as I opened it. "Dear Julian," it began. "I know it's been a long time, and I don't know if you'll even read this, but I have to write it anyway. I want to say I am so deeply sorry. I was there. At the birthday party. I saw everything, and I was a coward. I heard them talking for months about the house, and I never warned you sooner. I was terrified of your mother, of being cast out of the family myself. That's no excuse, but it's the truth. I'm sorry." I had to pause and take a deep breath. Her apology was a small, unexpected balm on a wound I didn't even know was still slightly open. I continued reading. "Things here are really not good. I'm not writing this to make you feel bad. I just thought you deserved to know the truth of the aftermath. After you left and took the money, everything completely fell apart. Caleb and Olivia went through a vicious, nasty divorce. Apparently, she didn't want to stick around when the free money dried up. She fought for full custody of the kids, citing his severe financial instability and debt. The last I heard, he was living in a cheap, run-down apartment across town, working some miserable dead-end sales job. Your parents had to immediately sell the house. They couldn't afford the property taxes, let alone the basic upkeep, without your monthly payments, and without Grandpa's trust fund support. They bought a tiny, cramped condo in a much cheaper town an hour away. It was a massive, humiliating blow to their pride. The letter detailed the absolute collapse of the fake world they had built on my broken back. It wasn't satisfying to read, it was just sad. A pathetic, miserable end to a story of boundless greed. But it was the last paragraph that gave me the final, mind-blowing piece of the puzzle I never knew I was missing. "I overheard my mom and your mom talking a few weeks ago. Your mom was crying hysterically. She said something that I can't get out of my head. She said she hated your success. She said that every single time you got a promotion, or did well, or bought something nice, it aggressively reminded her of all the grand dreams she gave up when she was young to raise a family. She wanted to be a software engineer in the 90s. Did you know that? She said seeing you build your brilliant tech life made her feel like a total failure. And with Caleb, she felt like she had a second chance to build someone up, to make him the wild success she never was, even if she had to use your money to do it. It's all twisted and sick. I know it doesn't excuse anything they did to you, but I thought you should know, it was never really about you, Julian. It was always about her. I put the letter down on my kitchen counter, my mind absolutely reeling. It was the final, shocking twist. My mother's relentless cruelty hadn't just been born of simple greed or favoritism. Not entirely. It had been born of deep, toxic envy. A corrosive, decades-long jealousy of the exact life I was building. A life that reminded her every single day of her own perceived failures. I wasn't just a sponsor to her. I was a walking mirror. And she absolutely hated the reflection she saw. Building Caleb up with my money was her sick way of trying to rewrite her own failed history. It didn't make me forgive her. Not even close. But it made me finally understand. And in that deep understanding, I found a final, profound sense of psychological release. Her horrific actions were never about my lack of worth. They were entirely about her lack of it. And that had absolutely nothing to do with me. I still have Maya's letter. I keep it locked in a fireproof box with a few other important documents. I don't read it often, but I like knowing it's there. As a grounding reminder. Not a reminder of the agonizing pain, but a reminder of the absolute truth. It's been 2 full years now since that fateful 60th birthday party. I live a quiet, beautiful life here in Denver. My work is incredible. I have friends, real, loyal friends who value me for exactly who I am, not for what my wallet can provide them. I am finally closing on a house next month using that $365,000. It's a beautiful place with a stunning view of the mountains. A place that is truly, legally, entirely mine. I never heard from my parents or my brother ever again. After the wire transfer cleared, they vanished from my life as completely as if they had never existed. I don't know exactly where they live, or what they're doing, or if Caleb ever got his life together. And the strange, beautiful thing is, I truly do not care. I don't waste a single second of my precious time wondering if they're sorry, or if they ever regret what they did to me. Their emotional landscape is no longer my territory to explore. I sometimes think about the word Caleb used in that hallway. Sponsor. He meant it as a vicious insult, a way to dehumanize me, to reduce my entire existence to a financial function. But in a strange, twisted way, he was absolutely right. I was sponsoring a life that wasn't mine. I was blindly funding a dream I had absolutely no part in. I was paying for a definition of family that had zero room for me in it. The day I cut them off wasn't an act of cruel vengeance. I see that clearly now. It was an act of pure liberation. I wasn't destroying a family. I was escaping a toxic, abusive contract. I was officially resigning from a horrific role I had never actually auditioned for. I am not broken, I am not bitter, I am not waiting for an apology that will never, ever come. I'm just finished. My sister threatened to have me kicked out if I didn't leave her room. At 3 a.m., until one day, she reached out to me with a secret. My parents adored me until I was 9 and diagnosed with high-functioning autism. My parents thought they were too lenient on me, so they increased their penalties. Sarah, my elder sister, defended me for years. She sneaked me food at night when my parents served me 25% of what I should eat. She would hug me as I wept when my parents yelled at me to battle the autism. I only avoided suicide most days because of her. She abandoned me when I was 16 and she was 17. When I entered her room at 3 a.m. to talk, she threatened to ask our dad to kick me out if I didn't leave. Sometimes I was overstimulated and rubbed my thumb with my cheek. Sarah usually sat with me and held my hand. She hurried to inform our parents I was doing it again, knowing they'd punish me. After that, I lived like a heartless zombie. I was disconnected daily. When I came back to reality, I forced myself to zone out again because I wanted to finish school and move out. Especially since Sarah wouldn't leave soon. Thank goodness my parents did anything for me. They covered my college costs. They demanded it. I suppose they wanted me gone. I didn't care since a victory is a win. Time for my second dorm night. I got the text then. It was Sarah. Don't reply to this. Please pick me up and drive me to your dorm at 5 p.m. on Saturday. Don't tell our parents. I'm sorry. I love you. I trembled before the text. She wanted to hang out. She wanted to be my sister again. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying memories like a record. Even when I thought of Sarah laughing at me getting wailed on or telling my parents to drive autism out of me faster, I felt something. I felt grateful because Sarah attempted to give me a childhood. It seemed I owed her. On Sunday I drove her. She said go faster upon entering. She then hid on the back seat floor and refused to talk to me until we were at the hostel. At last she broke down. I calmed her during her anxiety episode, like she did for me years ago. After 45 minutes, she spoke. I never meant to hurt you, Emily. I swear I thought she was pranking me, but then she told me something so shocking I felt like throwing up. Do you remember my 17th birthday? She asked, voice shaking. I nodded. My dad had driven me to a field miles away and left me there until the day was over so I wouldn't ruin the day with my autism. Well, she said. Dad. Her eyes filled with tears. My stomach fell. He took my first time. I grasped her head and rubbed her back. Our dad had snatched her innocence. I'm sorry. Sorry, she repeated. He said talking to you would make me ugly because your autism would rub off. If he caught me, he'd do it to you too. It all made sense, and I felt guilty for ever disliking my sister. Our mom knew, but she didn't care. I asked if they knew where she was, and she shrugged. This was good because my dorm was far from campus and they didn't know where I lived. I told her I loved her and would keep her safe. She didn't know it, but I was going to make our parents pay for everything. The next morning, Sarah shook me and had wild eyes. Emily, Tom texted me. Mom and Dad are saying I'm mentally sick and made everything up. I checked my messages and saw Tom had texted me too. Family is being enlisted to find her. What's happening? My stomach sank. They were monsters, but they understood how to play the worried parent card. What do we do? Sarah wondered, pacing the small dorm room. What if people believe them? I pondered. Remember the evidence? They say what they want, but we have proof. Sarah started pacing, biting on her thumbnail as we did as kids, and Dad was in a bad mood. They're going to find me, she murmured. They'll track my phone or something. I held her shoulders. They're not. You're secure, I swear. I didn't tell her my anxieties to avoid stressing her out. Don't trust everything you hear, I texted Tom. Sarah's safe. It was too unsafe to let even well-meaning family members know where we were. So Sarah and I missed our customary dining hall excursion that day. I went to the convenience store near campus and bought sandwiches and snacks. When I returned, Sarah had pushed my desk in front of the door just in case, she said. We spent the day jumping at every hallway noise. Sarah would freeze like a deer in headlights when footsteps approached our door, but it was always other students going about their day. We were exhausted from being on alert by evening, so I suggested we binge-watch a stupid comedy show on my laptop. For a few hours, things almost felt normal, and Sarah even laughed. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with an email notification. Someone replied to one of our anonymous messages from my burner account. I opened it expecting the worst, but it was from Dad's company. They needed a victim statement for an internal investigation. I showed Sarah. Sarah stared at the screen for a long time. If I tell them everything, it becomes real. Like officially real. It happened and he deserves consequences. Sarah nodded slowly. I'll do it. But I need a day to write it all down to figure out what to say. The next day, Sarah spent hours typing on my laptop. I sat nearby working on assignments I'd fallen behind on. Sometimes she'd ask me if I remembered details, dates, or incidents. I helped as much as I could, but some of the worst had happened when I wasn't around. While she worked, I checked our parents' social media. Rachel had posted a tearful plea for anyone who had seen Sarah to contact them immediately. Her post claimed Sarah was sick and needed medical attention. Dozens of sympathetic comments, prayers, and shares made me sick. The same woman who watched her husband abuse her daughters for years was now playing the devastated mother, and people bought it. Sarah finished her account that night and asked me to read it before sending it. It was detailed, specific, and heartbreaking. She described John's sexual assault on her birthday and years of inappropriate touching, comments, and behavior. She anxiously inquired whether I should take anything out. I held her tightly. It's your tale. She chose to send it all, connected to a reply email with some of our proof and sent to HR. Then Sarah closed the laptop and snuggled up on my bed, emotionally exhausted. The next morning, the company thanked us for the information and assured us it would be handled with the utmost seriousness and confidentiality. They also stated they had a legal obligation to report certain types of abuse to authorities, which panicked Sarah. I didn't want that. Hey, calm down, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. They probably just have to say that for liability reasons, and even if they report it, the police would need to find us first. This calmed her, but she was still on edge. We decided to be extra careful. I asked my friend Lily to bring us food instead of going to the dining hall or convenience store. She had been texting me all week asking where I was, but I only told her I was dealing with family stuff. When I called and asked if she could bring us groceries, she immediately agreed. Are you in trouble? The dinner was delivered, and she looked at Sarah, who was hiding in the restroom. It's complicated, I responded. I'll explain later. I swear. Please don't tell anyone I'm here, or that my sister is here. Lily nodded, frightened. Whatever you need, just let me know if I can help. After she left, Sarah came out of the bathroom. Can we trust her? I nodded. Lily's solid. She won't say anything. That weekend, John's company sent us another email. They had fired him immediately and thanked us for coming forward. Sarah and I high-fived when we read it. It felt like the first real win, but that day, I got a voicemail from a number I didn't recognize. When I played it, I nearly dropped my phone. It was John. Emily, I know you have Sarah with you. This little game you two are playing has gone too far. Your lies cost me my job and your mother is devastated. If you don't bring Sarah home by Monday, we'll report her missing. Think about what you're doing. His voice was calm and reasonable, like he used to talk to neighbors and teachers. It had fooled everyone for years. But something else terrified me. He seemed sure of our location, not guessing or trying to trick us. I deleted the message without telling Sarah, but I was shaken. Filing a missing persons report might lead the police to find Sarah. That night, after Sarah fell asleep, I called the campus legal aid office and pretended to be asking for a friend whose younger sister was being abused at home. The law student who answered explained that in our state, a minor could petition for emancipation under certain circumstances. I told Sarah about emancipation the next morning, and she seemed interested but scared. Would I have to go to court? Would I have to see them? Maybe, I said. But you'd have a lawyer and all our evidence. She thought about it all day and decided to do it that evening. You're not alone, I reminded her. I'm right here. The next day we went to the legal aid office together. Sarah had not left the dorm in over a week. She wore a hoodie pulled low over her face and kept looking around nervously as we walked across campus. David, a patient and kind law student, explained the emancipation process to Sarah. She had to prove she could support herself financially, had a place to live, and that emancipation was in her best interest due to the abuse. Are you employed or have savings? Sarah shrugged. David asked if grandparents, aunts, and uncles could help. Most of our extended family had sided with our parents in the past, but now, after everything we'd revealed, maybe, I said. Our aunt in Colorado always suspected something was wrong. She sent us money cards that our parents held for us. Never saw a dime of that money, Sarah murmured. David suggested we contact this aunt to see if she'd assist and gather further proof, such as medical records of injuries and school reports of behavioral abnormalities. I nodded, but I was distracted by a car that looked like John's in the campus parking lot. It was probably nothing, lots of people had silver Hondas, but it put me on edge. After returning to the dorm, there was a note taped to our door. My heart nearly stopped, thinking it was from our parents who had found us, but it was from my RA reminding everyone about the fire drill. Sarah immediately went to my laptop and started searching for Aunt Jessica's contact information. Found her? Rachel had a major argument with her at Thanksgiving when I was 12. She's on Facebook, Sarah said after 20 minutes of research. We sent a careful message asking if we might phone her concerning a family problem and waited. The response came faster than expected. Aunt Jessica answered and left her number within an hour. Call any time, I've been worried about you ladies for years. Sarah and I gazed at one another. Had Aunt Jessica known? Had she attempted to assist but been rejected by our parents? I placed the phone on speaker with quivering hands. Hello. Aunt Jessica's warm, deep voice sounded like I recalled. That's Emily. Sarah is here too. Girls. My gosh. Are you okay? I've seen some unusual posts from your mother. We alternated recounting the abuse, Sarah's escape, and our liberation plan. Aunt Jessica listened without interrupting, occasionally making little distress noises. After a lengthy quiet, she spoke with emotion. How you both cringed when your father yelled. Emily, you were slender. How your mother changed the subject when I asked too many questions. She inhaled. I attempted to report it once, after Thanksgiving, called CPS, but they stated they couldn't do anything without evidence. Your parents must have assured them everything was all right. I felt grateful to this woman who helped us when no one else would. Will you aid Sarah's emancipation? I questioned. She needs financial support on paper. Of course I will, Aunt Jessica answered confidently. I want to do more. I wish to house Sarah. I have extra space. She could graduate high school in Colorado without this. Sarah's eyes widened. Really? You do? A heartbeat, Aunt Jessica said. Emily too during breaks. Sarah was ecstatic after the conversation. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt like we may have a future with genuine people who cared about us. Did that just happen? Is there an exit? I agreed, smiling at her enthusiasm. It looks good, but we still have work to do. Emancipation may take months. I don't care, Sarah responded. Just knowing there's an end in sight, it changes everything. Friday, we returned to legal assistance. David helped us start the emancipation papers, and Aunt Jessica joined by phone to sign an affidavit promising to house and support Sarah. Things were looking great until I opened my email that night and saw my academic advisor's note. Urgent academic probation warning. I'd missed so many classes and assignments that I was in danger of failing the semester. If I didn't get back on track, I could lose my scholarship and have to move back home. I stared at the email in horror. How had I forgotten about this? I'd been so focused on helping Sarah that I'd neglected my own situation. What's wrong? Sarah inquired, seeing my frown, and I gave her the email. I can't stay here without my scholarship. I can't stay here either, Sarah added. Not until the emancipation goes through. We sat silently, weighing this new predicament. You have to go back to class, Sarah remarked. I'll be fine here alone. No way, I spat. What if they find you? They may attempt to take you back. They don't know which dorm you're in, she said. And I won't answer the door for anyone but you. I didn't like it, but she was correct. I had to save my academic standing, so I reluctantly returned to class the next morning. After spending so much time in the dorm, it was strange to be around other students again. Everyone was talking about parties, assignments, and relationship drama, but it seemed trivial compared to Sarah and I. When I told my professors about my family emergency, most gave me extensions on missed assignments. By the end of the day, I felt like I could catch up. When I returned to the dorm, Sarah was fine, as promised. She'd spent the day researching emancipation cases and making lists of evidence. Look at this, she said, giving me her notebook. I put down every big occurrence I can remember with dates when possible. I found my old journals, which may assist. I was impressed by her organization. Very helpful. I smiled at approval. I realized how rarely she must have heard positive feedback growing up. Our parents had only ever criticized, never encouraged. I went to class and worked on assignments while Sarah stayed in the dorm preparing her case and communicating with Aunt Jessica and David. In the evenings we swapped notes and planned our next steps. Rachel's email arrived at my student email address, which I hadn't checked in a while. The subject line was, "Please read." I opened it against my better judgment. Emily, I don't know what lies your sister has been telling you, but your father and I are worried sick. Sarah needs aid. Professional aid. She's always had issues. You know. Remember when she made up stories for attention? Very similar, but worse. Your father is horrified by these claims. After everything we've done for you both, how could you believe such horrible things about him? Emily, we funded your college. We provided everything. We can forget this if you bring Sarah home. Nobody will get mad. Family unity is what we seek. Emily, please do the right thing. I read it 3 times, feeling ill each time. The manipulation was so clear without them. I gave Sarah the email. Her hands trembled as she read it. She's lying, Sarah muttered. You know she's lying, right? Of course I know, I said. What happened? I saw what they did to us, Sarah acknowledged, but she was uneasy all day. The next morning, Sarah was seated at my desk, looking at the laptop screen. What are you doing? I asked, groggy from sleep. Mom contacted me too, she replied bluntly. She claims stress is causing Dad's heart issues. It'll be my fault if he dies. I got out of bed and stared at the laptop. Rachel had written me an even more deceitful email. Don't listen to her, I insisted. Dad's heart is okay. They're pressuring you to return. Sarah nodded uncertainly. What if he's sick? What if he's not? I stopped her. Even if he was, it wouldn't be your fault. Sarah, none of this is your fault. She closed the laptop and massaged her eyes. I know. Logically, I know. I only have them in my brain. They made me feel responsible for everything for years. I understood what she meant and sometimes thought that if I'd been better, tried more, or been less autistic, they wouldn't have mistreated us. We need to block their emails, I said. They're just trying to mess with our heads. Sarah agreed, and we spent the morning filtering their communications into a folder not visible to us. I met with my academic advisor that afternoon. He was worried about my absences but seemed okay with my plan to catch up. Sarah texted me as I left his office. Someone's knocking on the door, not answering. Immediately texted back, good, keep it closed. On my way. My pulse raced as I rushed across campus. Had they discovered us? How? The dorm hallway was deserted when I arrived. I opened the door and saw Sarah pallid on the bed. They knocked for like 5 minutes, said. Then they slipped this under the door. I unfolded the folded paper, fearing the worst, and it was from the RA mandatory floor meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. Unknowingly, I exhaled. It's dorm stuff. No worries. Sarah nodded but seemed worried. I thought it was them. I believed they found me. I joined her on the bed. A student ID is required to pass the front desk, even if they know my dorm. You're safe. I knew. She rested on my shoulder. My fear persists. I knew that emotion well since I'd lived in terror of my parents' next punishment for years. I attended the floor meeting that evening while Sarah kept locked in the room. It was just the normal dorm announcements about quiet hours, planned activities, and a recent burglary. Nothing essential. Sarah was on the phone with Aunt Jessica about moving to Colorado when I returned. They discussed local schools, activities Sarah would like, and other topics. It was good to hear Sarah sound enthused about the future. After she hung up, I caught up on homework while Sarah organized her evidence. I got an SMS from an unknown number almost midnight. I know where you are both. This concludes. I gazed at the message, my blood freezing. Only John would send anything like that. Sarah blanched as I showed it. He got your new number how? He knows where we are, how? Shaking my head, I tried to think, he's faking. He must be. He couldn't know which dorm we're in, but I wasn't sure as I said it. John was always adept at manipulating us. What if he traced Sarah's phone? He may have been searching the school for us. We need to leave, Sarah replied, taking her backpack. Right now. Wait, I murmured, attempting to relax. Let's think. If we panic and run, we may be in danger. This dorm is secure. Not just anybody can take you. Sarah wasn't persuaded. What if cops are called? What if they report me missing and cops search? She had a point. If the cops got involved, things would become messy fast. Okay, I responded. Call David from legal aid. See his advice. It was late, but it was an emergency. Thankfully, David answered. I carefully explained. David began. Don't answer the text. If it's your dad, engaging merely confirms location. What if he knows where we are? Sarah asks. Even if he did, David said. He can't legally compel Sarah to go without police. Show the police your proof if they become involved. The abuse, threats, everything. But I don't want to talk to the police, Sarah objected. David answered. I understand. But I'll be there with you if necessary. You won't confront them alone. After hanging up, Sarah calmed down. So, we stay put. I nodded. But let's be ready. We spent the next hour assembling our most crucial documents and proof, making sure everything was easily accessible if we needed to leave fast. In the morning, no more threatening messages or unannounced guests. Maybe John was kidding after all. But as I got ready for class, my phone called. An unknown number. I paused, then answered. My stomach fell as John said, Hello, Emily. I'm on campus. We must discuss. I informed Sarah on campus. He's here, and hung up. I held Sarah's shoulders as she hyperventilated. Our building is unknown to him. Dorms number in the dozens. We're okay. Nodding to regulate her respiration. We do what? I'll call Lily and ask to stay at her apartment for a few days, I thought immediately. When I phoned, Lily immediately agreed. She lived off campus in a small apartment with her roommate Sophie. It wasn't ideal, but it would be safer than the dorm if John was searching the school. We packed only the essentials and our evidence and waited until most students were in class to make a run for it. We made it to Lily's apartment without incident. She and Sophie were in class, but Lily had left a key under the mat as promised. After locking the door, we sank on the couch, tired from tension. Will they arrest him? Sarah abruptly asked. Shrugged. Unsure. Maybe. We jumped at every sound outside at Lily's all day. When she returned home from class, she saw our faces and realized something was wrong. Okay, she whispered between us. I think it's time you told me what's really going on. We explained. Not everything, but enough for her to understand why we were hiding. Lily listened without interrupting, her face growing more frightened with each revelation. She said, Jesus, after we finished. Of course, you can stay here as long as you need, and if anyone comes looking for you, I've never seen you in my life. Her instant support made me cry. Thank you. We sat up late chatting that night, feeling uncomfortable but glad to share our experiences. Lily and Sophie were kind and helpful, providing practical advice and emotional support. For the first time in weeks, I felt that Aunt Jessica, David, Lily, and Sophie may support us against our parents. David called the next morning. Your father was detained, his company's report and your evidence were used by the police. I glanced at Sarah in disbelief. Arrested? Really? Yes, David said. Multiple counts, including child sexual assault. The bail hearing is tomorrow. What does that imply for us? Sarah asks. There's an official police inquiry, so your father can't get near you. A temporary restraining order is automatic. Sarah cried after hanging up. It's unbelievable. I feared no one would trust us. I grabbed her tightly. People believe us, and John will pay for his actions. David called the next day concerning John's bail hearing. The court ordered bail at $200,000. Your mother is collecting the money, but it may take a while. He's still jailed? Sarah inquired, hopeful. For now, sure, David said. The restraining order remains even if he makes bond. He can't approach you. That was comforting. I still didn't trust John to obey court instructions. Sarah didn't either, as she checked the locks many times before bed. John was in jail for a week, unable to post bail. Rachel had been phoning family for loans, but few were willing. Sarah's emancipation hearing was in a week, and David was certain it would be granted, especially given John's criminal accusations. Once approved, Sarah could legally go to Colorado with Aunt Jessica. Things were looking good, but then the next blow came. I received an SMS from Sarah in class. Rachel is outside the dorm, crying and causing trouble. Despite my professor's confusion, I gathered my stuff and rushed across campus, praying Sarah had shut the door. I arrived to the dorm to find a small throng outside. My mother was in the center, crying about her ill daughter who needed to come home. Campus security was attempting to calm her down. I pushed through the crowd, furious. Why are you here? Rachel turned to me, her expression instantly changing from distress to manipulation. Thank God, Emily. Help me get your sister. Her health is poor. She must return home so I can care for her. She performed well, but I knew better. Sarah has a restraining order against you, I said. You're not supposed to be anywhere near her. Rachel's face stiffened briefly before tears returned. It's a misunderstanding. Dad never injured anyone. Sarah is confused and lying. Stop it. I spoke out. Everyone now knows the truth. In prison, John. No more. We were separated by campus security. Ma'am, we're going to have to ask you to leave university property, a cop told Rachel. If you have a restraining order against you, being here could result in your arrest. Rachel told me, this isn't over, before letting security take her away. I ran to the dorm room where Sarah was shivering on my bed. Is she gone? She inquired when I entered. Yeah, security took her away. At her side I said, are you okay? I could see she was shaken as she nodded. She screamed my name, saying I needed to come home and was sick and confused. Some filmed with their phones. Excellent. Precisely what we needed. Campus virality of Rachel's performance. She can't hurt you, I said. Your emancipation court is next week and the restraining order protects you. You'll be free from them legally afterward. Sarah breathed deeply. I know. Only seeing her that way. That woman was persuasive. What if people trust her? I told her. They won't. But I wasn't convinced. Rachel was always wonderful at playing the victim. That night, Rachel's breakdown videos went viral on school social media. Most comments called Rachel insane and rude, but a few questioned her claims. Sarah's confusion or mental illness made my fury boil. After everything we'd been through, some people still trusted our abusers. The next day, the dean of students emailed me to come to her office. My stomach dropped. Was I in trouble for Rachel's scene? But Dean Patterson was unexpectedly empathetic. "I've been updated on your position," she added. "The institution supports you and your sister. Security will watch for your parents and we will make academic accommodations if needed." I almost sobbed with relief. "Thanks. That's significant." "Of course," she answered politely. "No student should face what you're facing. Do you need anything more from us now?" Thought about it. Yes. My roommate will return from her boyfriend's house. Sarah's recuperation has benefited from privacy. Can we have a single room? Dean Patterson nods. I think we can. I'll check availability. We were approved to move to a small single room in a calmer dorm by the end of the day. It wasn't much bigger than our existing place, but it would be ours. No roommate to explain things to or work around. Sarah's emancipation hearing day arrived. Sarah donned a borrowed shirt from Lily, and I wore my only non-jeans pants. David seemed confident as we arrived at the courts. Everything's in order, he said. With the criminal charges against your father and the restraining order already in place, I don't foresee any issues. Rachel, Sarah's legal guardian, was allowed to attend this court hearing despite the restraining order. She dressed modestly and politely like she was going to church. Sarah bruised my hand with her pressure. She'll try to stop it, she muttered. She can try, I muttered, but she won't succeed. The meeting was surprisingly fast. The court read the papers and asked Sarah about her high school goals and living arrangements. Aunt Jessica testified via video chat that she would offer housing and assistance. Rachel rose up, blotting her tears with a tissue to speak. She said, Your Honor, my daughter is a difficult kid who has been influenced by her sister. My husband is innocent of these claims. Sarah has always experienced emotional issues. Mrs. the Judge interrupted Thompson. I examined the police reports and TRO. Your husband is now in detention for serious child abuse allegations. Is the police and district attorney also manipulated? Rachel faltered. No, but... Furthermore, the court said, Sarah's instructors reported trauma-related behavioral changes. I trust Sarah's evidence and medical records of injuries. Rachel grew stern. She lied. They both are. Over his spectacles, the judge viewed her. Mrs. Thompson, think hard about your stance. Denying recorded abuse might hurt you in court. That silenced her. The judge announced his ruling after a few more inquiries. Emancipation benefits Sarah. Petitions approved, effective immediately. Sarah cried alongside me, happy tears. She was legally free from our parents. Rachel approached us outside the courthouse. Sarah, please. Your error is dreadful. We were separated by David. Mrs. Daughter has a restraining order against Thompson. I recommend staying away. Rachel's face twisted with anger. This isn't over, she growled, as she had outside the dorm. You'll regret this, both of you. Her threats were empty now that Sarah was free and John was in jail. We celebrated with pizza and ice cream in our new dorm room. Sarah couldn't stop smiling. She said, I still can't believe it. I'm actually free. You're free, I said. And in 3 weeks you'll be in Colorado with Aunt Jessica, starting your new life. Sarah smiled hesitantly. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, I said. We'll chat often, and I'll visit during breaks. Promise? She looked like the young girl who sneaked into my room when we were kids when she requested. Promise, I said strongly. The following 3 weeks whizzed by. Sarah packed her few belongings and we made plans for her trip to Colorado. Aunt Jessica had already enrolled her in the local high school and set up her bedroom. Detective Parker updated us on the case against John, which was progressing with more charges. Rachel was now under investigation for child endangerment and failure to report abuse. Sarah and I gazed at the letter sent from our old dorm to our new one the day before Sarah's trip. Rachel's handwriting was clear. Shall we open it? She inquired. I said. Might as well see what lies she's telling now. Only 1 page of paper was inside. No tears or manipulation this time, just a brief message. You wrecked this family. Father is broken. You lied and cost me everything. I hope your work pleases you. Never contact us again. After reading twice, Sarah gave it to me. Does she still not understand? They ruined the family. Not us. I nodded, crumpling the letter and throwing it away. Some people never take responsibility, but we're free of them. I drove Sarah to the airport the next day and we embraced long at security. Thank you, she muttered. For believing me, for helping me, for everything. I embraced her harder. Sisters do that. Protecting each other. As I watched her go through security, I felt sorry that we'd wasted so many years to fear and abuse and hopeful that we might both improve our lives. On the drive back to campus, I thought about everything we'd been through. Years of abuse, fear, pain, but also the strength we'd found, the people who'd helped us, and the justice that was finally being served. Our parents had tried to break us, but they failed. Sarah and I had survived. I drove into campus parking feeling lighter than in years. Classes, friends, a life, and a sister who, despite everything, I'd saved, just like she saved me, filled my future. As I got out of the car, the crisp fall air touched my face, and I breathed deeply, appreciating freedom. For the first time, I wasn't terrified, hiding, or pretending to be someone else to escape punishment. I could be Emily, autism and all. As I returned to my dorm, I noticed the vibrant red and orange leaves crunching beneath my feet, the sound of students laughing in the distance, and the smell of campus cafe coffee. Simple pleasures that had been overshadowed by fear for so long. Sarah texted me. Past security. Boarding shortly. Have missed you. I responded back, smiling. Miss you too. Call me when you land. That night I sat alone in our dorm room, my dorm room now, and felt a strange mix of emotions. Relief that Sarah was safe and on her way to a better life. Pride that we'd stood up to our parents and won. Sadness for all the years we'd lost. But mostly, I felt hope. Hope for Sarah's future in Colorado and my future in college. Hope that the worst was past. I opened my laptop and started writing a psychology class essay on resilience to overcome trauma and hardship. I smiled at the irony since Sarah and I knew about resilience. I understood as I write that our narrative went beyond abuse. It was about finding our voices, recognizing our worth, and understanding that wonderful people exist to aid us. It was about two sisters who remained in love despite challenges. For years, my brother was the untouchable golden child. But after squandering grandma's money, he now faces a lawsuit and a lifetime of debt payments. My parents felt my brother Jason could do no wrong, but my work was unsatisfactory. Mom replied, "Oh, Jason needs his social time." But with drama club, she guilt-tripped me about missing family dinners. Jason was caught cheating on 3 high school exams. Dad called the principal to explain that being so proficient and overwhelmed caused stress. My B+ in chemistry indicated I needed help, so they hired a tutor. Double standard was absurd. Jason crashed his car drunk at 19. After he learned his lesson and needed reliable transportation, our parents covered it up and bought him a new truck. After scraping the garage door, they had me pay for repairs using part-time employment money because responsibility builds character. They said Jason quit college after 2 semesters to discover himself and explore options. They transformed the garage into a recording studio when Jason wanted to be a musician but never learned or wrote songs. When I asked student loan assistants, they said, "We need to be smart with money, and you need to learn independence." Jason stole from Mom's purse, making her assume she forgot to spend it. When her jewelry vanished, she feared she misplaced it. When his garage tools disappeared, Dad thought he lent them. They assumed I was jealous and trying to cause issues when I saw the tendency. Jason started a business with $15,000 of their retirement funds that failed in 3 months. They said, "At least he tried. Failure teaches best." Their response to my $750 professional certification course request was, "Maybe next year when finances are better." Grandma Helen's sickness was the issue. Her grandkids would receive her $150,000 funds and full-time care. Jason became her devoted grandchild, visiting her every day and volunteering to manage her assets while everyone else was occupied. My parents praised his maturity and caring leadership. Grandma's money vanished in 3 months. Jason claimed medical and domestic expenses without receipts. He planned to buy her generic food and pocket the rest, claiming he bought organic. Due to heavy expenditures, he persuaded her to sign a power of attorney. Jason was such a nice grandson that my parents never questioned anything. Who dares disagree? Grandma died 6 months later, leaving nothing when the will was read. Jason wasted everything but $8,000. The lawyer detected irregular transactions, but Jason had power of attorney, so it was legal. My parents said we should be grateful he spent it on Grandma's care. I was interrupted by my banker relative Nina. She observed where the money went but wasn't supposed to talk. Jason moved it to accounts and a gaming app. $150,000 was wasted in 6 months as Grandma ate generic bread and watched her stories in a cold house because Jason thought the heating expense was too expensive. Everything was screenshotted by Nina. Gaming site received Jason's account transactions promptly. Time and date match exactly. Jason's legal power left her unsure what to do after months of documentation. I planned the family reunion because I had important Grandma's estate news. He replied, if this was about money, then I was being disgusting and disrespecting Grandma's memory. I distributed around printed screenshots after my parents chastised me before speaking. Jason's personal account got $45,000 on January 10th. The same $45,000 traveled to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. January 25th. $25,000 more. Another $35,000, February 3rd. Every transfer is tracked. Jason said the documents were private financial data, but everyone saw them. Jason was asked by my Uncle David, a cop, why Grandma's money was going to online gambling while she died. Jason said Grandma urged him to invest for the family. He invested via gambling. Room explode. Uncle David got up from his chair and crossed the room in 3 steps, staring Jason in the face with his cop posture that made people confess. Jason stumbled backward into the hallway, hands raised like David was ready to strike him, and Mom cried at David to stop abusing her son. Dad suggested David should stop this. David stayed still, staring at Jason like a good interrogator, wondering if he felt stealing $150,000 from his dying granny was an investment strategy. Despite the chilly environment, Jason's lips opened and closed without releasing anything, and I could see wetness on his forehead. Mom shoved and touched David's chest, telling him she wouldn't tolerate his violence and threats in her home. Keeping the bank statement in my hand, I watched everything like a movie from my chair. Aunt Rebecca wept into her hands by the fireplace, and I heard people chatting loudly. Some doubting Jason, some supporting him, some surprised. Jason was bodyguarded by my folks. His parents on either side form a human wall between him and the room. Uncle David backed off and observed Jason. All his jaw muscles worked. Jason looked at everyone to find an exit. Then he moved. Running for the front door, he pushed Mom into the coffee table. However, Uncle David was faster. He stopped Jason before he crossed the living room, possibly from police training. David crossed his arms in front of the door and refused to go until Jason explained where Grandma's money went. David again obstructed Jason's passage. Dad performed something I hadn't seen in 30 years. He pushed Uncle David away from the door with both hands on his chest and shouted to get out of Jason's path. David stood there gazing at my dad incredulous. I nearly expected a living room brawl. The room was silent save for Aunt Rebecca's crying. Nina explained why a check bounced in her low bank voice. She said she recorded every transfer after months of surveillance. Her calm voice was harsh. Jason sent money frequently, she stated. He shifted cash daily, sometimes 3 or 4 times when he lost. She had dates, times, and sums. Within 2 seconds, my mother turned from protector to assailant toward Nina. She shouted at Nina for violating banking privacy laws and damaging family confidence. She cautioned Nina that spying on Jason's finances may jeopardize her job. Nina stood with her arms at her sides and quietly stressed reporting elder financial abuse. Adds, when bank employees see suspicious patterns of an elderly person's money being drained by someone with power of attorney, they're actually required by law to document it and report suspected exploitation. She glanced at my mom and said she followed work standards. Uncle David contacted a detective who investigates elder financial crimes from his pocket phone. My dad tried to take David's phone, stating this was a family matter and we didn't need police. David lifted the phone like a toy, like kids wrestling. Dad grabbed his arm to lower it. Since they were chest to chest, red-faced and breathing hard, I expected fists. Aunt Rebecca jumped in and forced them apart with her hands on their chests and pleading. She wept more, mascara running, saying this wasn't helping. Jason kneeled in the living room, hands over his face and shoulders shaking. I presume his massive gulps were real, gambled while crying. He never meant things to get this bad, assumed he could handle it, and would repay Grandma when he got rich. He looked up at everyone with tears and snot on his cheeks and stated he was so close to winning a massive jackpot that would have mended everything. He needed another big win. My parents switched rapidly. Mom kneeled beside Jason and rocked him like a 5-year-old. It's okay, baby. You're sick. You need help, not judgment. We'll get you through this. Dad crouched and touched Jason's back. He stood and spoke to the room. He said Jason had realized he had a diagnosis, that gambling addiction is a mental disorder, and that we should treat him rather than blame him. He said real fans would assist Jason recover rather than attack him at his lowest point. I stood up with the bank statement. Some of my relatives nodded with my dad, some looked uncomfortable, and some cried. Anyone remember Grandma eating poor food in a cold house while Jason spent her life savings? So everyone could hear, I spoke slowly and clearly. Uncle David and Nina nodded, and one of my cousins remembered Grandma moaning about the cold last winter. However, my folks thought I said the cruelest thing. Mom looked horrified and said I didn't sympathize with Jason's mental illness. Dad said I tried to punish a sick person instead of assisting. Uncle David called and turned from my dad to the kitchen with the phone to his ear. He explained the situation in his police voice, all facts. Abuse of power of attorney, elder financial exploitation, $150,000 gambling site payments over 6 months. Some family member worked at the bank and recorded every transaction. My dad followed him to the kitchen doorway, saying that David was committing a terrible mistake that would ruin the family. Mom held Jason on the floor while he cried into her shoulder, and I stood with those bank documents wondering how we got to where exposing stolen evidence was cruel. I brought Mom's snacks, Megan remarked as she arrived with 2 supermarket bags. Her lips fell as she studied the entryway. Mom cuddled Jason on the floor while he wept on her shoulder. Dad crossed his arms next to them, ready to fight anyone around. Uncle David returned from the kitchen with his phone. In the corner chair, Aunt Rebecca wailed quietly. Nina kept more bank statements nearby. 3 relatives searched for hiding spots in the furnishings. Megan gently placed the grocery bags and asked why everyone was crying. Jason tried to speak but coughed and covered his face in Mom's shoulder. Dad told Megan to go since this was a family issue. Nina told Megan she needed something important. She displayed the bank paperwork and calmly explained that Jason had power of attorney for his grandma and moved $150,000 from her accounts to gambling sites over 6 months while she was dying. Megan's hands shook as she read the papers. Her face became white as she asked whether it was real. Nina nodded at her transfer dates and amounts. 3 hours after Jason's $45,000 deposit on January 10th, Bet King Casino followed. January 25th, $25,000. February 3rd, $35,000. Dated and timed transfers. Jason's dying grandma's money to gamble? Megan asked. Jason ultimately responded that it wasn't. He couldn't control his gambling disorder. Megan stopped him and asked how long he lied. Her voice raised as she explained she loaned him $4,500 last month for business. Was that gambling money? Jason didn't answer, so Mom remarked it wasn't the time to condemn him while he was hurting and needed support. Dad and Mom agreed that Jason's loved ones should focus on solutions and support, not blame and punishment. Mom glanced at Megan and said she would help Jason through this terrible disease if she cared. Uncle David came to the living room and said Detective Sarah Moore would interview and examine evidence. He said power of attorney prevented prosecution, but Grandma's terminal illness's gaming site transfers promoted elder financial exploitation. Dad was furious and pointed to the door, instructing David to go. David could not engage police in family affairs, he said. David stayed and said Grandma was his sister and he wouldn't allow Jason get away with her murder and life savings heist. Father tightened his hands approaching David. Aunt Rebecca emerged between them. Like a floor line, the living room split in half. Uncle David was at the kitchen door. Aunt Rebecca stood behind him. Nina approached with the bank statements. Megan crossed the room to join Nina after staring at Jason again. That side of the room was mine. My parents virtually bodyguarded Jason as we stood. Anxious relatives glanced at each other from their chairs, wondering where to stand or what to do. My Ohio cousin moved toward the door like she was fleeing. Mama hugged Jason and stared at us like we were attacking him. Dad stood with shoulders back and jaw set. He ignored everyone. All halted as the doorbell rang. Dad said no one answered the door. Uncle David assumed it was Detective Moore, so barring her entry wouldn't help Jason. Dad crossed his arms at the front door. The doorbell rang again. A woman said she was Detective Moore gathering financial exploitation statements. Yet Dad yelled through the door that she needed a warrant since this was private land. Detective Moore kindly advised she take statements at the police station, and that making things difficult wouldn't help his son. She investigated vulnerable adult exploitation and unusual transactions from an old woman's account. After a minute, Dad opened the door but blocked it. To be available for Jason chats, he invited her in. Detective Moore entered when asked. She had short brown hair, a belt badge and simple attire. She was about 40. She noticed crying people and a family separated as she looked around. Introduce herself and seek a document review location. Dad recommended she use the dining room table but stayed. Detective Moore agreed and entered the dining room. She grabbed her phone and notebook. She had Nina explain banking paperwork first. Nina sorted bank statements across from her. She described the January transfer schedule. Jason received $45,000 from Grandma on January 10th. The $45,000 got to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. Another $25,000 January 25th. $35,000 February 3rd. $20,000 February 18th. She listed all transaction dates and amounts. Detective Moore took photos of each document on her phone. Nina was asked about Grandma's transfers and medical visits. Ella made a calendar showing Jason sending money on Grandma's doctor and medicines days. Also, Detective Moore photographed the calendar. She asked Grandma's living circumstances. Ella said Grandma complained about being cold because Jason believed heating costs were too expensive. She ate generic food since Jason believed organic was too pricey. Since Jason considered new clothes too pricey, she wore the same ones for months. We send thousands to gaming sites regularly. Detective Moore asked Jason to explain several transfers from his grandmother's account to his and then to gambling sites. Jason rose up and dried his eyes, saying Grandma understood his financial strategy and agreed. He stated she recognized he was increasing her savings for her family after she died. Jason said he and Grandma made these trades verbally in private when Detective Moore asked whether he had written documentation. Claimed her trust completely and didn't need anything documented due of their closeness. Dad nodded as if understanding. Mom held Jason's shoulder. I couldn't remain quiet and said Grandma's neurology studies revealed early dementia in her final 6 months. Detective Moore requested for copies of those medical records, and I said the doctor could provide them. Uncle David said Jason requested power of attorney to protect Grandma from financial mistakes. He said Jason told the family Grandma was forgetful and needed help with payments and banking. Jason flushed and said it wasn't fair that Grandma wanted power of attorney since she was worried. Detective Moore took notes and asked Jason if he transferred $150,000 from his grandmother's accounts to online gambling sites between January and June. Jason noticed my dad take out his phone. Jason said he didn't feel comfortable answering questions without a counsel. My parents phoned their real estate closing lawyer friend to come over fast because Jason was interrogated without a lawyer. Detective Moore calmly indicated that Jason had the right to see a lawyer and that she supported his decision. Despite Jason's claims, she said the banking records and transaction history reveal financial abuse. Dad kept phoning the lawyer as Mom pleaded with Jason not to talk until they had representation. Detective Moore said she had enough notes and images to investigate. She gave me her card and advised me to contact her if I find Grandma's medical records or any relevant information. Uncle David brought her to the door and commended her promptness. After she left, my parents shouted at me and Uncle David for bringing police in a family quarrel and making Jason look guilty. Uncle David called and met with relatives who needed Grandma's money answers the following week. He asked each family member what Jason had told them about Grandma's medical care and expenditures. Jason told family members different stories about where the money went, and none of the figures matched. He told one family Grandma needed a $2,000 a month drug. He told another uncle Grandma's house needed a roof and foundation. He told a relative Grandma wanted to prepay her burial and buy a premium plot. Every story was different, and Jason's reported expenditures exceeded the $150,000 that disappeared. Aunt Rebecca documented Grandma's final 6 months' medical and housekeeping costs. Grandma's physicians, pharmacists, and service providers were called. Medical, prescription, home health aid, electricity, and grocery bills were sent to her. She checked every expenditure on a spreadsheet. Jason squandered away at least $125,000 unrelated to Grandma's care because everything cost like $25,000. Aunt Rebecca handed me the spreadsheet, and seeing how little Jason spent on Grandma compared to what he stole made me sick. Ella informed her bank manager of the unusual transaction patterns and requested authorization to speak publicly. The bank manager examined Ella's paperwork and said they should have seen the behavior sooner, but the power of attorney documentation appeared genuine, so the system didn't identify exploitation. He let Ella provide official statements and that the bank would cooperate with any investigation. Ella was glad she could now speak freely without privacy concerns. I met estate dispute and elder abuse civil attorney Mr. Thompson. His downtown office smelled like coffee and old books. Mr. Wood Thompson, 60, had gray hair and nose-pushed reading glasses. Bank statements, Ella's timeline, Aunt Rebecca's expense spreadsheet, and power of attorney were brought. Mr. Thompson studied everything for an hour, asking several questions about Jason's relationship with Grandma and the time frame. Jason's power of attorney gave him legal access to Grandma's cash, limiting criminal punishment, but civil action for breach of fiduciary duty was more likely. Gambling with power of attorney money violates that obligation. Rereading the material, Mr. Thompson decided, we had a strong case that Jason violated his fiduciary responsibility by using Grandma's money for personal benefit instead of her care. He explained civil litigation and recovery. He said legal fees could reach $6,500, and Jason may not recover anything if he has no assets. Add, even if we won the case and got a judgment, collecting money from someone who's broke and has gambling debts is extremely difficult. Mr. Thompson said it depends on whether we want justice and responsibility or money back. Even if you never collect, a court decision may be important. I suggested discussing cost sharing with Uncle David. After explaining the situation, Uncle David agreed to pay half the attorney fees because it wasn't about money. They wanted Jason to receive real consequences. We knew my parents wouldn't sue their golden child. Calling Mr. Thompson again, I said we would sue civilly. He needed a $6,500 retainer from each of us to start paperwork. My mom called crying that afternoon to ask me not to sue Jason. She said a lawsuit would destroy any chance of healing and moving forward as the family was already broken. Jason ruined the family by stealing from Grandma and letting her live in terrible conditions while gambling away her life savings. Mom said I was cruel and vindictive and would regret it when our relationship was too damaged. Dad emailed me and Uncle David saying suing Jason would be harassment and that they would contact their attorneys about countersuing. He stated they had documentation of their years of help and that we were insensitive by targeting their child. Email showed me family separation wasn't temporary or fixable. It persisted, worsened. David forwarded Dad's email to Mr. Thompson, questioned countersuit risk. Mr. Thompson said it was a mere threat to terrify us and that we may sue for fiduciary breach. He encouraged me to document parental interactions in case harassment escalated. I handed Mr. Thompson half the retainer, and Uncle David paid the next day. Jason hired criminal defense attorney Richard Crane 3 days after we paid the fee. Uncle David learnt via police contacts before my parents. Mr. Arrain soon informed Detective Moore that Jason's gambling addiction was a mental illness that hampers his judgment and decision-making. He said Jason's addiction prohibited criminal intent. Detective Moore told me this was a common financial exploitation method to reduce or avoid charges. She advised utilizing the pattern of lies and cover-ups to prove that Jason knew he was wrong, yet did anyway. Parents clung to this narrative. Within a week they convinced everyone Jason was ill and needed pity, not punishment. Mom commented on Facebook about assisting family members with addiction and understanding it as a medical condition, not a moral failure. Even without naming Jason, everyone knew her meaning. Many relatives who didn't know Grandma's money story appreciated her guts in standing up and supporting her son. Every time I saw a comment on my parents' warmth and understanding, I wanted to scream. I spent the weekend documenting Jason's deception and manipulation. Dad called the principal to apologize for high school cheating. His drunk driving accident was quieted and he acquired a new truck. The failing corporation lost $15,000 in retirement savings. When he stole Mom's wallet or Dad's tools. The never-used recording studio they built. I documented every double standard, explanation, and penalty I received for little mistakes while Jason got away with major ones. A 12-page document featured dates and events. I sent Uncle David, Nina, and Mr. Thompson copies. Nina described Jason's family gatherings over 5 years. She recalls him borrowing $4,500 from Aunt Rebecca for unrepaired cars. She'd seen him ask Uncle David's son for $500 for a failed business. She remembers Christmas 3 years ago when Jason borrowed $250 from our cousin Michelle for rent and never paid. Comparing notes, we realized Jason had been defrauding the family for years with different claims, promising to pay back but never doing so. Uncle David secretly questioned relatives about Jason. Detective-like, he asked comprehensive inquiries about Jason's financing and business agreements. He found amazing stuff, even to me. Jason borrowed $200 to $5,000 from 8 family members over 3 years. Nobody got $25,000 back. Each person gave Jason a different excuse for wanting money. Cash flow concerns, a rapid investment opportunity, medical bills for a health situation he never told our parents about, and car repairs after an accident. Every story was crafted to inspire urgency and sympathy without verification or follow-up. Uncle David's spreadsheet recorded dates, amounts, and Jason's stories. We told Detective Moore in her downtown office. Her desk contents were scrutinized for a long time without speaking. She glanced up and said this proved Jason's financial manipulating past, strengthening that case. She claimed Jason's attorney may say Grandma's event was a unique case of gambling addiction gone awry. The years-long practice showed intentional misrepresentation for personal gain. Jason could lie, weave great stories, and avoid detection. Addiction resistance decreased when the person committed planned scams while unwell. Detective Moore stated she was preparing a file that would make Jason's claims of incomprehension and incontrollability difficult. My parents found Uncle David's family interviews. I don't know who told them, but Dad's account emailed the extended family. Nina, and Uncle David were accused of witch-chasing Jason and ruining the family in the email, family unity and false accusations. We were harassing vulnerable family members and manipulating them into making statements against Jason during his time of greatest need. It stated we were envious and bitter, and failed to grasp that addiction is a disease that needs treatment, not punishment. The memo ended by imploring everyone to remember family ties and resist money and misconceptions that might tear the family apart. In awe, I read it 3 times. They depicted themselves as victims and Jason as oppressible. Relatives wrote to support my parents and pray for family healing. Some quietly said they backed us and knew Jason's conduct. Family division increased daily. 3 weeks after the family meeting conflict, my mom sent another group email saying Jason had joined a 30-day gambling addiction treatment facility 2 hours away. She thought Jason was taking responsibility and getting therapy. The email advised Jason to stop suing while in treatment and focus on recovery. Family support is crucial for addiction rehabilitation, and punishment often leads to relapse. Emailing Mr. Thompson, I asked if Jason's treatment harmed our civil case. I was called within an hour to say therapy doesn't erase civil liability for fiduciary duty violation. He said Jason's lawyer may bring it up to evoke compassion, but it didn't change whether Jason owed restitution for the money he stole. Thompson said he was ready to sue and we shouldn't wait. Jason and my parents had several chances to apologize, yet they assaulted us. He sued for $210,000 in stolen funds, interest and legal fees the next week. Jason was accused of fiduciary misconduct, gambling site transfers, and financial harm to Grandma's estate and beneficiaries. 2 weeks later, Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, submitted a brief saying that Jason had no assets to recover and that the action would divert him from addiction therapy. The motion included financial evidence suggesting Jason had huge indebtedness. Relapse may come from the lawsuit's punitiveness and psychological trauma, it stated. The action requested dismissal or a delay until Jason recovered from therapy. Following event boiled my blood. My parents volunteered to pay Jason's legal defense. Due to frugalness, their parents couldn't help with my education debt. The same parents who recommended next year when I sought $750 for a professional certification. Their finances increased sufficiently to employ a criminal defense attorney to help Jason avoid prosecution for stealing $150,000 from Grandma. The extreme hypocrisy confused me. Mr. Thompson liked this since it showed my parents had resources they said they didn't. They protected Jason from punishment to express their support. We will respond to the motion and proceed regardless of their financial assistance for Jason's defense, he said. 2 weeks later, Mr. Thompson officially requested Jason's financials, career history, 3-year bank statements, and asset identification. Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, delivered boxes of unorganized paperwork to look through. For 3 evenings at Mr. Thompson's office, I highlighted Jason's bank statements and credit card bills transfers and cash withdrawals. I noticed invoices for places Jason couldn't afford on his contact center wages, online gambling site purchases under multiple identities, and unpaid credit card cash advances. Mr. Thompson scheduled Jason's deposition for 6 weeks out and requested verification of his work, housing and family income from the past year. Megan's account transfer was detected. It showed on Grandma's bank statement 3 months before her death. Jason sent $35,000 to Megan's account with the note line, "Payment for business consulting services." I immediately phoned Megan to ask about Jason's contribution last year. She stopped before asking what I was talking about, so I explained the discovery documents. Megan said Jason ordered her to deposit company money in her account for tax purposes. Thinking it was company revenue, she spent $12,000 on auto repairs and Mom's medical bills. She cried on the phone when I informed her the money came from Grandma's accounts and swore she had no idea and would repay every penny. Mr. Thompson ruled Megan wasn't liable since she took the money in good faith without knowing its source, but her willingness to return it showed Jason lied about Grandma's money. Megan refunded the remaining $20,000 within 2 days and wrote about Jason's financial lies. Jason flooded my phone with texts 3 days after that conversation. First, he apologized and sought a second chance. The second message, 20 minutes later, said I was wrecking his life and delaying recovery. After 3 messages, if I really cared about family, I'd drop the lawsuit and give him space to heal. Over the next week, I got 30 SMS apologizing and blaming me for tearing the family apart. Jason claimed I was spiteful and callous, preferring money above my brother, and Mom sobbed every day because of me. He said I'd regret it when he relapsed, since the litigation was holding him back and my fault. Despite not answering, I screenshotted and backed up all texts 3 times. He said they revealed Jason's duplicity and lack of remorse for stealing from Grandma. He said manipulators move between apologies and blame, which would help in court. A week passed before the texts stopped. Mom phoned me Tuesday night and started crying before saying hello. She asked me to drop the lawsuit because seeing the family break up was hurting her. She said Jason learned his lesson and was getting therapy, so legal action was retribution, not justice. After 5 minutes of listening, I questioned her directly. I stated Jason stole $150,000 from her ill mother-in-law and wasted money while Grandma was poor. Does she think Jason should be punished or treated and move on? Mom was quiet before admitting Jason did wrong, but she said he was sick and punishing him wouldn't bring Grandma back or get the money. She said I prioritized money before family and would regret cutting these relationships later. I knew from that conversation that my mom would never punish Jason. Keeping in touch with my parents meant accepting their story of Jason as a sick victim rather than a robber who took from a dying woman. I asked Mom some time to think about our relationship. She wept harder, saying I abandoned the family like Jason. After the talk, I sat in my car for 20 minutes to process. Dad wrote me a formal email on family decisions and consequences, 2 days later. He stated suing Jason would mean leaving the family. The email described their aid with my first year of college before I got scholarships, the automobile they co-signed for me when I was 22, and my stays with them between locations. Dad said I returned their love and effort by beating my brother when he needed family support. I had 1 week to join this family or continue my bitterness and retribution. The email was forwarded without remark, and Mr. Thompson called me an hour later to say there was more confirmation of Jason's familial past that allowed his behavior for years. Uncle David called that weekend to say he'd talked to Aunt Rebecca and Nina. They wanted to start a support group for us dealing with Jason's theft and our parents' enabling. Our Thursday night gatherings shifted to Uncle David's. We started with just the 4 of us, laughing over our parents' ludicrous defenses of Jason and agreeing that we were right to expect consequences. After Nina brought her notes from years of watching Jason affect family members, we started noting patterns we'd all seen but never connected. Aunt Rebecca brought coffee while we reviewed my parents' guilt trips. Uncle David told stories of family members who ignored harmful behavior and underlined the significance of setting limits, even nasty ones. I barely survived those weeks of court and family stress with Thursday sessions. Jason's financial disclosure papers arrived 5 weeks after the lawsuit in a large manila package Mr. Thompson gave me in his office. Jason lacked assets. Only a 7-year-old car with a broken gearbox in my parents' driveway. No savings, retirement, or property. His debt to online gambling, personal loan companies and maxed-out credit cards was $60,000. He averaged 20 hours a week in a call center for minimum wage for 4 months. He lived with our parents for 6 months, unemployed and looking for work. Each debt, failed payment plan, and collection account was listed. Mr. Thompson spread the files on his desk and said winning the lawsuit wouldn't ensure compensation. If Jason had a real job, we might garnish his wages for years or decades, depending on state law. However, collecting from a negative net worth proved hard. He showed me that wage garnishment takes 10 to 15% of a paycheck after taxes and other deductions, while Jason's part-time minimum wage position only made $30 to $40 a month. This pace would take over 400 years to recover $150,000. Mr. Thompson said we may seek the judgment since it would legally show Jason's behavior and damage his credit and finances. But I accepted that money recovery would take time. After seeing Jason's financial statement in that office, I had to decide if prolonged litigation was worth it. The idea was to keep Jason accountable and get the family some of Grandma's money. Why pay extra for legal fees if there's no recovery? Read disclosure data to Uncle David from my car in the parking lot. He said it wasn't about money after a pause. The goal was to hold Jason accountable for his conduct rather than provide sympathy. Nina told me that evening that if we dropped the lawsuit, Jason would learn he could do bad things without consequences. The next Thursday, we sat around Uncle David's kitchen table with coffee and financial disclosure forms to explore our options. Uncle David said he'd seen too many cases as a cop when family members let things slide because punishment looked too harsh or expensive, and the offender kept doing worse things because they knew they'd get away with it. Nina remarked that we'd paid the retainer and filed the lawsuit, so withdrawing now would imply Jason won by being poor and sad. I agreed. This was about teaching that family activities had consequences, not money recovery. 2 days later, Mom called to tell me her therapist had a breakthrough. Her voice sounded weary and less defensive, like tears. She said she was starting to realize how her prejudice for Jason had damaged both of her boys over the years, how she'd held me to impossible standards while letting Jason get away with anything because she was afraid of losing his love. She apologized for her hypocrisy, for making me pay for the garage door while giving Jason a new truck after drunk driving, and for ignoring my successes while acknowledging Jason's failures as learning opportunities. She remembered moments from our childhood and adolescence that I'd mentioned thousands of times, but she'd always ignored. I'd never heard her apologize so honestly, like she noticed the pattern rather than explaining herself. She cried as she described how she'd accepted Jason's conduct for so long, producing the person who could steal from his dying granny and needed to take responsibility. She hoped that since she accepted everything, I would drop the lawsuit and let the family proceed. She understood why I was angry and unhappy and acknowledged that she'd caused a lot of that suffering, but she advised suing Jason would make things worse and delay recovery. She wanted us to focus on family again, assist Jason's rehabilitation, and create a healthy, respectful and loving relationship between her boys. Her earnest apologies sounded like she was confessing past wrongs but not current consequences. She admitted she'd been incorrect for years but wanted me to shelter Jason from his mistakes, which exacerbated this problem. I complimented Mom for realizing the bias and unequal standards, stating it meant more. I wanted long-term behavior change, not just words and promises over the phone. I said abandoning the lawsuit now would continue Jason's lifelong protection from consequences. She sobbed harder and stated I was cruel and unforgiving because I was retaliating for her attempts to make things right. I remained calm and highlighted that behavior change mattered, not conditional apologies. She said she couldn't fix things without my opportunity. I persuaded her that letting the case proceed would benefit everyone. After the call ended without a conclusion, I felt exhausted and dejected, but secure in my choice. Jason completed his 30-day gambling treatment program at a clinic my parents paid for 6 weeks after the meeting. They invited the entire extended family to a lunch to celebrate and encourage him for managing his recovery. Mom sent restaurant and time information to the group, congratulating Jason on quitting his addiction. Mom asked me to attend the dinner 2 days prior, saying Jason would feel encouraged by his brother. I didn't reply to group text. I told her I wouldn't celebrate Jason finishing basic therapy he should have done years ago as he was only in treatment for stealing $150,000. She said Jason was improving and deserved praise, whereas I was selfish and holding grudges instead of helping family. Dad texted me that I was failing them again and choosing anger above family unity after I said no thanks and hung up. I missed the legal complaint mediation a week after Jason's celebration lunch. Mr. Thompson called me the morning of mediation to say Jason's attorney wanted to settle rather than go to trial. Mr. Thompson, Jason's attorney and I mediated over a long table in a downtown law office conference room. Jason wasn't present at mediation, which his attorney said was typical because parties made bargaining difficult. A simple settlement was suggested. Jason signed paperwork admitting stealing Grandma's money. He agreed to deposit $150 per month for 10 years into Grandma's heirs account. He would also agree to gambling addiction therapy with evidence every 3 months. If he missed payments or quit, the rest would be due immediately. His counsel said this was a reasonable conclusion that admitted guilt and considered Jason's ability to pay. He stressed that the study would cost more and yield poorer results. We went to a smaller conference room down the hall because Mr. Thompson wanted to think about the offer quietly. He showed me his calculator math. $150 per month for 10 years is $18,000, or 12% of Jason's grandma theft. He said this was better than wage garnishment given Jason's job situation for financial recovery. Jason's legal admission of misconduct was the settlement's true value, which would follow him forever. Even though the financial recovery was small, Mr. Thompson advised accepting the settlement because it established penalties and legal accountability. He also noted that going to trial would cost $6,500 with no guarantee of a better outcome and that courts favored defendants who confessed guilt and presented fair payment plans. I called Uncle David from the conference room and read him the settlement conditions, including the acknowledgement of culpability and compensation. He put me on speaker so Nina could hear, and we argued whether Jason was getting off easy for taking such a small payment. Nina found $18,000 insulting versus $150,000. We already knew Jason had nothing to steal, so Uncle David said this was more about admittance than money. After a long pause, Uncle David suggested we should accept it when I asked what they thought honestly. He stated that Jason's formal admission of violating fiduciary responsibility would be on his permanent record, damage his ability to have power of attorney or manage others' funds, and prove he took from his dying grandma. That on record was better than litigating for years over money we'd never obtain, Nina agreed. We concluded this was about setting sanctions and documenting Jason's admission in a way that couldn't be contested or reduced, not full financial recovery, which was unachievable given his position. Mr. Thompson's office hosted the signing the next week. Jason, his attorney, and my parents looked like they were at a funeral, not their son confessing to stealing from his dying grandma. With only 6 people at the table, the conference room felt smaller. Mr. Thompson read the settlement documents to Jason. Jason Young, you acknowledge that you breached your power of attorney duty to Dorothy Young. You took $150,000 from her online gaming accounts between January and June. When Jason took the pen, his hand shook. He left and signed each document as his attorney instructed while my mom grabbed his shoulder. His admittance was now formal and unchangeable. Mr. Thompson collected the completed documents and made copies for everyone while Jason stared at the table and my parents looked at me like I'd ruined their son's life instead of just holding him responsibility for grandma's. My parents called 3 days after signing. Dad spoke largely as Mom cried. They sought to discuss payment terms since $150 a month would prevent Jason from recovering financially. Maybe we could cut it to $75 or let them pay. I reminded Dad that Jason had to pay and that third-party payments would void the deal. He hesitated and said I was too harsh while Jason was fighting his gambling addiction and repairing his life. I told him Jason spent $150,000 while Grandma ate generic bread at home and that $18,000 over 10 years was simple. Mom answered the phone and wept because I placed money before family and that she didn't teach me to be that cold and rude. I hung up when she asked why I couldn't move on. I gave my parents explicit restrictions 2 months after the explosion. I'd attend Thanksgiving and Christmas with extended relatives. Smaller celebrations honoring Jason for grown-up tasks like working or not gambling wouldn't interest me. They constantly protected Jason and criticized me, so I never discussed the lawsuit or settlement with them. I specified the boundaries in an email to avoid interruptions and fights. Mom called within an hour and spent 20 minutes asking for flexibility. My rigid boundaries were another method of harming Jason and them, she continued. Families should forgive and move on. I emphasized that these were my terms for any connection and that I wasn't bargaining. She said I'd regret it later and hung up crying. Mom always challenged limits. She phoned every few days with a fresh reason to be kind. For Jason, having me for his birthday dinner would be special. He recovered well. Jason was promoted at work, so they celebrated. Can I visit for an hour? She texted photos of family events I missed and apologized. Dad accepted the boundaries but made passive-aggressive comments when we met. He stated 3 times throughout Thanksgiving how lovely it was to be together without tension. When I helped clean up after Christmas dinner, Dad said family loyalty and forgiveness used too important. 2 times I ignored the bait and exited the chat. Later, Uncle David and Aunt Rebecca became my closest relatives. We started Tuesday night dinners at their house and they called on weekends. Over the week, Rebecca emailed me funny memes and articles. David invited me to treks and baseball games my parents wouldn't attend. They limited Jason topics with my parents and refused to participate when Mom or Dad complained about my rigidity or tried to reason with me. Rebecca claimed her mother called her crying one night to tell her families should stay together. Rebecca cautioned Mom that sticking together doesn't mean avoiding consequences, and that Grandma may still have her finances if they'd held Jason accountable years ago. Her mother also hung up. Other cousins who supported accountability at the family reunion continued in touch with me, and we formed an unofficial coalition of people who refused to pretend everything was fine. Nina and I bonded over everything. We had supper once a month at a Thai restaurant midway between our flats and spoke about family and our constraints. She told me she was upset with Jason getting away with everything as a child because nobody cared. I told her about years of double standards and feeling like nothing I did was good enough. My parents had misled us for decades into thinking we were the problem. It was crucial that Nina introduced me to Chris, a construction worker, before telling my parents. She wanted trustworthy people to meet him before my parents made assumptions and difficulties. Chris was gracious to her when we took him to Thai. A month later, Nina informed my parents about Chris, and Mom asked when they were engaged and whether she had planned her wedding style. Nina abruptly told Mom to ease down after 8 weeks of dating. I started seeing a therapist 3 months after the incident to work through my complex family issues. I was enraged, heartbroken, and perplexed why my parents chose Jason above honesty and accountability. A therapist helped me recognize I was grieving Grandma and the concept of having parents who would do what's right above comfortable. She stated I kept hoping they'd wake up and realize they'd failed both their boys by supporting Jason and setting unrealistic expectations. We accepted my parents as they are, not as I wanted. She advised me to love them and accept our imperfect connection. Having someone affirm my beliefs and that setting limits is healthy and necessary helped. Mr. Thompson confirmed Jason's first payment on time. $150 settlement tracking account deposit. The second payment arrived on time 30 days later. I didn't know if Jason was treating his gambling addiction or meeting settlement requirements. Mr. Thompson said the treatment program verification papers come quarterly and the first one showed Jason attending group sessions twice a week. But I agreed it wasn't my role to monitor his recovery or care whether he was changing. Even if the consequences were modest, I owed it to myself and Grandma to punish Jason. Jason's theft and Grandma's money loss weren't the worst. It lamented parents who chose justice above comfort. I lived to satisfy them by being responsible, successful, and perfect. Jason was nurtured and safeguarded throughout his life despite his transgressions. They kept defending him when the pattern should have been obvious. That realization hurt more than stolen money since I couldn't change how others saw us. I was learning to accept them as parents rather than demand perfection. Saturday morning, a week after Jason's second payment, Uncle David invited me to coffee. While sitting on his back porch, he told me Grandma would be proud of how I stood up for what was right when it was hard and lonely. He said Grandma battled with family members who used her benevolence. Her sister always borrowed without repaying. She co-signed her brother's defaulting loan. She was the family doormat for decades because she thought politeness and forgiveness made her good. At her death, Grandma told David she wished she had confronted abusers earlier. She most admired those who did the right thing despite pain. Despite breaking the family, David grabbed my shoulder and said I had the backbone Grandma wished she'd had sooner and that she'd be glad someone finally held Jason accountable. 4 months after the fight, Uncle David, Aunt Rebecca, Nina, and other righteous relatives celebrated Thanksgiving with me. We ordered pizza instead of turkey because nobody wanted to spend hours in the kitchen pretending everything was normal. Nina introduced her new boyfriend calmly after months. Uncle David's grandma stories made us laugh, not cry. We played board games without discussing Jason, my parents, or the settlement. It was strange to celebrate a holiday without the whole family, but it was liberating to not hide problems. Instead of fixing something, we agreed to meet monthly for supper or coffee to build something new. A Christmas group text from my parents asked me to reconsider spending the holidays with them. I promised to visit for an hour on Christmas afternoon but not for dinner. It's amazing they respected those boundaries. Mom texted separately that she understood my treatment and need for space. Dad didn't speak but stopped passive-aggressively mentioning family devotion. Settlement account alerts show Jason made his 4th payment on time. I wasn't sure if he quit gambling or just hit it. Mr. I preserved Thompson's monthly deposit confirmation emails without emotion. The whole scenario proved family justice isn't cinematic justice. Nobody was jailed. Jason didn't regret. My parents didn't realize their mistake for decades. I received $150 a month, relatives who cared about doing the right thing, and the knowledge that I stood up for Grandma even if it cost me my image of ordinary parents. I was receiving nothing else, so it was plenty. My parents kicked me out on my 27th birthday. I slept in a motel. Years later, I bought a house. They walked in and said, "It's a family asset." My name is Claire Morgan, and the day my life truly began was when my parents threw me out like trash on my own birthday. I had just ended a hard shift and was hoping for a cheap takeaway meal and a short, quiet celebration. Instead, I pulled into the driveway and noticed my clothing, laptop, and boxes heaped up on the front porch, as if they were cleaning away old rubbish. My mother stared me directly in the eyes and informed me I was done living there. On my birthday, my father stood behind her without arguing. I recall my hands trembling as I realized they were serious. There was no surprise party inside. No cake or candles, just my belongings on the doorstep and a chilly message. I was gone, and they were carrying on without me. Every phrase I wanted to shout became lodged in my throat at that point. My parents kicked me out on my birthday, and I didn't say anything. I just picked up my boxes, piled them into my beat-up automobile, and drove off. There was no major confrontation, and no dramatic parting. Only quiet and the sound of all I knew shattering in my rearview mirror. I believed that was the worst thing they could possibly do to me. But over a decade later, after I had battled my way back and had purchased my own house, they arrived at my front door, went around my living room as if they owned it, and calmly told me, "This is a family asset. If you want to discover how the girl they booted out on her birthday ended up buying the house they attempted to steal, stick with me to the end." It happened on my 27th birthday, which is meant to be the day you feel like everyone is delighted you exist. I finished my shift at the grocery store, my feet throbbing and smelling like spilled coffee, but I was still hopeful. On my break I purchased myself a cheap cupcake from the bakery aisle, figuring that if no one else congratulated me, I would. Driving home, I believed there was something modest waiting for me. Maybe there are pizza boxes on the counter. Maybe a store-bought cake with my name slightly misspelled. When I turned into our street, I noticed it. No balloons, automobiles, or decorations, just my life piled on the grass. My luggage, boxes of clothes, a plastic bucket with my old textbooks, and a used monitor covered in a blanket. I briefly considered whether there had been a leak or an emergency. I parked crookedly, left the cupcake on the seat, and headed to the house. My mother stood on the porch, her arms folded. My father hovered behind her, staring at the ground. My youngest sister, Ava Morgan, sat on the steps, looking through her phone. My parents did not wish me a happy birthday. She said, "You're 27, Claire Morgan. This has lasted long enough. We need the room. You have to leave." I gazed at her. "You are doing this today." On my birthday, she rolled her eyes. "Do not make this overly dramatic. We reared you. We have done our part. You hold a job. You'll figure it out." My father eventually glanced up long enough to say, "This is for your own good. You will grow if you are pushed." Ava smirked and said, "Everyone I know has moved out long ago. You should be thanking Mom." I wanted to shout that I was the one who paid the majority of the electricity bills, and that the Wi-Fi she used for her classes remained on because of me, but I knew how it would end. My mother sobbing and calling me ungrateful, my father receding, and Ava filming. In the end, I would still be outside, but with additional bruises on my throat from yelling. So I didn't give them a show. I inquired gently, "Where should I go?" My mother shrugged. "You're an adult. Stay with a pal. Find something inexpensive. Just don't expect to come back. We need to transform your space into something helpful. Useful?" As if I'd never existed. My parents kicked me out on my birthday and I didn't say anything. I picked up a box, took it to my beat-up car, and continued until everything was loaded. No begging or bargaining, just a scratch of cardboard on concrete. I took one final look at the front door and knew it was no longer my home, if it ever was. I drove till the homes faded away and highway signs took over. Then I stopped into a poor rural hotel that had half of its sign burned out. The chamber smelled like old smoke and bleach, but I had the key in my palm, and no one could order me to leave. I sat on the side of the uncomfortable bed, ate a cold cupcake alone, and checked my bank account. The number was modest and frightening. For a moment I considered calling my mother to ask for a few days of grace. Then I remembered how confident she seemed with my belongings on the lawn. They had not hesitated, so neither did I. Lying on that scratchy blanket, looking at the discolored ceiling, I promised myself I would never ask to return to a place that treated me like garbage on the day I realized I deserved better. If they really wanted me gone, I'd figure out a way to make them regret pushing me out the door one day. I awoke the morning after that hotel night with a sore neck, a pounding headache, and no safety net. I checked my phone, half anticipating a missed call from my parents, an apology, or at the very least, "What hotel are you staying at?" Perhaps we overreacted. There was nothing but a calendar notice that read, "Happy birthday, Claire Morgan." Like a nasty prank from an app that didn't know any better. So I did the only sensible thing. I got up, washed in cold water, put on my uniform, and drove to work as if my entire world had not suddenly turned upside down. I performed my grocery store shift that day, pretending everything was normal, smiling at customers, scanning things, and making small chat about deals and recipes, all while my head yelled, "You have nowhere to sleep tonight." During my break I searched for rooms for rent on my phone, sifting by cheapest first and hoped for anything that did not resemble a horror movie set. Seattle was roughly 90 minutes away and the rents made my stomach turn. But staying in the motel was not an option. By the end of the day, I'd planned to visit a little studio in the city, the sort with peeling paint and a view of a brick wall. It was cramped and expensive, but the landlord didn't ask too many questions as long as I paid the deposit. I signed the documents with the wobbly assurance of someone who isn't sure how they'll afford next month. The first several weeks were terrible. I retained my grocery store work, but the commute was long, and the salary barely covered my rent. So I took on a second job performing late-night shifts at a burger restaurant a few blocks from my studio. My days became a cycle. Wake up before sunrise, go to work, scan items and bag for 9 hours, take a fast snack in the vehicle, clock in at the burger joint, smell like fries and grease till 1 a.m., stumble home, wash, pass out, and repeat. There was no time to think about my parents, which was sort of the goal. One night at the grocery store, a woman walked through my line who I knew right away. Rachel Bennett. She'd been a regular for months, usually carrying a laptop bag and a Bluetooth headset and chatting about deadlines and investors on her phone. I was not sure what she did, but it seemed essential. That night she was distracted, skimming through her emails while I rung up her belongings. When her reusable bag ripped, I instinctively helped her repack everything. I put it together, double-bagged the hefty goods, and cracked a silly joke about duct tape holding adult life together. She genuinely chuckled and glanced at my name tag. "You are the girl that always repairs the self-checkouts, correct?" she asked. I shrugged, little ashamed. When the machines froze, I merely punched a couple buttons to reset them. But she made it sound as if I were doing surgery. She inquired about how long I had been there, and before I could stop myself, the entire narrative came crashing out in a shortened form. My parents kicked me out. I'm figuring things out. 2 jobs, a little flat, and no plans beyond survival. Instead of making the typical pity grimace, she simply glanced at me for a moment and remarked, "You know, my startup is always looking for people who can problem solve and actually show up. Do you ever think about technology?" I chuckled because it sounded so absurd. I did not even graduate college, and neither did tech. She informed me about coding boot camps, how many people changed jobs without a degree, and how the internet was packed with free materials. She then did something surprising. She placed her email address on the back of my receipt and stated, "If you are serious about transforming your life, write me a message. I can't guarantee you anything, but I can put you in the right direction." That night, after my burger shift, I sat at the little table in my studio, my laptop open, looking for everything she had stated. Free classes, beginner-friendly lectures, and coding boot camps in Seattle. The words on the screen may have been in another language, but one concept stuck with me. I'd already lost everything once. What was the worst-case scenario if I tried and failed again? Over the next few months I carved out previously unoccupied time slots. I watched JavaScript lessons throughout my lunch breaks. I printed cheat sheets and put them over my thrift shop desk. I joined free internet groups where individuals asked and answered questions I didn't understand. But very slowly, things began to click. Late one night, after finishing a practice assignment, I had the guts to contact Rachel. I assured her I was serious. I provided screenshots of my sloppy small websites, which I had created by duplicating tutorials line by line and then altering them. She responded, not with a job offer, but with something greater. A link to a part-time coding bootcamp she recommended, along with a comment that stated, "If you get into this and commit, I will talk to my team about an internship." I applied, figuring it was a long shot. I somehow managed to get in. My schedule got ridiculous. Grocery shopping in the morning, burgers on fewer nights since I needed to study, and bootcamp courses in the evenings and on weekends. I survived on ramen, black coffee, and the occasional free meal when the burger joint made mistakes. My friends stopped inviting me out since the response was invariably, "I have to work or study." There were several evenings when I felt foolish and behind, gazing at error messages until my eyes burned. There were days when I wanted to quit, especially when my body seemed to give up before my intellect. But every time I considered quitting out, I saw that mound of my possessions on my parents' lawn again. I overheard my mother remark, "You will thank us one day." I concluded that if I ever had to thank them, it would be for underestimating my abilities. About 18 months later, I completed the boot camp. I wasn't a great coder, but I could make things work. Rachel scheduled an interview with her business, and for the first time in my life, I sat in a conference room wearing actual clothing rather than a polo with a name tag. I discussed problem solving and customer irritation in the grocery store, late-night teamwork at the burger joint, and grit from juggling it all while learning something completely new. They engaged me as an associate front-end developer. The income was more than my previous positions combined, and there was a clear route for advancement. When the offer email arrived in my inbox, I stood in the center of my tight studio and simply gazed at it. The girl who had packed her life into a hotel room on her birthday was now being recruited to work for a software business in Seattle. I didn't weep. I didn't call my parents. I simply murmured to myself, You cast me out to make way for Ava and her future. You really wanted me gone. All you actually done was give me space to create my own. When I first began at the business as an associate developer, I felt like an imposter in my life. The workplace was in downtown Seattle, with all glass windows and cold brew on tap. The type of location I used to believe only existed in films. For the first several months, I expected someone to stroll up, touch my shoulder, and tell me they had made a mistake. That I was meant to be back at the grocery shop asking customers if they preferred paper or plastic. Instead, I continued to turn up. I asked foolish questions. I remained late to repair bugs. I saw how senior developers addressed difficulties and adopted their behaviors. I took notes on everything. Rachel never regarded me like a charity case. She assigned me genuine tasks and provided real feedback. Sometimes harsh enough to hurt, but always followed by, "You can do better than this, and I know it." My code gradually broke less, and my confidence broke more in the correct places. Nearly 2 years have passed. I progressed from junior to mid-level. I received my first increase, and then another. For the first time, my financial account was no longer an emergency. I stayed in that little studio for longer than necessary, partly because I was afraid the good run would stop, and partly because I was accustomed to cramming myself into tight places. However, one day, my lease notice arrived with a rent increase that made my eyes expand. I sat at my small table, a spreadsheet open, recording my income and spending, and something crazy began to develop on the edge of my consciousness. What if, instead of paying extra for the shoebox, I invested the money in something I genuinely owned? The thought of having anything larger than a thrift shop couch was absurd, yet I couldn't shake it. I started listening to personal finance podcasts on my commutes. I understood what a credit score was, and what a down payment looked like in numbers, rather than just hazy adult language. I searched through my internet accounts and noticed something ridiculous. Between my paycheck, a few freelance internet work on the side, and the fact that I had been too afraid to spend for years, I had saved money. Not affluent people's funds, but enough to spark a serious discussion. I spoke with a loan officer, who explained financing alternatives, pre-approval, and interest rates. It felt like he was speaking another language, but I continued asking questions until the figures made sense. "You are in a far better situation than most individuals your age," he stated. I remembered my parents telling me I was a burden and that I would never develop unless they pushed me out. I didn't say it aloud, but part of me wanted to frame the email and post it on their old front door. I spent weekends traveling various communities. Some were completely out of my league, with immaculate artificial families in the brochures. Some were run down and gloomy, hitting too close to where I had begun. Then I went into a tiny 4-story home in Ballard that wasn't glamorous enough for a magazine cover, but was substantial. Clean lines, a little lawn, and a modest balcony off the master bedroom. The sunlight filtered through the living room windows just perfectly, capturing dust motes in the air like glitter. The kitchen was open, with enough counter space to make actual cuisine rather than simply microwaving whatever was on offer. Upstairs there was a supplementary room that might be used as an office, a guest room, or perhaps a location where I could create something altogether new. I stood there listening to the silence, and for the first time since leaving my parents' house, I felt what home might be like when it didn't belong to someone who could toss me out at any moment. I submitted an offer. The talk seemed like a game I hadn't prepared for, but my agent walked me through it. When I received the call that my offer had been accepted, I was sitting at my desk at work, gazing at a bug report. I had to go into the stairway to collect my breath. The girl who had formerly collected change to pay a motel bed was ready to sign documents putting her name on a property deed. On the final day, I sat in a boring office, signing stack after stack of paperwork. Every time the pen touched the page, I remembered a new version of myself. The child sneaks grocery store sushi into her bedroom. The cashier has painful feet. The youngster was covering her stuff in blankets on the grass as her relatives observed. Each signature seemed like a line that separated me from the past. When it was over, the woman across from me slipped the final document away and said, "Congratulations, homeowner." Entering the townhouse with my own keys seemed unreal. There was no furniture yet, only echoing rooms and bare walls that smelled of new paint and possibilities. That night I laid on the living room floor with a single pillow and a blanket, looking up at the ceiling, listening to the buzz of the city outside and the deep silence within. Nobody could walk in and tell me I was taking up too much room. Nobody could determine that my room was needed by someone else. This location has my name on it. Over the following few months I established a life behind those confines. I purchased a couch that did not come from the curb. I put up a good workstation with a real monitor in the spare room and named it my office. I invited a few work pals, cooked for them, laughed too loudly, and no one complained about the noise. On clear nights, I'd stand on the little balcony with a mug of tea, looking out over the neighborhood and reflecting on the journey from that rural hotel to here. I began publishing parts of my experience online, not to vent about my parents, but to discuss getting booted out, reaching rock bottom, and fighting my way back. People began replying. Strangers messaged me, stating they felt seen and that their families had driven them out in various ways. For the first time, my sorrow seemed beneficial to someone other than myself. I believed the narrative would finish there. I got kicked out on my birthday, battled my way up, and purchased a house. It was a lovely little arc. But life isn't a movie. And evidently my folks did not enjoy being left out of the finale. One tranquil Sunday afternoon, I was unloading groceries and singing to myself when my doorbell rang. I didn't think much about it. Maybe a package, or a neighbor. I cleaned my hands on a towel, headed to the front door and checked the camera screen out of habit. When I noticed who was standing on my porch, my stomach fell. My mother, father, and sister. All three of them stood at the front entrance of the house I had built without them. For a moment, I thought the camera was malfunctioning. No, it was them. My mother in front, with grayer hair and more makeup. My father collapsed behind her, while Ava Morgan stood off to the side holding her phone. I could have pretended I wasn't home, but I'd had enough of hiding in places I paid for. I opened the door. My mother examined me before passing me inside the home. "Claire Morgan, you seem different," she commented, her gaze already scanning my furnishings. "What are you doing here?" I asked. My father attempted a quiet voice. "Can we come in for a minute? It's important." Against my better judgment, I stepped back. They strode in as if they owned the air. My mother ran her fingertips along the couch. "This is nice. Much nicer than the small house you used to have." Ava looked about, impressed despite herself. "Damn, Nat, you really got yourself a full house." I stayed near the kitchen island. "Why are you here?" I asked again. My father sighed. "Things have been challenging. I lost my job. Our mortgage is killing us. We could lose our house." My mother cut in. "The bank does not care how long we've been there. They only want money. We heard you purchased a property. This alters everything." I felt a flash of pity, but it faded quickly. "I'm sorry things are difficult," I said. "But how does that relate to my home?" My mother gave me a look that suggested I was being dense. "This is more than simply your house," she explained. "This is a family asset." The phrase landed like a stone. "Excuse me," I replied. She motioned to the walls. "We reared you. Roof, food, and clothing. We encouraged you to be independent. If we hadn't forced you out, you'd still be trapped in that dead-end grocery shop. Our fierce love shaped who you are. So obviously, what you have today should benefit the entire family." My father nodded. "We're not asking for much. We only need to stay here for a time. Your mother and I may have one room, and Ava another. You still have that office, correct? You don't need a whole space simply for a workstation. Maybe we'll even put our names on the paper so the bank recognizes it as shared. It benefits everyone." I nearly laughed. "You kicked me out because you said there was no room," I reminded them. "You required my bedroom for Ava's online lessons. Now my house is the answer to all of your troubles." My mother waved her hand. "We did it for you," she snapped. "If we hadn't pushed you, you wouldn't have left. You should feel grateful. Our investment is paying off. A family asset." Ava joined in. "Mom was correct. You achieved a higher level. Everyone I know has moved out years ago. You have spare rooms. Why are you acting so selfishly?" There it was. The ancient word. I am not being selfish by living in the house for which I worked and paid. I mentioned that you did not co-sign anything. You are not on the deed. This is mine. My mother's eyes became stern. "You wouldn't have this job without us. We made sacrifices. We struggled. We pushed you. You owe us one signature and your parents aren't on the street. Would you rather see us homeless while you sit here alone?" Guilt used to work on me. Now it's only made me exhausted. "You made your decision," I said. "I created mine. I'm not jeopardizing my house or my future, so pretend this is a communal project." Ava scoffed. "Money has a significant impact on your life." I shake my head. Being treated as trash on my birthday changed me. Money only means you can't do it again. My mother's voice sank. "If you do not assist us, we will pursue legal action. We're your parents, we have rights. Any judge will see this as a family asset that you are hoarding." For a brief while the old terror returned. Then I recalled whose name was on every important page. "Contact any lawyer you choose." I said you weren't moving in. "You are not allowed to touch my residence, and you must leave immediately." My father tried one final time. Claire, please. We're your family. You did it. I responded. I swung the door wide. Cold light poured in. Last time you told me to go. This time I'm the one asking you to depart. My mother gave a harsh chuckle and moved past me. My father followed, looking at the floor. Ava walked by and said, "You are going to regret this." I shut the door and turned the lock. My hands shook, yet behind the adrenaline, there was a constant calm. They had entered my house, confident that the word family asset would be enough to terrify me into giving up all I had achieved. They still assumed I was the girl whose life was in boxes on their yard. They had no notion that this time I wasn't the one to be terrified. When the door clicked shut behind them, I stood there with my back to it, breathing hard and hearing their threat reverberate in my brain like a horrible advertisement. Legal action, family assets and parental rights. The old me would have gone crazy, Googling legislation at 2:30 a.m., and imagined the worst-case situations. The version of myself that had signed a mortgage and debugged code at 2 a.m., understood better than to let panic be the sole strategy. So I did what I usually do when I feel out of my element. I phoned someone who knew exactly what they were talking about. In this case, that someone was Daniel Cruz, a person I met years ago through a buddy of a friend, who had gone from bartending to law school as I was transitioning from grocery store clerk to developer. We had reunited in Seattle when I discovered he was practicing civil law and assisting with tenant and financial problems. We weren't best friends, but we trusted each other enough to swap war stories about shady landlords and employers. I texted him, "Hey, I believe my folks are going to do something insane with my house. Have you got time to talk?" He phoned within 40 minutes. I told him everything, from getting booted out on my birthday to the visit in my living room and my mother saying the words, "family asset," like a bomb. When I finished, I heard a long silence on the other end. "Okay." He eventually added, "First and foremost, breathe. They are not in your deed." "Correct." "Correct." I stated I bought this house years after they evicted me. They didn't assist with anything. It is in my name, solely. Then, technically, they have no ownership claim just because they share DNA. He stated that they may argue all day about what is fair or familial, but in court, paper wins over guilt trips. However, the fact that they have threatened legal action and are attempting to bully you into include them in the deed is quite suspicious, and the way they booted you out previously is not a good look for them. I felt a little knot of stress relax in my chest, so, they can't truly force me to give them anything. No judge will instantly transform your private property into a shared family asset just because your mother believes she deserves a portion, he added. But there's something more we should consider about. You mentioned that while you lived there, you helped them with paperwork and bills, correct? Yes, I replied slowly. I was the only person who could browse online forms without shrieking at the computer. Why? Because the individuals who feel entitled to your house years later are frequently the same people who felt entitled to your knowledge at the time. He stated, "Before we do anything more, I want you to retrieve your entire credit report, not the adorable free app version, but the genuine one. We need to make sure they haven't already been exploiting you to support themselves financially." The notion made my stomach plummet. I recall sitting at their kitchen table years ago, filling out lines on credit card applications as my mother hustled me, saying, "Just sign here. It's for the family." I was too exhausted and trusting to ask questions. I now see those recollections in a different perspective. That night, I sat at my desk at the home office they wanted to claim, entered into all 3 major credit bureaus, and asked for my reports. When they eventually loaded, I felt as if I was peeking into someone else's life. There were accounts that I recognized. My student debt for the 2 semesters of college I completed before dropping out. My own credit card, my car's auto loan, and then there were accounts I'd never seen before, shop cards I'd never used, and a line of credit created the year I was booted out. A few of tiny personal loans in my name are tied to an address I used to share with my parents. My chest got chilly. I contacted Daniel back and explained what I was witnessing. That, he gently said, is identity theft, at best illegal usage, and at worst blatant fraud. And if your parents open them in your name without your knowledge or consent, we'll need to do more than send a harsh email. Over the following few weeks, my life became a strange blend of routine and unreal. By day I went to work, produced code, attended meetings about product roadmaps, and joked with coworkers in the kitchen. By night, I sat at my dining table with Daniel on speakerphone, gathering documents, underlining dates, cross-checking addresses, and piecing together the paper trail of how my parents discreetly transformed my name into a safety net while calling me a burden in front of me. Daniel Cruz assisted me in filing official challenges with credit bureaus over accounts that I did not establish. We contacted the banks and lenders, wrote notarized letters, and provided affidavits stating that I had been booted out and had no knowledge of the obligations. Some institutions acted cooperatively. Others treated me as if I were the one running a fraud. Every time a customer service representative questioned my narrative, I considered phoning my parents and yelling at them. Instead, I reminded myself that I would not be cleaning up their mess for them. I was purifying my name for myself. At the same time, Daniel requested a restraining order based on my parents' threats and history of kicking me out. We supplied screenshots of texts my mother sent following the visit. Messages such, "You will regret choosing a house over your family," and, "We will make sure everyone knows how heartless you are." They mistook them for guilt trips. The court saw them as harassment. "Are you sure you want to go through with it?" Daniel questioned me one night. "Once we file, it becomes official. This is no longer merely a family disagreement." I remembered the girl who had stood on the grass, her life in boxes, while her own mother ordered her to work it out. I imagined them marching into my home as if they were entitled to it, and asking me to sign over control without blinking. "Yeah," I answered. "I'm sure they didn't hesitate when they kicked me out. I'm done being hesitant when it comes to defending myself." The court first issued an interim injunction, preventing my parents from visiting my home or job while the full hearing was arranged. When the papers were served, my phone exploded. My mother called and left voicemails shouting about treachery and disgrace. My father wrote lengthy messages outlining how this could all be handled quietly. Ava sent a single message. "You actually drew the law into this tragic situation." I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I sent everything to Daniel. He put it to the file. And then, softly, another piece moved across the board. Some of the challenged accounts prompted internal inspections by the lender. One of them saw suspicious tendencies and sent the material to a government agency. Another one related to a bogus home improvement loan carried out just before my parents' financial collapse turned the information over to the IRS, since the income records did not match. "This is where it may become bigger than you," Daniel warned me. "If they have been evading taxes or exploiting your name to obtain further credit, the IRS will not simply shrug and walk away." Part of me felt queasy about it. These were still my parents, no matter how twisted up they were. The prospect of them facing an inquiry made my stomach turn. But another part of me, the one that had stood at a rural hotel counting crumpled cash while their identities remained clean, seemed more like justice. Several months have passed. There were forms, hearings, and more calls than I can count. Then the restraining order was made permanent. They contended in court that I was overreacting, that youngsters nowadays label anything abuse, and that they had only ever attempted to teach me responsibility. However, when tested under oath and with documents, their tale fell apart. They couldn't explain why they had open loans based on my social security number. They couldn't explain the SMS messages that sounded like threats. They couldn't turn the idea of throwing their kid out on her birthday into a heroic sacrifice. The judge issued the injunction, noting a history of emotional manipulation and financial abuse. My parents exited the courtroom looking smaller than I'd ever seen them. That was only round 1. Round 2 began after the IRS completed whatever silent job they were performing in the background. I was brought in as a witness, not a suspect, to explain what I knew and didn't know about the loans and accounts. I responded honestly. I had signed paperwork I didn't understand under duress. I had trusted that they would not utilize me. I had been kicked out of the house and finances the moment I ceased being convenient. When I walked out of the federal building, I felt as if I had opened a window that had been painted shut for years. Letters eventually began to arrive at my parents' address and new renting location. Notices, requests, and inquiries for unpaid taxes, undeclared income, and fraudulent applications. Their former house, which they had kicked me out of to make room for my sister, was confiscated and sold to satisfy a portion of their debt. The irony didn't escape me. The home that had served as their stronghold and symbol of supremacy was now gone as a result of their own decisions. Without that house, without solid credit, and without the steady career my father had lost, their alternatives narrowed rapidly. They moved into a modest apartment on the outskirts of town, then into something even smaller when the bills continued to arrive. My mother transitioned from bragging on Facebook about her beautiful family to posting vague rants about ungrateful children and crooked institutions. Pointed out, but never detailed enough to admit what really transpired. My father picked up odd jobs and did anything he could. Pride devoured whole. Ava, who previously mocked me for working at a grocery store, ended up folding clothes for a retail chain during the day and running delivery apps at night, screaming about how unjust the world was. I knew all this not because I tracked them, but because others emailed me screenshots with the question, Is this about you? I never responded publicly. Instead, I recounted my side of the story in a way that did not identify them but did not conceal what happened. I discussed parents who utilize guilt to their advantage, and families that believe they are entitled to their adult children's achievement while never accepting responsibility for the pain they have inflicted. I talked about getting booted out on my birthday, staying in a hotel, and learning to differentiate love from devotion to individuals who repeatedly mistreated me. The more I shared, the more I learned from others who had experienced variants on the same script. It turns out that I wasn't special. This seemed surprisingly soothing. One night, some months after everything had been officially resolved, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open when another email from a lender arrived. We have concluded our inquiry. It stated, "We have determined that you are not liable for the debts in question. These accounts will be erased from your credit record." I gazed at the words for a while. My name, which they had signed on paperwork as if it was theirs to use, was now clear. My home was safe. My future was mine. I remembered my mother standing in this kitchen, stating that it was a family asset. In a way, she was correct, but not in the manner she intended. Their journey finished with courtrooms and collection notices in little flats and lifestyles. Mine was only getting started. For the first time, the scales seemed balanced. They had driven me out, taken advantage of me, and attempted to grab all I had built. Finally, all they did was provide me with the space and determination to create a life beyond their reach. In the silence that followed the attorneys, letters, and courtrooms, I began to notice something disturbing. Winning does not make up for what you lost. There was no point when my parents suddenly understood. There was no heartfelt apology, no clean reconciliation. They continued telling everyone who would listen that I had wrecked their lives by putting a house above my own blood. I used to think about that charge, wondering whether there was any version of the narrative in which I could have helped them without harming myself. But every time I went through my own door, dropped my keys in the bowl by the threshold, and felt the solid weight of my own security, I knew the answer. They'd spent years persuading me that love included sacrificing yourself for their comfort. Cutting them off was the first lesson I created for myself. My life began to fill with different types of individuals. Co-workers who checked on me when I appeared exhausted. Neighbors who offered cookies as I shoveled their side of the sidewalk. Friends who crashed on my couch, not because they had been booted out, but because we had been laughing too late to drive home. On Wednesday nights I hosted a small group at my dining table, a mismatched circle of folks each with their own story of a family that hurt more than it helped. We didn't sit around criticizing our parents. We compared notes on borders. We discussed therapy, savings accounts, and the first moment each of us realized we could say no without presenting a lengthy list of reasons. My home became precisely what my parents had said it was. Not a family asset, but a secure location where individuals might land, relax, and then relaunch on their own terms. Sometimes late at night, I would stand in the doorway of the extra room that they had desired for themselves and simply stare at it, the perfectly made bed, the bookshelf, and the desk where I occasionally wrote. I could almost see two timelines stacked on top of one another. In one, my parents were slamming doors and shouting about everything I had done wrong, transforming my house into another place I had to tiptoe about. In the one I picked, that room remained available for the version of myself who needed it the most, as well as anybody else seeking confirmation that starting anew was possible. I won't pretend it's simple to prioritize yourself over your family. It is one of the most difficult things I have ever done. There are still holidays when browsing through photos of large happy families seated at long tables stings me. But I did learn something valuable. Blood is not an excuse to harm you repeatedly. Being related does not automatically provide someone access to your time, money, or home. Love without respect is simply control wrapped up in nicer language. My parents used to tell me that one day I'd thank them for kicking me out. I don't thank them for their brutality or falsehoods. But I will concede this. The day they kicked me out on my birthday marked the end of their tale and the beginning of mine. If you're listening to this and seeing aspects of your life in mine, I want you to know you're not insane. You are not ungrateful, nor are you alone. You are permitted to protect yourself. You are free to create a life in which the individuals who have wronged you are not permitted to participate. They attempted to assure me that the house was a family asset. They were correct about one thing. It's about family. My family tried to cutting me out. I shut down everything they counted on. By 8 a.m., 52 missed calls. Their lawyer said, "We need to talk." I smiled. My name is Emily Walker. I am 32 years old and work for a Denver-based fintech startup, forecasting worst-case situations. But nothing in my career prepared me for the 12-second voicemail that devastated my family. It arrived on a Wednesday afternoon, sandwiched between a risk report and a cup of cold coffee. I pressed play and heard my mother's flat, businesslike voice, like if she were canceling a subscription. Not her daughter. You are out. Do not come back. We are going on without you. There is no explanation or feeling. Only a verdict. For a few while, I glanced at my phone, felt my heartbeat in my ears. Then the portion of my brain that spends the entire day locking up other people's money quietly kicked in. I did not call back. I did not argue. I typed a basic text. Okay. Then I moved on first. I got into the family LLC I had created from the ground up, which housed our rental properties and the new triplex we were going to close on, and I locked every privilege with my name on it. There will be no further agreements done using my credit, no further transfers without my consent. Then I phoned the real estate agent and backed out of the house transaction they were banking on. House dealt. Finally, I froze the retirement account structure I had created for them, ensuring that nothing could be modified or emptied without my knowledge. By the time my coffee was finished, so was whatever easy path they believed they had through me. I assumed that was the end of it. Instead, by the next morning, my phone had 52 missed calls and a message from their lawyer saying, "We have a serious problem." I smiled as I composed my response. Because they had no understanding, the problem was not that I was gone. It was what I carried with me. Stay with me to the end to witness how one icy voicemail grew into a family vengeance plot in which the person they attempted to cut out wound up holding every card. The next morning, I awoke to my phone buzzing on the edge of the nightstand. For a moment I assumed it was my alarm. Then I noticed the screen. There are 52 missed calls. Mom, Dad, and unknown numbers. One from a law firm that I recognized. The most recent communication was a voicemail from their lawyer. I plugged in my ears and pressed play as I started the coffee machine. "This is Benjamin Davis, attorney for James and Catherine Harris. Emily, we need to chat. This is serious. Please call back as soon as possible." His voice was tense, like attorneys become when they discover their clients have left out key data. I ended the communication and gazed at the wall for a time, listening to the coffee drip. My phone continued to light up as additional texts from Mom arrived. "Emily, this is simply a misunderstanding. Call me. We need to discuss." From Dad. "Kiddo, whatever occurred, we can solve it. Kindly call us back." Another one from Mom. "We didn't mean it that way. We were upset. Come home so that we can explain." Funny, I thought, because her voice had been quite clear yesterday. "You are out. Do not come back. We are going on without you." That sounded very apparent to me. I scrolled, almost expecting to find Sophie's name somewhere among the flood. Nothing. Not a single text or missed call from my younger sister, who used to bombard our family group chat about trivial matters. She was rather quiet for someone who enjoyed receiving attention. While the coffee was finishing, I launched the building security app and almost immediately pulled up the video feed for our front entry. The screen displayed a footage from earlier that morning. My father stood at the glass entrance of my apartment building, hands deep in his jacket pockets, gazing up to the second level, where my unit was. Snorts. He checked his phone, paused as if ready to press the buzzer, then turned around and went away. No call, no knock, simply retreat. My chest clenched for a half second before I forced the sensation down. When someone demonstrate how easy they can cut you off, don't hurry to console them when they feel the knife swing back their way. On the way to work, my phone began buzzing in my bag. I allowed it. At my workstation, I eventually sent out 3 brief responses to Mom. "I am safe. I need time with Dad." I heard the voicemail. "I'm not ready to speak with the lawyer. I've got your message. I'll react in writing." That was all I owed anyone. Jenna, my coworker, lowered her voice as she slid her chair over to my desk shortly before lunchtime. "You've been looking at the screen as if you were going to blow it up," she said. "Everything okay at home?" I almost responded yes out of habit, but I stopped myself. Not really. My parents decided that I would no longer be involved in the family company. Her eyebrows rose. "Are they aware that you are the family business?" I shrugged. "They left a voicemail. I shut things down. Their lawyer has now gotten involved." Jenna gave out a slow whistle. "Look, I'm not telling you what to do, but you know how things go. The second money is involved, everyone starts performing. If you make moves out of guilt, they will interpret that as you admitting fault. Make sure every decision you make is something you'd be comfortable explaining to a judge someday." I nodded. I understood that part better than anyone else. My job involved risk management. I had spent years developing systems that prevented people from quietly moving money behind each other's backs. And now I realized I'd created the ideal system to prevent my own family from doing the same thing to me. As I walked to the break room to refill my coffee, my phone buzzed again. A new message from an unknown number. I heard you got out of the triplex because you were overwhelmed. You okay? It was a cousin from my father's side. Overwhelmed? That was certainly not my word. It sounded like something Sophie might say while blinking back fake tears. In my mind, the pieces began to fall into place. The timing of her marketing job loss. She'd started using phrases like streamline the LLC and free up equity at Sunday dinners. As if she'd ever cared about spreadsheets. She was the only one who was silent now, like a puppeteer who had already pulled the strings and was waiting off stage to see what would happen. I stared at my phone and felt the first clean edge of anger, sharp and cold, slip into place. If Sophie was behind this, if she thought she could push me out of what I'd built and take my place while our parents watched, she'd picked the wrong sister to fight over money. 2 days later, I attempted to pretend that life was normal by doing something painfully ordinary. I visited the local coffee shop. I always hit on Saturdays. The type of cafe where the barista remembers your order and the regulars discuss inflation and home prices. I'd barely picked up my coffee when I heard someone shout my name. Emily. Hey. I turned and spotted Daniel Reed, one of my father's old friends from the garage where he used to work. He patted my shoulder as if nothing was wrong. Heard about the triplex? He asked, dropping his voice as if he were about to reveal a secret. Tough stuff. I grimaced. What about it? He grimaced. Just what your mom and Sophie were saying in the family group chat. That you pulled out because work pressure got to you. That you were overwhelmed, and it was not a good time for you mentally. He said, mentally, as if he was frightened to say break down. My jaw tightened, overwhelmed. There it was again. I faked a grin so tight it seemed like it might shatter. Yeah, well, you know how rumors travel, I said. Daniel touched my arm, urged me to take care of myself, and went to the sugar station. I stepped out of the shop before my countenance revealed how I truly felt. Outside in the cool Denver air, I took out my phone and browsed back over my texts. Sophie did not contact or text me, but she felt safe informing my extended family that I was too unstable to manage a house sale I had nearly arranged. That wasn't simply rumor, that was the basis. Sitting in my car, I opened my contacts and selected a name I hadn't used in months. Matthew Adams, the financial advisor who assisted me in establishing the first structure for our family LLC before my parents, influenced by Sophie, moved to someone newer and flashier. Matthew picked up on the second ring. This is a surprise, Emily, he remarked. Still keeping everyone out of trouble? Working on it, I answered. I have a question. Has anyone tried to change ownership percentages in Mitchell Holdings LLC recently? There was a gap in which you could hear someone sitting up straighter. I've seen some draft documents float by, he explained hesitantly. Your mom mentioned a new advisor, asked a few hypotheticals, but I saw references to adding another family member as a managing member, and your signature line was blank. It looked messy, so I told her nothing could move without you. I tightened my grasp on the steering wheel. Sophie is another family member, of course. Did any of it go through? I inquired. No, he said. The paperwork was incomplete and frankly questionable. But Emily, if someone is trying to backdoor their way into control of your LLC, you need to get ahead of it. I thanked him, hung up, and looked at the dashboard for a long time. I recalled the voicemail informing me that I had left. I remembered Daniel using the phrase, overwhelmed, and how my mother suddenly wanted a new advisor once Sophie quit her job. This did not happen at random. This was a strategy with a poor legal foundation, and a heavy dose of emotional manipulation on top. Sophie sent me a fresh notice as I was sitting there. Finally, Emily, what are you doing, pulling out of the house deal, worrying everyone out, and shutting down accounts? This is a mess, and you're making it worse. For a little while my fingers hovered over the keyboard. I almost let out everything that was bubbling in my brain. Instead, I erased the response draft and opened my inbox. First, I notified the real estate agent. Per our chat, please consider this written confirmation that I have withdrawn from the Mitchell Triplex acquisition as a borrower and principal qualification. Any additional representations that I am involved in this transaction are false and illegal. Then I requested an official cancellation notice be delivered to my parents, copying their lawyer. Then I started a new message. This time it was addressed to Sophie but worded in the same way I would send any other risk escalation at work. Sophie, this email serves as formal notice that any effort to change ownership, signature authority, or financial structure of Mitchell Holdings LLC, any affiliated properties, or retirement funds without my written authorization is illegal and may constitute fraud. Do not sign my name. Do not assume my approval. Any such action shall be documented and reported to legal counsel. No screaming or name-calling, simply facts and consequences. I sent it and then placed my phone face down in the passenger seat. By the time I arrived home, my call record had 7 more tries from Mom, 3 from Dad, and none from Sophie. At my place, I opened my laptop and created a new folder called Family Risk File. I sent screenshots of messages, the lawyer's voicemail, Matthew's notes, and the email I had just written. Every gesture, lie, and attempt to portray me as unstable was going in there. Because if Sophie was creating a tale in which I was the problem, the weak link to be torn out so she could slide in, I was going to create a better one. One supported by timestamps and documentation. And I couldn't help but wonder, as I watched the files build up on my laptop, how many families end up like this because one person values the truth less than the victim character they've been playing their whole lives. 4 days later, an unknown number appeared on my screen in the middle of a spreadsheet. I almost let it go to voicemail until I noticed the firm's name. "This is Emily." "Hi Emily, this is Jason Liu, your parents' new financial advisor," he told her. "I just need to go over some discrepancies in the Mitchell retirement structure." That word caused me to sit up. He stated that he had been investigating the LLC and retirement accounts, and had discovered draft paperwork adding Sophie as a co-trustee or managing member, with my name included as an approver, but no real signature from me. "To be clear, Jason, I have not approved anything," I informed you. "I haven't signed a thing since the day I set it up." Jason sighed. "I assumed your family is under the assumption you walked away and that these adjustments are what you desire." The term overwhelmed came up, and I wanted your confirmation for compliance. "Treat every request as unapproved until you see my live signature." I advised him, "If someone claims otherwise, ask for written proof. You won't get any." My cousin Megan called after we had hung up. "Are you okay?" she exclaimed. "Because the way Sophie has been talking, it sounds like you are falling apart." I asked Sophie what she was saying. "That you pulled out of the triplex because of anxiety? That you hoard control of the LLC? That you threatened to cut Mom and Dad off financially?" Megan added. "Now she's posting about abuse of power in families." "None of that is true," I said. Megan dropped her voice. "I didn't think so. It doesn't match the Emily who paid for their roof. I just wanted you to know what was being said. Thanks. Screenshot if you feel like it. Otherwise don't feed her audience." We hung up. A second later, an email thread appeared in my inbox. Subject: Mitchell Triplex Purchase Update. It came from our agency Susan, with my parents, Sophie and Matthew the lawyer on copy. Sophie's note, quoted beneath her response, read, "Susan, as we mentioned, Emily has withdrawn due to personal mental health difficulties. We need to move forward without her. Please respect her limitations," Sophie had wrote, sounding so compassionate that my skin crawled. Susan's response was succinct. "Thank you, Sophie. For liability, I'll need written confirmation directly from Emily, and we'll pause the file for now." I began typing before the rage subsided. "Hi Susan," I wrote. "Attached are my written withdrawal from 2 days ago, and the pre-approval documents. I'm not leaving due to mental health issues. I'm withdrawing because I no longer want my name, credit, or income utilized in the present family situation. Any other depiction of my choice is incorrect. Thank you for pausing the file. Emily." I copied Benjamin and Matthew, and included any documentation demonstrating I had been the driver from the beginning. Susan, snorts, responded swiftly to the little group. "Understood. I will ignore Sophie's previous reply and solely follow your directions." Matthew sent a modest email. Received. "We should discuss future actions." That night, I found an envelope with my mother's handwriting affixed to my apartment door. Inside, on lined paper, she had written, "We love you. We were emotional. Please call us so we can fix this before it goes too far. Love, Mom." My chest wrenched for a moment. I imagined her at the kitchen table, preparing the tale as Sophie paced and wept. My phone vibrated again. Megan had emailed a snapshot of Sophie's latest post. "Sometimes the most dangerous member in a family is the one who has complete control over the money and punishes you for disobeying." It said, "Healing means walking away from people who weaponize their power, even if they share your last name." The responses were filled with hearts and "You go girl." I placed my mother's note next to my laptop and opened the folder called Family Risk File. Emails, voicemails, advisor notes and screenshots were neatly organized in rows. Up until now, I'd just been closing doors. As the data piled up, I knew that protection wasn't enough. If Sophie wanted to create a narrative in which I was the villain, I was going to respond with something she couldn't spin, a plain documented story that left her standing alone in the light. The next morning, when I was at my work, My phone vibrated with a fresh text from my mother. No argument, just 10 minutes. Please. I gazed at it. 10 minutes wouldn't cure a message telling me not to call back, but it sounded more like her than anything she'd sent in weeks. Call me, I wrote. She responded quickly, and I heard the faint speaker echo. Your dad is also here, she continued. Hey kiddo, James continued. You wanted 10 minutes, I said. Mom exhaled. We messed up, Emily. Saying, you're out. Don't come back. That was extreme. We shouldn't have said it like that. You didn't, I told you. I said you said exactly that. She paused, then tried again. Your sister told us things. She said that you were planning to cut us out of the LLC, talking to lawyers about removing us from retirement accounts, saying you were tired of carrying us and wanted full control. She said you told her after dinner in the car. None of that ever occurred. I responded, did you hear those words from me directly? Well, no, Mom admits. Sophie said you talked in the car on the way home. I took my own car that night, I said. I left alone, there was no car ride. Dad cursed softly. Why would she make that up? Mom muttered, but it seemed like she already knew the answer. Maybe because she wanted what I have, I said. If I am unstable and power hungry, sliding herself into documents looks like protecting you, not using you. Dad exhaled. This is past family drama now. Matthew called. Jason called you. Susan paused to the house. I know, I said. That's why I'm done with whispers. We're going to sit down, all four of us, in the same room. No speakerphone, no vague posts. It'll bring documents. You bring everything Sophie told you. Then we see what survives. Do we have to involve lawyers? Mom inquired. They're already involved, I explained. The question is whether they see Sophie's story first or the evidence. When? Dad inquired. Tomorrow 6 at the house, I said. If Sophie won't come, that's an answer too. The next evening I entered my folks' living room with a hefty folder under my arm. Same beige couch, same framed school photographs, entirely different atmosphere. My parents sat together on the sofa. Sophie sat in an armchair with a tissue as a prop. She would not look at me. Thanks for coming, Dad remarked. I placed the folder and my phone on the coffee table. Just so we are clear, I stated. Nothing about this is off the record in my head. If anyone lies, I won't keep it here. Sophie sneered. Wow, way to make this hostile. We're family. Then the truth shouldn't scare anyone, I said. Mother twisted her hands. Sophie, honey, tell Emily what you told us. No, I said. Sophie can speak for herself. Go ahead. Sophie rolled her eyes. I just repeated what you said, she snapped. That you were done carrying everything. That you were thinking of pulling your name off things. That you wanted full control of the LLC so you didn't have to consult them. And this was in the car after dinner, right? I asked. She nodded. Yeah. You were upset. You probably don't even remember. I opened the folder, retrieved a printed statement, and passed it across. That night at Harbor Grill, right? Check the timestamps. Mom's gaze shifted down the page. Sophie's ride-sharing receipt arrived at their residence around 10:25. My petrol station charge across town was 10:23. Different routes. Different cars. I drove myself, I informed you. You took a car alone. There was no car conversation. Maybe it was another night, Sophie responded hurriedly. Before you say that, here's the only other time we all had dinner in the last 4 months, I added, flicking to another paper. That night you left early to meet friends. I stayed to pay. No private ride then either. Dad leaned back gently. Sophie, he spoke gently. She shrugged. Memory is weird. Okay, I was trying to help. I thought she was serious about needing a break. Next, I sent Susan an email. My withdrawal was issued before Sophie's mental health update. Then Susan responded, stating she'd overlook anything that didn't come from me. Snorts. Then Jason's message concerning draft paperwork containing my name but not signed. Next, screenshots of Sophie's postings and Megan's replies. One by one, the pages formed a path from my voicemail to this couch. Mom eventually turned to Sophie. You told us you saw emails, she said quietly. You told us Emily said she was done with us. Sophie sat up taller. So now you just believe her because she printed things? She said. She said she's always liked control. She's twisting everything to make me look crazy. Dad placed his gaze on her. The truth doesn't fall apart when you hold it next to a receipt, he told me. Yours did. Mom stared at me, and for the first time since the voicemail, I noticed something change. We always thought you could handle more, she told us. We saw Sophie as fragile, so we protected her and pushed responsibility onto you. And now I am sitting here realizing the only person who has lied to us is the one we told not to come back." Sophie opened her lips, but Mom raised a hand. "Not this time," she said quietly. The word no dropped between them, and I felt something inside me gently return to place. They attempted to edit me out based on a screenplay Sophie made. They were now watching the screenplay burn page by page, realizing they were only seconds away from losing the one person who had kept them afloat. The hush following my mother's nose sat like a fifth person in the room. Sophie squirmed in her chair, her gaze flitting between our parents and me, checking which way the wind was blowing. "So what now?" she said eventually. "You've got your little packet of papers. Congratulations, Emily. Are you happy you made Mom cry?" I didn't respond to the comment. "This is not about anyone crying," I explained. "It's about consequences. You told me I was out, you tried to push through changes behind my back, and you told others I was unstable so you could take over the things I established. That can't just be a sad Facebook post with everyone pretending it never occurred." My father scratched his jaw as if he were lining up a tough repair in his thoughts. "What do you think should happen?" he inquired. Sophie snapped her head towards him. "Seriously, Dad, you're asking her?" I caught his gaze. "You wanted me out of the family business?" I asked. "Fine. It'll step back from being the default safety net, but that also means no one gets to quietly use my name, my credit, or my work. Starting with making sure Sophie has zero access to anything I've set up." My mother hesitated. "Sophie doesn't have access," she said, but I shook my head. "Not formally, maybe," I said. "But she's been in meetings. She's been in group chats about the triplex. She's been talking to advisors like decisions were already moving in her favor. That stops today." Dad exhaled and glanced at Sophie. "Honey," he added, "we need to be clear here. No more speaking to advisors on our behalf. No more implying Emily is okay with things when she is not." Sophie blinked hard. "So you're just going to cut me out?" she said, her voice becoming high and thin. "After everything I have done for you?" I couldn't help myself from asking, "What exactly is that? The Instagram story about being raised by wolves in the suburbs, or the half-baked business plans you wanted me to fund?" Mom flinched but did not chastise me this time. "James," she spoke gently. "Maybe we should make it official. No additional beneficiaries, no shared accounts, no promises we can't keep. We've been saying for years we'd help Sophie start something, pay off this card, co-sign that loan. All it has done is make her think she is entitled to money that isn't there until Emily builds it." I gazed at her, astonished by her bluntness. Catherine turned to face me. "We want you to rewrite the documents," she told me. "The LLC, the retirement stuff, all of it, based on what you think actually makes sense, not what we say in the middle of a fight." I gazed at her. "You're asking me to take control again after you just told me to get out?" I responded with caution. She nodded with moist eyes. "I'm asking you to do what you have been doing this whole time," she told me. "Only this time with us admitting you know more than we do." Sophie gave a bitter chuckle. "Unbelievable. You're handing her everything. You're punishing me because I told the truth about how she treats us." Dad gazed at her attentively. "The truth would have held up against a gas receipt," he told me. "Yours didn't. That is the difference." Sophie became visibly shaken for the first time since she stepped in. Her gaze shifted to me, looking for an older version of me who could give a lifeline. I did not. James drew a breath. "Here's what we're going to do," he continued, adopting the strong tone he used to maintain at the business. "Emily, you and Benjamin and Matthew figure out whatever it takes to make the LLC and the retirement accounts bulletproof. You and I remain the only managing members. Your mom is a beneficiary. Sophie is not in any position of control anywhere. If we help her, it will be from our own pockets, not by opening back doors into what you built." Sophie sat forward. "You can't just erase me like that," she said. "I'm your daughter too." My mother winced. "We are not erasing you," she explained. "We're stopping pretending money we don't have is going to fall from the sky because we put your name on something Emily made. If we ever help you, it will be because you have a real plan and we can actually afford it, not because we feel guilty." Sophie changed tactics so quickly it made my head spin. "Fine," she responded, tearing up. "Then let me prove it, Emily. Give me a small role in the LLC. Let me do social media or something. Let me show you I can contribute instead of just taking." It was almost astonishing how she transitioned from fury to appealing to the perspective that made her appear most reasonable. A year ago I may have fell for it. Now I've seen another variant of the same pattern. I rose up and grabbed up my folder. No, I said with a smile. If you want to prove you can build something, you don't do it by wiring yourself into what someone else has already built. You do it by starting with nothing like I did. My mother stared between us. Emily, isn't that a little harsh? She inquired quietly. I shake my head. Harsh was being told I was out and should not come back, I informed him. Harsh was having my stability used as a prop to get sympathy online. This is just boundaries, Mom. There's a difference. Sophie scowled at me and snarled, you are going to regret this. You think you can cut me off and walk away clean? I grabbed my phone and placed it inside my backpack. No, I said. I think I can protect what I have earned and stop you from turning my work into your safety net. Whatever happens to you after that is not on me. On my way out, my father led me to the door. I am sorry, he murmured gently. For the voicemail, for not asking you first. For letting it get this far. I believed what was easiest to hear. I nodded, feeling a complex combination of relief and melancholy pour over me. I know, I replied. But believing the easy story does not mean the consequences are easy too. Over the next week the adjustments were tangible. Jason handed along amended versions with simply mine and James's names in the control positions. Benjamin planned a meeting where my parents signed agreements restricting who may access their accounts. I amended the LLC operating agreement to specifically specify that no new managing member may be joined without the unanimous written permission of current members. There was no line where Sophie's name might be written afterward. When the final signature dried, I felt something settle in place. Revenge is not a spectacular event, but rather a framework. A system in which the individual who attempted to force me out no longer had any access. Sophie arrived at my workplace unexpectedly a few days later, eyes wide and crimson, and asked the receptionist for me. She was clutching a binder, the kind you'd use to present a project. I greeted her in the lobby, arms crossed. I have a business plan, she continued, throwing the binder at me. Events, brand partnerships, influencer collaborations. If you just invest a little, I can pay you back and prove everyone wrong. I did not take the binder. Start it without me, I said. If it works, you won't need my money. If it doesn't, you'll know why I said no. Her face crumpled as fury and terror competed for space. You are really not going to help me, she said quietly. Not after everything. I recalled Matthew's warning, Jason's caution, Megan's screenshots, my mother's message, my father's silent apologies, and the voicemail that started everything. I'm done helping people set themselves on fire with my gasoline, I told them. Snorts. Then I turned and walked back through the locked door to my floor, leaving her binder, and everything else on the other side. 2 months later, I stood in the driveway of a pale brick triplex on the outskirts of Denver, carrying a box of kitchen supplies and watching my parents quarrel over where to place a bird feeder. The bottom unit was now theirs, formally documented with a clause stating that they may live there for the rest of their life without anybody touching it. My flat was on the second level, with large windows that let in plenty of light. The third unit was already available for rental. The figures were penciled in a spreadsheet that I had complete control over. Sophie had attempted to sneak into Mitchell Holdings LLC, which was leaner and cleaner. My father and I are the only management members. My mother is the beneficiary, and there are more precautions than any family turmoil could shake free. There are no side doors, leaving no space for artistic adaptation. On weekend evenings, I'd come down to cook with my mother in her new kitchen while my father watched a car show in the living room. We didn't go over every detail again, but we stopped acting as if money was this mystical fog that no one understood. I'd open the accounts on my laptop and guide them through what was actual, rather than what they wished was genuine. It wasn't flawless. When Sophie's name came up, their eyes were still filled with sadness and remorse. But suddenly, when she texted to beg for assistance with another credit card, my mother would show me the message, then set her phone face down and remark, "We can't fix this for her. Not this way." According to cousins, Sophie ended herself in a modest apartment across town, hopping between gigs. Her grandiose event plans never fully took off. People began to realize that her stories always had a villain and a spotlight. For once, I wasn't in either position. I didn't sue her. I didn't attempt to damage her online. I did something quieter, and to me, crisper. I took away her perceived power and allowed her to have a life independent of my profession. I wasn't furious any longer. I was clear. It's clear that trust without limits is an invitation for the wrong person to walk in and disrupt everything. It is clear that being the strong one in a family does not imply that you should allow others to use your power against you. If there is one takeaway from all of this, it is that you may love your family but refuse to be their insurance policy when they gamble with the truth. You may forgive without returning the keys. And if somebody tells you you're out, don't come back. You're permitted to believe them. Step back and ask yourself a more difficult question. What should I cease allowing them access to from this point forward? Perhaps you have your own interpretation of the story. A period when someone treated your loyalty like a credit card with no limits. If you do, I hope you realize sooner than I did that saying no is not retaliation. It is self-respect. Sometimes something is more important to safeguard than the house itself. At Thanksgiving, my sister called me just lucky. Little did she know, I was her boss. The next day, her paycheck bounced, and her career hit the wall. So my sister called me a lucky moron in front of the entire family during Thanksgiving dinner. She had no notion that I was her true employer. I simply smiled, nodded, and discreetly withdrew her off payroll right at the table. Her direct deposit bounced 4 days later. It turns out that luck had no role in this. Let me back up and provide some perspective, since this has been brewing for years. I am 34 years old, and my sister Emily is 30. We grew up in a typical middle-class household in the suburbs. Nothing fancy, or horrible. Our parents were accountants who emphasized education and hard work. Standard stuff. They instilled in us the belief that if we worked hard and kept focused, we would achieve success. Solid advice in theory. Emily's and my differences became apparent early on. I was the kid who saved his birthday money and mowed the grass to purchase a better bike. She was the kid who squandered her allowance the day she got it and then begged our parents for more. I read investment books in high school, whereas she read celebrity gossip publications. I worked part-time jobs throughout college while she concentrated on her social life and barely maintained a passing GPA. I'm not saying this to make myself appear ideal, I'm far from it. I had different priorities. I desired financial security. I wanted to construct something. Emily wanted to have fun and work things out later. Neither strategy is absolutely incorrect, but they produce quite different results. After college, I began working in renewable energy consultancy. Boring name, but intriguing work. Basically, I assisted enterprises in transitioning to solar and wind power. Managed the financial analysis and project management aspects of things. The industry was rapidly expanding, and I was quite proficient in my field. Within 4 years, I was managing significant clients and earning 6 figures. But here's the trouble about working for someone else. There is a ceiling. You can only go so far until you make someone else rich instead of yourself. I witnessed my boss purchase his 3rd vacation property while I received a 4% yearly increase that barely kept up with inflation. I was creating millions of dollars in sales for the firm while receiving only a fraction of that value in remuneration. The numbers did not work in my favor over time. So, at the age of 27, I took a gamble that my whole family believed was ridiculous. I resigned my comfy corporate position to create my own renewable energy consulting business. My manager chuckled when I tendered my notice. He assured me I'd be back in a year, begging for my old job. He felt the sector was extremely competitive, and I lacked the necessary contacts to succeed. His dismissive demeanor was nearly as inspiring as my own drive. The first year was grueling. I worked 80-hour weeks. I ate ramen more often than I would care to confess. I lost sleep, wondering whether I'd made a huge mistake. I maxed out 2 credit cards to keep the firm solvent while I grew my clientele. There were evenings when I sat at my laptop until 2 a.m. I wondered whether everyone who had doubted me had been correct. My parents were supportive, yet concerned. They'd see me at family gatherings, fatigued and agitated, and I could see they were questioning their encouragement. My father would say that there was no guilt in returning to corporate job if things didn't work out. He meant good, but it appeared like he was already preparing my defeat. Emily felt I was a stupid for foregoing a consistent salary. She warned anybody who would listen that I would fail and return to corporate life within 7 months. She would make jokes at family gatherings about how I was about to apply for a job with her. Present was a lot of supporting sister energy present. Around 8 months in, I had precisely $300 in my company account, and a crucial proposal due in 3 days. I had not paid myself a paycheck in 4 months. I was living on credit cards and the last of my funds. That was my lowest point, sitting in my barely affordable apartment, wondering if I should give up and start sending out resumes. But then the proposition arrived. A mid-size manufacturing business sought to transition to solar electricity. It wasn't a large deal by any means, about $85,000 altogether, but it was enough to keep me going. More significantly, they connected me with 4 additional firms in their industry network. Those referrals led to additional referrals. Suddenly, I had momentum. Spoiler alert, I did not fail. By year 2, I'd secured 4 significant contracts. By year 3, I was adding staff and declining work because we were at capacity. By year 5, which is where we are today, I'm operating a business with 25 workers, generating over $8 million in sales each year, and personally clearing over $420,000 after expenditures and payroll. I still drive the same Honda Civic that I purchased second-hand 5 years ago. I reside in a decent yet modest home. I don't wear luxury clothing or display my money. To look at me, you'd think I was just another ordinary person with a regular job, which is exactly how I want it. The folks that really matter are aware of what I've built. Everyone else is free to think what they wish. Emily, on the other hand, has worked 8 different jobs during the last 7 years. She attended college for communications, which she chose because it seemed simple. She graduated with a 2.8 GPA, and no specific plans. Since then she has worked in retail, restaurants, an insurance office, a gym, a marketing business that dismissed her after 4 months, and a few more places I can't recall. She seldom stays anyplace for more than a year. There's always a reason why the work isn't for her, why her boss is bad, or why she deserves more. Emily visited my house on a Tuesday night 2 years ago. She cried. She claimed she had recently been dismissed from her most recent job for being late too often. She needed money for rent, or she would be evicted. She promised to pay me back. She vowed this was the wake-up call she needed to get her life in order. I handed her money. Not as a loan. I knew I'd never see it again. But because she was my sister and I didn't want her to be homeless, I also informed her that I couldn't continue to bail her out. She needed to sort out her life. She nodded, thanked me, and said she would. The next week, she purchased a new iPhone. Priorities. About 7 months later, she contacted to see if I had any employment opportunities at my firm. She had been working at a retail business and despised it. She wants something with more income and perks. She aspired to work in an office where she would feel professional and significant. This is perhaps when I should have said no. Every rational bone in my body warned me that this was a horrible decision. Do not combine family and business. Do not hire someone with her professional history. Do not do it. But she is my sister. And my mother had been hinting that it would be great if I could assist Emily out. Emily seemed sincere in her desire to make a difference. So despite my better judgment, I established a position for her. I did not give her anything significant or important. I was not an idiot. I appointed her as Client Services Coordinator, which is a fancy term for someone who answers emails, plans meetings, manages basic administrative responsibilities, and organizes our customer contact. Entry-level job, paid $45,000 a year including perks. Good pay for the work, and honestly, more than she'd ever earned anyplace else. I sat her down before her first day and set clear expectations. Show up on time, reply to emails within 24 hours, keep the client database up to date, and communicate professionally in all situations. These are all fundamental tasks that every effective employee should be able to accomplish. She nodded, said she understood, and pledged not to let me down. For the first month, she was excellent, showed there early, stayed late, and was excited to learn. I began to wonder if I had made a mistake in doubting her. Maybe she had actually turned things around. Perhaps working for her family would provide the impetus she required. Then month 2 arrived, and the cracks began to emerge. She started coming in late, only 5 or 10 minutes at first, which I tolerated because I'm not a strict taskmaster. But then it became 15 minutes, then 30, and then an hour. When I spoke with her about it, she always had an excuse. The traffic was awful. Her alarm did not go off. She wasn't feeling good. Never her fault. Always an external issue beyond her control. Her job quality deteriorated as well. Emails remained unanswered for days. Client meetings were planned at the inappropriate times. The database became a jumble of out-of-date information and missing entries. My office manager, Sophia, approached me 3 times in 1 month concerning Emily's performance. Sophia has been with me from year 1, and she never complains until there is an issue. Emily once arranged an important presentation with a potential customer at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. The customer traveled in from Nevada just for this meeting. At 1:45, I received a call from our front desk stating that the conference room was not set up and Emily was not in the office. It turned out she had gone to eat at noon and never returned. I did not call or SMS, I simply disappeared. I discovered out later that she had met some acquaintances at the restaurant and opted to hang out with them rather than return to work. She arrived at 4 p.m. It seemed like nothing had occurred. I had to personally apologize and reschedule the client's flight. We ultimately obtained the contract, but only because I paid a portion of our expenses to compensate for the lack of professionalism. That single episode cost me around $18,000 in missed income and almost wrecked a relationship with a client who could have brought us years of repeat business. When I asked Emily about it, she said that she had lost track of time and didn't think it was a big problem because I was there to manage the meeting anyhow. I didn't think it was a big problem. A customer went across 3 states for a meeting she booked, but then canceled, and she didn't consider it a big problem. Another occasion, she sent an email to a prospective client that included so many typos and grammatical issues that they phoned me to inquire whether we were a real business. The email clearly stated, "We look forward to doing business with your company." I had to explain that we were in the process of training a new employee, which was not reflective of our regular standards. Emily had been working there for 4 months by that moment. This was not a new employee error. This was simply lazy work. I took Emily aside for a talk. Not as her brother, but as her supervisor. I informed her that the late arrivals had to stop and her job quality needed to improve. She quickly became defensive. Said I was being too harsh on her. Said I didn't realize how demanding the work was. Sophia said she went after her because she was envious of Emily's status as the boss's sister. That final part nearly made me giggle. Sophia has no cause to be envious of anyone. She was my right hand, earning $95,000 per year plus incentives and owning genuine stock in the firm. But Emily wanted someone to blame, and Sophia was an obvious choice. I issued Emily a formal written warning, recorded everything, and informed her that if things did not change within 30 days, we would have to re-evaluate her employment. She sobbed and pledged to do better, and things improved for approximately 2 weeks before resuming their previous patterns. The thing that really struck me was not even her awful performance. It was her attitude in the office. She often complained about how hard she had to work. Meanwhile, she would take hour-long lunch breaks and spend half of the day on her phone. She would complain about being underpaid, although earning more than the market rate for her job and experience level. She'd make comments about how simple it was for me as the owner, as if I just sat around counting money all day instead of working my tail off to keep everything going well. My other employees started to notice. I'd hear them complain about Emily receiving preferential treatment since she was related. And they were correct. Any other employee with her track record would have been sacked some months ago. But I continued to give her opportunities because of our bond. It was just as I had been informed before I hired her. The final straw occurred approximately 3 months ago, just before Thanksgiving. A large customer, a commercial real estate business intending to convert 5 buildings with solar panels, most likely a $2.5 million deal over 2 years, approached Emily with some queries regarding our proposal timeframe. Simple things. They wanted to know when we could start, what the payment plan would be, and whether we could use their chosen vendors for specific components. Emily's duty was to convey those queries to the right individuals on my team, collect replies, and construct a professional response, which was basic coordination work. This was exactly why I hired her. She never responded to the email and never did anything. The client called back a week later, slightly irritated. Still no reaction from Emily. They followed up again, this time directly with me, and were really upset. They were prepared to walk away and take their $2.5 million project to a rival. I learned out when the client phoned me personally, which should never have happened. When I approached Emily about it, she said that she had been preoccupied with other duties and had forgotten. I forgot about a $2.5 million customer. Forgot to complete the fundamental task for which I paid her $45,000 each year. I spent 4 hours on the phone personally smoothing things up with that client, apologizing for our lack of communication, and offered them a discount to compensate for the inconvenience. I just avoided losing the contract, but the harm to our reputation had already been done. They'd recall how my organization failed to react to simple communications in a timely fashion. I should have dismissed her right then. But Thanksgiving was 3 weeks away, and my mother had been inquiring if Emily and I were both coming to dinner. She was ecstatic that we were working together. She continued telling me how happy she was that I was assisting my sister in advancing her profession. I didn't have the heart to dismiss Emily just before the holidays and spoil my mother's Thanksgiving. So I chose to wait until after Thanksgiving. I'd enjoy the holiday, then have a professional talk with Emily the next week about how things weren't going well. I'd offer her a severance package, 2 months' money to ease her move, and wish her well, clean, professional, kind even. Then Thanksgiving dinner occurred. My entire family was there. My parents, Emily and her boyfriend David, my aunt and uncle, and 2 cousins. Standard Christmas gathering. Mom had gone all out on the cuisine. Turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, 3 types of pie. The works. Everyone was in excellent spirits, chatting and joking. After we finished eating, we sat around the table in that post-meal haze where you're too full to move yet too comfy to go. Someone asked me how my work was going, simply to make conversation. I provided my typical response, saying business was good. We'd had a successful year. I was thankful for our clients and crew. Nothing extravagant, just nice dinner talk. Emily decided to join in. Yeah, well, he got lucky. That's all it is. The table was silent. I looked at her, assuming I had misheard or she was joking, but she had a smile on her face. The type you make when you believe you are going to say something brilliant. What do you mean? My father said, puzzled. Emily leaned back in her chair, preparing for her speech. I mean, he acts like he's some brilliant businessman, but he just got lucky with timing. The renewable energy boom happened right when he started his company. He rode the wave. Anyone could have done what he did if they'd been in the right place at the right time. My uncle lifted his eyebrows but said nothing. My mother seemed uneasy. Emily's boyfriend David was nodding along as if she were imparting knowledge. I waited there, waiting to see whether she would dig the hole further. She did. Honestly, if you look at it objectively, he's not even that smart about business, she said. She was now on a roll, loving her audience. Like his whole strategy is just undercutting competitors on price. That's not genius. That's basic. A trained monkey could do what he does. Emily, my mother began. But Emily waved her away. No, it's true. Everyone acts like he's this amazing success story. But it's literally just luck. Right time, right industry, right circumstances. He works hard, sure. But so do lots of people who aren't successful. The difference is, he got lucky. She looked squarely at me as she stated that last sentence, as if daring me to disagree. My cousins were looking at their dishes, apparently uneasy. My father appeared to want to say something, but he wasn't sure what. My aunt was giving Emily the look you give someone who has just insulted the host. But I didn't become angry. I did not defend myself. I did not argue. I simply smiled and nodded. You might be right, I answered gently. Luck definitely played a role. Emily seemed almost unhappy that I didn't take the bait. She'd plainly wanted a battle, to put me on the defensive so she could make her point about how I take myself too seriously, or whatever narrative she'd made up in her mind. Exactly, she said, feeling vindicated. People need to stop acting like he's special. He just got lucky. That's the truth. Well, my uncle said, plainly attempting to divert the subject. Lucky or not, it's working out well for him. For now, Emily said. But luck runs out eventually. Then we'll see how successful he really is. My mother recommended we relocate to the living room for pie. Everyone leaped at the opportunity to end the unpleasant talk. As everybody stood up from the table, I took out my phone as if I were reading texts. I accessed my company's HR management software. We utilize a system that allows me to manage payroll, benefits, and scheduling remotely. Very convenient, especially in situations like these. I went to Emily's employee profile, clicked on the employment status option, changed it from active to terminated, inserted today's date as the end date, and wrote a message in the termination reason field about performance concerns and a breach of the business behavior policy. The app prompted me to confirm the termination. I clicked yes. It inquired whether I wanted to process any last payments or severance. I clicked no. She'd receive her last salary for hours worked, but that was all. There is no severance package, no 2-month compensation, nothing. The entire operation took around 90 seconds. Emily had officially left my company by the time I came into the living room to get pie. Her access to our systems was automatically removed. Her next direct deposit, due for the following Friday, had been canceled. I sat down with my slice of pumpkin pie and listened to Emily rant about how overrated I was. She had gone on to criticize my residence, claiming that it was too modest for someone with my alleged income. Clearly, I was either lying about my income or too ignorant to understand how to spend money wisely. One or the other. I simply nodded and ate my pie. I didn't say anything about what I just did. Why should I? She'd find out quickly enough. The remainder of Thanksgiving was lovely. Emily ultimately moved on to different issues. We watched football. My father fell asleep in his recliner. Standard Christmas things. When Emily departed that evening, she embraced Mom and Dad and said goodbye to everyone. She did not even glance at me. I went home that night and enjoyed the best sleep I'd had in months. There was no remorse or second guessing, only satisfaction that I had finally made the decision I should have made months ago. Friday morning I arrived to the workplace early. Sophia was already present. She always is. I summoned her into my office and informed her that Emily was no longer with the firm. Sophia's expression revealed a mix of relief and apprehension. She inquired whether I was all right. I told her I was okay, that it was overdue, and that we'd have to disperse Emily's tasks until we found a successor. Sophia nodded. I'll handle it. And for what it's worth, you made the right call. She wasn't a good fit here. I know, I said. I should have done it sooner. We wrote a quick email to the team that morning. Emily Turner was no longer with the firm. Effective immediately, her tasks had been reallocated. All customers should be routed to Sophia for coordination till further notice. Professional and to the point. Several employees stopped by my office during the day. Nobody inquired as to what had transpired, they all knew. They had been watching Emily coast for months while doing genuine work. A few folks praised me for finally addressing the issue. That stung a little, knowing my staff had been dissatisfied for so long because I had allowed family loyalty cloud my judgment. Emily's direct deposit should have arrived the following Friday. My phone started blowing up at 2 p.m. Emily's first text message. Hey, my paycheck didn't deposit. Can you check with payroll? I did not react. I was having a meeting with a client. Second text, 10 minutes later. Seriously, where's my paycheck? This is ridiculous. Third text, 5 minutes later. I need that money today, I have bills to pay, fix this now. She then called. I refused it. She called again. Declined yet again. Then my office phone rang. Sophia took it up, listened for a minute, and then entered my office. Emily's online too, Sophia added, evidently trying not to smile. She's very upset about her paycheck. Tell her to check her email, I replied. She should have received a termination notification last week. Sophia returned to her workstation. I overheard her deliver that message. Then I heard Emily's voice get loud enough for me to make out words over Sophia's phone. Sophia muttered something else and hung up. She says she never got any email, Sophia stated. And she's demanding to speak with you. Did you verify that the termination email was sent? I requested an answer. Sophia examined her PC. Sent Friday at 8 a.m. to her company email. She probably hasn't checked it since Thanksgiving. Of course she had not. Emily viewed checking her work email as optional. Another reason she had performed poorly in her work. If she calls back, tell her to check her company email for all relevant information regarding her termination, I told her. And if she continues to harass our office line, we'll need to block her number. Emily called back 3 times. Sophia repeatedly gave her the same message and ultimately blocked her number. Then Emily began messaging me individually. The texts were progressively more furious. You fired me? Are you kidding me right now? You can't just fire me without warning. That's illegal. Mom is going to hear about this. Dad too. You're going to regret this. I can't believe you do this to your own sister. You're a terrible person. This is because I told the truth about you at Thanksgiving, isn't it? You're that petty. You owe me that paycheck. I worked for that money. I answered to just one text. You received your final paycheck for all hours worked up to your termination date on November 25th. Any questions about your termination should be directed to HR. Then I silenced the discussion. She attempted to contact my personal phone. I didn't respond. She contacted my workplace straight. Sophia stopped her. She even showed up to my office on Monday morning, but our building is secured and requires a key card to enter the lobby. Security phoned and asked whether I was expecting Emily Turner. I said no. She was no longer worked here, thus they should ask her to leave. They did. The real pyrotechnics began when she contacted my folks. My mother contacted me that Monday evening, just as I was leaving the workplace. She sounded disturbed. What's this about you firing Emily? She inquired. No. Hello? No, how are you? Right to the accusation. It is true, I said. I terminated her employment last Friday without even talking to her first, without any warning. She had multiple warnings, Mom. Written documentation, performance improvement plans. I'd been trying to work with her for months. She chose not to improve. But she's your sister, my mother said. And she was my employee, a bad employee. I gave her more chances than I would have given anyone else specifically because she's my sister. But I can't run a business on family sentiment. My mother was quiet for a bit. After that she said, Emily says you fired her because she said you got lucky at Thanksgiving. She thinks you're just being petty and vindictive. I chuckled at it. Mom, I fired her because she was bad at her job. She consistently showed up late, ignored client emails, created problems for my team, and cost me a major contract because she couldn't be bothered to do basic tasks. The Thanksgiving comment had nothing to do with it. She says, you did it on your phone right there at dinner. I processed her termination on Thanksgiving. Yes, but the decision was made weeks ago. I was planning to fire her that following Monday anyway. Her little speech just moved up the timeline. You should have talked to her first. Given her another chance. I gave her 6 months of chances, Mom. How many more did you want me to give her? My mother sighed. She's really struggling now. She doesn't have a job. She's behind on rent. She needs help. Then she should have thought about that before she decided to coast at the one job where someone actually gave her a real opportunity. She's family, and I'm not her personal ATM, I stated more strongly than I typically did to my mother. I helped her by giving her a good job with good pay. She threw that away. Those are consequences of her own choices. My mother didn't like that response. She attempted the guilt trip tactic, saying Emily was my younger sister and I should want to assist her. I listened patiently and then told her I had to go. She wasn't pleased, but she let me hang up the phone. My father phoned the next day. He was very straightforward about it. You need to give Emily her job back, he told her. No preamble. No, I don't, I answered. She's your sister. You can't just abandon her like this. I'm not abandoning her. I'm holding her accountable for her work performance. There's a difference. But she made one comment at Thanksgiving and you ruined her life over it. Dad, I kept detailed records of every performance issue, every late arrival, every missed deadline, every client complaint. This has nothing to do with Thanksgiving and everything to do with 6 months of documented poor performance. Ask her about the 2.5 million client she almost lost us because she couldn't be bothered to respond to an email. My father went silent. What client? I described the problem. Emily had ignored many emails from a large customer. I had to personally intercede to rescue the deal. How that was only one of many concerns. She never mentioned that, my father explained softly. Of course, she didn't because that would require her to take responsibility for her actions instead of blaming everyone else. My father remained quiet for a long time. He then stated, Your mother is very upset about this. I'm sorry she's upset, but I made the right business decision. Emily was a liability to my company. I couldn't keep her on staff just because we share DNA. Family is supposed to support each other. I did support her, Dad. I gave her a job she wasn't qualified for. I paid her more than market rate. I gave her chance after chance to improve. At some point, support becomes enabling. I'm not going to enable her to coast through life expecting other people to carry her. My father didn't say much to that. He advised me to think about what I was doing before hanging up. Emily attempted many more times to get me to rehire her, or at least offer her severance pay. She wrote me lengthy text messages about how unjust I was being. How I had never understood her. Everyone expected her to be like me, but she couldn't live up to it. How I was successful because I'd had advantages she didn't have. I did not reply to any of it. There was nothing to say. She had created a story in which she was the victim, and I was the villain. And nothing I said could change it. People believe anything they choose to believe. About 2 weeks after I dismissed her, my mother phoned again. She sounded exhausted. I just want you to know that your father and I loaned Emily money for her rent. She said she's looking for a new job, but it's taking time. Okay, I responded. We're disappointed in how you've handled this situation. That's your right, Mom, but I stand by my decision. She's your sister. You should have helped her. I did help her for 6 months. I helped her. She chose not to help herself. My mother sighed. I don't think you understand how hard things are for her right now. I understand perfectly well. I also understand that she created this situation for herself. I'm sorry she's struggling, but those are natural consequences of her choices. You've become very hard, my mother observed gently. No, Mom. I've just learned that helping people who don't want to help themselves doesn't actually help them. It just enables them to keep making bad choices. We didn't talk for a while after that call. My parents were upset with me. Emily was telling everyone who would listen that I'd betrayed her. My aunt apparently thought I was being too harsh. My uncle thought I'd done the right thing, but wasn't going to say so publicly because he didn't want to deal with my mom's reaction. But you know what? My business ran better without Emily there. Sophia hired a replacement within 4 weeks. A recent college grad named Rachel, who actually showed up on time, responded to emails, and treated her job with respect. Client communication enhanced. My team's morale increased. Everything just works better. About a month later, I received a text from Emily. It was different from her prior furious texts. I got a new job. Starts Monday. Just wanted you to know I'm fine. I texted back. Glad to hear it. Good luck with the new position. She did not react. I did not expect her to. That was probably our final direct communication for a while, perhaps forever. Some bridges burn and remain burnt. My parents gradually began talking to me again, but things were clearly tight. Mom would call from time to time, and we'd talk about nothing in particular. Dad gave me an article on a solar project that he had read about. Small attempts toward normalcy, yet the underlying tension remained. They had made it apparent that they believed I was incorrect. I made it apparent that I didn't care. Christmas was awkward as heck. We all gathered at my parents' place since that is what you do. Emily was there with David. We did not talk directly to each other. She spent the entire time on her phone or in quiet conversation with David. I spent time with my cousins and avoided the living room where Emily was stationed. At one time my father attempted to create a discussion between us. He asked, "Why don't you two talk and work this out?" As if we were kids arguing over a toy. Emily gazed at me with chilly eyes. I returned the stare with the same indifferent expression. Neither of us said anything. My father gave up and went back to watching football. Things became more fascinating shortly after New Year's. Emily evidently informed David her entire account of the story. How I dismissed her out of jealousy and vengeance. How I couldn't take her speaking the truth about my accomplishment. How I was a nasty person who abandoned my family. David, being the smart thinker that he is, resolved to assist Emily exact retribution. He made a phony Google review for my firm. One celebrity said we duped his company out of $50,000 and never delivered on our promises. They said we were scammers running a phony enterprise. He even created a fictitious business name to make it appear real. The difficulty with David's strategy was that I had set up Google alerts for my company's name. I saw the review within an hour of it being posted. I also saw that the account that posted it was formed on the same day and had only posted one review, indicating that it was not a complex operation. I took images, recorded everything, and reported the review to Google as false. It was deleted within 48 hours. Then I had my attorney send David a cease and desist letter for defamation and attempted harm to my company reputation. The letter threatened possible legal action if he continued. Emily contacted me 2 days later, shouting that I was going to sue her boyfriend. I gently reminded her that if her partner intended to commit actionable defamation, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Then I hung up. David seemed to have backed off after that. There will be no more phony reviews or efforts at retribution. It turns out that threatening people with serious legal penalties makes them reassess their activities. In February my mother called with some news. Emily was evicted from her flat. She'd been staying with David but their relationship had crumbled following the legal threat. She was now requesting to move back in with our parents. My mother wondered whether I would rethink employing Emily again. I said no. She asked if I would at least lend Emily money for a deposit. I said no again. She said I was being unkind. I told her that Emily had squandered every chance, humiliated me publicly, and had her boyfriend attempt to damage my business. At what point did Emily become accountable for her own situation? My mother didn't have an answer. Emily returned home at 28 years old. However, March provided the most satisfying results. Remember Emily, our important client, who almost lost us because she ignored their emails? What about the $2.5 million contract I had barely saved for? They returned with an expansion idea. They were so pleased with our work on their first 5 buildings that they asked us to manage another 12 properties. This deal was expected to be worth around $6 million over 3 years. During the contract signing meeting, the client's VP expressed his satisfaction with our communication improvements over the previous months. He notably appreciated our new client services coordinator for her responsiveness and professionalism. They said it was a 180-degree difference from their last encounter with us. I thanked him and mentioned that we had made some staff adjustments to better serve our customers. He nodded approvingly and commented that it showed. That arrangement placed us on track to generate more than $13 million in income this year. We were growing quicker than I had anticipated. I hired 3 extra people, including a second project manager, to handle the increasing burden. Business was thriving. My mother informed me that Emily was once again working at a department shop, earning the minimum pay plus commission. She was still living at home, whining about how unfair life was, and blaming everyone but herself. My parents stopped asking me to help her. I believe they eventually understood that no amount of money or opportunity would solve Emily's basic condition. She did not want to perform the task. In April, I received a message on LinkedIn from someone who formerly worked with Emily. He said Emily told others she had quit my firm because I was handling it unethically. She said she departed on principle, not because she was fired. I shared a professional update on LinkedIn regarding our company's expansion and the necessity of upholding excellent standards. I didn't mention Emily's name, but everybody who was familiar with the issue understood. Following that post, 2 former co-workers reached out. Both stated that they had heard tales from Emily and were relieved to discover that we were genuinely prospering. Her attempts to harm my reputation had entirely failed. People in the industry speak, and when they witnessed my company's true success, it made her appear bitter and untrustworthy. By summer, everything had settled into a new routine. My firm has 35 workers and an anticipated yearly revenue of more than $16 million. We moved to a larger office. I ultimately awarded myself a raise and purchased a newer car, still a Honda, but less beat up. My parents and I had achieved a peaceful settlement. We occasionally discussed neutral issues. They had ceased justifying Emily's actions, partly because they could no longer ignore the trend. My father genuinely apologized to me in June, said he understood why I made the decision I did. That mattered more than he understood. Emily was still living at home and working between jobs. Last I heard, she had been fired from the department store for being late too often. She had moved on to work at a call center. My mother stopped providing me updates until I directly asked for them. In August, I saw David at a petrol station. We established eye contact. He glanced aside quickly and dashed to his car. I simply smiled and went about my day. Some fights are inevitable victories. The finest part happened in September. We received a significant industry award for innovative renewable energy consultancy. A ceremony was held, a trophy was awarded, and various trade journals covered the event. My crew was ecstatic. Sophia sobbed happy tears. It was a great confirmation of all we had created. The award ceremony was held on a Thursday evening. The article was published Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, my phone was flooded with congratulatory messages from colleagues, old co-workers, and even some family members. My mother called that evening. She had seen the article. She stated she was proud of me. Then she said something that really astonished me. Emily saw the article too. She didn't say anything, but I could see it on her face. I think she finally understands what she gave up. I did not reply to that. There was nothing to say. Emily had made her decisions. I had made mine. The outcomes speak for themselves. My mother-in-law stole my house while I was recovering from surgery, then had the nerve to claim she was helping, but she never expected me to fight back. My husband Jake and I purchased our house 5 years ago with my grandfather's legacy. Jake had horrible credit due to college debts, so the deed was exclusively in my name. It was a little 4-bedroom home, but it was ideal for beginning a family, which we had been planned since we married. Helen, Jake's mother, had been a nightmare from day one. Jake was constantly claiming he married down, because I was a nurse, and she wanted him to marry his ex, a lawyer. She especially despised the fact that I owned the house, but Jake did not. She continued telling everyone Jake was living in his wife's house like a kept man. When I became pregnant, Helen became quite interested in our living circumstances. She began throwing suggestions about how we needed a larger space for the baby, how the area was not nice enough, and how her buddy was a broker who could get us a good bargain. I assured her we were perfectly content with where we were. The nursery had already been painted, the home had been paid off, and we didn't need a mortgage with a baby on the way. That infuriated her because it reminded her that I had purchased the house outright. Something Jake couldn't have done. 1 month before my due date, Helen began showing up at Jake's job, bringing odd individuals she said were friends who wanted to view the property. I thought that was strange, but pregnant brain left me too weary to protest. She'd take them around each room, pointing out things she'd alter, and spoke about the home as if she knew everything about it. She then requested to borrow my house keys so that she could drop off baby goods while we were at work. Jake thought it was nice that his mother wanted to assist. I handed her the spare key. A big error. Helen persuaded Jake, 4 weeks before my due date, that I needed to include him in the deed before the baby arrived, claiming that it would safeguard our kid if something happened to me during delivery. She actually printed up deed transfer paperwork and delivered them to us. Jake was perplexed since he assumed his name was already on it. I reiterated his credit position from when we acquired it. Helen seemed surprised, saying that was so long ago that it didn't matter now. She kept pushing until I said we'd talk about it once the kid was born. Labor started quickly. My water broke at 2 a.m., and Jake rushed me to the hospital. I was in labor for 40 hours. Helen had Jake's phone at the moment since he was so focused on me. She often left the room to reportedly inform family members. She was really messaging from Jake's phone, while managing something altogether unrelated. Our daughter was delivered healthily, but I had a hemorrhage and required emergency surgery. Helen informed Jake while I was asleep that he needed to go home and retrieve my insurance cards from my desk because the hospital required them. It was a lie. The hospital already had everything. Helen remained in my room throughout Jake's absence. She looked through my handbag, found my driver's ID and social security card, and photographed everything. She also had Jake's phone data. 2 days later, when I was still healing and learning to breastfeed, a woman arrived in my hospital room with paperwork. She claimed she was from the title business and needed me to sign some adjustments to the deed transfer to include Jake's name. I was on pain medication, weary, and had just fed the baby, and Helen was standing right there, repeating everything we had talked. She said the lawyer made a mistake and listed the transfer date as that day, rather than 5 years ago when we purchased it. I was so out of it that I signed where she pointed, but it didn't add Jake to my deed. It was handing the house exclusively to Jake. Helen had previously arranged for Jake to sign documents the day before when he returned home, explaining that it was power of attorney paperwork for my medical choices. 7 days after giving birth, we returned home to discover our locks changed and a sold sign in the yard. Helen stood in the driveway with a man she introduced as the new owner. She stated Jake had sold the house because we wanted a bigger space for the baby. She'd orchestrated the entire operation, using photographs of my paperwork to fake initial agreements, having Jake inadvertently sign the sale papers, and selling my property for cash to her friend's kid for half its worth. Lucas, the buyer, was standing there grinning, with builders ready to begin modifications. Jake was extremely perplexed, claiming he had never promised to sell anything. Helen stated that he signed the documents and that she, as his mother, facilitated everything. She genuinely suggested that I praise her for managing things when I was being theatrical at the hospital. I phoned the police, but they stated it was a civil problem because paperwork had been signed. Lucas said all of the documentation was valid, and we had 48 hours to get our belongings out. Helen had already rented us a one-bedroom apartment across town, which she claimed would teach us gratitude. She continued emphasizing that young people didn't need to buy homes anyhow. Helen messed up here. Lucas wasn't simply her friend's son. He was a contractor who had lost his license 3 years prior for fraud. I'm standing in my driveway with my 5-day-old daughter, and this grinning stranger tells me I have 48 hours to get out of my own home. Jake is hurriedly contacting the police again, and I can hear Helen in the background saying we should be thankful she got us an apartment, as if she did us a favor by stealing my house. My daughter starts weeping, and I attempt to calm her down as Lucas continues to explain how all of the documentation is legal and binding. He's acting as if this is simply business, as if he had no idea what he was doing when he paid half the worth of my property to a lady who had no right to sell it. The contractors have already begun measuring the living room windows, and I can see them staring at me as if I am the issue, as if I am some insane woman who refuses to go. Jake eventually gets through to the police dispatcher, who says someone will be out within an hour. Helen approaches and attempts to touch the infant, and I really back away from her. She appears to be harmed, but I am no longer concerned. She just snatched my house and is behaving as if I am being nasty to her. Lucas provides Jake a printed timetable of when we need to get our belongings out and what will happen if we do not comply. My legs feel weak, so I sit down on the front steps because I'm just 6 days post-surgery and shouldn't be standing for so long. The baby is still sobbing, and I need to feed her, but I won't do it in front of these folks. Jake comes down next to me, wraps his arm around my shoulders, and I can feel him shivering. He keeps apologizing, saying he had no clue what his mother was doing, and that he believed he was signing medical documents. I trust him because Jake is bad at reading legal paperwork, and Helen knows this. She had spent his entire life doing things for him and instructing him what to sign. When one of the contractors approaches and asks if we need help transporting boxes to a truck, Jake instructs him to leave us alone. The guy backs off, but I can see they're all waiting for us to go so they can begin ripping down my house. The cops come and spend 30 minutes going over all of the documents Lucas brought. And the officer ultimately tells us that it appears to be legally binding, despite the fact that we had no intention of selling. He's looking at the signatures, dates, and title transfer paperwork and shaking his head, as if he's seen this before but he can't do anything about it. Lucas stands there with his arms crossed, appearing confident, while Helen lingers around, attempting to explain that she was only assisting us in making a sound financial decision. The police asks if I signed the documents, and I explain that I was in the hospital for 7 days after giving birth, receiving pain medicine and undergoing emergency surgery. He asks Jake whether he signed anything, and Jake gives him the documents Helen handed him, which he assumed were medical power of authority. The officer says this is certainly a civil case, and we should get a lawyer right now because it is more than just a property dispute. He proposes that we document everything and submit a complaint with the district attorney's office for potential fraud. My hands are trembling so much that I can hardly grasp my phone to begin searching for lawyers. The officer hands us a card for legal aid services and tells us to call them first thing Monday morning. It's Saturday afternoon, and I realize we have the entire weekend to deal with this nightmare before we can even attempt to solve it. Lucas asks the officer whether he can proceed with the improvements, and the officer responds that the transaction is lawful as far as he knows. So I start weeping again, and so does the baby, and Jake tries to speak to the officer about fraud and forgery, but the officer simply says we need a lawyer. Helen really attempts to embrace me, but I shove her away so forcefully that she stumbles. Jake shouts at his mother to go, and she appears confused, as if she doesn't understand why we're furious with her. The officer asks if there would be a problem, and Jake answers, "No, we're leaving, we just need time to get our belongings." Lucas adds we just have 48 hours, no longer. The police officer goes, and we're standing there with Helen, Lucas and the contractors, and I feel like I'm in a bad dream where nothing makes sense. Jake's sister calls after hearing what occurred, and she is outraged with Helen, stating their mother has always been controlling, but this goes too far. Her name is Laura, and she's phoning because one of Helen's neighbors seen the police at our house and informed her that something was wrong. Jake puts her on speaker, and Laura yells that Helen has always been deceitful, but this is real fraud, and she may go to jail. Laura asks whether we have a lawyer, and Jake responds, "No, we just found out an hour ago." Laura adds her friend had a property issue last year and engaged an attorney called Clara Stone, who was fantastic in real estate fraud cases. She's sending me Clara's number while we're still on the phone, asking me to call right now rather than waiting until Monday. I contact Clara's workplace before we even complete our talk with Laura. The phone rings 4 times, and I believe it will go to voicemail. But then somebody picks up. A female announces, "This is Clara Stone's office," and I just start talking, explaining everything in this rushed, panicked voice about the hospital and the signatures and coming home to find our house sold. She stops me and says, "Clara is actually in the office finishing up some weekend work and can see us in an hour if we can get there." I quickly agree, and she gives me the address. Jake is already placing the baby in her car seat, and we're leaving our house while Lucas and his workmen are measuring and planning their improvements. Clara meets with us that afternoon at her office, and I'm still in my baggy pregnancy clothing, spit up on my shoulder, and attempting to nurse discreetly throughout the appointment. Her workplace is modest but well organized, with paperwork neatly arranged on all surfaces and legal volumes decorating the walls. Clara is about 40 years old, has short dark hair and wears spectacles. She has a concentrated attitude that makes me believe she is paying attention. She examines each document with extreme care and repeatedly returns to the chronology, asking precise questions about who had access to what information and when. She wants to know when Helen requested for the home keys, when she started bringing people in, when the hospital paperwork was signed, and everything. Jake and I take turns explaining, while Clara takes notes in this really exact handwriting. She requests to see the paperwork I signed at the hospital, so I show her the images I snapped with my phone before we left the house. Clara focuses attention on the signature, date, and witness line. She asks who saw my signing, and I tell the title company representative and Helen. Clara's eyes sharpen and she asks whether I was on pain medicine, to which I respond yes, along with being weary after 40 hours of labor. She questions Jake about the paperwork he signed, and he also gives her images of those. Clara lays out all of the paperwork on her desk and begins comparing signatures and dates, and I can feel her curiosity increasing as the fraud pattern becomes clear. She inquires about Lucas, and I inform her that he is an unlicensed contractor who lost his license for fraud 3 years ago. Clara genuinely grins for the first time and adds, "That's very helpful information." She asks how we found out, and Jake explains his sister Laura knows someone who formerly worked with Lucas. Clara says she wants to conduct a comprehensive background check on Lucas and the title business official who visited the hospital. Clara adds that the falsified signatures and my drugged state are grounds for canceling the deal. But we must act quickly since Lucas has already begun modifications, which will become more difficult to reverse with each passing day. She is discussing filing an emergency request for a temporary restraining order to prevent any alterations to the property while we fight the sale in court. She says, "The fact that I was in the hospital recovering from surgery and on medication makes the signature questionable at best. The fact that Jake thought he was signing medical papers and not sale documents is also important." She asks if we have any proof that Helen had access to our personal documents, and I tell her about giving her the spare key and leaving her alone in my hospital room. Clara claims it is circumstantial yet useful. She inquires about our money and whether we can afford to fight this. Jake and I gaze at each other. I tell her we have some funds, but not much, and I'm meant to be on maternity leave for another 8 weeks. Clara says she'll work with us on payment arrangements, but the most important thing right now is to prevent Lucas from doing any more work on the property. She files an emergency motion for a temporary restraining order while we are seated in her office. She is typing quickly, looking up legal precedents and describing what she is doing as she goes. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel like someone is truly fighting for us rather than simply telling us we're screwed. Clara says the hearing will probably be in 3 or 4 days, so we need to document everything Lucas does to the house between now and then. She instructs us to drive by and snap pictures every several hours. if feasible. She also advises we should gather all of the paperwork Helen has given us concerning the house. Every text message, email, and everything. Jake claims the most of it is on his phone, and Clara asks that it all be forwarded to her immediately. While waiting for the court hearing, Clara's investigator investigates Lucas's history, and learns that he lost his contractor license after scamming 4 clients out of more than $250,000. Aaron, the investigator, contacts Clara 3 days after our initial meeting to provide information. Clara calls and puts Aaron on speaker. Aaron reveals that 5 years ago Lucas had a contracting firm and accepted deposits from 4 separate households for big improvements. He completed some preliminary work before disappearing with their money. The family sued and won, but Lucas declared bankruptcy, so they never received anything. The state has withdrawn his contractor license, and he is not permitted to perform any contractual work. Aaron believes this is significant since it demonstrates a habit of deception and targeting vulnerable individuals. The detective discovers Zachary Hale, Lucas's old business partner who was duped in the prior scheme. Zachary is more than eager to reveal evidence of Lucas's deceptive tactics and history of targeting vulnerable persons. Aaron claims Zachary phoned him back within an hour of being contacted and had boxes of documentation from their company together. Zachary wants Lucas to face actual repercussions this time. Clara believes Zachary's testimony might be critical to our case since it demonstrates that Lucas understands precisely what he's doing when he takes advantage of others. She asks whether we're comfortable with her contacting Zachary directly, and we answer yes, certainly. Aaron also offers us Zachary's contact information in case we wish to chat to him ourselves. Jake contacts Zachary that night, and they speak for over an hour. Zachary informs Jake that Lucas particularly targets people in crisis circumstances because they are too stressed to read paperwork attentively. He cheated 4 families and is now doing it to us. Zachary claims he lost his life savings in Lucas's prior swindle and has been waiting for an opportunity to see him face the penalties. Helen shows up abruptly in our tight apartment with baby necessities, as if nothing is wrong. We've been in this little 1-bedroom home for 4 days and are still living out of boxes. The doorbell rings, and I glance through the peephole to find Helen standing there with shopping bags. I don't want to allow her in, but Jake is in the shower. The baby is wailing, and I'm too weary to deal with it. I open the door, and Helen strides in as if she owns the place. She begins unpacking the luggage and takes out diapers, baby clothing and formula despite the fact that I am still nursing. She's commenting about how nice and comfortable the flat is. And aren't we happy she discovered it for us? When Jake confronts her about the house, she appears perplexed and upset that we are being ungrateful. He comes out of the bathroom in sweatpants with his hair still damp, sees his mother, and simply freezes. Helen grins and tells him she has brought provisions for the baby. Jake wonders what she's doing here, and Helen explains she came to check on her granddaughter. Helen is taken aback when Jake tells her that she must go. She truly believes we are overreacting, that young couples do not need to buy homes, and that renting promotes character. She claims we'll thank her later when we discover she protected us from becoming house poor. Jake ultimately loses his fury and orders his mother to leave and not return until she is ready to acknowledge what she'd done. Helen begins weeping, stating she was only trying to assist and that she believed we'd be better with a new start. Jake increases his voice, saying she took our house and must go now. Helen collects her purse and heads to the door, turning back and saying, "We're making a huge mistake getting lawyers involved." She continues, "Lucas is a nice young man and we should just accept the situation." Then she leaves, and Jake strikes the wall hard enough to damage it. I'm holding the baby and trying not to cry while Jake is shivering with fury. He contacts Laura and tells her what happened, and she says she'll come over. She arrives 4 days later with takeaway food and spends hours with us, telling us how their mother has always been like this. The temporary restraining order hearing takes place 3 days after we were due to leave, and the court granted it after considering the evidence of my medical condition and the strange timing. We're in a smaller courtroom than I thought, with only Clara and Lucas, his lawyer, and the judge. The judge is a lady in her 50s who appears exhausted, yet bright. Clara gives all of the documentation, explains the history, and displays images of me in the hospital. She has my medical records, including the bleeding, emergency surgery, and pain meds I was taking. Lucas's lawyer claims that the deal was legal and binding, and that we are simply experiencing buyer's regret. The court asks Lucas directly if he was aware I was in the hospital when the papers were signed, and Lucas responds yes, but this does not invalidate the transaction. When the judge asks if he knew I was using pain medicine, Lucas hesitates and maintains he was unaware of my medical situation. Clara brings out text exchanges between Lucas and Helen, in which Helen clearly says that I recently underwent surgery and am recovering. The judge looks at Lucas coldly, and thinks the timing is questionable at best. She issues the interim restraining order and orders Lucas to cease all remodeling work immediately. However, we are still unable to move back in because the transaction has not been cancelled, only frozen. The court has scheduled a full hearing in 2 weeks to assess if the transaction should be overturned. I'm weeping in the courthouse restroom since this partial triumph means we're still stuck in this cramped apartment with a newborn. Lucas is required to cease all work, although he still legally owns the house. Clara finds me in the restroom and says, "This is actually a really good result." She believes the judge saw through Lucas's falsehoods and that the complete hearing will most likely go our way, but 2 more weeks seems impossible right now. Our money are quickly depleted due to attorney bills and the increased rent on Helen's preferred apartment. And while I'm supposed to be on maternity leave, my nursing supervisor is calling to ask when I'll be back. The apartment is $400 more per month than our mortgage, and we're paying it on top of our usual bills and Clara's costs. Jake sits down with our bank statements and credit cards one night, after the baby has fallen asleep. He puts everything out on the little kitchen table and begins adding figures. We understand we may be able to afford 2 more months of legal bills before we are forced to choose between fighting for our home and meeting basic requirements. My boss keeps calling and inquiring about my return date, and I keep repeating, "I don't know. I'm supposed to have 8 more weeks of vacation, but we need the money." Jake's employment as an IT specialist does not provide enough money to cover everything. We discussed returning to work early, but the baby is just 2 weeks old and I'm still healing from surgery. My boss is understanding, but I can sense the hospital is running out of nurses and is becoming irritated. Jake offers we contact his sister for a loan, but I don't want to. Laura has already been quite helpful to us. We look at credit card offers and personal loans, and they all have ridiculously high interest rates. I start weeping because Helen and Lucas put us in this predicament, and we may have to go into debt to battle them. Jake says we'll work things out, but I can see he's worried too. We resolve to wait until after the next hearing before making any major financial choices. If we lose the house, we'll need money for a security deposit and relocation expenses. If we win, all we need to do is survive until we can move back in. Zachary Hale meets Clara personally and offers to testify about Lucas's fraud habits, bringing documents demonstrating that Lucas particularly targets persons in crisis circumstances who are too overburdened to read papers thoroughly. Clara contacts us the next morning, enthusiastic by Zachary's findings. She claims Zachary has contracts, emails and text messages from other fraud instances that detail Lucas's identical strategy. He seeks people who are going through family issues, medical crises, or financial difficulties and offers to help them. Then he forces them to sign paperwork they don't fully comprehend while distracted and anxious. Zachary lost his life savings in Lucas's prior swindle and has been waiting for an opportunity to see him face the penalties. Clara claims Zachary is willing to testify at the complete hearing, and his evidence might be crucial in establishing this wasn't simply a bungled transaction, but premeditated fraud. She asks if we want to meet with Zachary before the hearing, and we agree. We meet him at a coffee shop near our place. And Zachary is a skinny, jittery man in his 40s who appears to have not slept well in years. He shows us folders full of records and describes how Lucas persuaded him to spend their business savings on a property flip that never occurred. Lucas seized the money and fled, leaving Zachary unable to pay his staff or rent. He lost everything. Zachary adds that when Aaron phoned him about our situation, he saw the pattern right away. He claims Lucas constantly targets persons who are vulnerable and exhausted. He asks about our daughter, and I tell him she's 3 weeks old now. Zachary says, Lucas probably planned the whole thing around my due date, knowing we'd be too distracted to fight back. That makes me feel sick because it means this was all calculated from the beginning. I leave the coffee shop with all of Zachary's documents in a folder and my baby sleeping in her carrier against my chest. Jake takes us home, and we both remain quiet since knowing Lucas timed this around my due date makes everything worse. Back at the flat, I nurse the baby and try not to think about Helen watching me labor for 40 hours, knowing exactly what she was planning. My phone rings, and it's Jake's sister Laura, wondering if we'll be attending Thanksgiving at her place next week. I tell her we can't since Helen will be there. Laura says she fully understands. She claims Jake's brother Chris feels the same way and will not go if Helen is invited. However, their other brother, Brian, believes we are exaggerating the situation. Laura claims Brian informed her that moms occasionally overstep, but that is just how Helen is, and we should forgive her. I have to put down the phone for a minute because I am so upset. Laura says she's having Thanksgiving only for us and Chris's family, and Helen isn't invited, till she confesses her mistakes. Jake gets on the phone and thanks his sister, and I can hear him tear a bit. He tells Laura that he never expected to have to choose between his mother and his wife. But Helen made that decision for him when she seized our home, After he hangs up, he sits on our tight apartment couch and looks at the wall. He claims Helen controlled everything during his life, and he never fought her because it was tiresome. He claims he should have safeguarded me better and established limits years ago. I sit next to him, and we don't speak for a long. The baby wakes up sobbing, and I change her diaper on the floor since there isn't enough space in this apartment for a changing table. 4 days later, Clara calls with news of a settlement offer. Lucas's attorney approached her with what they describe as a nice compromise. We'd receive 70% of the house's true worth in cash, and Lucas would keep the property. Clara suggests we should meet in person to discuss this. So we drove to her office with the baby. She lays out papers on her desk that display the figures. The house was valued around $320,000, and Lucas paid $160,000 for it. His offer would bring us $224,000. Clara says that going to trial is expensive, and the outcome is not assured even with all of our proof. She claims trials can last a year or more, and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal expenses. But if we accept this bargain, Helen and Lucas will get away with taking over $100,000 of my inheritance. I am shaking. I'm so furious. I tell Clara that I want to fight this all the way because they cannot simply take from us and then offer to return the majority of it as if they were doing us a favor. Jake agrees, but seems concerned about the cost. Clara says she understands and believes we have a solid case, but she must be open about the dangers and expenditures. We inform her we're not taking the offer, and she nods and says she'll notify Lucas's attorney. Jake and I discuss money again while driving home. We have about $6,000 in savings after paying Clara's retainer and the first month's rent on this flat. Even if we win the trial, we will be absolutely broke in a year. Jake offers asking his sister for a loan, but I decline because Laura has done so much already. We look at credit card offers and personal loans, and they all have ridiculously high interest rates. I start weeping because Helen and Lucas have gotten us into this problem, and we may have to go into debt to battle them. Jake responds, "We'll figure something out," but I can see he's scared too. The next week, Clara's investigator contacts her with information concerning Helen's finances. Clara joins us at a coffee shop and tells us what he discovered. Helen owes more than $40,000 on credit cards and is facing foreclosure on her condo. The investigator discovered emails between Helen and Lucas dated 6 months earlier, in which they discussed the house selling plan. Lucas offered Helen $25,000 if she helped him acquire the property at half price. Clara offers us printouts of the emails, which I read on my phone while keeping the infant from snatching the papers. Helen wrote, "Things like this will solve both of our problems, and Jake will understand eventually." Lucas' comments focus on timing and ensuring that all documentation seems real. Reading my mother-in-law's comments about snatching my house makes me ill. Clara replies, "This demonstrates Helen wasn't just controlling or making a mistake. She actively planned to commit fraud for money." Jake examines the emails, his hands trembling. He admits he knew his mother was problematic, but he never imagined she'd do something criminal with her own son. Clara argues that this material helps our case greatly by demonstrating preparation and intent. She'll send everything to the district attorney's office to determine whether they'll file criminal charges. When I ask Clara what it implies, she says Lucas and Helen might face fraud charges if the DA believes there is sufficient proof. She reminds us that criminal proceedings move slowly, and there is no assurance of prosecution. However, the fact that a criminal investigation is underway may put Lucas under pressure to negotiate better conditions. 2 weeks later, a detective called our flat and introduced himself as Victor Grant from the district attorney's fraud section. He wants to interview me about what occurred and asks if he may come over. I accept, and he shows up the next afternoon in ordinary clothing, carrying a notepad. The baby is cranky, so I'm attempting to feed her while answering his questions. Detective Grant asks me to go over everything from the beginning. I tell him about Helen's actions during my pregnancy, including handing her the spare key, going into labor, experiencing a hemorrhage, and requiring emergency surgery. When I signed the documents, he took notes and asked specific questions regarding my medical condition. I explained the agony, medicine, and weariness, as well as how I had just completed nursing when the title company representative arrived. He inquires whether Helen was present, and I respond, yes, she was standing right there telling me this was what we discussed. Detective Grant seemed troubled as I mentioned signing the paperwork while barely aware. He inquires about Jake's involvement, and I explain how Helen duped him into signing documents he believed were medical power of attorney. The baby begins sobbing loudly, and I have to interrupt the interview to stroll around and quiet her down. Detective Grant waits patiently, explaining that he has children and understands. When I sit back down, he inquires about the emails discovered by Clara's investigator. I tell him Clara has copies of everything, and he says he will obtain them from her. He asks whether I believe Helen arranged this particularly for my due date, and I respond definitely. That's exactly what occurred. She waited till I was most weak to carry out her plan. Detective Grant closes his notes, stating that this is one of the worst incidents of exploitation he has witnessed. He believes that taking advantage of someone shortly after childbirth and emergency surgery is particularly troubling. He assures me that the DA's office will analyze everything and decide on criminal charges within a few weeks. After he goes, I sit on the couch, exhausted. Jake gets home from work, and I tell him about the interview. He asks whether I'm okay, and I respond, no, I'm really not okay. The stress of everything finally hits me 2 weeks after the detective's visit. I awoke with a severe headache and blurred vision. Jake is preparing for work and I attempt to rise up, but the room swirls. He asks what's wrong, and I explain that I don't feel right. My head is throbbing and I am dizzy. Jake measures my blood pressure with the monitor we received after I left the hospital, and it is dangerously high. He asks his sister to watch the baby and drives me to the emergency department. The emergency room doctor checks me and requests blood tests. She returns an hour later and says, I'm showing signs of postpartum preeclampsia, and my blood pressure is high enough that I could have a stroke. She adds, if we'd waited any longer, it could have been really bad. They admit me overnight for monitoring and give me medication to lower my blood pressure. Jake is afraid and repeatedly asks the doctor whether I'll be okay. She believes I should be all right with proper therapy and relaxation, but I need to drastically lower my stress levels. I'm lying in a hospital bed, with an IV in my arm, recognizing that this legal battle is literally jeopardizing my life. The nurse checks my blood pressure every 2 hours during the night, and it gradually decreases. Laura remains at our flat with the baby and sends Jake updates on feedings. In the morning the doctor says I may go home, but I must relax and avoid stress as much as possible. She says postpartum preeclampsia can be dangerous, and I should take it carefully. Jake brings me home and Laura has cleaned our flat and prepared meals. She tenderly holds me and expresses her sorrow at what is occurring. I sleep the most of the day while Laura looks after the baby. When I wake up, Jake is sitting next to the bed, looking afraid. He suggests we accept Lucas' settlement offer since my health is more important than the house. I tell him I will not allow them win after everything they've done. He says he is concerned about losing me, and I respond I will be more cautious. But we are not giving up. My nursing network becomes aware of what occurred to me and the circumstances at home. My co-workers at the hospital begin asking questions, and I end up giving many of them the entire tale. Within days, someone starts an online campaign to aid with our legal bills and living expenses. I am not even sure who initiated it at first. My boss calls and tells me that the whole nursing staff wants to assist, and is circulating the fundraiser link to other departments. I'm ashamed at first since I don't enjoy asking for assistance, but Jake insists we need it. The crowdfunding page tells what Helen and Lucas did and how we're fighting to reclaim our house. Donations begin to pour in from nurses I work with, physicians I've supported during operations, and even patients' relatives who remember me. Within 3 days, more than $3,000 has been raised. By the end of the week, it'll have surpassed $8,000. I'm sobbing as I read the comments from individuals that want to assist and believe what happened to us is terrible. Some nurses I hardly know give $100 or more. My supervisor makes a $500 donation. The fundraising provides us with enough money to continue paying Clara and covering our rent for several months. I contact Clara and inform her that we will not accept Lucas's settlement offer since we can afford to continue battling. She seems relieved and says she was hoping we'd say that since she believes we'll win. My co-workers' support helps me feel less alone and helpless. Jake and I sit down and look at the fundraiser site, reading everyone's lovely remarks. He promises we'll get through this and get our house back. Detective Grant approaches Clara, stating that he needs to question the title company agent who handled the sale. Samantha Brooks is her name, and she is first reluctant to speak with him. Clara informs us that Samantha is concerned about legal liabilities for her firm. Grant receives a court order forcing her to be interrogated, and she eventually accepts. Clara is unable to attend the interview, but Grant later tells her about it. Samantha acknowledged she was concerned about the paperwork timetable because everything transpired so quickly. Lucas pushed her through the procedure, and she didn't push back as much as she could have. She informed Grant that she saw inconsistencies in her internal business files about how quickly things were signed and processed. Normally, a house sale takes weeks, but this one took only days. Samantha stated that Lucas pressed her to shut things promptly, and she agreed because he was a returning client. Grant inquired whether she saw anything strange about my signature, and Samantha stated the paperwork were valid at the time, but the timing was peculiar. Clara argues that Samantha's testimony is significant because it demonstrates that even the title firm suspected something was off with the deal. Her internal notes on inconsistencies will indicate Lucas was aware he was doing anything improper. Grant informs Clara that Samantha's assistance greatly improves the criminal case. The district attorney's office is now seriously investigating fraud charges against Lucas and Helen. Clara phones us 2 weeks later with big news. She claims that the criminal probe has become substantial enough that Lucas's counsel is now concerned about jail time. Grant has created a case that demonstrates Lucas's practice of deception against several victims, including Zachary Hale. The emails between Lucas and Helen show that they planned the entire affair together. Samantha's evidence reveals that Lucas hastened the transaction despite knowing it was dubious. All of the information about my medical condition and the fake paperwork indicates that this was a premeditated deception against a vulnerable individual. Clara claims Lucas's attorney contacted her to arrange a fresh settlement on our terms, rather than their prior lowball offer. Lucas's power has radically altered since he is facing criminal fraud accusations, which might result in actual prison time. Helen is being examined as an accomplice since the emails show she was part in the planning process. Clara claims that this is the first time she has truly believed that we will reclaim our home. Lucas's attorney wants to meet to negotiate conditions, and Clara believes they would agree to nearly anything to keep Lucas from going to trial on criminal charges. When I ask Clara what Helen is facing, she replies that if the DA charges her as an accomplice, she might face probation, community service, and reparations. Jake seemed relieved for the first time in months. We set up a meeting with Lucas's attorney for the next week to negotiate settlement terms. After 3 weeks of back and forth with our attorneys, we eventually reach an agreement. Lucas will return the house to us and put the deed back into my name. He will pay for all of our legal bills, including Clara's and the investigators. He will pay for our move back into the house, as well as $18,000 in compensation for damages and lost equity. In addition to returning the home, Lucas must pay us around $40,000 in total. It's not perfect since we'll never be able to recoup the 4 months of rent we paid for this place, let alone the mental pain of what we went through. But the most important thing is that we have our house back. Lucas has pleaded guilty to fraud charges, which result in 2 years probation and reparations to his other victims, including Zachary Hale. He will not serve jail time, but he will have a criminal record and must repay everyone he scammed. Clara claims that the DA consented to probation instead of prison time since Lucas is cooperating and returning our house. We sign the settlement papers in Clara's office, and I'm trembling the entire time. Jake squeezes my hand and says, "We did it." After all of the paperwork is processed via the court system, the house will be returned to my name within 2 weeks. Helen's criminal case continues forward independently of Lucas's settlement with us. The DA accuses her as an accomplice to fraud based on emails indicating that she arranged everything with Lucas. She faces probation, 200 hours of community service, and a $12,000 reparation payment for her involvement in the fraud. Clara argues that Helen's penalty is less harsh than Lucas's, since she did not immediately gain from the transaction, as Lucas never paid her the $25,000 he promised. The DA is treating her as a facilitator of the fraud, rather than the primary culprit. But she's still getting a criminal record and must repay us. The $12,000 restitution is in addition to Lucas's settlement, bringing the total payout to $30,000. Helen loses the $25,000 Lucas promised her, and her financial condition worsens instead of improving. Laura informs us that Helen had to sell her condo to escape foreclosure and is now relocating into a modest apartment. Her credit card debt remains, and she now faces further court bills. I don't enjoy seeing her suffer, but there is justice in how her selfishness and cruelty backfired totally. She attempted to take my fortune, but ended up losing everything herself. The moving truck arrives on a Saturday morning, 5 months after we signed the settlement documents. And I stood in our driveway, holding my daughter, who has grown so much since that dreadful day when we returned home to discover everything changed. Jake pulls boxes through the front door, which Lucas never had the time to fix. I accompany him inside to the living room, where Lucas began taking down the carpet but never completed. We spend the first day simply strolling through each area and choosing what has to be repaired, cleaned, or discarded from Lucas's half-finished repairs. The nursery still has the color I picked before everything fell apart, and I sit in it with my daughter, crying a bit because we are finally home. Jake finds me there and sits down next to us on the floor, wrapping his arm over my shoulders without saying anything for a few minutes. Then he talks about his mother and how he should have known what she was capable of. How his devotion to her blinded him to all the warning indicators that were there in front of him. He apologizes for disbelieving me when I originally informed him there was a problem with the papers, and for waiting 3 days to truly realize his mother had stolen our home. We chatted for nearly an hour about what our family would look like in the future, about boundaries and trust, and how we will safeguard our daughter from others who pretend to love her but treat her cruelly. It hurts to have this talk because Jake is grieving for the mother he believed he had before understanding she was never that person. And I am seeing my husband's grief, even if I am pleased that he has finally realized the truth. The next week, Jake calls his mother from our bedroom while I am in the hallway, where I can hear everything. He informs Helen that she can visit her granddaughter but only under supervision and after completing a family therapy program centered on boundaries and restoring shattered trust. Helen instantly begins arguing that she does not require treatment, that she was simply trying to assist us, and that we are being unkind and ungrateful. Jake remains cool and repeats the requirements without giving in or allowing her guilt trip to affect him. She threatens to fight for grandparents' rights, which Jake says is a poor idea considering her recent felony conviction for fraud. Helen begins weeping, claiming Jake is choosing me over his own mother, and he says that he has chosen his wife and daughter since that is what a husband and father do. Helen hangs up on him, and Jake emerges from the bedroom, fatigued but lighter in spirit. I tell him I'm proud of him for prioritizing our nuclear family, and he hugs me tightly, saying he should have done so years ago. 6 months after Lucas changed our locks and Helen devastated our lives, we've settled into a routine that feels almost normal. Our daughter is crawling around and gets into everything. And now that we've repaired all of the damage from Lucas's renovations, the house seems like our own again. Jake's connection with his mother is only maintained through infrequent supervised video conversations in which Helen refuses to recognize she did anything wrong. And I know their relationship will most likely never heal. However, his sister comes over twice a week to help with the baby. And his brother, who stood with us through everything, has become one of our best friends. Instead of pretending Helen's poisonous control was normal or appropriate, we're putting together the family support system we really need. My coworkers still check in with me on a daily basis to see how things are doing, and the nursing supervisor granted my desire to return part-time so I could spend more time with my baby. I'm now working 3 days a week, and we're steadily paying off the credit card debt we accumulated throughout the court battle. We are not where we were financially before Helen sold our house, and it will take another year to return to that stability, but we are going ahead, and our daughter is thriving in the home purchased with my grandfather's fortune, which was always the goal of battling so hard to reclaim it. I've learned that safeguarding your family often entails facing fights you never expected to confront, standing up to those who should love you but chose to be unkind instead. I'm stronger for having survived this horror, even if I wish it had never occurred. And I know I can handle whatever happens next, because I've already survived the worst-case scenario I could have imagined. My parents made me pay rent while funding my siblings' futures. Then I used their own lease against them to stop the exploitation. I turned 18, and my parents immediately began charging me $750 per month to live at home. They said it was to teach me responsibility and prepare me for the real world. I was still in high school, working part-time at a grocery store for the minimum wage, but they insisted. They wanted their money every month, on the first of the month. I barely had anything left after paying them, but I assumed this was how things worked as an adult. I paid every month for the rest of senior year. Then I noticed something strange. My brother, Ethan, turned 18 6 months after me. No rent. My parents explained that he was focused on his music and didn't need the stress. He sat in his room all day, playing video games and occasionally jamming on his guitar for 20 minutes. They bought him a new amplifier for his birthday that cost $1,800. My sister Sophia turned 18 a year later. She does not have to pay rent either. She was apparently preoccupied with her influencer career. She had 350 TikTok followers and only posted about once a week. My parents bought her a ring light and a new phone to help her create content. Meanwhile, after graduating, I was working full-time, attending community college at night, and still paying $750 per month. When I asked why only I paid rent, my mother explained that I was the responsible one who could handle it. My siblings needed more encouragement to pursue their goals. I kept paying while Ethan's musical career consisted of one open mic night where he forgot the lyrics. Sophia's influencer career peaked at 500 followers, despite my parents' payment for professional photos. My parents then raised my rent to $950, citing rising costs and the fact that I now worked full-time so I could afford it. At the age of 20, Ethan had never worked in his life. Sophia worked one shift per week at a boutique for the employee discount, but I paid more. The real kicker came when I overheard my parents discussing their finances. They were depositing my rent money directly into savings accounts for Ethan and Sophia. My rent was literally funding my siblings' futures, and I couldn't save a dime. They referred to it as their education funds, despite the fact that neither sibling attended school. Ethan dropped out of community college after one semester, and Sophia never applied. I attended night classes and paid my own tuition. When I confronted them, they claimed Ethan and Sophia were not as capable as me. They needed the financial cushion more. I was smart enough to do it on my own. That's when I discovered my parents had been telling everyone I was living at home rent-free and mooching off of them. They made themselves look like saints by supporting their adult child while I paid them $950 per month. My extended family thought I was a loser who took advantage of my parents. At family dinners, my aunt would make comments about how I needed to mature and support myself. My parents never corrected her, so I agreed to play their game. I went to them and told them they were correct. I needed more responsibilities. I asked them to draft a formal lease agreement so that I could establish rental history for my credit. They thought this was excellent adulting and drafted an official-looking lease with terms and conditions. They were so proud of teaching me about contracts that they even took a photo of me signing it to show off their responsible parenting. This is what they didn't realize. In our state, once you sign a lease, you have tenant rights, and they just broke about 15 of them. No proper notice of rent increases, no payment receipt system, no maintenance agreements, and no security deposit documentation. They had been entering my room without my knowledge, using my bathroom while theirs was occupied, and taking food I purchased without permission are all violations. I began documenting everything. Every time my mother entered my room, she borrowed something without asking. Every time my father used my laptop without permission. Every time they gave Ethan or Sophia money, they instructed me to pay more. They wrote the lease to allow for quiet enjoyment of the premises. It was difficult to enjoy when Ethan practiced his guitar badly at midnight, directly above my room. The lease specified access to common areas. Sophia's photography equipment is always spread across the living room, making it difficult to access. I sent them formal written complaints for each violation. They laughed at first, thinking I was overdramatic. Then I stopped paying the rent. I told them I was withholding it because of unresolved lease violations, as was my legal right as a tenant. They lost their minds and demanded the cash. I offered to pay if they resolved the violations. They claimed they did not have to fix anything in their own home. Cool. Then I did not have to pay. They tried to kick me out, but I showed them the lease they had written. They'd have to formally evict me, which could take months. They'd have to go to court and explain why they were evicting one child while the other two remained free. They would have to inform a judge about the savings accounts funded by my rent. They'd have to admit they were lying to everyone about me being free. The court records would be made public. Everyone would know. My mother panicked and offered to reduce my rent back to $750. I countered with zero, as did my siblings. My father's face turned bright red, and he began yelling that I was being disrespectful and ungrateful for everything they had done for me. His voice became louder with each word. My mother jumped in right away, saying, "They gave me a roof over my head. And this is how I repaid them. By threatening legal action like a stranger." She placed her hand on her chest as if I had physically hurt her. My heart was pounding, but I remained calm. I explained that I was not threatening anything and was simply asking for the same treatment that Ethan and Sophia received. $0 per month. My dad's face turned even redder, and he stormed out of the room. My mother looked at me for a second, as if she wanted to say something else, before following him out. I stood alone in the kitchen, holding my printed documentation of every lease violation. The papers felt heavy in my hands. I could hear the bedroom door slam upstairs. That night I lay in bed trying to concentrate on my homework, but I could hear my parents arguing loudly in their bedroom. The walls in this house were thin enough that I could understand most of what they were saying. My mother's voice came through first, saying they should simply let me stay rent-free to avoid problems. My father's voice rose again, insisting that this would be a reward for my bad behavior. He told me that I needed to learn respect. My mother said something quieter that I couldn't hear. Then my father mentioned something about not being manipulated by their own daughter. The argument went on for more than an hour. I gave up on my homework and lay there listening. Their voices gradually became quieter, and I heard their television turn on. The next morning, I came downstairs for breakfast and the kitchen was tense. My parents were already at the table, eating cereal and not talking to one another. Ethan walked in, scratching his head, and inquired as to what was going on, having heard yelling the night before. I poured myself a cup of coffee and explained the situation while my parents sat silently. I told him about the rent I'd been paying for years, the lease violations, and the savings accounts I funded with my own money. Ethan actually laughed and said I was overreacting about a few $100s per month. He took a bowl from the cabinet and said, "Everyone pays rent when they're adults." I pointed out that he did not pay rent. He shrugged, explaining that it was different because he was focused on his music. I asked when he had last practiced. He didn't respond. Sophia came downstairs in her pajamas, holding her phone. She must have overheard some of the conversation because she jumped right in, accusing me of being selfish and making everything about me when they were simply trying to pursue their dreams. Her voice had that whiny tone she used to elicit sympathy. I looked right at her and told her that my rent money was literally funding her dreams. I told her about the savings account. She opened her mouth but nothing came out. She looked at my parents, expecting them to deny it. My mother gazed down at her cereal bowl. My father got up and made a lot of noise while putting his dishes in the sink. Sophia's face turned pale, and she sat down without taking any food. That evening, my parents summoned me to the living room. They sat together on the couch, serious expressions. My father cleared his throat, saying they had discussed it and wanted to present a counteroffer. As a compromise, they reduced my monthly rent to $350. My mother nodded and agreed that was more than fair. I sat in the chair across from them and told them that the compromise was $0, just like my siblings. My father began to interrupt, but I continued speaking. I suggested that if they preferred, we let a judge decide what was fair. I took out my phone and showed them photos of the lease they'd written. Photographs of my payment records. Photographs of all documented violations. My mom's face turned white. My father stood up quickly and announced that he would be kicking me out immediately. His voice shook as he said it. I remained seated and calmly reminded him that this was illegal without proper eviction proceedings. I explained that he would need to file paperwork with the court. He'd need to wait for a hearing date. He'd have to explain to a judge why he was evicting one child while two others remained there free. I saw my mother's eyes widen as she realized I knew my rights. She grabbed my father's arm and pulled him back down to the couch. He was breathing rapidly as if he had been running. There was silence for quite some time. My parents then left the room without saying another word. My co-worker Katie approached me during our morning break the next day, so I must have appeared stressed. She inquired whether I was all right. I hesitated, but then it all came out. During our lunch break in the break room, I told her everything, including the rent, which my siblings had not paid, the savings accounts, and the lease violations. Katie's eyes grew large and she kept saying, "I can't believe my parents would do that." She stated that her own parents had problems, but at least they treated all of the children equally. She asked if I had any other places to stay. I told her I was staying because they couldn't legally force me to leave. Katie pulled out her phone and began texting someone. She told me that her husband, Barry, worked in property management and was very knowledgeable about tenant rights. She insisted I speak with him because he'd helped others in similar situations before. She claimed Barry had witnessed landlords engaging in various illegal activities and was always prepared to deal with them. I wasn't sure about including more people, but Katie wouldn't take no for an answer. She texted Barry back and forth for a minute before telling me he wanted to meet with me. She said he could review my lease and documents. I agreed because at this point, I needed all the assistance I could get. That weekend, I met Barry at a coffee shop near my workplace. He was a tall man in his 40s with glasses and a friendly smile. Katie had already shown him some details, so he knew the basics. I brought my folder containing the lease and all of my documents. Barry laid everything out on the table between our coffee cups and began reading it carefully. He took his time writing notes on a pad of paper. After about 20 minutes, he looked up and said, "My parents violated multiple tenant rights." He pointed to specific sections of the lease that they had written and explained each violation. There was no proper notice for the rent increase from $750 to $950. There is no receipt system for my payments. Despite the fact that the lease mentioned it, there was no documentation for the security deposit. He went through my photos of the times they had entered my room without my knowledge. Barry confirmed that I had a strong legal case if this went to court. He stated that most judges disapproved of parents financially exploiting their adult children. He explained that the lease my parents wrote provided me with more protections than they realized. He claimed I was doing the right thing by documenting everything and standing firm. He wrote down the name of a tenant rights attorney he knew who occasionally offered free consultations. He advised me to contact this attorney if my parents persisted in their demands. I felt relieved to have someone confirm that I wasn't crazy for fighting this. Barry stated that he would be willing to testify as an expert witness if the situation required it. He advised me to continue documenting everything and not let my parents pressure me into paying or leaving. We spent another hour discussing my options, and he answered all of my questions. I left the coffee shop feeling more confident than I had in days. Barry jotted down the attorney's name and phone number on a napkin. Crystal Winters. He claimed she worked with young people dealing with family landlord issues and occasionally took cases for free when she believed someone was being taken advantage of. I thanked him and placed the napkin in my wallet. When I arrived home that night, I went straight to my room and took out the napkin. I stared at the phone number for a while before calling. A receptionist responded, and I explained my situation as briefly as I could. She put me on hold for a couple of minutes. When she returned, she mentioned that Crystal had an opening for Thursday afternoon if I could make it. I agreed right away, despite the fact that it meant leaving work early. The following few days passed slowly. I carried my documentation folder in my backpack wherever I went. My parents tried to talk to me several times, but I kept the conversations short. My mom asked if we could sit down and talk like adults. I told her we could discuss it after I spoke with my lawyer. Her face turned pale when I said that word. On Tuesday night, I was in my room studying when I heard a knock. Before I could respond, my mother opened the door. She had tears running down her cheeks. She sat on the edge of my bed without asking and began crying more. She claimed I was tearing the family apart over money. She asked why I couldn't simply be the responsible one, as I had always been. She claimed Ethan and Sophia looked up to me, and now I was setting a bad example by involving lawyers. I shut my textbook and looked at her. I asked her directly why being responsible required me to be treated worse than my siblings. She wiped her eyes and stated that it was not her intention to treat me worse. She said Ethan and Sophia simply needed more assistance than I did. I asked her why they needed additional assistance. She couldn't give me an honest answer. She just kept saying that they needed help to find their way. I pointed out that I too was discovering my path, but I had to pay for it myself and give them money every month. She stood up and claimed I was being difficult on purpose. She left my room, and I could hear her crying in the hallway. On Thursday, I left work at 2 p.m. to make my 3 o'clock appointment. Crystal's office was located in a small building downtown. The waiting room had mismatched chairs and magazines from last year. The receptionist smiled and told me Crystal would be ready in a few minutes. I sat down with my folder in my lap. A woman walked out of the back office. She was probably in her 40s, with dark hair pulled back and glasses. She walked right over to me and extended her hand. Crystal Winters. She offered a firm handshake and made direct eye contact. She led me back to her office, which featured a large desk covered in files and papers. She cleared a space and told me to sit down. I opened the folder and began explaining everything. She listened without interrupting. She jotted notes on a yellow pad. After I finished, she leaned back in her chair. She said she had seen cases like mine before. She claimed that parents financially exploited their adult children on a regular basis, convincing themselves that it was for the kids' benefit. She claimed that the lease my parents wrote provided me with strong legal protection. She asked if she could keep my documentation and make copies. I said yes. Crystal called in her paralegal. Luke entered carrying a camera. He was younger than Crystal, probably in his late 20s. He began photographing every page in my folder, including the lease, my payment records, and the written complaints I had sent my parents regarding lease violations. He worked methodically and did not overlook anything. Crystal explained that everything needed to be properly documented in case it went to court. She stated that judges took these cases seriously when they discovered clear evidence of exploitation. Luke finished taking photos and returned the originals to me. Crystal stated that she would write a letter to my parents explaining their violations and my rights. The letter stated that I would resume paying rent once all violations were resolved and I was given the same terms as my siblings, $0 per month. I felt relief wash over me. Having a professional on my side made everything feel more genuine and less dramatic. Crystal said she'd have the letter ready by Monday and would mail it certified, requiring my parents to sign for it. She advised not to be surprised if they reacted negatively. She advised me to document any threats or harassment. I thanked her, and she told me not to worry about the payment right now. She'd figure something out because she despised seeing parents take advantage of their children. I left her office feeling stronger than I had been in months. The letter arrived at my parents' home on Wednesday. I was at work when my phone rang. My father, I let it go to voicemail. He called 3 additional times. Then my mother called. I didn't respond. During my lunch break I checked the voicemails. My father was furious about how I got lawyers involved in family business. He claimed I was destroying our relationship for a few $100s. My mother sent me a message in which she cried and said I was ruining everything. When I arrived home that evening, my father was waiting in the living room. He began yelling the moment I walked in. How dare I involve lawyers in this? How dare I threaten them in their own home? My mom was crying on the couch. I remained calm and stated that I was not threatening anyone. I was just asking for the same treatment that Ethan and Sophia received. My father's face turned red. He said, "If I want to play legal games, maybe Ethan and Sophia should start paying rent as well." He yelled for them to come downstairs. Ethan came down first, looking perplexed. Sophia followed a minute later. My father informed them that starting next month, they would both be paying $350 in rent. Ethan's mouth dropped open. He said he could not afford it. My father asked why not. Ethan stammered, "I don't have a job." My father said that was exactly the point. If I didn't have to pay, nobody would get a free ride anymore. Sophia burst into tears, explaining that she was building her career and couldn't afford to pay rent. My father said she should figure it out then. Ethan looked at me like it was my fault. I simply stared back at him. This was the first time he'd had to think about money, and it was obvious on his face. He asked my father if he was serious. My father replied, "Completely serious. Everyone pays or nobody pays." My mother was still crying on the couch. Ethan returned upstairs without saying another word. Sophia followed him. Sophia made a TikTok post the following day. I didn't notice it at first, but Katie showed it to me at work. Sophia was in her room, looking sad, with a text overlay about toxic family members causing drama. An audio track about being misunderstood played in the background. The video received maybe 30 views. Katie rolled her eyes and said, "My sister was ridiculous." That evening, my mother posted the video to Facebook with a lengthy caption about how difficult it is when your children turn against you. She didn't go into detail, only mentioning family struggles and staying strong. I read the comments. My aunt wrote that some children did not appreciate their parents' sacrifices. Other relatives agreed. Nobody knew what was happening. They all assumed I was the problem based on my parents' lies. On Saturday morning, my aunt called me directly. I almost didn't respond, but decided I was done hiding. She immediately started talking about how I was being selfish and tearing the family apart. I interrupted her. I asked if she knew I was paying $950 per month in rent. She became quiet. I told her the entire story. How I had paid since I was 18. How Ethan and Sophia refused to pay anything. My parents put my rent money into savings accounts for my siblings. How they informed everyone that I lived freely. My aunt didn't say anything for a while. Then she said, "I have no idea." She claimed my parents always made it appear as if I was the one taking advantage. She apologized for judging me without knowing the truth. She admitted that the favoritism was wrong and apologized for the comments she had made at family dinners. I thanked her for listening. She said she'd call my parents and get their perspective, but she believed me. After we hung up, I felt as if someone in my family had finally understood what I was going through. Within an hour, my phone began to light up with texts from relatives I had barely spoken to. My uncle wanted to know if I had been paying rent. My cousin questioned why my parents never mentioned it. Even my grandmother called to see what was going on with the family. I responded to each one with the same basic information. $950 per month since I turned 18. Ethan and Sophia didn't pay anything. My rent went into their savings accounts. My parents told everyone I lived freely. The responses came in fast. My uncle said that wasn't correct. My cousin said she'd always wondered why my parents treated me like I was lazy when I worked full-time. My grandmother said she needed to talk to my mother about this. By dinner time, my phone was constantly buzzing. My parents' phones must have been worse because I could hear my mother on the phone in the kitchen, becoming louder with each call. She kept saying it was a private family business that people should stay out of. At one point, my father grabbed the phone from her and told whoever was calling that I was intentionally making them look bad. I stayed in my room, locked the door, and let them deal with the mess they'd made by lying to everyone. My mother knocked on my door the next morning. She appeared tired, and her eyes were red. She explained that my father wanted to make me an offer to settle everything. I followed her downstairs where my father sat at the kitchen table, holding a calculator and some papers. He stated that they would refund 6 months' rent to demonstrate good faith. That cost $5,200. In exchange, I agreed to stop discussing family finances with relatives. I took a photo of the papers with my phone and told them I'd think about it. I then texted the photo to Crystal. She called back within 20 minutes. Her voice was sharp as she warned me not to accept anything without proper legal documentation. She said the offer was an attempt to control the narrative and silence me. She inquired whether there were any conditions attached. I read her the papers, and she made a disgusted sound. She claimed they were trying to buy my silence while admitting no wrongdoing. She instructed me to reject it and let her handle the negotiations. 2 days later, my father sent me an email with an attached document. I opened it and began reading. They'd refund the $5,200, but I'd have to agree to pay $350 per month from now on. I also had to sign a document stating that I would not discuss family finances with anyone other than my immediate family. There was an entire paragraph about protecting family privacy and setting respectful boundaries. I sent it to Crystal without responding to my parents. She called me that evening, sounding annoyed. She claimed that my parents were still trying to control me while pretending to compromise. She inquired whether I wanted her to respond. I said yes. She told me she'd send them a letter outlining her terms, and they could accept it or see me in housing court. Crystal's letter reached my parents' house 3 days later. I was at work when my father called, screaming into the phone. He claimed my lawyer was threatening them and making unreasonable demands. I inquired as to the specific demands. He stated that Crystal requested a full year's refund and no future rent. I told him those seemed fair because that's what Ethan and Sophia received. He told me I was being ridiculous and hung up. My parents said nothing to me during dinner that night. When Ethan asked what was going on, my mother told him it was between them and me. Sophia scrolled through her phone, ignoring everyone. The silence felt heavy, but I did not try to fill it. My parents went 4 days without speaking to me except when absolutely necessary. Then my father showed up at work during my afternoon shift. I was restocking shelves when I noticed him walking toward me. He began talking before he even approached me. He said we needed to talk about the lawyer situation as adults. I informed him that Crystal was handling everything, and that all communication should go through her. He raised his voice, saying I was his daughter and he had the right to speak to me. Other customers began looking over. My manager emerged from the back office. My father kept saying that I was tearing the family apart over money. My manager stepped between us and asked my father to leave. My father looked at me as if I had betrayed him. Then he turned and walked away. My manager asked if I was all right. I nodded, but my hands shook. She advised me to take my break earlier. That evening Katie called me. She explained that Barry wanted to know if I needed a place to stay. She stated that if things at home worsened, they could use their guest room. I felt a release in my chest that I hadn't realized was tight. Having somewhere to go made everything seem less scary. I thanked her and promised to let her know. She stated that the offer was valid at any time. After we hung up, I sat on my bed and looked around my room. Knowing I could leave if I needed to made staying feel like an option, rather than a trap. Crystal set a deadline of 1 week from her letter. On the 5th day, my mother visited my room. She said they would consult their own lawyer. She stated that fighting this in court would be expensive and embarrassing for everyone. She inquired as to what it would take for me to drop everything. I informed her that Crystal's terms were fair. My siblings pay no rent and have received a full refund for the previous year. My mother's face became tight. She stated that it was $10,200. I stated that was what I had paid them. She departed without saying anything else. Day 6 passed without a word. On day 7, my father knocked on my door in the morning before I left for work. He said they had agreed on Crystal's terms. His voice sounded flat. He said they'd refund me for the entire year and let me live rent-free in the future, just like Ethan and Sophia. I inquired whether he was putting that in writing. He stated that their lawyer was drafting the agreement. I told him to send it to Crystal. He nodded before walking away. I got ready for work, feeling strange. I won, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like something in my family had broken and wouldn't be repaired. The refund check arrived 4 days later. $10,200 was made out to me. I stared at it for a long time before going to a different bank than my parents did. I opened a savings account and deposited the entire amount. The teller smiled and congratulated me on beginning to save. I thanked her and took the receipt. Walking out to my car, I checked the balance printed on the paper. All of the money I had paid them was in an account with my name on it. It felt genuine in a way it hadn't before. I'd been correct to fight for fair treatment. The money proved it. The atmosphere at home changed completely after that. My parents stopped trying to talk to me about anything other than basic household chores. Ethan avoided me entirely, spending the majority of his time in his room. Sophia walked past me as if I were not there. Family dinners took place in complete silence, with everyone eating quickly and leaving the table. My mother attempted to strike up a conversation several times, but it fizzled out quickly when no one else joined in. I ate my food and returned to my room. The house felt cold for reasons other than temperature. My mother knocked on my door early the following morning. She entered without waiting for me to respond and sat on the edge of my bed. She began discussing household expenses and how they really needed my rent money to keep things running. I sat up, looking at her. I mentioned that she and Dad had been putting my rent into savings accounts for Ethan and Sophia. If they needed it for household expenses, why was it sitting in my siblings' bank accounts? She opened and closed her mouth again. Her face turned red and she stood up quickly. She left my room without saying anything more. 2 weeks passed with little conversation. Then one night at dinner, my father cleared his throat and made an announcement. Beginning next month, Ethan and Sophia will each pay $350 in rent. Ethan dropped his fork, which clattered against his plate. He started complaining that it wasn't fair and that he couldn't afford it. My father held up his hand and told Ethan to stop talking. He said that if I didn't have to pay, nobody would get a free ride anymore. Sophia's mouth dropped open, but she said nothing. I kept eating my food without looking at anyone. Ethan pushed his chair back and stomped up to his room. Sophia followed him a minute later. My parents sat in silence as I finished my dinner alone with them. The following week, Ethan was suddenly extremely busy. He printed out his resume and began applying for jobs online. He visited the mall and dropped off applications at each store. Within 5 days, he had an interview at a downtown music store. He returned home 2 days later and informed everyone that he had gotten the job. He'd be working 4 days a week to assist customers and organize inventory. My father nodded and said, "That's good." Ethan looked at me across the table, but I just ate my meal. It was funny how quickly he could find work when he needed it. He'd been saying for 2 years that no one was hiring and that he should focus on his music instead. It turned out that jobs were available the entire time. Sophia took a different approach. She stopped going to her boutique job and told my parents she couldn't afford rent while pursuing her influencer career. She needed to devote all of her time to content creation if she wanted to increase her following. My mother looked at my father, and he shook his head. He told Sophia she had 2 options. Pay $350 per month or find another place to live. Sophia's eyes widened and she began crying. She claimed they were ruining her dreams and being unfair. My father did not change his expression. He told her she had until the end of the week to decide. Sophia ran upstairs and I heard her door slam. The next day she was on her laptop applying for jobs. She was hired at a coffee shop near the mall within 5 days. Living at home felt wrong, even though I wasn't paying rent. The air was heavy, and nobody looked at each other during meals. I started considering getting my own place. I texted Barry and asked if he could help me figure out what I could afford and what I should look for in a lease. He texted back right away, inviting me to come by his office that weekend. Saturday morning I drove to his workplace, a property management company. He had a large desk filled with folders and a computer with 2 monitors. He pulled up a chair for me and we talked about my finances for about an hour. He showed me how to figure out what percentage of my income should go toward rent. He discussed security deposits and utility costs. He looked up apartment listings in my area and explained what I should look for in lease terms. By the end, I had a list of 5 places to look into and felt like I knew what I was doing. Annie approached me after my community college class that week. She taught my business fundamentals course and was always friendly to me. She mentioned that my assignments were improving and that I appeared to be more focused in class. She inquired if everything was fine. I told her about the housing situation with my parents and how resolving it had given me mental space. She nodded and explained that stress affects everything, including schoolwork. She told me she was proud of how I handled the situation and that I was doing well in her class. It was nice to have someone notice the positive changes. I thanked her and went to my next class, feeling better than I had in weeks. I spent the next 2 weeks looking for apartments. The majority of them were either too expensive or in bad neighborhoods. Then I discovered a small studio apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building. It had a small kitchen and bathroom, but the main room was quite spacious. The landlord showed me around and explained that the rent was $900 per month, which included all utilities. I did the math in my head. This was less than the $950 my parents had charged me. I'd pay less to live on my own than I did in their house. The irony was not lost on me. I filled out the application that day and was approved 5 days later. My mom's face changed when I told her I was moving out. She expressed genuine sadness and asked if we could mend our relationship. I told her honestly that I needed time to decide whether I wanted them in my life after how they had treated me. She began crying, and my father wrapped his arm around her. He said nothing, but his jaw was clenched. I went upstairs and started packing my belongings. I had a month until my lease started, but I wanted to be prepared. The week before I moved, Ethan knocked on my door. He asked if he could help me move my belongings to the new apartment. I was surprised, but agreed. On moving day, Ethan arrived with his car. We loaded boxes and furniture, making 3 trips back and forth. On the last trip, he told me that he had no idea how unfair things had been until he had to get a job himself. He apologized for laughing at me when I first brought up the rent situation. He admitted to living in a bubble, and our parents had allowed him to stay there. I told him I appreciated his apology. We carried the last box up to my apartment, and he assisted me in arranging the furniture. Before leaving, he hugged me and expressed his desire for us to remain close. Sophia did not apologize, but she did stop making vague complaints about me on social media. Katie showed me that Sophia had deleted all of her posts about family drama and toxic siblings. Sophia received her first real paycheck from the coffee shop 1 week after I moved out. She posted a picture of it with the caption, "Honest work and earning your own way." She was now working 4 days a week and appeared to be less concerned with becoming famous on the internet. Sophia had begun discussing the possibility of attending community college next semester, according to my mother. Reality had struck both of my siblings, and they were handling it differently, but they were dealing with it. Moving into my studio felt different from the beginning. I chose a small secondhand couch and dark blue fabric and positioned it against the wall near the window. The kitchen had just enough space for a small table and 2 chairs, and I bought real dishes instead of paper plates, as I had done at my parents' house, to avoid arguments over who would wash them. I hung up some posters I'd had rolled up in my closet for years because Sophia always said they were ugly, and my mother would take them down. They were now on my walls, and nobody could say anything. I cooked actual meals for myself and ate them whenever I wanted, without Ethan showing up to steal half of my food or my father helping himself to the leftovers I had been saving. My belongings remained exactly where I put them. My shampoo remained in my shower. My snacks remained in my cabinet. Nobody borrowed my laptop, towel, or phone charger. The level of freedom exceeded my expectations. A week after I moved in, Crystal called to inform me that she was closing my case file. She stated that she never charged me for any of her work because parents who exploit their children financially made her very angry, and she was happy to assist me in standing up for myself. I tried to offer her something, but she refused and told me to use the money for my future instead. I thanked her about 5 times before hanging up, promising to send her a card. Katie and I began hanging out on weekends after she helped me get through the worst of the conflict with my parents. We'd go get coffee, walk around the mall, or just watch movies at her place with Barry. Having a genuine friend who knew the whole story and still supported me meant more than I could express. She never judged me for my legal issues or made me feel bad for going against my family. She simply listened and said I deserved better treatment. After 3 months in my new apartment, I had established a routine that felt stable for the first time in many years. I worked my shifts, went to class, came home to my own space and saved money every month because I no longer had to pay rent. My phone buzzed with a text from my mother, asking if we could meet for coffee and talk. I stared at the message for a few minutes before saying I'd meet her at a coffee shop near campus. Part of me wondered if she was really ready to admit what she'd done wrong, or if this was just another attempt to guilt me into returning. I arrived at the coffee shop first and ordered a regular coffee with cream. My mom arrived 10 minutes later, looking tired and older than I remembered. She ordered tea and we sat at a corner table away from the others. She started talking right away and expressed her genuine regret for the favoritism and financial exploitation. She explained that she had convinced herself that I was stronger and more capable than Ethan and Sophia, so it was acceptable to treat me differently and expect more of me. But now she realized how wrong that was, and how much damage it had caused. She admitted to using my supposed strength as an excuse to take advantage of me while babysitting my siblings. Hearing her say the words aloud made something tight in my chest loosen up slightly. I told her that I appreciated her apology, but that rebuilding trust would take time. She nodded, stating that she understood and would wait as long as I needed. 2 days after meeting with my mother, my father sent me an email. It was shorter and less personal than my mother's apology, but he admitted that he was wrong to charge me rent while allowing Ethan and Sophia to live freely. He apologized for not treating me fairly, and expressed hope that we could improve our relationship moving forward. The email felt stiff and awkward, as if he had struggled with every word. But I appreciated that he had at least attempted to admit his mistake. I responded briefly, thanking him for his apology. Over the next few months I began meeting my parents for dinner at restaurants every couple of weeks. We kept things neutral and talked about everyday topics like work, school, and the weather. They were learning to treat me as an independent adult, rather than a source of income or a problem to be solved. My mother stopped trying to give me advice on every decision I made, and my father stopped acting as if I owed him anything for raising me. The dynamic had changed, and it felt more balanced. Ethan and I actually became closer after I moved out. He began texting me more frequently, and we would occasionally grab lunch together after his shifts at the music store. He told me that after having to start working and paying his own way, he realized how unfair things had been. He apologized for laughing at me when I first complained about the rent situation, and he admitted to living in a bubble created by our parents. He was still working at the music store and seemed to enjoy having structure and purpose in his life, rather than just sitting around playing video games all day. He even began to take guitar lessons seriously and practice regularly. A year after moving into my studio apartment, I was performing better than I had ever done. My grades at community college were good, so I started looking into four-year universities to transfer to. The money I'd saved from the rent refund, combined with not paying rent during my final months at home, had laid a solid financial foundation. I had nearly $8,000 in my savings account and a solid plan for the future. My relationship with my family was better now because it was built on mutual respect rather than obligation and exploitation. Standing up for myself had been difficult and frightening, but it taught everyone in my family that fair treatment was not something they could bargain for. I was worthy of the same consideration as everyone else, and I would never accept anything less. I refused to marry, so my parents gave my sister everything, but she sold it for a business. Now they expect me to buy back the $250,000 heirloom. About 4 months ago, my parents and I had a major disagreement. The battle was over something extremely personal and precious to me, a family relic. My sister was about to marry when the quarrel broke out. Now I've always been clear about the fact that I don't intend to marry or have children. I've simply never seen that life path for myself. My family understands this. However, rather of honoring my decision, my parents chose to punish me by doing such a heinous act. My parents asked both of us home for supper the day after my sister got engaged. At first, it appeared to be a typical family evening. We were all seated around the table, talking and eating, when my parents revealed, right in the middle of dinner, that they wanted my sister to have the whole family heirloom as her wedding gift. They promised her she would receive every single piece. I was astonished. It took me a moment to understand what they just stated. To clarify, this jewelry collection was not made up of random old objects. They were really pricey objects with a lot of sentimental significance. The things had been passed down over several generations. Growing up, my mother even said that the heritage will be shared between my sister and myself. That's why it seemed like a betrayal when they abruptly changed their views without speaking to me. I sat there trying to seem cool, but inside I was enraged and horribly upset. This was not just unfair, it felt like a smack in the face. What made matters worse was that this was not the first time something like this had occurred. You know, all my life, I felt that my sister was their favorite. She's the youngest and has always received everything from them. More attention, more assistance, and now the heritage that was meant to be shared between us. My sister had always received preferential treatment from them, even when we were little. The difference in how we were raised began from the moment she was born. I can recall my father throwing a great family party to commemorate her birth. He stood up in front of everyone and addressed her as their miraculous, wonderful baby. My parents were relieved because, unlike me, my sister was born normal. For reference, I was born with a hearing disability, and I've had to use a hearing aid since I was a youngster. Rather than recognizing this as a natural part of who I am, my parents have treated it as a dirty secret. They have always expressed their wish that I did not have that defect. They seemed embarrassed by me, as if I were not the child they had planned for. So, when my sister was born without a handicap, they instantly liked her and favored her more. They've always made disparaging remarks about me and reminded me that I'm not as flawless as my sister. They've told me things like, a noble man would want to marry a deaf girl like me, or, I shouldn't have such high standards in men because of my hearing issues and just settle down with anyone who would have me. As if my condition made me unworthy of love or marriage. Because of their attitude toward me, I worked very hard to leave my hometown and attend college. After graduating from college, I decided to leave home and forge my own path in life. I want independence, space, and freedom. And because I've chosen not to pursue the typical route they expected, such as marrying, settling down, and becoming the sort of woman they believe I should be, they've become even more enraged. My sister, on the other hand, remained with them, constantly at their side, living the life they had planned for her, and they have always admired that about her. My parents have always been clear about their expectations of me. They've repeatedly advised me that I should marry as soon as possible and have grandkids, as if those are the only ways to live a complete, meaningful life. They believe that if I do not accomplish these things, I would be living an incomplete life, which I will regret when I am older and alone. My mother has even told me directly that as a woman, my role on this globe is to bring new life into the world. She said that by refusing to have children, I am not only disappointing her, but also disobeying God. As you might expect, it isn't simply pressure, it's emotional blackmail laced with guilt and manipulation. Despite this, I have always stayed firm and refused to marry merely for the sake of it. I created my life on my own terms, not theirs. So, when my sister got engaged, my parents clearly saw it as an opportunity to put me in my place, so they gave her all of our family artifacts. My sister was nearly shining with delight as my mother made the announcement. She was all smiles and thank yous, evidently happy with the whole affair. But what stung the most was that she didn't even question why I wasn't receiving anything. She did not check in with me. She didn't care what that choice meant to me, or how upset I was. When I tried to address my parents about how unjust it was, my father simply shut it off. He stated that he and my mother thought my sister was the perfect person to carry on the family legacy. My mother joined in, stating that because I had decided not to marry or have children, they believed it only made fair for my sister to receive all of the artifacts and pass them on to her children. In their minds, legacy equates to offspring, and since I'm not giving them any, I have no say. I couldn't simply sit there silently. So I objected. I reminded them of something vital. My grandmother had always stated that both my sister and I should receive the family treasure. That was her pledge to us, and that was always the plan. But my mother, with the same finality she usually employs, maintained that she knows best. She claimed that out of the two of us, she thought my sister was the most deserved, and she didn't care what I thought. My father accused me of being greedy for even asking for my portion of the treasure. He wholeheartedly supported my mother's choice, emphasizing that their minds were made up and there was no place for disagreement. All of their words hurt. It was more than simply the heirloom at that moment. It was everything they'd ever told me. They had made me feel insignificant several times. Music. Being the least beloved child is one thing. Being reminded of it all the time is quite another. And being made to feel invisible in my own family is something else completely. It seemed as if I will always be the one who was neglected. Like, no matter what I tried, I could never live up to their ideal of the perfect daughter. And I was hardly the perfect daughter. After supper, I decided I'd had enough. I realized I needed to step back from my family. So I made the decision to maintain little communication with my parents and sister. I stopped reaching out and allowed others to reach out less and less. I couldn't take their conduct anymore. Even though my sister invited me to her wedding, I respectfully declined. I decided it would be better for my own peace of mind to remain away. I was not prepared to face with more of the same pain and disappointment. But my sister was not pleased with my decision, so she attempted to exacerbate the matter. Because I had banned her on my phone and social media, she resorted to sending me a series of emails. She didn't even try to figure out why I wasn't coming. She was only upset that I would not be present for her in front of her groom's family. To top things off, she had the audacity to tell me that even if I wasn't attending, I should at least give her a wedding present. She urged me to get her an air fryer and a Dyson Airwrap, stating that with my income, I could easily afford them, and that I should give them to her as a wedding present. I just couldn't believe it. The arrogance was amazing. I responded that she had already gotten my portion of the inheritance, the family treasures, and she should be content with that. I told her that I had previously given her something meaningful, which was meant to be shared, and that should enough. I did not sugarcoat it. I responded to her that wanting an air fryer and a Dyson Airwrap on top of everything she had already gotten was utterly unreasonable, and she had no right to ask anything extra from me. She was clearly upset by my email and continued to send me emails, but I simply ignored her. I didn't react or send her anything. Anyway, it has been 4 months since I cut off all communication with my family. I've stuck to my decision, staying away from my parents and sister and focused on my own life. I had begun to find some serenity in the area I had made for myself. My folks unexpectedly came up at my door yesterday. This was quite unique. They have never paid me a visit since I cut off touch with them. So having them appear on my porch seemed weird. I had no idea what to anticipate, but I knew it would not be a casual visit. When I inquired what was going on, my mother, with a serious expression on her face, said that it was a family emergency, which was why she and Robert had chosen to come by. The way she stated it, in that cruel tone, had my heart pounding. I panicked for a second, wondering if anything had happened to my sister, or if one of them had suddenly become ill. After all, they would never have turned up unexpectedly like that, unless something was seriously wrong. I allowed them in. But I was on edge. As soon as they sat down, I asked them to get right to the point. I was not in the mood for niceties. I needed to know why they were at my house after all this time. That's when my mother began to tell me that they had missed me during the previous few months and felt terrible about how they treated me the last time we met. I glanced at her cautiously, because this did not sound like her. Mom went on to tell me that after all these months, she and Robert realized they had made a mistake by giving my sister all of their family antiques. She went on almost sheepishly, stating they now see how unfair their actions were and how painful it must have been for me. I couldn't believe what I heard. I scoffed and looked at them suspiciously. This was not like them at all. My parents were never the sort to apologize, much less acknowledge they were wrong. It did not feel genuine. This abrupt dramatic shift in their behavior felt too convenient, too out of character. I had spent years feeling like I was second best. And then they suddenly tried to apologize. It did not make sense. So I asked them straight up, what's really going on? I needed to know what was behind this sudden apology because I had no doubt that there was more to the story than they were telling. I wasn't going to fall for some superficial reconciliation if there was something deeper they weren't saying. My parents exchanged glances, and I could see hesitation in their eyes. After a long pause, my father reluctantly spoke. He explained that they had realized that I was the more deserving of the two of us, and that after everything had happened, they now wanted me to carry on their family legacy rather than my sister. But there was a catch, of course. Before I could receive anything, I had to complete this one task. I was already on high alert, and my skepticism was rising. I amused them by asking what this one thing was. I figured they were just looking for a gesture of goodwill from me before offering me the heirlooms. But what they said next completely confused me. They told me that in order to receive the heirlooms, I needed to buy them back from the exact location where my sister had sold them all. I just stared at them, shocked. My mouth became dry and my mind raced to process what I was hearing. What? My sister had sold the family heirlooms. I could not believe it. I wasn't sure if this was a joke or if I was simply hearing things incorrectly. I asked what they were talking about. That was when my mother finally admitted the truth. She explained that my sister had sold the entire collection of family heirlooms without their knowledge. She used the thousands of dollars she made from selling the items to start her own business. I was stunned, completely speechless. My sister saw it as a way to make a quick buck for herself, so all the years of hard work and sentimental value of those heirlooms vanished. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. How could she have done such a thing? And how could my parents have let this happen without intervening? However, it turns out that my sister did this without even informing our parents. Apparently my sister's business venture had failed miserably. Now she and her husband were in debt. And guess what? She had run back to our parents, pleading for financial help. That's when my parents finally convinced her to admit what she'd done with the heirlooms. At this point my mother broke down and begged me to save the jewelry. She kept saying how much she regretted not listening to Grandma Eleanor and how she should have divided the heirlooms between me and my sister from the beginning, as she had always promised. But because she didn't, everything was destroyed and the heirlooms were lost. I scoffed and asked her how I could possibly save the heirloom after it had already been sold. My father then pointed out that I could still get the entire family heirloom back for $250,000. He explained that after some investigation, they discovered that these heirlooms were now being resold on a website. This is why they sought my assistance in regaining possession of their jewelry. I looked at them in complete shock. $250,000. I almost didn't understand what I was hearing. I pointed out that this was completely ridiculous. How on earth was I supposed to pull $250,000 out of thin air to repurchase the family heirlooms? Even if I had that kind of money, I would never pay that much for something that should have been mine in the first place. I looked at my parents and told them this was entirely their fault. They were the ones who gave the heirlooms to my sister in the first place, despite knowing all along that they should have been divided equally between me and her. And now, because she had turned around and sold everything, they expected me to somehow fix it. It felt like they were attempting to shift all of the responsibility onto me, as if I should be the one to clean up the mess they had made. However, I was not going to correct their mistake. I wasn't going to pay $250,000 just because they hadn't properly managed their family heirlooms. It was not my responsibility to right their wrongs. When my mother heard this, she immediately started arguing. She said I could easily help them because I was a childless single woman with plenty of money. She complained that I was just making excuses. The way she spoke was as if she thought she was entitled to my money. She didn't care why I wasn't willing to just hand over an obscene amount of money to fix a problem that wasn't mine to fix. Then my dad jumped in. He said he understood I was frustrated with them, but that I needed to keep my grudge aside for now and find a way to buy back the heirlooms from the site. He went on saying that the heirlooms were my family legacy also, and that they shouldn't be in the hands of a stranger. I stayed calm as I pointed out the obvious truth. I wasn't going to take on the responsibility of fixing something that should never have been a problem in the first place. If they truly wanted to get the heirlooms back, they should be asking my sister to buy them back, not me. Also, if this was really so important to them, they should have thought about it carefully before giving it all to my irresponsible sister. The decision they made back then led directly to this mess. I mean, my sister has never held a job or earned a cent, and they just gave her thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, expecting her to take care of it. Of course, she sold it. How is it my responsibility to save our family legacy when you didn't even trust me with it in the first place? I asked, my voice steady, but firm. I reminded them that they were the ones who had found my sister more deserving than me to get all the family heirlooms, and had even called me greedy when I had pointed out their unfairness. This was the hard truth and I wasn't going to sugarcoat it for them. I had every right to be upset, and they couldn't just expect me to shoulder the burden now that everything had fallen apart. It wasn't right. I pointed out that instead of me, they should be asking my sister to buy back the heirlooms. But my mother quickly shot back. She said that they had actually tried to pressure my sister to buy them back, but she and her husband were completely broke since her business failed, and he lost his job. They apparently had no money left, were in debt, and in fact, they were relying on my parents for financial support. My father argued that my sister was clearly in no position to help with buying the heirlooms back. He claimed that since I was financially better off, it was up to me now to save the family heirlooms. His words made me feel like I was being manipulated. They expected me to be the savior just because they had failed to make the right decision months ago. I scoffed. I couldn't help it. After everything, this was what they had shown up for at my doorstep. Not to apologize properly, not to try and rebuild a connection with me after all these months, but to ask for money just so they can fix their mistake. I looked them straight in the eye and told them no. Firm and clear. I told them that if this was the reason they had come all this way, expecting me to bail them out after gifting my sister everything, then they could turn around and leave disappointed. I had absolutely no intentions of buying back the heirlooms. Why should I? They weren't even given to me in the first place. They made their choice. They decided that my sister deserved it more than I now. They were just facing the consequences of their decision. At that point, my mother broke down and started crying, saying I was being cruel and unhelpful. She said that I was the only one who could help them now, as if I was supposed to feel guilty for not jumping in. Then my dad joined in, claiming that they had put their egos aside to come ask for help, and that I was turning them away just to be spiteful. Eventually, I managed to get them to leave. I held the door open, and though my mother sobbed and pleaded and my dad hurled a few choice words at me before walking out, I didn't waver. So, Reddit, Emily Lancaster for not helping out my parents. Update 1. Hi everyone. Wow, I wasn't expecting this post to get the kind of attention it did, but I really appreciate the support and messages from all of you. A lot of people are curious about how our family heirloom is even worth $250,000. This is because it isn't just one object. It's a whole collection of jewelry and a few rare cultural items passed down for generations. My grandmother always said it was meant to stay in the family. In the past, my mother did have it appraised, and the value was high even back then because of its history and craftsmanship. Now, can I really buy back these family heirlooms if I want? Well, the answer is both yes and no. I do have a stable career and I earn really well, but I don't just have $250,000 lying around in a vault. That kind of money would eat into my savings, emergency funds, and, honestly, it would wreck me financially. So yes, maybe technically I could pull it off if I absolutely had to, but it would be reckless and, in my opinion, ridiculous to even consider spending that kind of money on something that should have been rightfully mine to begin with. Also, I've stayed no contact with my sister ever since the wedding. After I declined the invitation, she bombarded me with emails, asking for wedding gifts and tried guilt-tripping me. I ignored them all. She knew what she was doing when she took the heirlooms, and she definitely knew what she was doing when she sold them. We haven't spoken since and I have no intention of reaching out. A lot of people have been telling me that I should have gone to a lawyer or taken legal action when my mom gave all the family heirlooms to my sister. I totally get why people are saying that. But unfortunately, there's nothing I can legally do about it. You see, my grandmother didn't technically leave behind a will that stated exactly how the heirloom should be divided. She always said to my mother that she wanted both my sister and me to inherit them equally. It was something she talked about openly when we were younger, and she assumed my mom would honor that wish and be fair to both of her daughters. But legally, since there is no official document, no written will, no trust, it was entirely up to my mom how she chose to handle the family heirloom. So when she decided to give everything to my sister, I refused to marry, so my parents gave my sister everything, but she sold it for a business. Now they expect me to buy back the $250,000 heirloom. About 4 months ago, my parents and I had a major disagreement. The battle was over something extremely personal and precious to me, a family relic. My sister was about to marry when the quarrel broke out. Now, I've always been clear about the fact that I don't intend to marry or have children. I've simply never seen that life path for myself. My family understands this. However, rather of honoring my decision, my parents chose to punish me by doing such a heinous act. My parents asked both of us home for supper the day after my sister got engaged. At first, it appeared to be a typical family evening. We were all seated around the table, talking and eating, when my parents revealed, right in the middle of dinner, that they wanted my sister to have the whole family heirloom as her wedding gift. They promised her she would receive every single piece. I was astonished. It took me a moment to understand what they just stated. To clarify, this jewelry collection was not made up of random old objects. They were really pricey objects with a lot of sentimental significance. The things had been passed down over several generations. Growing up, my mother even said that the heritage will be shared between my sister and myself. That's why it seemed like a betrayal when they abruptly changed their views without speaking to me. I sat there trying to seem cool, but inside I was enraged and horribly upset. This was not just unfair, it felt like a smack in the face. What made matters worse was that this was not the first time something like this had occurred. All my life, I felt that my sister was their favorite. She's the youngest and has always received everything from them. More attention, more assistance, and now the heritage that was meant to be shared between us. My sister had always received preferential treatment from them, even when we were little. The difference in how we were raised began from the moment she was born. I can recall my father throwing a great family party to commemorate her birth. He stood up in front of everyone and addressed her as their miraculous, wonderful baby. My parents were relieved because, unlike me, my sister was born normal. For reference, I was born with a hearing disability, and I've had to use a hearing aid since I was a youngster. Rather than recognizing this as a natural part of who I am, my parents have treated it as a dirty secret. They have always expressed their wish that I did not have that defect. They seemed embarrassed by me, as if I were not the child they had planned for. So, when my sister was born without a handicap, they instantly liked her and favored her more. They've always made disparaging remarks about me and reminded me that I'm not as flawless as my sister. They've told me things like, a noble man would want to marry a deaf girl like me, or, I shouldn't have such high standards in men because of my hearing issues and just settle down with anyone who would have me. As if my condition made me unworthy of love or marriage. Because of their attitude toward me, I worked very hard to leave my hometown and attend college. After graduating from college, I decided to leave home and forge my own path in life. I want independence, space, and freedom. And because I've chosen not to pursue the typical route they expected, such as marrying, settling down, and becoming the sort of woman they believe I should be, they've become even more enraged. My sister, on the other, my family accused me of faking my qualifications. They brought proof. But when the judge looked at my cases, her face changed. You are brilliant. The meeting room smelled of aged wood and expensive fragrance. I sat down at the large mahogany table, hands clasped in my lap, watching my sister Claire fumble with her pearl necklace across from me. My parents flanked her on either side, their features set in the same expression of righteous vindication. We have evidence, my mother told the three-member panel. Her speech held the tone she'd cultivated over the years, implying that anyone who disagreed with her was either foolish or purposely ignorant. Our daughter has been lying about her qualifications for years. She has never taken the bar exam. Judge Evelyn West sat in the center of the panel, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. To her left was David Grant, a senior partner at one of Boston's oldest firms, and to her right was Detective James Walker from the Fraud Division. All three had manila files open in front of them. Miss Harper, Judge West remarked, her eyes meeting mine. You've been incredibly silent during these proceedings. Would you wish to reply to the allegations? I held her stare but said nothing. My lawyer, Andrew Collins, had urged me to let them speak and develop their case. Allow them to be confident. Claire leaned forward, her designer blouse rustling. Your Honor, my sister has always been a family disappointment. She barely finished high school. She attended a little-known Ohio community college. The idea that she could pass the Massachusetts bar exam is ridiculous. My father nodded emphatically. We tried to help her, he added, his voice thick with contrived anguish. But she's been living in a dream world. When we discovered she was genuinely representing clients, we felt we had to act. Judge West's demeanor remained bland, but something sparked in her eyes as she opened the file in front of her, and I noticed her face alter. The slight widening of her eyes, the pause in her breathing, the way her fingers tightened on the edge of the paper. Miss Harper, she said slowly. You argued before me last year, the Fitzgerald case. The room fell silent. I remember you quite clearly, Judge West continued, her voice changing. I described it as the most amazing defense I'd seen in my 30 years on the bench. Why is your family alleging that you are not a licensed attorney? My mother's face turned pale, and Claire's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for oxygen. Perhaps, I murmured slowly, speaking for the first time. We should start from the beginning. Growing up as the youngest of two daughters in the Harper household meant living in Claire's shadow. My sister was everything my parents desired. Beautiful, charming, and effortlessly popular. She got straight A's without studying, dated the football team captain, and was accepted to Yale before her senior year of high school even ended. My parents made it clear which daughter was the prize and which was the consolation. Claire was blonde and willowy, while I was dark-haired and solid, and where she excelled naturally, I struggled and fought for every B-. At dinner parties, my mother would occasionally mention the oops baby after her third glass of wine. "Why aren't you more like your sister?" became my mother's favorite refrain, delivered with increasing frustration as I moved through my teenage years. The comparison crystallized during the summer after my sophomore year of high school, when Claire had just finished her first year at Yale Law School, and my parents hosted a celebration dinner at our house in suburban Connecticut. I served appetizers in a black dress my mother had bought especially for the occasion, playing the role of helpful younger sister while Claire held court about constitutional law in her summer internship at a prestigious New York firm. "And what about you?" Mrs. Jackson from next door spoke, her voice tripping with polite disinterest. "What are your intentions for college?" Before I could respond, my mother interjected, "Oh, she'll probably go to the community college downtown." Claire chuckled as the dismissive tone in her voice wounded more than the words themselves. That tinkling sound everyone found so delightful. "Not everyone is cut out for higher education," she said, patting my shoulder. "There's no shame in knowing your limitations." Something hardened in me that night. I was 16 years old, with 2 years of high school still ahead of me, and I resolved that one day, I would make them regret every condescending word. My parents made it clear that Claire's Ivy League expenses had depleted the family education fund, so I kept my head down, improved my grades as much as I could, and began looking into colleges that I could actually afford. Whatever I wanted to do next, I'd have to pay for myself. When I left, my parents sent me a check for $3,500, which my father explicitly stated was all the support we could afford to provide. Lakewood Community College in rural Ohio was not prestigious or impressive, but it was affordable and far enough away from Connecticut that I didn't have to witness Claire's continued rise. Claire's Yale education cost $55,000 per year, but I didn't say anything, I just took the money and left. At Lakewood, I discovered something surprising. When I wasn't constantly compared to my sister, I could actually focus. I took a full course load and worked 25 hours a week at a local diner. My grades improved, and by the second semester, I had a perfect GPA. My advisor, Professor Linda Carter, a former prosecutor who had left the legal field following her husband's death and settled into teaching paralegal studies, discovered something in me that my family never did. "You've got a natural instinct for legal reasoning," she informed me one afternoon in her office. "Have you ever considered law school?" I chuckled bitterly. "My sister got to Yale Law, and I'm the family disappointment, remember?" "Who told you this?" Professor Carter's brows narrowed beneath her wire-rimmed glasses. "Everyone who matters." She reclined back in her chair. "Let me tell you about law school. It's not important where you start. It depends on how hard you're willing to work. And based on my observations, you work harder than anybody else in this program." The talk stuck with me because, for the first time in my life, someone felt I was more than just Harper's kid. Over the following 2 years, Professor Carter became my mentor, teaching me how to think like a lawyer, how to develop arguments, and how to identify flaws in opposing viewpoints. She pushed me harder than any instructor I'd ever had. When I graduated from Lakewood with an associate's degree, she gave me a letter of recommendation and a list of law schools that provided need-based scholarships. "Don't let anyone tell you what you're capable of," she told me, "especially not family." I applied to Suffolk University Law School in Boston. It wasn't Yale, but it was a renowned university with a strong regional reputation. I wrote an honest application essay about being underestimated, proving myself, and wanting to represent those who didn't have a voice. In March, I received an admission letter with a full scholarship and contacted my parents to tell them. "Law school?" My mother's voice sounded skeptical. "You're not serious." "Suffolk offered me a full ride," I answered, trying to keep my voice calm. "I start in the fall." There was a lengthy delay before my father came on the phone. "Look, honey, we understand that you want to improve yourself, but law school, you battled just to get through high school. This will be a major waste of your time and their resources." "I have a 3.8 GPA from Lakewood," I told them. "Community college," my mother said. "It's not the same thing. Claire would never say this because she is too sweet, but we are concerned you are setting yourself up for a disastrous failure. Law school is quite challenging. Perhaps you should think of something more practical." I hung up before they could say anything further, then put my belongings into my 12-year-old Honda and traveled to Boston. Suffolk law was harsh, and my parents were right. It was really demanding. I studied 70 hours a week, lived on ramen and peanut butter, and slept very little. The other students came from better schools and backgrounds. They had family connections and work chances set up before the first semester finished, but I had only Professor Carter's words in my brain, and a strong desire to prove everyone wrong. In my first year, instead of traveling home for Thanksgiving, I worked as a hostess at a downtown restaurant. My family did not pay me a visit, nor did they make a phone call. My parents sent a card containing a $70 bill and a letter that said, "Thinking of you during this difficult time." Claire, meantime, had been promoted to junior partner at her New York business. My mother's Facebook page was filled with photographs of Claire at charity galas, winning awards, and being interviewed for legal journals. The golden kid continued to shine, and I studied harder. By the second year, something changed. The law began to make sense in a way it hadn't before. I could see the patterns, arguments, and methods. My contracts professor, a severe woman called Dr. Helen Vasquez, approached me after class one day and remarked, "You have exceptional analytical skills. Have you considered applying for law review?" I hadn't. Legal review was for top students, those bound for Supreme Court clerkships and large legal firms, not community college transfers working 3 part-time jobs. "You should apply," Dr. Vasquez said. "I'll write you a recommendation." I completed a law review. I also earned the Academic Excellence Award for second-year students and got a summer internship at a small criminal defense company. When I called to tell my parents, my mother responded, "That's great, honey. Claire recently got engaged. He's a Harvard MBA and they're planning a spring wedding." Of course they were. I graduated in my third year, summa cum laude. I ranked third in my class, had 2 job offers from reputable Boston businesses, and the bar test was slated for July. I prepared like my life depended on it, and in many respects it did. My parents did not attend my law school graduation since Claire's wedding was the same weekend, and that naturally took priority. I stood in the audience, surrounded by classmates and their proud families, experiencing the familiar ache of being forgotten. Professor Carter traveled here from Ohio, sat in the second row, and applauded when they announced my name. She then took me to dinner at an Italian restaurant in the North End. "Your family does not deserve you," she observed over spaghetti. "But that doesn't matter. You did it for yourself." "I did it to prove them wrong," I said. She grinned. "That works too." I moved into a modest studio apartment in Cambridge and worked as a clerk at Morrison & Associates while I waited for the bar test results, which came in November. At 6:47 a.m., I received an email informing me that I had not only passed but also scored in the top 5%. I grieved on my flat floor before calling my parents. "That's excellent, honey," my mother responded, her voice preoccupied. "Your father and I are on our way to Claire's house. She is pregnant. We'll help with the nursery." I passed the bar exam. "Yes, you mentioned that. We're really proud. Listen, can we call you back? We're nearly to her house." They never phoned back. Morrison & Associates specialized in criminal defense. The job was hard, the hours were long, and the pay was poor, but I loved it. I enjoyed the challenge of developing a case, the excitement of cross-examination, and the gratification of getting acquittals for clients whom others had written off. My supervisor, Robert Taylor, was a grizzled veteran who had been practicing for 40 years. He taught me how to read juries, uncover the narrative in the evidence, and fight for individuals who had been abandoned by the system. "You're very good at this," he said after I won my first trial. "You have instincts that most lawyers never develop." I worked every case like it was the most important one of my career, building a reputation for being thorough, relentless, and prepared. Other attorneys began referring clients to me, and judges began recognizing me in court. My family had no idea. We spoke maybe 5 times a year, brief phone calls where my mother updated me on Claire's accomplishments and asked perfunctory questions about my small law job. Then came the Fitzgerald case, in which Daniel Fitzgerald was accused of embezzling $3 million from his employer, a mid-sized investment firm. The evidence was damning: wire transfers in his name, forged documents, and a paper trail that appeared to lead directly to him. The prosecution was confident, and the media had already convicted him. Frank gave the case to me. "This is your opportunity," he said. "High profile, plenty of attention. Win this, and you'll make a name for yourself." I spent 4 months preparing, reviewing every document, bank statement, and email, hiring forensic accountants, tracking down witnesses, and gradually identifying inconsistencies, patterns that didn't fit, and timelines that didn't make sense. The trial, which lasted 2 weeks, was presided over by Judge Evelyn West, a former prosecutor who was known for being fair but exacting and did not tolerate incompetence. Every day the courtroom was packed with reporters and legal observers, and I was able to dismantle the prosecution's case piece by piece. After a 6-hour jury deliberation, Judge West summoned me to the bench. I demonstrated how the wire transfers had been manipulated, the documents had been backdated, and the true embezzler was Daniel's supervisor, who had fled to the Cayman Islands 3 days prior to the start of the investigation. "Miss Harper," she remarked, "that was the best defense I've seen in my 30 years on this bench. You have an outstanding future ahead of you." The legal world noticed, and I began to receive calls from larger firms, offers of partnership, and invitations to speak at conferences. As my business increased, I moved to a better apartment. I could finally afford to eat something other than ramen. I still didn't tell my family the details. What was the point? 2 years after the Fitzgerald case, my reputation had solidified. I was handling increasingly complex cases, mentoring junior attorneys at Morrison & Associates, and Frank had officially named me a partner. Harper and Morrison had a nice ring to it. My relationship with my family remained surface level, with obligatory holiday calls, generic birthday cards, and the occasional Facebook interaction where my mother would comment on Claire's post but ignore mine. Claire herself seemed to view me with mild curiosity, as if I were a distant cousin she vaguely remembered meeting once. In March, I received a wedding invitation on heavy cardstock with gold embossing. Her husband Ethan came from old money, and they had 2 children, a brownstone in the village and a summer house in the Hamptons. My cousin Sophie was getting married in Connecticut, and the entire extended family would be there. I hadn't seen most of them in over a decade, but something compelled me to RSVP. The wedding was at a country club I'd driven past 1,000 times growing up, but never entered. I wore a navy dress and minimal jewelry, attempting to blend in. My plan was to show up, congratulate Sophie, and leave before the reception ended. I was standing at the bar when Claire approached me. She was stunning in a rose-colored gown, her blonde hair perfectly styled, diamonds glittering at her throat. "There you are," she said, her voice warm but her eyes calculating. "We've barely seen you in years. What have you been up to?" "Working," I responded simply. "Still at that little firm in Boston." She sipped her champagne. "That's sweet. Ethan and I were just talking we should come visit someday and see how the other half lives." The condescension was slight but undeniable. I felt like I was 16 again, serving appetizers as everyone admired the golden kid. My mother entered, escorted by 2 of her friends. Rachel was just inquiring about my children. Claire is a partner at Strickland and Morris in Manhattan, and here is my younger daughter, who works as a lawyer in Boston. "Some sort of legal work," I said, and my mother waved her hand dismissively. "You know I don't understand all the details, honey. You deal with criminals or something." One of her pals looked uneasy, while the other, a woman called Patricia, smiled. "Oh, are you a public defender? That is such noble work." "I'm a criminal defense attorney in private practice," I said. "Same thing." "Really?" My mother spoke. Claire laughed. "Come on, Mom. There's a significant distinction between public defenders and real criminal lawyers. No offense," she continued, glancing at me. "I'm sure you're doing fine." Something inside me snapped. I'd been broken before and put myself back together, but this was different. This was the last straw after years of being ridiculed, ignored, and undervalued. "Actually," I responded, my voice calm. "I just won the Morey case last month. The newspapers described it as the biggest white-collar victory in Massachusetts this year." Claire's face did not change. "That is nice." My mother touched my arm. "I am sure that felt like a huge deal. We're proud of your efforts here. Now let us go locate your father. He wants photos of both of his girls." They went away, leaving me at the bar with Patricia, who offered me a sympathetic grin. "For what it's worth," she murmured gently. "I think it's amazing. Criminal law is quite complicated." I thanked her and requested another drink. I stayed for the rest of the reception, watching my family interact, listening to them praise Claire's accomplishments while carefully avoiding asking me about mine. When I got home that night, I sat in my living room and made a decision. I was done trying to earn their respect. I was done waiting for them to see me, and I was not going to let them diminish me any longer. 4 months after the wedding, I received a call from Andrew Collins, an attorney I'd previously worked with on a few cases. He seemed concerned. "Are you sitting down? What's wrong?" he inquired. "Someone filed a complaint with the State Bar Association against you." My blood ran cold. "They say you fabricated your qualifications, that you never truly passed the bar test. You've been practicing law illegally for years." "That's insane." "Who is in your family?" Andrew said. "Your parents and sister filed a united complaint. They have documents and affidavits. They claim you lied about graduating from law school and forged your bar passage certificate." I couldn't breathe. What did they do? There will be a hearing. The disciplinary committee wishes to investigate. This is serious. If they believe the charges, you may lose your license. You could face criminal charges. I sat down hard on my couch. My family had truly done this. They sought to destroy my career because I had finally accomplished something they could not ignore. I need you to represent me, I explained. Already working on it, Andrew said. However, this is awful. Even false charges might harm your reputation. We need to figure out why they are doing this. I understood why. I'd stopped being invisible. I'd succeeded in a way they couldn't ignore, and my daughter's disappointment had become uncontrollable. The documentation my family provided was extensive. They'd gathered old high school report cards with my mediocre grades, found people willing to sign affidavits claiming I'd always struggled academically, and even obtained records from Lakewood Community College, though they conveniently left out the part about my perfect GPA. Claire's statement was quite thorough. She said I had been envious of her success for years and had begun imitating a lawyer to compete with her. She stated, I became delusional, creating a fantasy life where I was a successful attorney instead of accepting my limitations. My parents described me as confused, unpredictable, and someone who had always struggled to discern between fact and fantasy. They were concerned about any clients I could be fooling and wanted the committee to do a thorough investigation. It was character assassination disguised as civic duty. Andrew examined everything with increasing incredulity. This is vindictive, he stated. They're trying to ruin you. Can they? No, he said firmly. Because everything they're claiming is false. You graduated from SUFFK. You passed the bar. You're a licensed attorney in good standing. This is harassment. Then why have a hearing at all? Because the Bar Association has to investigate all complaints. It's procedure. But once they see the evidence, your actual transcripts, your bar exam results, your court records, this will be dismissed immediately. I nodded, but horror gripped my gut. My family had gone to burned earth. If the hearing went public, the allegations alone may harm my image. Clients can lose faith. Judges may see me differently. Everything I created may shatter because my family couldn't bear watching me prosper. The hearing was planned for Tuesday morning in October. My stomach churned as I arrived at the State Bar Association headquarters with Andrew. We planned attentively. Every document was categorized and every truth confirmed. My family was already present. My parents sat together, nicely clothed, with somber attitudes. Claire sat alongside them in a charcoal suit, looking every bit the accomplished lawyer. They had brought their own lawyer, a man from Connecticut who specialized in professional misconduct cases. They were truly dedicated to harming me. The three-person panel entered. Judge West, David Grant, and Detective James Walker. I felt a slight thrill of relief when I saw Judge West. She recognized me. She'd seen my work, but I knew she'd have to remain unbiased. The hearing started. My parents' attorney presented their argument with amazing theatricality. He constructed an image of a distraught young woman who had invented her entire career. He labeled me desperate, crazy, and dangerous. Claire testified. She talked about how I'd always been the troublesome child, how I struggled in school, and how worried the family was when I began professing to be a lawyer. Claire continued, her voice thick with fake anguish. She even told people she had won major cases. She detailed the intricate trials in detail. It was painful to witness. My mother testified. She discussed my rough background, academic challenges, and perceived separation from reality. My father testified. He stated they attempted to help me, but I refused. He said submitting the lawsuit was the most difficult thing they'd ever done, but they felt ethically required. Throughout it all, I sat quietly. Andrew told me not to respond or engage. Allow them to talk. Allow them to feel assured. Then it was our time. Judge West stared at me. Miss Harper, you've been surprisingly silent during the proceedings. Would you like to respond to these allegations? I met her eyes. Your Honor, I'd like to let my record speak for itself. Andrew started presenting our evidence. My SUFK transcript indicating that I have graduated summa cum laude, my bar test passing certificate. I am licensed to practice law in Massachusetts. Character recommendations from instructors, co-workers and judges. David Grant leafed over the materials, his face ranging from skepticism to perplexity. Then Judge West opened my case file. I kept a meticulous record of every case I fought, every motion I filed and every client I represented. She stopped breathing for a moment. Her eyes expanded. She gazed up at me with something resembling recognition. Miss Harper, she said hesitantly. You argued before me last year about the Fitzgerald case. The room became quiet. I remember you quite clearly, Judge West went on. I called it the most brilliant defense I'd seen in 30 years of sitting on the bench. Why is your family claiming you're not a licensed attorney? My mother's face had lost its color. Claire's mouth opened and closed, then opened again. My father clutched the table's edge. Andrew stood. Your Honor, if I may, the evidence plainly reveals that Miss Harper is not only a licensed attorney, but an unusually accomplished one. She graduated with honors from Suffolk University Law School, passed the bar on her first attempt, and scored in the top 5%. She has argued hundreds of successful cases, many in your courtroom and others around the state. He put another stack of paperwork on the table. These are records of Ms. Harper's cases over the past 4 years. Wins, settlements, judicial commendations. She's built an impeccable reputation in the legal community. Detective James Walker spoke up. I'm confused. The complaint suggests Ms. Harper has no legal education and has been committing fraud. But this evidence clearly contradicts that because the complaint is false, Andrew told me. Deliberately, maliciously false. David Grant stared at my family. Did you verify any of this before filing your complaint? My parents' lawyer jumbled his paperwork. We relied on our client's good faith assertions. Good faith? Andrew asked, his voice rising. They filed a formal complaint with the State Bar Association attempting to destroy an attorney's career and livelihood based on high school report cards and personal animosity. There's no good faith here. Judge West's countenance had shifted from confusion to rage. Miss Harper, I need to understand something. Your family has made serious allegations against you. Allegations that, if true, would constitute criminal fraud. But the evidence shows you're a highly qualified, successful attorney. Can you explain this discrepancy? This was the moment. I had remained silent through their accusations, falsehoods, and attempts to ruin me. Now it was time to talk. My family, I blurted out, my tone firm, has always been very clear about what they think of me. I was the disappointment daughter, the one who couldn't measure up to my brilliant older sister. When I went to community college, they considered it proof of my limitations. When I got into law school, they told me I was wasting everyone's time. When I passed the bar, my mother was too busy celebrating my sister's pregnancy to care. I glanced straight at my parents. I didn't tell you about my success because I knew you weren't interested. You didn't attend my law school graduation. You didn't congratulate me when I won the Fitzgerald case, despite the fact that it was featured in the Boston Globe. You never inquired about my job, life, or successes, therefore I didn't keep you up to speed on my profession. Claire attempted to interject, but Judge West raised her hand. I went to a family wedding 6 months ago, I told them. My mother described me as someone who does some type of legal work with criminals, and when I attempted to explain what I do, my sister laughed and claimed it wasn't the same as genuine criminal lawyers, so I stopped trying to get you to see me. My father began to speak, but I hadn't finished. This complaint isn't about concern for the legal profession or protecting the public. This is about a family that can't handle the fact that the daughter they dismissed, the one they considered a failure, actually succeeded without your help, without your approval, without your acknowledgement. The room was totally quiet. David Grant glanced at my family with unmistakable disdain. You filed a fraudulent complaint with this committee because you were embarrassed by your daughter's success. No, my mother said swiftly. We genuinely believed. You believed what? Andrew interrupted. That your daughter somehow fooled the Massachusetts Bar Association, multiple judges, and hundreds of clients over 5 years? She defended sophisticated legal matters without anybody recognizing she was unqualified. Judge West, a distinguished judge with 3 decades of expertise, was unable to distinguish between a legitimate lawyer and a fake. Detective James Walker cleared his throat. For the record, submitting a fake complaint to a state regulatory authority is a criminal. It is also possibly defamatory. Claire's face had become white. We didn't mean this wasn't supposed to. What? I inquired gently. You didn't think there would be consequences. You thought you could destroy my career and face no repercussions? Judge West closed my file. Her look was stern. This hearing has finished. Miss Harper, the committee finds no evidence to substantiate these charges. Your qualifications are immaculate. Your record is great. And this complaint looks to be malicious and without substance. She gazed at my family. I want to be clear. You intended to use this committee as a weapon against a licensed attorney in good standing. You have squandered state resources and this panel's time, and your unfounded charges have the potential to harm Miss Harper's image. This is unacceptable. David Grant nodded. I practice in New York as well as Massachusetts. Miss Harper, he added, turning to Claire. I'll report this event to the New York Bar Association. They take professional behavior extremely seriously. Claire's eyes widened. You can't. I didn't do anything wrong. I just believed what my parents. She was saying. You're an attorney, David Grant said coldly. You should have known better than to sign an affidavit making serious allegations without verifying the facts. That's basic legal ethics. Detective James Walker stood. Mr. and Mrs. Harper, I'm going to need you to come with me. Filing a false report is a criminal matter. My mother gave a gasp. My father attempted to argue. Their lawyer sought to interfere, but Detective Walker remained unmoved. Judge West addressed me personally. Miss Harper, on behalf of the committee, I apologize for the hardship you've gone through. Throughout this process, you have maintained a high level of professionalism, and your reputation in the legal world has not been harmed. Thank you, Your Honor. As the panel stood to go, Judge West halted. One more thing. I'm proposing you for the Massachusetts Bar Association's Professional Excellence Award. The nomination has been languishing for several months, and after reading your documentation today, I am confident you deserve it. I felt tears approaching, but I kept them back. I would not weep in front of my family. Not now. The fallout was quick and harsh. Detective Walker did bring my folks in for questioning. While they were not eventually prosecuted, the inquiry was extensive and humiliating. The local Connecticut newspaper published an article on the fake complaint. My mother's acquaintance has ceased phoning. Claire received disciplinary action from the New York Bar Association for signing a false affidavit. She received a formal reprimand and was required to complete additional ethics training. More damaging was the blow to her reputation. Her actions became widely known in legal circles. Clients began asking uncomfortable questions. Her company recommended she take a leave of absence. My parents' lawyer issued a letter seeking to clarify that everything had been a misunderstanding. Andrew reacted with a letter stating our plan to bring a defamation complaint unless they publicly apologized and fully retracted all charges. They cooperated within a week. The public apology was brief and clearly unpleasant for them to make. It appeared in the Boston Globe and numerous legal periodicals, stating that their complaint was unjustified and that I was a licensed and experienced attorney. It was insufficient to heal the harm to our connection. However, our relationship had been broken for quite some time. 3 months later, I was presented with the Massachusetts Bar Association's Professional Excellence Award in a ceremony attended by over 300 attorneys, judges, and legal professionals. Judge West delivered it personally, speaking about my devotion, competence, and honesty. My family wasn't there. I didn't invite them. Professor Carter flew in from Ohio. She sat in the front row and cheered when they announced my name. Afterward, we had supper at the same Italian restaurant in the North End where we'd celebrated my law school graduation. I told you, she continued, raising her glass. Don't let anyone tell you what you're capable of, especially not family. You were right, I said. I usually am. She grinned. So, what's next? Big firm offer? Political career? I shake my head. I'm staying where I am. Morrison and Associates is where I belong. Small firm. Big impact. Frank's talking about making me a named partner. Harper and Morrison. Professor Carter mused. It did. A year has passed. My practice grew. I won more cases, took on more challenging clients, and coached young attorneys in the same manner that Professor Carter and Frank had mentored me. My parents called once 6 months after the hearing. My mother's voice sounded stiff and professional. We wanted to check in, she told us. See how you're doing. I'm fine, I said. That is good. Your father and I have been thinking about what occurred. We may have overreacted. May I have overreacted? Not that we were incorrect or are sorry. I may have overreacted, as if they were unhappy about something insignificant rather than attempting to damage my career. Is there anything else? I asked. A prolonged pause. Claire is suffering. The censure had a negative impact on her professional standing. She may have to leave her firm. Oh, there it was. They weren't phoning to apologize. They were calling because the golden kid had been tarnished and someone needed to be blamed. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, meaning it. I didn't feel guilty. I felt sad for Claire. She'd been trained to believe she was superior to everyone else, and now she was seeing that her actions had repercussions. We were hoping you would talk to some individuals, my mother said. Use your contacts, help her locate a new job. The audacity was amazing. No, I answered simply. But she's your sister, my mother said. Family helps family. Family, I said slowly. does not file fake accusations to damage each other's professions. The family does not sign papers saying that their daughter is insane. Family does not spend years making someone feel worthless just to beg for favors when it is convenient. My father got on the phone. You are being petty. We committed a mistake, but keeping grudges is unproductive. Claire needs assistance. Claire is an adult lady and a licensed attorney. She made choices. She signed court paperwork containing fraudulent claims. These decisions have repercussions. That is not my problem to repair. After everything we did for you, my mother continued, her voice rising with familiar outrage. We raised you. We backed you. You gave me $3,500 for college, I told you. You paid Claire $55,000 each year for Yale. You attended all her functions but none of mine. You applauded her accomplishments while dismissing mine. You told folks I conducted some kind of legal work while talking about her collaboration. So no, you can't claim you backed me. We're still your parents, my father responded. That has to mean something. It does, I said. It implies I'll be nice when we encounter each other at family gatherings. It implies I will not sue you for defamation, even if I have grounds. But it does not imply I owe you anything more than basic civility. The line went quiet for a long time. We tried, my mother eventually remarked, her voice chilly, to reach out and mend things. You can choose to be obstinate and unforgiving, but don't expect us to continue trying. I won't, I said and hung up. The phone conversation left me startled, but also oddly emancipated. For years, a part of me had thought they'd see me, truly see me. That hope was now gone, and its absence felt like release. Andrew phoned the next day. Your mother's attorney contacted us, he explained. They want to settle possible claims quietly. They're offering a big payment if you sign an NDA covering the entire affair. How substantial? He mentioned a figure that made me blink. 6 figures. Enough to pay off my condo, expand my practice, and never worry about money again. What do you think? I asked. I think they're scared, Andrew replied. They scared you right about this, talk about it publicly and damage their reputation even more. The money is to buy your silence. I thought about it for exactly 10 seconds. Tell them no. I am not signing anything. If I want to discuss what happened, I will. They can't pay me to pretend it didn't happen. Andrew chuckled. I had hoped you'd say that. For the record, I believe you're making the proper decision. Some things are more important than money. The talk reminded me of why I went into criminal defense in the first place. Money and power should not be allowed to hide the truth, and standing up for what's right often requires sacrificing what's comfortable. My relatives tried to purchase my quiet in the same manner that they sought to destroy my career by presuming I was weak enough to accept anything they offered. They were both incorrect. 2 years after the hearing, I got an unexpected email. It came from Claire's personal address, not her work account, and the subject line was, I'm sorry. I gazed at it for a long time before opening it. Part of me wanted to delete it without reading it, but my curiosity won out. Claire's email was long, meandering, and shockingly honest. She described how she had lost her position at the company, how her marriage to Ethan was falling apart, and how she had spent the previous 2 years in therapy trying to figure out why she had helped destroy her own sister's career. She didn't make excuses. She acknowledged she was envious when she saw me at the wedding, confident and accomplished in ways she hadn't anticipated. She said that she had always seen me as inferior, as our parents had taught her, and that seeing me excel challenged her entire identity as the golden child. I told myself I was protecting the legal profession, she said. But I was really just trying to bring you down because I couldn't take you being excellent at something. Because if you could succeed despite everything, what does it say about me? I had every advantage, while you had none, yet you nevertheless became a greater lawyer than I will ever be. The email concluded with a simple request. I am not seeking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but I needed you to know how sorry I am. I sincerely apologize. What I did was inexcusable, and I will live the rest of my life regretting it. I read the email 3 times before closing my laptop and going for a walk along the Charles River. Claire's apology was most likely sincere, as losing everything forced individuals to realize their true selves. Apologies, no matter how heartfelt, did not change actions, the hearing, the charges, or the attempt to ruin everything I'd created. I considered responding, writing something nice and forgiving since that is what a greater person would do. But I didn't want to be the larger guy anymore. I erased the email without replying. 5 years after the hearing, I was invited to speak at Suffolk Law School's graduation, and Professor Carter was in the audience, beaming with delight. I stood at the stage, staring at 200 graduating law students and recognizing my younger self in their eager expressions. Some of you come from families of attorneys, I remarked. Some of you have connections, opportunities, and advantages. That is fantastic. Use them well. I paused, noticing the pupils in the rear rows who were exhausted and apprehensive. But not all of you have those things. Several of you are first-generation attorneys. Some of you work 3 jobs to pay for education. Some of you have family that don't comprehend your accomplishments or why they are important. The exhausted pupils sat up somewhat taller. I want to tell you something. Your road may be more difficult, but this does not diminish the legitimacy of your accomplishment. Actually, it makes it more amazing. You earned whatever you've accomplished. No one handed it to you. No one helped you along the way. You did it on your own. I stared straight at a young woman in the 3rd row, who was silently weeping. And keep this in mind when people attempt to make you feel small or undeserving for what you've accomplished. Their perception of you is not accurate. Your art represents the truth. Your cases are true. Your license represents the truth. Hold on to that. The applause was tremendous. Afterwards, scores of kids came up to thank me, and the tearful woman in the 3rd row hugged me passionately. My parents didn't come today, she was whispering. They said law school was a waste of time for someone like me. Then prove them wrong, I said. Not for them. For you. She nodded, wiping her eyes, and I recognized in her the same drive I felt when I was 16, serving appetizers as everyone admired my sister. 10 years after the hearing, my business had grown to include 15 attorneys. We specialized in criminal defense, defending individuals who couldn't afford the huge corporate companies but deserved quality counsel nevertheless. We won more cases than we lost, and we changed people's lives. Frank Morrison retired and spent his days fishing in Maine, periodically contacting me to gloat about the size of his most recent catch. Professor Carter died quietly in her sleep, leaving me a note that simply said, "I always knew you'd make it. I am proud of you." I never reconciled with my parents, who stopped sending Christmas cards after a few years. I learned from extended relatives that they had relocated to Florida, that my mother's health was deteriorating, and that they had become somewhat reclusive. I felt nothing about it. No rage, grief, or remorse. They were just individuals I used to know. Claire wrote me periodic emails throughout the years, with updates on her life, references of treatment, and modest efforts at connection. I never answered, and these eventually ceased as well. I dated, had romances, and created a life full of people who respected me and meaningful work. I also acquired a rescue dog called Justice, who slept under my desk as I worked on briefs. I went to locations I never thought I'd see, I mentored young attorneys who reminded me of myself, and I was content. One afternoon while arguing in court, I saw someone sitting in the back row of the gallery, an older woman with thin gray hair and a familiar face. My mother. For a brief moment, our gazes connected, and she appeared smaller and frailer than I recalled. She did not grin or wave. She simply sat there watching me work. I went back to the judge and resumed my case. I had won the motion, and when I looked back, she had left. I never found out why she arrived. Perhaps she understood what she had missed. It didn't matter if she wanted to see for herself what I had become, or if she was simply curious. I stepped out of the courthouse into the bright Boston afternoon. Justice waiting in the car. A celebratory meal with my colleagues arranged for that evening, and a dozen cases on my desk that required my attention. I had made a life worth living. I had proven everyone wrong who had ever questioned me. I had succeeded not because of my family, but in spite of them, and that was the finest payback of all. They sought to ruin me, erase everything I'd done, and reduce me back to the disappointed daughter who was aware of her limits. They failed. I was Attorney Harper, now a partner, award winner, mentor and advocate. I was the woman who would fight the Fitzgerald case. I was the lawyer who Judge West described as brilliant. I was precisely who I'd always wanted to be, and I got there all by myself. Family ignored my welding dreams for years. As I refused to skip my exam for my golden brother, Mom called it selfish. I left, and never went back. When I was 16, I thought my family was just a little dramatic, not damaged, but loud, proud, and emotionally clumsy. But by the time I was 24, I realized that some families do not intentionally damage you. They aim. My name is Ethan, and I passed my welding certification exam last month. It took 7 years of odd jobs, late nights, and early mornings in community college to get there. 7 years of sweating through steel fumes and clutching flashcards until my hands were too weary to handle a coffee cup. And the night before my exam, the single most crucial day of my life, my mother approached me in the kitchen and said, "Your brother needs help moving his couch." I wish that was a joke. I did not grow up believing I was the invisible one. It merely started gradually. like a water leak beneath the floorboards. My older brother Liam was always the favored child. He was the child who had his name painted on the wall above his bed, along with a small football and 2 stars on either side, but I shared a room with peeling wallpaper and a bunk bed that groaned like it was demanding to be taken down. Liam was 4 years older than me and always seemed to be 3 steps ahead. My parents had a backyard cookout for him shortly after he graduated from high school. When I made the dean's list my first semester, Mom looked at the email and said, "That's nice, honey. Can you take the trash out?" Liam didn't do much school. He moved between occupations like a leaf in the wind. Gym receptionist, then real estate, then something involving cryptocurrencies that never made sense, and finally accidentally maxing out his father's second credit card. Meanwhile, I worked weekend shifts at a scrapyard and studied during breaks because welding and sleeping were not my strong suits. I am not the brilliant kind. I'm the grinded out kind, who wakes up at 5 a.m. and learns by repetition. But in my house, Liam might breathe incorrectly and be complimented for his lung capacity. I might be bleeding from both hands and be asked why I was causing a mess. It wasn't entirely terrible, I suppose. My Nana, Dad's mother, was the only one who seemed to notice me. She used to nickname me Maze the Maker because I was always making things, even from leftovers. But she died when I was 17, and whatever little barrier I had against the family hierarchy disappeared with her. After that, I was simply the spare son, the assistant, the errand runner, the one who always had time since having goals didn't count unless you wore a suit or talked about it on Instagram. And Liam moved into an extravagant apartment last year with his now ex-girlfriend, and when it failed, as it inevitably did, he chose to downsize to something more humble. That modest property was a duplex 26 minutes outside town, with a second-floor walk-up and a couch that appeared to weigh as much as his ego. He didn't mention anything until the night before my exam. I was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the living room, my notes spread out like a temple dedicated to pipe angles and safety rules. He strolled in as if he still lived there. Although he had moved out, his aroma lingered in the home. Expensive cologne, and entitlement. "Yo, Maze," he shouted, flinging a rolled-up pair of socks at my leg as if we were 12 again. "No, tomorrow morning. Couch is a beast." I glanced at him. "Tomorrow is my welding test." He hesitated. "Oh, right. You're still doing that. Still doing that." I glanced over at my mother, who was preparing tea in the kitchen. She had not said anything yet. She did not even look at me. "I've been studying for months," I explained carefully, trying not to seem defensive. "I must arrive promptly at 8 a.m. This is the practical test." Liam grumbled. "Dude, it's only one morning. I am not asking for a kidney." Mom turned around and eventually set out. She didn't shout. Not yet. Her voice was kind. She used to pretend to be calm when she was about to do something bad. "Honey, your brother is attempting to construct a genuine life. He cannot accomplish anything on his own." My hands became chilly, and I am not. She didn't respond, just gave me that tired look as if I was being theatrical for attempting to place myself on the same playing field. Then she continued. "I just think you could reschedule or skip it. There'll be other tests." I chuckled. Actually laughed, not because it was amusing, but because it was unbelievable. "I have already paid the price, and you cannot reschedule it for another 7 months. This is my shot." Mom pressed her mug down harder than required. "So you are saying no?" "I'm stating that I can't. I will not." And that's when the shouting began. She snapped like a rubber band that had been twisted too tightly. "He's attempting to create something for himself. You're just playing pretend with your small metal toys. Welding? Really? Do you believe that is a legitimate job? Do you believe that will take care of you?" Every part of me wished to shrink. However, something sharp began to rise in my chest. I stood up gently. And for once, I did not apologize. I did not beg to be understood. I scooped up my notes, passed by Liam, and went to my room. My father, as usual, remained mute and pretended to scroll on his phone in the corridor. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I maintained my thoughts. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I should have just helped and rescheduled. But then I realized how many times I'd bent, said yes, and placed myself second so that Liam could be first, again and over. So I packed my belongings. Not all of them, but plenty. My boots, helmet, notes, and my favorite sweatshirt, which had burnt arms from that summer. I helped rewire a metal barn roof and then departed quietly. No speech, no drama, simply the front door closing at 2 a.m., and the sound of my old Civic starting up in the driveway. I slept in my car that night, and the next morning, I passed my welding exam. I imagined that would be the end of it. They'd ignore me as usual. pretend I was simply going through a phase, and wait for me to return with an apology and a wrench in hand. But that is not what occurred. I departed with more than just my backpack. I removed the final thread that held their sense of normalcy together, and without me to hold it all together, their entire little house of cards began to disintegrate. But I didn't realize it yet. Not then. I was simply a guy with a certification, a sleeping bag, and years of suppressed wrath. Anger that was finally beginning to show fangs. For the following several days after passing my welding exam, I was caught in a strange limbo between tiredness and pride. I had not told anybody at home. There was no text to Mom, no call to Liam, not even a "hey, I passed." It felt too important to discuss with people who would simply roll their eyes or nod nicely and ask if I'd considered pursuing a business degree. I basically stayed to myself, crashing on a friend's old couch, nursing coffee like it was fluid, and wondering for the first time in years whether, just maybe, I might have a true life that belonged to me. I expected them to try to contact me, or at least make a little effort to appear concerned. But there was no radio, not even a thumbs-up emoji from Dad, which, as you know, is how my father communicates. The only ping I received was from Liam. 2 days later. Didn't expect you to actually flake. Nice. There was no question about the exam. No acknowledgement of what I've been working on for years. Just that. I did not react. A week later, the guilt campaign started. It all started with a text from Mom. "You've made your point. Could you please stop punishing your family for loving you?" I gazed at the message for a minute before putting my phone down without responding. I'm loving myself. That's what it was. Screaming at me for putting my future first, rejecting my whole professional path as fictitious. They had an amusing way of expressing affection, and I quickly became bored of justifying myself to folks who never listened. But I should have known that quiet would not be enough. The next morning, I received a call from Aunt Claire, Mom's sister. We weren't close, but she was always nice to me in a distant, smile at Thanksgiving sort of manner. So when I picked up, I expected to make small conversation. Instead, she sighed loudly and continued. "Ethan, I just got off the phone with your mom. What is going on?" I blinked, sat up taller. "What do you mean what's going on?" "She's in tears. Says, you've gone completely off the rails. She said you cursed her out and stormed out in the middle of the night." "Ethan, you know she's been through a lot lately. You can't just abandon your family." I wasn't expecting that. I actually laughed. "What?" "That's what she said." Claire said. "That you're having a rebellious episode. That you're staying with strangers and refusing to return home." Strangers? I've been living with Ryan, my best buddy since middle school. His sofa had more family significance than half the embraces I ever received growing up. "She's lying," I remarked, my voice cold. I didn't swear at anybody. I just informed them I couldn't bypass my welding certification. Then she yelled that I was not creating a true life. So I departed gently. There was a prolonged pause. Then Claire cleared her throat. "Well, that's not what she told the rest of us." And that's when it clicked. They weren't simply attempting to shame me into returning. They were attempting to change the tale to make me the unstable character, the ungrateful son who rushed away, rather than the one who eventually stood up for himself. And in that version of the narrative, Liam remained the hero, the one who tried and needed help, while I was the one who inflicted suffering. I swiftly stopped the conversation after that. I wasn't harsh, but I didn't sugarcoat anything either. Aunt Claire didn't say anything in response. I could see she did not want to get involved. 2 days later, Liam shared a picture on Facebook. "Big thanks to all the real ones who showed up and helped me move. Appreciate the love." In the shot, he's standing next to 2 of his gym mates, smiling as if he just got a movie contract. Mom said, "So proud of you, sweetie. Starting your new life with integrity and grace." Grace. Integrity. That was it. That was the exact moment I felt it. The snapping point. Nor wrath, nor even grief, but a profound bone-level clarity. They were never going to comprehend. Even worse, they didn't want to. They enjoyed the tale of me being the bitter failure who was too obstinate to see how fortunate I was. It was cleaner and simpler to stomach. But I was not going to play along. That week I began making moves. Ryan introduced me to a person he knew at a fabrication firm across town. It wasn't spectacular, but the compensation was adequate, and they need welders who understood what they were doing. I arrived with my certification in hand and a fire in my belly. The foreman shook my hand, examined my sleeve burns and stated, "You'll fit right in." It was not glamorous. I burnt through my gloves quicker than I could replace them. By day 3 my boots smelled like molten metal, and my lunch breaks consisted of 10 minutes of stillness in a gravel parking lot. But for the first time in years, I was not faking. I was working on something, earning money, but yet receiving nothing from home. No congratulations. No, how about the job? Just quiet. Except for the rare communication from mom, which reads like passive-aggressive greeting cards. Family isn't supposed to be this hard. You used to have such a kind heart. Don't let strangers turn you against your blood. Family is life. They loved that word when it fit them. Then I received an unexpected phone call. I was 4 weeks into my new work when Dad called. He called, not texted, and said, "We need to talk in person." I hesitated, but something in his voice seemed strange, so I accepted. We met in a diner midway between my apartment and theirs. I arrived wearing my work boots and a hoodie I hadn't cleaned in 3 days. He walked in wearing his old jacket and appeared to have not slept. We sat. The hush was heavy. Then he continued. "Your brother got fired." I said nothing. He made some stupid decisions with the crypto nonsense. He spent more than he made. His lease went through. He needs somewhere to stay. I gazed at him. Dad looked uneasy as he said, "Okay. Your mother and I were hoping he could move back into the house for a while, just until he gets back on his feet." I nearly laughed again. "That's fine. It's your house." Dad scratched his temples. "Thing is, we were hoping you could move back too. Help out with bills, chip in." There was a sign. The actual cause. They asked me to bankroll Liam's return tour. I slumped back into the booth. "Let me get things straight. He blew his rent, lost his job, and now you want me to assist pay the mortgage while he sleeps in his old bed and runs a business in the living room." Dad did not respond. "I just got certified. I'm finally working. I have a shot at something, and you want me to give that up for him? He's your brother. He claimed he needed us." I looked him full in the eyes and responded. "So did I." Then I stood up and went. I did not weep. Not in the automobile. Not going back to Ryan's. But something inside me eventually relaxed. A choice. A turning point. I was done asking to be noticed. I'm done auditioning for a position I'll never get. But just when I thought the worst was past, and the ridiculousness had peaked, something occurred. The treachery. It was delivered in the form of a letter, not an email or a text message. When I arrived home from work one evening, Ryan gave it to me with furrowed eyebrows. "Looks official," he remarked. "From your parents." I opened it with grease-stained hands. Inside was an official notification, not legal but near. A prepared note on letterhead that basically read, "We've decided it's time to make some financial changes. Because Liam is in transition, we've enabled him to sublease your previous room. Please communicate directly with him to obtain your remaining stuff. Any things left unclaimed at the end of the month will be deemed forfeited." I reread it 3 times. They gave Liam my room without asking or saying anything. The cherry on top was Liam's signature at the bottom of the letter, which was simply written in blue ink as if it were a business transaction. I didn't enter Ryan's residence that night. Not straight away. I remained on his porch for perhaps 20 minutes, gazing at the letter, reading and rereading it, trying to persuade myself that I had misread something. Perhaps it was a joke, a prank, or a strange way of summoning me back home. But it wasn't. It was authentic, typed, signed, and mailed with intent. They gave Liam my room. They removed me again, as if I were a placeholder until their actual kid was back on track. I stepped down to the curb and sat on the side of the pavement, arms on my knees, a letter crumpled in my hand. That's when I discovered it was already crumpled down the center, folded neatly and purposefully, indicating that someone, most likely my mother, sat down at a table, wrote it all out, and folded it like she was delivering a wedding invitation. There was no indecision or conflict, just a simple rejection. That was my rock bottom. Not the letter, not even the room. It was understanding I was so simple to take out that they didn't even try to lessen the impact by lying. They did not say temporary. They didn't say, "We hope you understand." Instead, they used the word forfeited, as if my life were a parcel left on their porch for too long. Returning to cinder. I didn't tell Ryan that night. I simply nodded when he asked if I was okay and walked into the guest room. I lay on the pull-out, turned toward the wall and let the weight of everything drop on top of me as if the ceiling had collapsed. Over the next few days I didn't say much. I went to work, welded whatever was necessary and kept my head down. I didn't discuss the letter or bring up Liam. I believe Ryan felt something was awry. He's the type of friend who understands when to back off. But I could feel myself shrinking, as if I were changing into someone else, quieter, numb. However, one night, I snapped a little. We were watching TV, some idiotic cookery show, when the presenter said something like, "You've got to know your worth before anyone else does." I murmured without thinking. "Unless your family convinces you it's zero." Ryan turned off the TV. "Okay," he said, not rudely. "Tell me what happened." And I did. I told him everything. The quarrel before the exam, the stillness that followed, the guilt texts, the Facebook post, the dinner chat with my father, and eventually the letter. He did not say anything straight immediately, but stared at me for a long time. Then he said something that I will never forget. "Maze, they're not your family. Not anymore. They're your origin story." It slammed me like a steel beam in the chest because he was correct. I'd spent years believing I was a flawed piece of the puzzle, attempting to shove myself into a spot that was never intended for me. But perhaps the aim was not to fit. Perhaps the goal was to make my own dang table. The next morning I asked my foreman if I might work extra shifts. I informed him that I needed the hours. He glanced at me, smiled, and said, "You're not going to sleep for a month, kid? You sure?" I agreed. "Yeah, I'm sure." That month, I worked more than ever before. Early mornings, late nights, and weekends. I took any junk shift that no one wanted. I welded through blisters, missed lunch breaks, and immersed myself in the task as if I were trying to get the pain out of my system. And gradually, silently, it began to assist. The buzzing in my mind diminished. My chest discomfort became less intense. I was still furious and sad, but I was also moving. And then, approximately 5 weeks into the grind, something unexpected occurred. I was promoted. Not formally. No title. No increase yet, but the foreman began pairing me with the fresher men, having me examine their joints, teach them how to adjust their arcs, and provide feedback without yelling commands. At first I assumed it was a coincidence, but then he grabbed me aside and said, "You've got an eye, Ethan, and you've got patience. That's rare." I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded. Later that week, I purchased a new set of gear, including high-end gloves, a new helmet, and a set of bespoke earplugs tailored to my ears. Sure, it felt luxurious, but for the first time in a long time I felt valued. And then something crazy happened. I have my own place. It was a modest studio, about the size of a garage, but it had a functioning heater, good water pressure, and a window that looked out into a scrapyard where the sun caught the rusty metal just perfectly in the morning. The landlord was mellow, didn't ask too many questions, and let me sign a month-to-month lease. I recall standing in the middle of that studio on move-in day. Just myself, a twin mattress and a folding table, and I'm feeling a wave of peaceful tranquility. I had nothing, yet it was mine. I didn't post about it or publicize it to the world. I just started creating a life slowly and silently, one bolt at a time. Of course, there were some difficult moments. One night I stopped at a gas station and noticed my mother filling up her car at the next pump. She didn't notice me, and if she did, she pretended not to. I looked at her for a second. She wore the same weary coat and unkempt bun while cleaning the home. And for a little while, I felt the familiar need to approach and say something, to inquire as to why and how. But I did not. I let her drive away without saying a thing. Because by then, I'd learned something significant. Closure isn't always a door that somebody else unlocks. Sometimes you're standing alone and deciding not to knock. Ryan dropped by over the weekend with a housewarming present. He described a beat-up microwave and a plastic plant that appeared to have survived a battle. We sat on the floor, eating microwave burritos. I eventually informed him about my idea. I want to start something on my own. Not huge currently, but perhaps mobile welding, bespoke metal work, and repairs. He grinned. Maze the maker back at it. Maybe. Over the following few weeks I researched small company permissions, mobile rigs, and equipment pricing. It was not easy. After paying rent and food, I hardly had enough money to save anything. But I started saving money steadily, dollar by dollar. Then came the call from Liam. There was no caller ID, just a voice that I hadn't heard in weeks. "Ethan, I haven't said anything." He went on. "Look, I know things got weird, but I wanted to talk, maybe clear the air." I should have hung up, but something inside me wanted to see what excuse he'd come up with this time. "You know how Mom is," he continued, laughing. "She freaks out. It's all intense. I did not intend for you to lose your room. That was not my idea." "Have you signed the letter?" I asked plainly. He paused. "I mean, absolutely, but only because she stated you didn't care and wouldn't return." "She lied," I said. "And you contributed." He became silent. Then, in a quieter tone, he said, "I'm trying, man. I really am. I got a new job. It's remote but decent pay. Trying to clean things up." I didn't respond. At last he said, "I miss having a brother. And maybe once I would have cracked, would have reached across the void and tried to fix things, but not now. Not this version of me." I hang up. No wrath, no speech, only stillness. Because it was the true power I possessed now. I didn't need them. Not for validation, shelter, or purpose. I had created something from nothing. Just myself, a pair of gloves, and a back that never stopped hurting. And this was merely the beginning. Because while they were still pretending and playing home with their broken deck of cards, I was ready to begin stacking actual bricks. When I was finished, they'd know about it. But it's not from me. By the time October arrived and the morning frost began to bite, I had established my own pattern. Wake up at 6, have a fast coffee, weld till my back felt like a steel beam, return home to my little studio, eat whatever Ryan insisted on putting in my fridge, and fall asleep watching YouTube videos on welding rigs, tool storage, and small company taxes. I'd become obsessed, not in a desperate way, but in a focused, sharp way, as if my previous life was attempting to suffocate me, and now I finally had space to breathe. However, after you start breathing again, you will be able to think clearly. And once I did, the setup began. It began with a notepad, a simple spiral-bound item I picked up at the dollar shop on a whim. I opened it up on my workbench one night and scrawled 4 words across the first page in strong black marker. They believe I'm gone because that's what it all came down to. My parents, Liam, had erased me. Not out of wrath, but as if it were a filing error. A row that is silently deleted. They believed I was a ghost in a flannel hoodie who would vanish and never be heard from again, and this assumption was going to cost them. But I didn't want retribution based on pettiness, like a social media post or a family text feud. No, I wanted something clean, something planned, a retribution that seemed to be successful, sounded like stillness, and felt like a guy rebuilding his own life brick by brick while they sat there wondering why the home kept growing colder. So I devised a strategy. Page 1 of that notebook contained my objective. The following 30 minutes were spent going over steps, contacts, quotations, drawings, and timeframes. I had never been a planner before. Always the person who worked hard and thought everything would work out. But now, I was in surgery. The objective is to develop a mobile welding firm by spring. Not showy, not large, simply genuine and sustainable. The first step was to find a reliable rig. My Civic was ideal for short journeys, but I wanted something that could handle metal, gas tanks, and tools without throwing a rod. Ryan assisted me in scouring listings every weekend. We even went to an hour-away mechanic who was selling an ancient Ford F-250 that was bashed up and corroded at the base but had a strong engine and a reinforced bed. I stood in front of it, arms crossed, and asked, "Will it get me to work without killing me on the freeway?" The mechanic, a guy named Roland with a cigarette behind each ear, nodded and said, "Kid, this truck is uglier than my first divorce, but it'll outlive us both." Sold. I drained half my savings on it, but it felt right, like planting roots in motion. I spent the following 2 weekends cleaning it out, polishing the frame, painting it matte black, and putting in a set of used racks for my welding tanks and toolboxes. Ryan, who had become a cheerleader and co-founder, assisted me in branding it. We drew up a logo one night over beers, something basic, yet striking. "Ethan works with metal." "That sounds legitimate," he said. "Sounds like a guy who doesn't live on a futon anymore," I told him. We both laughed. But there was a spark beneath my ribs that had never been there before. Something new. Pride. Step 2. Obtain a license. I won't get into the dull specifics, but between permit offices, company insurance, EIN registration, and safety compliance paperwork, I felt like I was swimming in red tape for a month. I'd work full shifts, get home, and then spend 3 hours immersed in forms and how-to instructions. But as I dug deeper, I became more determined. It wasn't simply about starting a business anymore. It was about becoming unmistakable. Nobody could accuse me of pretending. Step 3 was more personal. And this is where the true arrangement began to take shape. I understood that if I ever wanted genuine closure, I needed to tackle the source rather than ignore or outgrow it. So I went home, not to discuss or cry, but simply to get what was mine. I wrote Liam a polite but stern text message. Nothing big, just, "Hey, I'll be by this weekend to pick up my remaining items. Please don't touch them." He said, "Sure, whatever's left is in the basement." The basement? Not even my old room. Of course. Saturday arrived. I pulled up in my pickup, parked halfway down the street and strolled up the driveway, gloves in my back pocket and my pulse racing like a war drum. The home had not altered. The same damaged mailbox and plastic flamingo remained in the flower garden. It was smaller than I recalled, less like a fortress and more like a prison. Liam opened the door in gym shorts and a tank top, as if he had not aged a day. He nodded as if we were still youngsters in the backyard, tossing rocks at the fence. I did not return it. "You may go around back," he added, pointing to the garage. "Stuff around the water heater." I did not say anything and went by him. The basement smelled like mold and old memories. My boxes were there, dusty and crumpled at the edges, one of them partly open with a pair of my boots thrown on top like garbage. I went through them gently. My helmet, my first pair of gloves, a photo of me and Nana with the edges curled, a notebook full of welding schematics from trade school, and other items they presumably assumed I didn't care about. I placed everything into cartons I took from the truck, taped them, labeled them, and stacked them neatly. Nobody came down to chat the entire time. I could hear the TV upstairs and Mom laughing in the background, but no one recognized my presence, which was okay since I did one final thing before leaving. I pulled out a little envelope from my pocket, printed on heavy card material and beautifully embossed with my logo and new business name. A basic one-page leaflet contained information on mobile welding services, the debut date, the services supplied, and contact information. I slipped it into the kitchen's rubbish drawer, next to the extra scissors and expired coupons. Let them discover it. Allow them to sit with it. A few days later, the calls started. First it was my aunt again. "Sweetheart, I noticed your company ad on Facebook, which your mother placed. Congratulations." I blinked. "She posted it?" she asked, expressing her pride in your business drive. I almost dropped the phone. Not a word to me. Just a proud Facebook post. A couple more days passed before I received a text from my father. "Here's a snapshot of my truck parked outside a job location. The logo gleams with the phrase, 'Looks good.' Your grandfather would have liked this." There was no apology. But it didn't have to, because the following arrangement took the shape of a contract. One of my former co-workers, Raoul, a senior welder, approached me about a subcontracting opportunity. He said he appreciated my work ethic, and his cousin owned a construction company that needed metalwork done for a new home development on the west side. "Cash flow is solid," he stated, "and your name appears on the invoice." I met the cousin. We shook hands and agreed on the scope and price. That night I signed my first genuine contract with Ethan Works Metal. When the check cleared, I photographed and printed it. I didn't send it or even wave it around. I merely pinned it to my workstation, next to the crumpled letter from my parents. One piece of paper read "forfeited," the other replied they had paid in full. I didn't intend to get engaged in the neighborhood association effort. Not at first. I just wanted to weld, construct stuff, and expand my customer list. But life has a weird way of silently plotting your retribution while you're busy reconstructing your life from the bottom up. It began with a woman named Beth. She was in her late 50s and led the local neighborhood organization for the Oakview Expansion Project, a middle-class suburban development on the outskirts of town. Her husband had noticed my vehicle at a job site, taken a picture of the emblem, and given her my phone number. She phoned me the next day. "We're looking for someone to fabricate custom railings for 20 new units," she told me, "and possibly assist with some gate restoration on the older properties. Your name came up. You come highly recommended." I thought I'd dropped the phone. It wasn't merely a massive task. This was a public job. High exposure, constant employment, and a contract that not only paid my rent 6 months in advance, but also provided me with something more important: credibility. I met her on site, gave her my pitch, and showed her images of past work, credentials, and insurance. I was scared, over-prepared and sweating, but she nodded, went through my folder and said, "You're the first guy we've met who actually came prepared. The board votes next week, but I'd say you're in good shape." I received the contract 2 days later, and then the cosmos did its thing. 4 weeks into the endeavor, I drove into the area early to get a jumpstart. I had barely finished unloading steel rods when a familiar voice echoed over the cul-de-sac. "Wait, Ethan." I turned slowly. There she was. Mom's hair was nicely curled, her Starbucks cup in hand, and she was wearing the same smug look she usually had when speaking to people she needed to impress. She was walking a little white dog on a pink leash, which she used to claim she despised. And next to her, Liam was dressed in joggers and sunglasses despite the fact that it was cloudy. I did not flinch, instead wiping my hands on a cloth and nodding. "Hey." She blinked, as if she had seen a ghost. "What are you doing here?" "I currently oversee metal fabrication at Oakview." I answered, indicating to the railing behind me. Custom installations, gate repair, that type of stuff. Liam blinked. Wait, this is your company? I smiled slightly. Yeah, Ethan Works Metal. You might have heard of it. Their faces were priceless. Turns out they just moved into Oakview. Apparently after Liam's cryptocurrency thing imploded and his rebound job fell through, they scraped together enough to co-sign a unit together, one of the pre-furnished townhomes built during the first expansion. Wow, Mom said after a pause. Good for you, sweetie. Sweetie, I nodded. Appreciate it. Then I went back to work. But something about that run-in stuck in my head. Not because I wanted to impress them, not anymore, but because I saw something behind their eyes that I hadn't seen in years. Over the next few weeks, the Oakview job became my second home, and the residents loved me. I showed up early, did the work cleanly, and didn't cut corners. Word spread, and I began getting calls from people outside the association asking about custom furniture, signage, and sculpture work. Beth called me one afternoon and said, "Hey, the board wants to recognize you at the quarterly meeting. You've had a big influence on the area. Could you please pop by and say something?" I agreed. I donned my finest shirt, clean pants, and carried a photo slideshow of before and after projects on my iPad. The meeting was held at the neighborhood clubhouse where they hosted family barbecues and wine evenings. About 40 people attended, including Mom and Liam. They sat near the back, and I didn't look at them once. Beth introduced me, and I spoke for 5 minutes about how I got into welding, what I like about it, and how grateful I was to be able to work in a community that values craftsmanship. When I finished, they all clapped, including Mom. Beth then pulled me aside during mingling and refreshments. She said, "A couple of the older apartments here are still officially under the initial HOA management business. They are a bit of a mess. Late on repairs and behind on paperwork. It is slowing us down. But next quarter, we'll vote on merging the board and bringing everything under one administration, so we'll be searching for a new maintenance and fabrication lead for the entire subdivision." I raised an eyebrow. "That's a lot of land to cover." She grinned. "You'd be well compensated. And you'd have authority over all property maintenance, including who gets prioritized, who gets skipped, and what gets postponed." I understood right away. Liam and Mom's flat was in the old block, and I kept my face neutral. I'd be honored. The vote passed a month later, and I was the man they had to call for help. Within a week, the first request came in. A service ticket from their address, a loose stair railing, a potential safety hazard. I marked it as received, then let it sit for 4 weeks. They sent follow-ups. Polite at first, then urgent. "Please advise. We have some elderly folks visiting. Stairs are still unsteady. This is a safety problem." Liam even called my work number, which I did not answer. When Beth eventually inquired about the delay, I told her the truth. "I'll get to it, but I have a backlog. Residents who have supported the work from the beginning will be given priority." She just nodded. "Makes sense." I eventually went, took my time, arrived late, made a lot of noise, drilled slowly and loudly, and left metal shavings in the walkway. I still did good work, but there was no small talk, no eye contact, just work. Cold, clean, and professional. When I finished, I handed Mom the invoice, full price, no discount. Before I turned to leave, I remarked, "By the way, your faucet's leaking upstairs." She blinked. "What? Second floor?" "I heard it while working. Might want to correct that." She started to speak, but I was already walking away, and that's when I realized they got it. Not just the message, but the whole image. I hadn't screamed. I hadn't thrown a tantrum, written a Facebook post, or called the family together for some big dramatic reckoning. Instead, I'd done something worse. I'd succeeded without them, built something they couldn't touch, dismiss, or take credit for, and now they had to live in it. Every railing, gate, and polished weld they passed on the way to their car. I was there. I would always be there. But not for them, just around them, like a shadow they couldn't shake. Months later, Ryan and I sat outside my shop. Yes, my shop, because I'd finally rented a small warehouse on the outskirts of town. The business was steady. I had 2 part-time guys working weekends. I had a waiting list, and most importantly, I had peace. "Did you imagine you'd go this far?" he inquired, cracking open a Pepsi. I glanced about at the truck, the shop, the stillness, and grinned. "No," I answered. "But I knew I'd leave them behind." And that's exactly what I did. They attempted to bury me, but I wasn't gone. On Christmas Eve, my parents gave all the gifts to my brother's son. They mocked. "You didn't deserve one," I said, 3 words that stunned them all. They claim you'll never forget the moment you learn your family considers you expendable. For me, that moment occurred on Christmas Eve, surrounded by dazzling lights, sugar cookies, and the type of happiness that generally hides the flaws in a family. My name is Ethan. I'm 42. And before that night, I believed I knew how far my folks would go to play favorites. I did not. I have 2 children, Lily, 10, and Max, 8. They're brilliant and kind, the sort of youngsters who send thank you letters and still believe in magic. I won't claim they're flawless, but they're good. My wife Sarah and I have done everything we can to provide children with a life full of stability, love, and the holiday traditions I did not grow up with. I believed I had left the toxicity behind and created out something healthy. It turns out that the past has a way of making its way back in. We reside roughly 3 hours from my folks. Every year, despite our damaged relationship, we would drive to the huge family Christmas Eve celebration. My mother would demand we all wear red. Dad would pour spiked eggnog like holy water, and the living room would fill up with my brothers, wives, and grandchildren. My oldest brother Ben would always arrive late, pompous, usually with his kid Jake in tow, and make some explanation about a last-minute business event that necessitated a new haircut and fashionable jacket. Ben has always been the golden child. He could forget birthdays and miss family functions and yet be treated like a military hero. Last summer, I helped my parents renovate their kitchen. When Ben was too busy, I took time off work to drive Mom to her operation. No one recalled it, but when Ben posted a photo of his latte art, his mother would say, "So proud of my kid. It used to sting. Now I just let things go." I discovered serenity by decreasing my expectations. This year, however, was different. We arrived a little early. Lily helped put the cookies on the platter, while Max attempted to steal one when no one was watching. Sarah poured chocolate for the kids and smiled through Mom's compliments on how well behaved they are right now. I should have realized something was wrong when I noticed the pile of gifts under the tree. They were heaped high. Shiny ribbons, glittering paper, large and little, handmade tags. But when I peered closer, I found something peculiar. None of them knew Lily or Max's names. I reasoned that they may be in another room. Maybe Mom was doing that thing where she hides the gifts to create anticipation. That's something she used to do, correct? Then Ben came late, as usual. Jake, now 13 and maturing into a smirky adolescent, swaggered behind him as if he owned the space. Ben welcomed the room like a politician, greeting Mom and fist-bumping Dad while ignoring me completely. I noticed Jake head directly to the tree and exclaim, "Woo, that's all for us? All for the grandkids who made us proud this year," Dad said with a wink. I froze. The grandkids who made us proud. My gut nodded, but I refrained from jumping to conclusions. Sarah clasped my hand. She'd heard it too. Mom ushered everyone into the living room, literally hopping with enthusiasm. We wanted to do something special this year to recognize the grandchildren who have excelled, top in their class, helpful around the house, and making us very proud. I looked down at Lily and Max. Lily's grin vanished. Max moved uneasily. Ben stood behind them like a proud stage parent, and Jake puffed out his chest. Mom delivered Jake his first present from grandmother and grandpa. Jake ripped it open. An iPad. I blinked. The following item was a pair of costly sneakers, then a gaming headset, then a drone. Every gift was for Jake. Different tags and packaging, all addressed to him. Max leaned toward me. "Are ours arriving later?" I couldn't respond. Then came the kicker. Jake held up the drone and laughed. He looked directly at Lily and Max and said, "I suppose you didn't deserve one." My jaw clenched. I glanced at Mom and Dad, expecting some type of correction or recognition, but Mom merely giggled and said, "Oh, he's just teasing." Lily appeared to be trying not to weep. Max gazed at the floor. Sarah's face was pallid. Her lips opened slightly as if she intended to say something, but she did not. And me? I did not cause a scene. I didn't shout or flip the table, despite my overwhelming want to do so. Instead, I took a long breath and gently rose up, saying, "Come on, folks. We're on our way home." Mom blinked. "Oh, don't be silly. Dinner's in an hour." "We're not hungry," I answered, my voice calm but frigid. "Come on, get your coats." Lily said nothing. Max followed softly, the drones still buzzing in the distance. As we departed, Ben murmured, "Drama queen." That was all. We drove home silently. Max fell asleep in the back seat. Lily sat alongside him, her head leaning against the window, tears running down her cheeks. Sarah glanced out the front window, her hands on her lap, the tension between us building. I did not speak. I was too preoccupied with repeating the scene, each time cutting deeper than the last. The presence, the chuckle, the way my parents smiled through it all, and my daughter's expression when she realized she didn't matter to them. That night, after putting the kids down and watching Lily hold the little teddy bear she used to sleep with years ago, I reached for my phone. I was staring at the message I was going to send. Nor theatrical, nor furious, simply final. Do not ever invite us again. We are not your punchline. I pushed submit, and the ramifications began the next morning. The text returned as read. No answer, no apologies, nothing. I watched the TV for a few minutes, hoping that my parents would realize what they had done and call. But the only notification I received that morning was from our local pharmacy, which reminded me to pick up Lily's allergy medication. Sarah entered the kitchen, holding 2 mugs of coffee. She handed me one without saying anything and sat across from me asking, "Are you okay?" I gently nodded, but I wasn't. Something inside me had sprung open. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was angry, silently and sincerely, in a manner I hadn't felt in years. And underlying the wrath was humiliation. Not for what I accomplished, but for how long I endured it. See, Christmas was not the first time my parents made my children feel invisible. It wasn't the first time they disregarded Sarah or referred to Ben as the second coming of Steve Jobs. But it wasn't until I saw the expression on my daughter's face that I knew she understood, that she could feel the difference, and that she was beginning to believe it. Over the next several days, I attempted to focus on our personal vacation. We played board games, baked cookies, exchanged gifts, and lighted the fireplace. But something had changed in the atmosphere, like if a window had been broken open in a chamber that we believed was shut. We tried to go on, but the cold persisted. New Year's arrived and went peacefully. Then, a week into January, my phone broke. It was a group chat my mother had started years ago, simply named Family. It was fairly silent, with the exception of the occasional happy birthday or blurry snapshot of my father's grilling attempts. But this time, Mom. Hello everyone. I just wanted to start preparing Jake's big birthday weekend. He will be 14 this year. Can you believe it? We are thinking about a ski lodge holiday. Cabins cost around $300 per night, but we can divide. Who is in? I gazed at the message, my thumb lingering over the screen. Sarah was putting away groceries when she noticed my face. What's wrong? I said, turning the screen to face her. She read it, blinked and chuckled. It was a bitter and biting sound. They're unbelievable. I didn't respond in the group conversation. I didn't say anything. Ben did, however, answer a few minutes later. Ben sounds amazing. Mom, count me in. And Jake in. Ethan can probably cover our cabin too. He still owes me for the laptop I gave him in high school. That wasn't even the truth. He gave me an old broken Dell in senior year since he was buying a new MacBook. Even then, he had me borrow it, as if he were doing me a favor. However, no one corrected him. Not Mom, not Dad, nor my sister Olivia, who spoke out straight after. Olivia, haha, yes. Jake's birthday is basically a holiday. Let's make it big. I did not react. I exited the group chat that afternoon. A few hours later my mother called. I let it go to voicemail. Then she wrote, Mom, I can't believe you left the family chat. That's immature, Ethan. I scribbled and erased at least 4 answers before deciding on one phrase. Me, was noticed. Her response was quick. Mom, what's your problem lately? This is about the Christmas thing, isn't it? You always overreact. I did not answer again. I was done explaining things to folks who wouldn't listen. But I didn't know how deep the partiality ran until a week later, when Lily returned home from school with a folder full of class assignments. She was thrilled and smiling, finally regaining her vitality. Guess what? She asked, holding up the folder. I got picked for the school STEM fair. I grinned. That's awesome, Elle. What are you going to build? I want to make a solar-powered oven, she explained. My teacher said it was a smart idea. Sarah and I talked her up all evening. We got some supplies online, printed out schematics, and even started designing presentation boards. That weekend I shared a snapshot of her doodling ideas at the dining table. Just a calm father moment, nothing flashy. The comment said, proud of my little engineer. A day later, my sister Olivia shared a photo of Jake clutching a basketball. Olivia's caption read, my nephew equals the next NBA MVP. Sorry, not sorry. Then Mom commented on her post. Genius boy, we're so proud of you, Jake. Silence. Sarah noticed first. They did not even enjoy the post. I shrugged. It's fine. But it wasn't, because 2 days later, Lily approached me, perplexed. Grandma posted a picture of Jake on Facebook and said he was the smartest grandkid. I froze. When did she post that? This morning, Lily said gently. He won something at school. A spelling thing. She wasn't sobbing, but her face had that vacant look I'd seen around Christmas. That silent, dejected perplexity that children experience when confronted with something too large to comprehend. I drew her closer. Hey, you're amazing, okay? And we'll always be proud of you. She nodded against my chest, but I could feel her body stiffen. The next day, I called my mother. She responded with the same tone she usually used when she believed I had something to apologize for. Well, look who finally decided to call. Did you really post that Jake is your smartest grandkid? I requested an answer. My voice seemed calm, but I was not. Oh, come on, Ethan. It's just a figure of speech. You're really taking things too personally these days. You know Lily saw that, right? She's a child. She'll get over it. That was the moment something inside me changed. No, I said gently. She shouldn't have to get over it. There was a pause. Ethan, you're blowing this way out of proportion. You always have to be the victim. No, I've just stopped pretending it doesn't hurt. Another pause. Then she said something that would stick with me for the rest of the year. Well, maybe if you raised your kids to stand out more, they'd get the attention you want so badly. I did not shout. I did not argue. I simply hung up. Sarah was in the doorway. She'd heard the entire thing. She came over, sat next to me, and whispered, "We're done with them, right?" I nodded. But of course, it was not over. 2 weeks later, in February, I received a letter from my parents. Not a card, not an apology, but a letter. It was written in my father's handwriting. It was clean and cool. Ethan, we're disappointed in how you've handled things lately. Cutting ties over perceived slights is childish. We hope you'll reconsider your attitude and remember that family means putting pride aside. My mother had wrote at the bottom, "Tell Lily and Max we love them, even if they don't always earn it." I did not show the letter to the children. I didn't want them to see the poison in writing, so I showed Sarah. She read it once, then twice, then set it down and was silent for a long time. That night she asked, "You know what the worst part is?" "What?" "They think they're the victims." I laughed bitterly. They always have. But even then, I thought we'd hit the bottom. I thought that letter was the worst it would get. I didn't realize what Ben had been doing behind the scenes. I didn't know what my folks had planned for Easter. I had no idea how far they were ready to go to pretend they had done nothing wrong, or how deep they'd dig before dragging me down into it. Because the treachery that ruined everything had not yet occurred. But it was imminent. And once it occurred, there would be no turning back. The aftermath of the letter hovered over our house like dense fog. For weeks, everything I did, every dish I washed, every meeting I attended at work, and every bedtime tale I read had a faint background noise of the sentence my mother had written at the bottom of the page. Even if they don't always earn it. Lily didn't see anything, but she could feel it. I could see it in the way she hesitated to show us her schoolwork now. Max peered at her before asking for help with homework, as if he was afraid his older sister would snap. She never did. However, the brightness in her stride had dimmed, as if someone had seized her pride and examined it with disfavor. I was drowning in guilt and frustration. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because I had allowed things go this far, by allowing my children to love people who could not love them back in the way they deserved. By the middle of February, Sarah and I sat down one night after the kids went to bed, the TV gently buzzing with a culinary competition. Neither of us was looking. She reached over and hushed it. "I know you're spiraling," she remarked gently. "But you've got to pull yourself out of this. You did the right thing walking away." I nodded slowly. I feel like I let them steal something from me. From the kids. They didn't steal it, they tried, but you stopped it in time, you protected them. It did not feel like it. But the interaction ignited something. Not a rush of motivation. Not some huge phoenix rise from the ashes event. Just a small click in my head. A simple choice to quit waiting for validation from my family. If they weren't going to be the community behind my children, I'd construct one from scratch. So I started small. I offered to chaperone Lily's STEM club one Friday after school. It felt strange at first. I was the only father there, surrounded by ecstatic mothers and a little harried science instructor who appeared pleased simply to have another adult around. Lily smiled as she spotted me in the corridor. "You came," she muttered, half ashamed and partly excited. I stayed in the corner, primarily assisting youngsters with taping down poster boards or testing circuits that were shorting out. But I noticed that Lily stood a little higher that day. She raised her hand more and discussed her solar oven idea to two of the younger kids who were struggling with their own. When we got in the car, she added, "It was cool that you were there. It hit me harder than I expected." Later that week, Max came home and mentioned a soccer skills session he wanted to attend. It was early Saturday morning, which often meant cartoons and pancakes, but I signed us both up. I hadn't kicked a soccer ball in years, but Max wasn't concerned. He simply wanted to do something with me. And gradually, life began to alter. I joined a local dad's club that focuses on community involvement and mutual support, rather than one that gathers to drink beer and gripe. We made toy packages for children in hospitals, organized cleanup days at local parks, and even sponsored a Dad and Me event at the library, where I saw Max read the BFG aloud to 3 other kids like a miniature motivational speaker. Meanwhile, I became more focused on my work. I was a mid-level project manager for a logistics software company, and while I was always good at it, I never sought to improve. I'd spent too many years trying to keep my head down and seeking acceptance from the wrong people. With nothing to lose, I moved forward. I offered to head a difficult cross-departmental program that had been stuck for months. I remained late, understood the elements of the system that I'd always avoided, and accepted responsibility when things broke. My supervisor took note. At the following all-hands meeting, he addressed me by name. "Ethan's been quietly keeping this whole operation afloat," he told me. "If you've benefited from faster rollouts this quarter, thank him." The Slack messages began to arrive. Not just accolades, but possibilities. Someone in another department informed me about a product pilot. Another person offered to suggest me for a leadership fellowship. I wasn't used to it, but I didn't dismiss it. Sarah was doing well at home too. She'd taken on some freelance consulting work, leveraging her marketing skills to assist local firms with branding and outreach. She'd started conducting Zoom calls from the guest bedroom, her voice clear and confident. "You're different lately," she informed me one evening. "It's like you're finally letting go of the weight." And I was going slowly because here's something I didn't expect. Breaking off my parents and siblings. It stung. Of course it did. But it also created space. Space to breathe, think, and develop. However, this does not imply that the past has been tranquil. My sister Olivia messaged me on Instagram in early March. No phone contact, no text message, just a DM with a screenshot of a photo Sarah had shared of Lily's completed solar oven project. Lily was standing next to it, beaming, as sunshine reflected off the aluminum panels. "My little innovator, first place in the district showcase." Olivia's response alongside the screenshot said, "So, we're just pretending none of this drama happened now." I did not respond. 10 minutes later, another message arrived. "Jake wanted to congratulate Lily. He's matured, you know." I didn't answer because I knew what this was. A test, not a ceasefire, an invitation to crawl back so they could pretend everything was a mistake. I erased the message. A week later, Ben called me. I nearly didn't pick up, but curiosity got the best of me. "Hey bro," he said as if nothing had occurred. Long time I waited. "So, listen. Mom and Dad are planning a family Easter brunch." He stated they were wondering if you'd want to come by. "Clear the air, you know, start fresh." "Did they tell you to call me?" No. He was lying. "I just thought it was time." "What exactly would I be clearing the air about?" He paused. "I mean, come on man. You got real sensitive over some gift mix-up. Jake's a kid. He jokes around. And Mom and Dad, look, they love your kids. You know that. They just show it different." I let the stillness continue. Afterwards I said, "Do you even remember what Mom wrote in that letter?" He laughed. "Letters? Who reads letters anymore?" I hung up, but the call bothered me. Because it wasn't only about me. Easter was approaching, and Lily and Max had inquired whether we would be doing anything with the whole family this year. They didn't miss the drama, but they did miss the sense of belonging, and I wanted to give them that back, not via forced vacations or bogus apologies, but by establishing something better. That week Sarah and I decided to hold our own Easter brunch. We invited 3 of Lily's STEM buddies and their families. Max invited 2 soccer friends. Sarah contacted a coworker who was new to town, and had twin girls. We purchased folding tables, strung lights, decorated eggs, and made much too much food. I even borrowed a rabbit suit from the community center and wandered around the backyard like an idiot for 2 hours, throwing out candy. And you know what? It was the nicest vacation we had had in years. There was laughing and friendliness, but no forced grins or passive-aggressive comments. Just pure bliss. Lily came up to me, flushed, and exclaimed, "Dad, this is the best Easter ever." And that's when I realized we hadn't just left anything behind. We were creating something fresh. Of course, the past was not finished with us yet. Because 2 days after that brunch, I received a certified letter from a law firm, and when I opened it, the headline chilled my blood. It was a notification of cancellation of the financial arrangement. And at the bottom, in my father's signature, were 5 words that would ignite the ultimate conflict. Reconsider your attitude or else. At first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I sat at the kitchen table, holding a certified letter in one hand and a cold coffee in the other. Sarah stood behind me, silently reading over my shoulder. The letterhead was from a mid-sized law practice 2 towns away. One I somewhat recognized from a billboard on the road. Termination of informal family agreement effective immediately. The wording was stiff, frigid, and somewhat ludicrous in its attempt to appear professional. It stated in far too many words that any future support arrangements, informal or formal, between myself and my parents were now null and invalid. According to the letter, Gregory M. has repeatedly taken judgments that go against the expectations of mutual respect and participation. It concluded, should you choose to re-engage in a productive and respectful manner, financial considerations may be renegotiated in good faith? Sarah blinked. What financial agreement? Was the query, right? There had never been a formal paper, no handshake bargain, or verbal agreement. But years ago, when we were still struggling to make ends meet, I helped my parents get out of a serious mess. Back in 2014, my father's construction supply firm was delinquent on taxes. Something about a misfiled return and penalties that grew quickly. He owed nearly $42,000 in overdue taxes and late fines. He called me in a panic. Sarah and I had recently sold our first tiny property in the suburbs and relocated closer to the city. We'd made a tiny profit and saved the most of it. But when my father called, panicked and ashamed, I did not hesitate. I issued a $20,000 check to cover the first IRS deadline, then co-signed a short-term loan in his name to assist them restructure the remainder. I never asked for it back. He promised, of course. I'll make this right, son. But I wasn't expecting anything. I assumed it was just what you did for your family at the time. That is what I did. And over time, they came to regard that gesture as something they had done for me. I'd hear it in small comments. Well, if we hadn't helped you get into that neighborhood or you forget, we've always supported you when we could. They altered the tale, which I allowed them do till now since they were weaponizing it. They were now arguing that I had breached a financial arrangement due to my attitude. Sarah read the letter again and carefully laid it down, as if it could explode. They're preparing for something, she explained. Something bigger. I nodded. My heart pounded but my mind was clear. For the first time in my whole nightmare, I saw everything for what it was. It wasn't about damaged feelings anymore. This was computed. Ben most likely helped write it or advocated for it. Despite spending the most of his adult life relying on his father's money, he always considered himself as the family's businessman. If they were formalizing things now, putting words on paper, and establishing legal positions, that meant they weren't just cutting me off. They planned to completely eliminate me. That night I walked into our storage room and pulled out a box that I hadn't touched in years. Old bank statements, email printouts, and a manila folder titled, Dad IRS Loan 2014. I had retained it because of habit, not paranoia. But as I flipped through the documents, I felt something flash. There it was. The signed promissory note from the credit union, my name co-signed, the payment history, a wire transfer receipt, and, most significantly, an email from my father with the subject line, needed help just until we rebuild. His message was as follows. Ethan, I don't know what I'd do without you. I'll make this right. Once we finish the new contract in July, we'll square up. I promise. I gazed at that sentence for a long time since in their reality, that promise had faded. However, now I had a paper trail. Over the next week, I made little movements. First, I contacted Jillian, a lawyer with whom I had previously worked on a contract issue. She wasn't glamorous, but she was focused and thorough. I forwarded her scanned copies of the letter, email and loan documentation. She phoned me the next morning. This isn't a financial termination, she said. It's a setup. What do you mean? They're trying to preempt any legal claims you might make by framing this as you violating their expectations. They're hoping to make any countersuit look like petty retaliation. Do I have a case? You have a very strong case, she explained. Especially if they ever took funds or services without documented repayment. And if this goes to court, that email alone could wreck them. I felt a sense of peace flow through me. No joy, no vengeance, just clarity. For years, I believed that family turmoil was limited to the home. Raise your voice or push back, and you become the problem. But now I see it for what it truly is. They'd treated guilt as cash, love as a loan with interest, and my silence as consent. And they were going to find out that I was no longer quiet. Sarah and I began plotting, not vengefully, but with purpose. We discussed ways to safeguard our children, possessions, and time. We transferred some money to a new account and the house deed into both of our names equally. Previously, it had only been mine for lending reasons. We also sat down with Lily and Max. We didn't tell them everything, just the facts in a way they could grasp. Grandma and Grandpa are upset with Dad, I told them. And they've decided not to talk to us right now. Lily frowned. Because we didn't come to Easter? No, sweetie, Sarah said. Because we stopped letting them treat us unfairly. Max said. Are we still allowed to miss them? That one touched home. I nodded. Of course. But just because someone's family doesn't mean they're always safe to be around. And it's okay to feel sad about that. The kids handled it better than we expected. Honestly, better than I had when I was their age. And part of me felt proud that we were interrupting the pattern now, before it solidified into something they would carry into their own families later. Meanwhile, I started capturing everything. I copied previous messages, screenshotted Facebook comments, saved voicemails from my father, and made casual comments like, "Glad you're the reliable son," or, "I knew I could count on you to clean up Ben's mess." I dug up correspondence from 2019, when I helped them restructure their automobile loan, another financial courtesy they'd conveniently forgotten. Jillian assisted me in drafting a stop and desist notice to the legal firm. Nothing confrontational, simply a formal record stating that I questioned their assertions and intended any future correspondence to be handled through legal procedures. The letter was sent by courier, and 2 days later, Sarah's sister Janine contacted her unexpectedly. My parents had apparently been chatting softly behind the scenes to extended relatives, neighbors, and acquaintances. And they weren't simply altering history, they painted me as unstable. He's unraveling, Mom explained. Apparently, since we quit enabling him, he's started acting out. She always coddled him, Dad explained on another conversation. Now he acts as if we owe him the world. Sarah received texts from 2 common acquaintances, who we used to see at church, wondering whether we were all right. They're starting the smear campaign, she told me. But what they didn't comprehend was that they weren't dealing with the same son they had previously guilted into silence. They were dealing with a parent, a spouse, a man who had finally figured out the game and had the receipts to show it. And then the opportunity arrived, not from them, but from Ben. Because hubris has a strange habit of opening doors when you least expect it. It was April. I spotted it while reading through LinkedIn during a work break. Ben had tagged himself in a post from a mid-sized investment organization. Proud to announce our latest partner collaboration with McTavish Build Group. Excited to spearhead the expansion into the residential solar market. McTavish Builders Group. That name stopped me in my tracks since McTavish was the corporation my father had long desired a deal with back in 2014. He had bid on one of their projects and lost. He said it nearly ruined his financial flow for the year. And now Ben was establishing a partnership under his name for solar projects. Lily's scientific project came into my mind. I clicked through. The alliance was fresh new. The ink hadn't yet dried. Then I saw it. One of McTavish's promotional illustrations is a representation of a smart solar cabin concept, with the pitch influenced by real-world STEM inventors. At the bottom is a schematic that is virtually identical to Lily's solar oven idea. Not hers, clearly, modified, polished, and professionally drawn, but the mechanism, angle of the reflectors, and heat absorption material all matched her notes. Exactly. I sat in startled silence. Then I began connecting the dots. Sarah had made Lily's project images public many weeks ago. We hadn't given it any attention, but someone had noticed and utilized it. Ben had stolen my daughter's work, claimed it as his own, attached it to a commercial agreement, and was now ready to profit from it. That was the moment when the strategy came together. Not just to fight back, not just to defend, but to reclaim everything and ensure no one saw it coming. My heart was no longer beating when I contacted Jillian again. It was not wrath. It wasn't a panic. It was about focus. I sat across from her in her clean, quiet office, with the sun streaming in through half-closed blinds, and laid out the McTavish partnership post, the solar oven diagram, screenshots of Lily's original sketches, photos, and Sarah's social media timeline. Jillian did not even blink. This is theft, she stated frankly. And if it's used in a business context, it's corporate theft, IP infringement, possibly fraud. I nodded. I don't want to sue them for millions. I just want it public. I want it undeniable. She leaned back. Then we'll start with a cease and desist to McTavish. Get them on record as distributing stolen content. If they're smart, they'll panic and pull out. And Ben? She smiled thinly and sharply. Oh, he's going to learn what it feels like to be publicly embarrassed thoroughly. Over the next 2 weeks, everything progressed quickly. Jillian wrote a brilliantly harsh letter detailing the original creation date of Lily's project, the time-stamped postings, the competition victory, and the virtually identical rendering utilized in the McTavish promotional presentation. We did not send it by email, we sent it as a legitimate legal package courier directly to McTavish's legal department and CEO. Within 4 days, I received a call from Stephen Day, the director of operations at McTavish. Mr. M, I'm calling to apologize, he continued, his voice tense with anxiety. We were unaware the design came from a minor school project. Had we known? You didn't ask where the design came from? We trusted our partner's submission. Mr. Ben M represented it as his own prototype. My throat clenched. He claimed to have invented it. Yes, sir, I'd like to assure you that as of this morning, we've frozen all rollout plans tied to that partnership, and we are internally reviewing all content and contracts connected to it. Good, I responded. Because if this goes to court, I'm bringing Lily with me. I'll let the press photograph her standing next to the model she built on our kitchen table with tin foil and a shoebox. He breathed forcefully. There's no need for that. Please, Mr. M. Let us fix this. They didn't just end the alliance. They issued a formal apology. The next day, it went live on their website and social media outlets. We deeply regret the use of intellectual material that was not properly sourced. We have since discovered that a design submitted by a recent collaborator was in fact created by a young innovator, MIM, as part of a school STEM fair. We commend her brilliance and have made a charitable donation to support her school's science program in her honor. They gave $27,000 to Lily's school that morning. I showed her the post. She read it 3 times and muttered, "They said my name." Max cried, "You're famous now," from the corridor. Sarah wept. I did not. I was too concentrated on what was still to come. McTavish did the right thing, but Ben doubled down. He sent a passive-aggressive tweet. Jealousy is a disease. Real creators rise above the noise. Then he began spreading his version across the family, claiming that we had twisted a child's school project to ruin his career, that we were spiteful, and that we were using the children as pawns. But Ben didn't comprehend that McTavish's internal probe was more than just public relations. It was also legal. 2 weeks later he received a formal letter from their attorneys requesting complete disclosure of all previously submitted material, certification of originality, and the immediate termination of the cooperation. His name was removed off their website. The LinkedIn post has vanished. I learned via a common contact, one of Ben's old college classmates, that 3 additional firms quietly ceased business with him after hearing what transpired. No one wants to be associated with a person who stole from a 12-year-old and was caught by a publicly traded partner. But the retribution did not end there. Sarah had a wonderful idea. She approached Lily's school administrator and offered a tale. A local girl's scientific project is stolen. A business partner profits from it, and the firm contributes money to set things right. The principal went wide-eyed. Would you be open to a media piece? Sarah grinned. We'd be thrilled. The next week, a local news station captured Lily in her classroom, standing next to her solar oven. She spoke softly but clearly, telling how she came up with the concept, how she tested it in her garden, and how it felt strange at first when someone else sought to claim it. The anchor concluded the piece by reminding us that often the best brains in invention aren't in boardrooms, but in our own classrooms. The video got viral in our community. The school received a torrent of compliments. The PDA described it as the greatest press they'd gotten in years. The nicest thing, however, was when my mother phoned. She did not even attempt to dispute what had occurred. She simply responded, "You didn't have to humiliate the family," I chuckled. "Oh, we're just getting started." I wasn't lying. Remember the promissory note from 2014? Jillian brought a claim in small claims court. It was not about the money. It was about the record. Dad disregarded the notification. So we escalated. The hearing occurred in May. He did not show. Jillian and I submitted the documents, emails and money receipts. It was calm, methodical, monotonous, and unwavering. We won. Judgment was entered. $20,742.31 plus court costs and interest. I sent a copy to my parents along with a message. Since financial agreements are so important to you. It came the day after. Ben's story was featured in a national STEM education roundup. One phrase is half buried in red. The corporation ended its collaboration after discovering that the submitted prototype had been created by a local middle school student in a recorded competition. Ben did not show up for Memorial Day weekend at Olivia's. Neither did our parents. We didn't care since we were no longer just surviving. We were prospering. Lily received a STEM scholarship to attend a summer program at her local university. Max created a goaltender for his crash league. Sarah's consultancy employment skyrocketed. 3 local business owners saw the news article and contacted out. And I was promoted. My firm offered me a leadership role at a new satellite office. Greater salary, greater control, and most importantly, the ability to mold the culture. At the first all-hands meeting, I concluded the presentation with a slide that stated, "Give credit always, even when no one's watching." People applauded. Some didn't get it. But I did. Sarah did as well. And so did Lily, who watched from the back of the room, smiling quietly. We never communicated with my folks again. Not after the court decision, and not after the school gift. Not after the news story ran around dinner hour, leaving them scurrying to manage the narrative in a town that had already decided. Because in the end, they were not simply cut off. They were forgotten. That more than anything else was what they couldn't bear. It was not the letter. It was not the lawsuit. It wasn't the contributions, headlines, or the verdict. It was the quiet. How we stopped protecting ourselves. We stopped turning up to absorb the harm. The way we simply went on without them. And as for Ben, I believe he was taking time off to rebrand. But Lily is creating a solar-powered compost bin for the school garden, and this time, she's working with my lawyer to file for a patent because certain names cannot be erased, some sparks cannot be stolen, and some families do not break. Instead, they rebuild. Stronger, louder, and brighter, without those who always sought to dull the light. At 14, my dad slapped me twice and tossed me out into a snowstorm, all because my sister's lies. I almost died, but my mom made sure justice was served. The door slammed shut, creating a sound that echoed not just through the blizzard-whipped night, but deep throughout my bones. A last and decisive crack. I stood freezing, shoeless and coatless, amid the whirling snow. My cheek was burning with the ghost of my father's handprint, and through the glass window I saw my sister Hannah. Her lips curled into a slow, contented smile as she turned away. That winter in Wisconsin December meant the darkness came early, consuming the daytime by 5:30. Our kitchen, which is normally pleasant and lively, felt quiet that evening as I leaned over my equations. The calculations blurred as the snow piled heavier outside. The weather service had been issuing warnings all day, a frenetic chorus against the peaceful silence of the approaching storm. But Hannah, 17, a master of obtaining what she wants, had decided she needed to go to the mall with her pals. Our father, for once, had stood fast. The roads were already a dangerous canvas of ice and white, with visibility dwindling with each breath, and the storm was just getting worse. Hannah's expression shifted in a quick series of emotions, from astonishment at being told no to a flash of wrath, and then the cold, disturbing flicker of calculating. She'd stomped upstairs, the slamming of her bedroom door ringing through the quiet home and rattling the cheap frames in the corridor. I, for one, was simply delighted to be invisible for a change, a phantom presence amidst the developing family drama. But here's the thing. You never completely understand the dark currents that run beneath the surface until something breaks the illusion of peace. What occurred next continues to unfold in my memory, a never-ending cycle of terror that I can't seem to stop seeing. Hannah arrived 25 minutes later at the bottom of the stairs, her makeup smudged and her shirt ripped at the neck exactly so. The sobbing racked her. But these were not the furious, resentful tears from before. They gave a deliberate and dramatic display, interrupted by gasping hyperventilation. Dad dropped his newspaper, a startling rustling breaking the quiet, his face drained of color. The tale she told was complex, a tapestry of deception wrought with vivid, devastating details. She accused me of following her upstairs, attacking her for being the favorite, pushing her against the wall, ripping her clothing, and venomously declaring, "I wish she'd never been born." Each charge, given between believable, painful cries, was more absurd than the previous. She said I had been plagued by envy for years, had threatened her previously, and that she had been too scared to speak. It was a textbook example of pathological manipulation. Such persons frequently fabricate sophisticated falsehoods, not simply spontaneously, but with premeditation, playing on emotional weaknesses within the family structure to reach a desired objective, often with little regard for the consequences. They understand how to use apparent victimhood to shift responsibility and shape narratives. My father stood slowly, his look changing to one I'd never seen aimed at me. Cold, hard rage. My voice was faint with terror as I pleaded with him. I attempted to explain, pointing to my mathematics homework scattered across the table, the fresh pencil lines, and the half-solved problems as indisputable proof that I had been right there in plain sight the entire time. He did not listen. Maybe he was already too angry, too engrossed in Hannah's genuine pain to hear logic. Or maybe her act was just that compelling. She had always been theatrical, capable of eliciting tears on command, but I never believed she'd use those abilities against me. He grabbed my arm, jerking me off the chair so aggressively that my water glass shattered on the tile floor. Its shattering sound and dreadful punctuation accompanied Hannah's resumed dramatic cries. He continued to make strong and aggressive allegations. How dare I harm my sister? What type of person was I becoming? He had raised me better than this and given me everything. This is how I repaid him. His grasp on my arm tightened, prompting a cry of pain from me, which only served to feed his fury. He assumed I was copying Hannah's drama and putting on a show. My mother, bless her sensible heart, was 4 states away, caring for her sister following surgery, which Hannah had definitely factored into her scheduling. Mom would have questioned, scrutinized, and researched. Dad simply responded. The first slap landed with a violent power that took my breath away, startling me into a quiet deeper than any cry. My face burned with a searing, furious heat, and I tasted the metallic tang of blood from where my teeth had sliced the inside of my mouth. He had never been a violent man, and had never received a spanking as a youngster. But something in Hannah's narrative triggered a wrath in him that I had never known existed. The second blow sent me backward, sending my hips smashing hard onto the kitchen counter. Hannah's tears had ended. Through the spinning cloud of pain in my eyes, I noticed her staring from the doorway, her countenance seemingly interested and devoid of fear or astonishment. There was just satisfaction. The expression of someone whose well-planned strategy was playing out exactly as expected. That expression, that icy, smug sparkle in her eyes, told me everything about how premeditated this treachery was. This instant and exaggerated reaction from my father, prompted by Hannah's story, exemplifies confirmation bias combined with a deep-seated emotional trigger. He had an inherent confidence in Hannah's victimization, and her performance reinforced that perception, overriding any critical evaluation of the circumstance or questioning of facts. Individuals in such a heightened emotional state are readily blinded to contradicting evidence, particularly if it challenges their immediate emotional response or firmly held preconceptions about their children. Dad hauled me to the front door, despite my urgent screams, my hoarse assurances that I had done nothing wrong. The storm outside had worsened. The wind shrieked around the corners of the house, and snow piled against the porch railing. He pushed me out into the bitter cold, barefoot and gloveless, wearing just the small jacket I'd worn to school. The door banged behind me, and I heard a horrible thud as the deadbolts fell into place. The cold hit me like a physical blow, removing breath from my lungs. The wind tore at my meager garments, and the snow quickly soaked through my footwear. I knocked on the door, yelling till my throat was sore, but no one responded. Hannah was standing at the entrance, arms folded, watching me freeze. She grinned and turned away. I had no option but to move. Standing motionless meant succumbing to the cold, and even at 14, I saw the frightening seriousness of my position. My dearest friend Sophie lived 5 streets away. On a regular day it was a quick trek, but in this snowstorm, it felt like an impossible polar adventure. The snow had already blurred the distinctions between yard and street, turning the area into a hazardous, homogeneous white expanse. The visibility was barely 10 feet, the streetlights are worthless halos in the swirling pandemonium. Walking was difficult. The snowdrifts seized my feet and I fell twice. My hands sank into drifts that reached nearly to my waist. My fingers were already numb, and my face was burning from frostbite. The wind became an unseen force, pushing, dragging, bewildering, and unrelenting. My feet were phantom limbs and my lungs hurt from breathing the cold air. Every house I passed was a beacon of warmth and protection, shining through the swirling snow. I watched families moving around their kitchens, children watching TV in nice living rooms, and regular Saturday night activities taking place as I was battling for my life outdoors. Shame, a frigid companion, prevented me from knocking and pleading for rescue. How can I explain this? What phrases would make sense if your father threw you out? Sophie's house loomed through the snow like a mirage, bringing an unexpected sense of comfort. My frozen intellect had acted on sheer, desperate impulse. The porch light was lit, a gorgeous golden beacon. I staggered up their driveway, tripped twice while ascending the porch stairs, and crashed against the front door. My fists were too numb to bang, so I kicked the wood. I was certain that the storm's fury would drown out the weak thumps. Then the door opened, and Sophie's mother, Mrs. Collins, gasped. Mrs. Collins, a woman I'd known since 2nd grade, drew me in without saying anything, her warm hands cradling my icy face while she called for her husband. They covered me in blankets, sat me by their roaring fireplace, and served me hot cocoa, which I couldn't even grasp since my fingers wouldn't cooperate. Sophie emerged in her pajamas, her eyes wide and shocked. The Collins family, bless them, did not press for explanations straight away. Mrs. Collins carefully checked my face, her visage tightening into a hard knot when she noticed the bruises that had already appeared on my cheek and jaw. Mr. Collins, a quiet guy, went upstairs and returned carrying dry clothing, thick socks, and a big sweater. They simply let me sit there and defrost, the shaking lasting for what felt like hours as my body struggled to regain its warmth. However, that was merely the beginning of the horror. Eventually, the words began to flow, first in pieces, then in a raw, uncontrollable torrent as the full narrative poured out. Hannah's falsehoods, Dad's terrifying reaction, and the violent deportation into the snow. Mrs. Collins's visage alternated between shock, fear, and a furious protective rage. Mr. Collins became extremely silent, the type of silence that felt heavier and more menacing than any screaming. They tried to contact my residence. No response. They attempted 4 more times over the following hour and got the same chilly outcome. Dad was either purposefully ignoring the phone, or had just turned off the ringer, a practice he occasionally indulged in when he needed silence. Mrs. Collins left a message on the answering machine. Her voice was carefully controlled as she explained how secure I was among them. She didn't mention the horrible state I'd come in, but her tone was unmistakably chilly. Sophie and I had been together since 2nd grade, and her parents knew my family well. Mrs. Collins had always liked and respected my mother's work as a nurse. She'd been cordial, if rather chilly, to my father, and now, with the chilling clarity of hindsight, I see why. She'd most certainly noticed something, a small warning sign of the aggression he'd kept hidden until that night. Sleep was impossible. I rested in Sophie's guest room, secure and cozy. Nonetheless, my mind kept replaying the evening's occurrences. Hannah's calculating face bothered me the most. This wasn't a spontaneous outburst of rage. It was carefully planned, arranged, and precisely timed for Mom's absence. But why? What had I done to deserve such venom from my own sister? The answer came with the morning light, which shone through the curtains like a sharp revelation. Hannah had wanted to visit the mall. Dad said no. She needed to change his attention to create a situation so severe that her requests would be forgotten. I had been handy collateral, a sacrifice she was ready to make to divert his attention, a pawn in her devious game. The knowledge caused my stomach to churn with a sharp metallic flavor. My mother arrived at the Collins house at 8 a.m. on Sunday. The blizzard had finally passed, leaving 3 feet of new snow and roads that were barely half cleaned. Mom must have driven through treacherous circumstances to come home early, putting her sister's recuperation on hold in the face of this unexpected, desperate need. Mrs. Collins had finally contacted her late the night before and carefully explained the issue. Mom's expression when she saw me was dreadful to see, a mask of sadness and rising wrath. Mrs. Collins had painstakingly photographed my injuries with her digital camera, preserving the evidence before it faded. The photos revealed a definite handprint on my cheek, another bruise on my jaw, and finger-shaped markings on my upper arm from Dad grabbing me. My mother examined each shot, her visage darkening with every click. She grabbed me tightly, as if I was about to break. Her hands trembled as she caressed my face and studied the bruises, absorbing the horrible deed perpetrated against her daughter. I had never seen my mother weep before. She was always realistic, stoic, and dealt with situations with the same calm efficiency that she did in the hospital. But tears streamed down her cheeks as she listened to my narrative of the previous night, and something basic, irreversible, moved behind her eyes. This was a watershed event in the family dynamic, a tipping point at which the old equilibrium, however dysfunctional, could no longer be maintained. The mother, who had before served as a facilitator through her absence or even passive acceptance, now becomes the principal driver of change, propelled by a keen understanding of the terrible betrayal and danger. Her reaction shows the psychological power needed to face abuse and set firm limits. The journey home was quiet. Mom's hands held the driving wheel so firmly that her knuckles became white, yet her expression remained oddly serene. It was the expression she used when dealing with tough patients. A mask of controlled wrath. I observed her profile and felt something unexpected. Hopefully, maybe, things would not be okay. They would never be done the same way again, but they would certainly be different. When we stepped in, Dad was sitting at the kitchen table, reading the Sunday paper just like any other morning. He looked up, his expression transforming from astonishment to remorse when his gaze rested on me. The bruises, which were bright purple and yellow, told their own compelling narrative. He opened his lips to speak, but Mom raised her hand as a quiet, uncompromising demand. When she talked, her voice was calm yet powerful, like a tidal wave. "Don't talk. Just listen." Hannah came in the doorway, still dressed in her pajamas with her hair tangled from sleep. She froze, calculations flashing over her face as she attempted to assess the situation. Mom turned to look at her, and whatever my sister saw in that expression caused her to take an unintentional step backward. Mom presented the facts calmly and dispassionately. The timing was unequivocal, confirming I had been at the kitchen table. When Hannah claimed I had attacked her, I had the testimony of the Collins family, who had sheltered me, irrefutable photographs documenting the violence Dad had inflicted, and the medical evaluation Mrs. Collins had insisted on that morning, which confirmed minor frostbite on my fingers and toes, exposure-related injuries that could have been fatal. Blocks in that storm, she explained, had been a potentially deadly distance. Dad tried to interject to explain that he had been protecting Hannah. He had believed his daughter. He had responded in the moment. Even he recognized that his justifications were hollow. I could tell. His face turned bleak as Mom calmly detailed the snowy conditions, extremely low temperatures, and the very real probability that I might not have lived. Then Mom turned to Hannah. "Tell the truth now." My sister's face went through the usual rapid-fire sequence. Defiance, followed by calculating, and then pure, unadulterated dread. She was adept at lying, but not good enough to fool our mother, especially when Mom was staring at her with that cold, clinical expression. The stillness grew oppressive and stifling, until Hannah's shoulders fell in surrender. The confession came unwillingly, followed by terrible tranquility. She had wanted to go to the mall. She'd been upset at being told no. She had determined to provide a diversion. Yes, she had ripped her own clothing. Yes, she had purposefully smudged her makeup. Yes, she fabricated the entire narrative about me attacking her. Her voice was tiny and nearly inaudible when she confessed it. Nothing compares to the assured performance from the night before. Dad's face was ashen. He stared at Hannah as if he was seeing her for the first time, then at me, and then back at Mom. The awful realization of what he had done had finally set in. He had thrashed and expelled his innocent daughter based on a deliberate falsehood. He almost murdered me because he was too ready to trust a theatrical play. His hands started shaking uncontrollably. Mom's reaction was meticulous, precise, and completely crushing. That morning, she had already made phone calls from the Collins residence. Things had already been put in motion and could not be halted. Dad would be moving out immediately, she informed him. Not eventually, not after they discussed it, now. She had just called a divorce attorney. Papers are being prepared to be filed Monday morning. The home would be sold. She had previously met with a real estate agent and arranged for an evaluation. Everything but custody would be divided equally. She would have complete custody of me and no visitation with him until I decided I wanted contact. Not if I decided, she said. But when I decided on my terms, on my timeline. Until then he had no parental rights in my opinion. Dad tried to argue, explaining that it was a mistake and that he deserved another chance to put things right. Mom's expression stayed unchanging, like a granite wall. "One mistake," she acknowledged. "But a mistake that nearly killed your daughter. A mistake that showed such catastrophically poor judgment that I can no longer trust you with any authority over our family. You had one job as a father. Keep your children safe. You failed spectacularly." Hannah's mom's response was cold and exact. My sister would complete the school year. Then she would move in with our father, wherever he landed up. She'd made her decision when she lied. Mom said she had decided to exploit Dad's trust, sacrificing her sister for something as insignificant as a trip to the mall. These were not the acts of someone who cherished family, so she could accept the consequences. Hannah protested immediately and loudly. She wailed. "I made a mistake." She hadn't intended for things to get this far. She hadn't expected Dad to react so angrily. Mom's expression remained unwavering as the justifications flowed forth. Hannah had seen me freeze on the porch and grinned as I hammered on the door. That was not an error. It was harsh, and there would be repercussions. After experiencing abuse, it is vital to create solid legal and emotional boundaries in order to regain agency and ensure safety. Legal boundaries, like as restraining orders and specific custody arrangements, are critical for safeguarding victims, whereas emotional boundaries establish what behaviors are acceptable and unacceptable in future contacts, frequently necessitating the dissolution of poisonous links. Dad packed 2 luggage with Mom's careful supervision. She followed him around the house, making certain he only removed his own possessions, nothing that might be challenged later. He attempted numerous times to apologize to me, his voice cracking, but the words seemed empty and hollow. Sorry did not stop the hitting. Sorry did not erase the trek through the storm, the horror of freezing, or the awful betrayal of being tossed out by the person who was meant to protect me. He departed before midday. Mom stood by the door, her stance tight, as she watched him drive away, disappearing around the corner. Then she turned to Hannah, who had been loitering in the corridor, still unsure whether she could talk her way out of trouble. Mom's reaction spoke volumes. No amount of tears would suffice this time. The next several weeks were a flurry of legal processes. Mom handled it all with the same calm efficiency she used in medical situations. Checking off items on a mental checklist, filing divorce papers, obtaining a restraining order, listing the house, and scheduling a therapy session. Everything was documented, photographed, and recorded. She created such a strong case that Dad's lawyer urged him not to challenge anything. School got complicated, word had spread about what had transpired. Maybe Sophie told someone. Perhaps the truth just slips out, as it usually does in tiny villages. Everyone looked at me differently. Teachers were very kind. My classmates either ignored me or tried too hard to be pleasant. Hannah had even worse treatment. People had heard she lied, and that her lying almost killed me. Her friends withdrew themselves, unable to trust someone capable of such treachery. Hannah times, but her attempts were uncomfortable and plainly motivated by desperation rather than real regret. She missed her pals and the life she had previously. Her deceit had ruined everything. Mom watched these attempts with the same clinical detachment, never interfering or softening. There will be consequences, she warned Hannah. Actions have them. Dad leased an apartment across town, somewhere modest and gloomy that represented his much reduced circumstances. The divorce settlement awarded him precisely half of the assets, but half wasn't much after accounting for legal bills and the cost of starting a new family. His new position paid less, partially because news had spread about his unexpected availability. Nobody appeared to want to hire the dad who almost murdered his child. He wrote letters that I didn't read and voicemails that I didn't listen to. Mom preserved everything, methodically documenting his attempts to communicate for legal grounds. The divorce process exposed truths about my parents' marriage that I had never known. Mom had been unhappy for years, but she stayed for practical reasons. Stability for our children, financial stability, and the normal considerations when considering whether to split up a family. Dad's violence had provided her all the rationale she needed, unequivocal proof that remaining was more perilous than leaving. Dad's counsel attempted to portray him as a worried father, who overreacted in a state of stress. The tactic failed when Mom's counsel submitted images, medical records, and meteorological data from that night, demonstrating how dangerous the conditions had been. The judge's grave, uncompromising demeanor as she evaluated the evidence said volumes. No amount of legal trickery could justify putting a youngster into a blizzard. The custody hearing was really unpleasant. Dad's lawyer called me to the stand and attempted to convince me to declare I wanted a connection with my father, that I missed. Tried to apologize numerous. Him. And that I knew he made a mistake. I spoke straight to Dad, studying his expression as I recalled the trip through the storm in graphic, frightening detail. The numbness creeping through my limbs. The great confusion, and the true bone-deep worry that I might die. After 20 minutes, his lawyer stopped asking me. Hannah also testified, despite the fact that her own counsel told her not to. She attempted to justify her deception as an impulsive deed of a teenager, which she quickly regretted. However, the prosecution obtained footage from our doorbell camera. I had no idea this footage existed. It showed Hannah watching me stop on the porch, with a faint, unsettling grin before turning away. The film was devastating, difficult to dismiss as typical adolescent folly. She had taken pleasure in my agony. Mom's testimony was clinical and sad. She proceeded over the timeline, pointing out flaws in Hannah's statement that Dad should have seen had he bothered to ask questions. She offered proof of Hannah's habit of manipulation, including minor falsehoods throughout the years and situations in which my sister had twisted the facts to get her way. This had not been a unique instance. There had been an escalation. The judge granted Mom full custody with wording that made Dad's prospects of obtaining visits nearly difficult. The decision cited his catastrophic failure of judgment, willingness to use violence without evidence, and reckless endangerment of a minor child. You nearly murdered your kid, and this court will not give you another chance to do so. During the divorce proceedings, financial discoveries showed that Dad had been concealing money. Not in large quantities but enough to present a clear image of dishonesty. He had a separate bank account and made some investments that he never acknowledged. Mom's lawyer seized on these revelations, painting a picture of a guy who had been duplicitous even before the Hannah incident. The judge altered the settlement appropriately, awarding Mom 65% of the marital assets rather than the standard 50-50 share. Dad's folks attempted to intercede. They contacted Mom, recommended family therapy, and argued that breaking up the family was too drastic. Mom visited with them once, brought images and medical reports, and explained exactly what their son had done to me. They exited that meeting in startled silence, their arguments abandoned in the face of overwhelming facts. They didn't contact us again. We relocated and marched to a smaller home on the opposite side of town, with 3 bedrooms instead of 4 and a basic kitchen. But it was ours. Mine and Mom's place, free of treachery or violence. Mom let me choose paint colors for my room, helped me organize furnishings, and ensured I had all I needed. She was kinder with me than she had been previously, more cautious, as if I were something valuable that had almost been lost. Hannah moved in with Dad in June, just after school concluded. The situation was just as Mom had promised. Finished the school year in familiar surroundings. Then moved to Dad's little flat. My sister's complaints had diminished by then, replaced by a morose resignation. She understood Mom meant every word, and no amount of tears or trickery could modify the phrase. The apartment complex where Dad and Hannah wound up was in a rougher section of town, with police sirens blaring every night and a parking lot full of cars with expired registrations. Dad's lower income resulted in less favorable circumstances. Hannah disliked it. She grew up in a comfortable home in a decent area, with friends who had pools and finished basements. Now she shared a 2-bedroom apartment with thin walls and neighbors who argued so loudly that every word could be heard. Her new school was also harsher, full of children who didn't care about her prior social standing. She was no one there, just another new chick with an attitude issue. I learned about their problems through the grapevine. Mutual friends, individuals who know both families. Dad was drinking more, arriving at work late and barely holding his life together. Hannah was failing classes, getting into fights, and plummeting in ways that indicated she'd finally recognized how much she'd damaged. Hearing about their deterioration made me feel a sense of dismal satisfaction. A greater chunk simply felt empty. School had changed for me too, albeit in different ways. Teachers who knew me previously regarded me with caution, as if I may shatter if they pushed too hard. Guidance counselors continued arranging check-ins, asking how I was adapting and if I needed someone to talk to. The attention was oppressive, even though I knew it was motivated by concern. My grades improved when everything went apart. With the pandemonium at home gone, I could concentrate on my studies without waiting for the next explosion. Mom hired a place that was peaceful and neat, allowing me to focus. Math made sense in ways it didn't before. When I wasn't on edge, I could write English essays with ease. Sophie remained my best buddy throughout everything. Her parents testified at the custody court. Their story of my arrival that night had substantial weight with the court. Mr. Collins stated my problem in harsh medical terms. Early stages of hypothermia, frostbite on exposed limbs, and obvious evidence of shock or trauma. His evidence made Dad's lawyer obviously uneasy. The Collins family never treated me differently, nor did they make me feel like a charity case or a victim. Sophie's house became a second home, a place where regular life could continue. Movie evenings, school sessions, and meals where the most dramatic moment was when someone forgot to set the table. Normalcy provided healing in ways that treatment did not. Mom returned to work with fresh zeal, working extra shifts, volunteering, and enrolling in training programs she had previously turned down. I realized she was processing everything via action, burning off her fury and terror by remaining continually active. On her days off, Mom was completely there, making lavish dinners, assisting with homework, and taking me shopping for necessities. The contrast was dramatic yet sustained. Her friends gathered behind us over those months. Women from the hospital, neighbors from our previous block, folks I had known my entire life. They donated casseroles, supplied babysitting, and overall formed a support network to replace some of the void left by losing half of our family. Mom gently accepted their compassion, which might be overpowering at times. Dad attempted to build a relationship through letters, lengthy meandering pages about regret and development, pledges to improve, and explanations for why he had responded so badly. Mom reviewed each one first, looking for anything wrong before deciding whether to give them to me. The majority went right into a file folder she retained for legal purposes. The few she offered me were hollow, like meaningless words on paper, unable to restore what had been done. I tried reading one once and got 3 paragraphs in before my fury flared up so much that I had to put it down. He wrote about understanding my point of view, about the treatment he'd started, and about trying to regain my trust. Everything sounded like scripts from a self-help book. Empty statements that proved he knew intellectually what he'd done wrong but didn't feel the crushing weight. I had sleeplessness throughout my first year. I'd lay up until 2 or 3 a.m., my mind racing with innumerable what-if possibilities. What if I didn't make it to Sophie's house? What if the Collins family hadn't been there? The what-ifs were unending and tiresome. Mom ultimately sent me to a sleep doctor, who provided medicine that helped, but the dreams continued to occur sometimes. High school started rather tough. Freshman year brought a building full of classmates who had heard variants of my narrative. The majority of them have become corrupted as a result of repeated recounting. Some youngsters regarded me like a morbid celebrity, asking for information about the snow and the beating. Others avoided me completely, uneasy with the living reminder that parents can be deadly. I learned to balance both extremes by keeping my head down and focused on my studies. Sophie and I ended up in various buddy groups that year, which is a natural progression as people acquire distinct interests. She remained polite and continued to invite me to events, but we were not as close as we had been previously. The common suffering had briefly linked us, but true friendship required more than that. We stayed friendly until graduation, then lost touch as college drove us in various directions. Mom began dating when I was 15, taking great care to ensure that I was at ease with anyone she introduced me to. Neither of the partnerships lasted long. She'd learned to see red flags and walk away at the first sight of dishonesty or fury. Her standards had risen to unrealistically high levels, which felt fair given what we had been through. One person, James, survived over 7 months. He was gentle with my suspicions, never pushed too far, and always respected Mom's limits. They'd go out to dinner or the movies while I stayed at home, and he'd leave her with nothing but a kiss goodnight on the porch. I admired his discipline, even if I despised his presence. Mom eventually stopped it, recognizing that I was not ready to share her with anybody. Dad's attempts to re-enter my life intensified around my 17th birthday. Letters became phone calls to Mom's number, which he was not supposed to answer. Gifts came on our porch. Books, jewelry and other items that showed he had taken an interest in my hobbies. Mom cataloged everything, preserved the receipts and cards, and created a dossier to chronicle his boundary infractions. When he arrived to her residence one evening, she contacted the police. Mom came up with the idea for the restraining order, which she carried out with the same systematic efficiency that she had used in the divorce. Dad had been clearly ordered to keep away, yet he had repeatedly disregarded that directive, demonstrating an inability to respect our limits. The court instantly issued the injunction, expanding it to include both Mom and myself. Dad was apprehended by police the next day when he attempted to approach me outside school. Hannah graduated from high school with the closest margin. I heard she barely finished her senior year and had skipped so many classes that the school threatened to keep her back. In the photographs I saw on social media, she appeared older than her years and more weathered. The girl who had grinned while watching me freeze had transformed into someone I could hardly recognize. She walked out of Dad's apartment the day after graduation, crashed with friends, did minimum wage jobs, and wandered through the following several years without a plan. Social media revealed a string of disastrous relationships and questionable actions, indicating the usual trajectory of someone who never learnt to accept responsibility for consequences. I looked from afar, feeling nothing. Dad had a second episode which confirmed Mom's decision to entirely cut him off. He got into a confrontation at a pub, beat someone so hard that their jaw broke, and was jailed for assault. The specifics were unclear, but witnesses claimed he had been drinking, and became hostile when someone ran into him. When alcohol was present, the pattern of aggression that began with me appeared to spread to strangers. His lawyer was able to keep him out of jail, but he was unable to avoid probation, required anger management sessions, and limits on his ability to spend time with his own children. Not that it mattered, I had previously forbidden any communication, and Hannah had gone on to cause her own calamities. Dad had successfully alienated everyone who had ever cared for him. Over the next few months, I saw them on occasion, usually in stores or on the street. Dad always seemed shrunken, smaller than I recalled. Hannah was upset, her visage a permanent frown implying that life with Dad was not matching her expectations. I felt nothing when staring at them. There is no wrath or pleasure, only a tremendous void where family once was. Therapy helped. Dr. Morrison specialized in trauma and understood how to help me comprehend what had happened without pushing too hard. She stated that betrayal by family members left distinct types of wounds, that recovery was not linear, and that some days were more difficult than others. She was correct. Some mornings, I awoke enraged, ready to shout about the injustice of it all. Other days, I simply felt exhausted, weighed down by the weight of everything that had happened. Mom never questioned her decisions. She had burnt down our family, spread the ashes, and rebuilt something new from the rubble. Just the two of us, finding out how to be a family with half of the members missing. She worked her shifts at the hospital, came home to prepare dinner, helped with schoolwork, and did all of the typical mom things, but with a newfound passionate protectiveness. High school came and went. I obtained high grades, went to college, and constructed a life apart from the family I'd lost. Hannah reached out a few times over the years, sending emails implying a desire to reconcile and restore what she had lost. I never replied. Some things are permanently broken. Dr. Morrison said that was okay. I didn't owe anyone forgiveness simply because we shared DNA. Dad died when I was 26. Heart attack, abrupt and deadly. I attended the funeral because Mom claimed it would provide closure, even though I wasn't sure I needed it. Hannah was there, older but with the same calculating attitude she had at 17. She tried to talk to me about using Dad's death as a bridge to reconnect. I walked away in the middle of a sentence. At my $985,000 housewarming, my sister grabbed my arm. "This house is perfect for my family." Mom added, "Pack your things." I hit play on the TV. When I watched my sister and mother stroll into the welcoming event for my new house, I knew something was about to happen. A home that mirrored every sacrifice, late night, and ounce of effort I put into creating my IT firm. Nonetheless, the knot in my gut tightened and my skin crawled as I recognized the look in their eyes. The exact expression I saw when I was 21, the night my entire life fell apart. Growing up in Boston, our family seemed to be rather average. Dad works in finance, while Mom operates a boutique with 2 girls and a golden retriever named Buddy. However, as the phrase goes, looks may be deceiving. When I was 13, the cracks started to emerge. Dad walked out, and while the divorce was not very dramatic, what followed next set the stage for years of pure family dysfunction. Camille, 4 years my senior, subsequently married Andrew, an investment banker from a wealthy family. Their wedding was magnificent, but Mom spent more than $65,000 she didn't have, claiming that a daughter only gets married once. I was 20, working 2 jobs, attending community college, and just scraping by to buy my bridesmaid outfit. Then came the babies. Lucas, Madeline, and Noah. Camille's entitlement grew with each child, and Mom was always willing to assist them out, even if it cost me. "Your sister has 3 children to feed," Mom would say. "What do you need the additional money for? Books? Couldn't you just utilize the library?" Meanwhile, I was pushing myself to exhaustion. Scholarships were helpful, but without family support. I worked as a barista in the mornings, tutored in the afternoons, and data entry clerk on weekends. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. Dad slipped into obscurity after relocating to Chicago and beginning a new family. Mom made it tough for him to communicate with me by failing to alert me when he phoned or accidentally deleting his messages. But I persevered. While Camille posted stunning family vacation photos, I worked up all night coding and researching. I graduated at the top of my class. Mom attended my high school graduation but departed early since Camille phoned. Lucas had a slight fever. I've never complained. I simply accepted this as my reality and became driven to achieve success on my own terms. I didn't need their approval. What I didn't foresee was how dramatically things would change on my 21st birthday. That night shaped everything that happened afterward, culminating in the battle 11 years later. My 21st birthday happened on a Tuesday. I remember because I was able to take the evening off, which was unusual. I wasn't anticipating a big celebration. Camille and Andrew were expecting their 3rd child and had the whole family's attention. Still, turning 21 seemed significant. I was legally an adult, had finished high school, and had won partial scholarships to 3 institutions. When I got home after tutoring, I found Mom and Camille at the kitchen table, preoccupied in spreadsheets. They hardly glanced up. Leftover lasagna in the refrigerator. "If you're hungry," Mom said, her gaze riveted on the papers. I heated up a dish and joined them, fascinated. "What are you working on?" Mom inquired, looking up. "Just sorting out some financial issues. Camille and Andrew need a bigger house now that Noah is on his way." I nodded, used to similar conversations. But through me. "Why do you have my college suddenly a shutter paperwork?" Camille sighed heavily. "We might as well tell her, Mom." Mom straightened the papers and gave me that familiar look that normally precedes a family sacrifice. "Evelyn, we need to discuss your college plans," my mother informed me, Camille expecting again. "They truly need a 4-bedroom home. Andrew's bonus was not as high as they had anticipated this year, and they are a little strained." I sat patiently, knowing precisely where this was going. "The point is," Camille explains, "we have calculated everything. Even with Andrew's salary and Mom's assistance with the down payment, We are still short. Short for what? I queried, even though I was already aware. We need to use your college fund, Mom explained. Honestly, it's not like you don't already have scholarships. And community college is completely legitimate. You can transfer to a university later when things are less stressful for the family. My college fund, which Dad had begun before the divorce, and Mom's promised money for my education remained unaffected. I was counting on this cash to fill the gap created by scholarships. But that is my money, I responded softly. Camille rolled her eyes. Dad set it aside for my education. Don't be selfish, Evelyn. We're talking about a house for your niece and nephew. Where should they sleep? Should Noah just live in a closet because you want to attend a prestigious university? That's not what I'm saying, I protested. But I've worked so hard for this. I maintained a 3.9 GPA despite working numerous jobs. These scholarships will not cover everything. You can take out loans like everyone else, Camille shouted. Andrew and I have a mortgage. That is life. Or she might have said, you might live at home and go to community college. That would be a lot more cost-effective. Something inside me moved. A lifetime of compliance and acceptance gave way to utter indignation. No. A single phrase lingered in the air. Mom blinked, anticipating no opposition from me. Excuse me? No, I said more loudly this time. The money is for my studies. Dad. You've laid it aside for me. It's not Camille's house money. Mom's face hardened. Evelyn. This isn't a negotiation. This is what's occurring. Your sister has a family to support. And I have a future to build, I said, my voice shaking. I've earned those scholarships. I worked while keeping flawless grades. Camille chuckled coldly, dismissively. I deserve to use my college fund for college. Oh, please. Assuming you understand anything about genuine responsibility. Try having 3, rushed, children before you lecture us on what you deserve. Tears threatened, but I held back. This is not fair, and you know it. Mom got up, scraping her chair. Education is my top priority, I said. That is not incorrect. Well then, Mom responded, folding her arms. If that is your attitude, you have a decision to make. Accept that the money will be used to aid your sister, or pack your bags and embark on your own journey. You're 21 now, after all. An ultimatum hung in the air. Camille grinned, knowing I would back down like I usually did. But something had broken within me. Years of being second best, putting Camille's needs before my own. I stood up softly. I will pack my bags. If I hadn't been so terrified, the surprise on their faces would have been pleasant. Mom definitely did not expect me to choose independence. Do not be so dramatic, Camille mocked. Where would you even go? I didn't answer. I walked into my bedroom and got out my largest bag. I packed my clothes, toiletries, laptop, and important papers methodically. Family photos hung on the walls. They didn't feel like mine anymore. Mom came at my doorway as I zipped the suitcase closed. You're being foolish. Sleep on it. And we will debate it logically in the morning. There is nothing to discuss, I murmured, taken aback by my own calm. You have stated your stance clearly. I'm making mine clear too. I pushed my luggage past her, grabbed my bag from the rack at the front door, and went outside into the darkness. Nobody called after me. Nobody attempted to stop me. That night I slept in my car in the Walmart parking lot, using my work outfit as a pillow. For 3 weeks, I stuck to that regimen, working 4 jobs, sleeping in my car, and bathing at the gym where I had a discounted membership. I told no one. On the 17th day, my computer science instructor, Professor Helen Whitaker, noticed me sleeping in the library. She gently awakened me and asked if everything was okay. Something in her soft eyes shattered my carefully maintained composure, so I told her everything. That evening she brought me to her home and showed me the guest room. It is yours until you figure things out, she stated simply. No one should have to face this alone. Professor Whitaker became more than simply a teacher. She became my mentor's champion and the first one to believe in me wholeheartedly. She helped me secure further scholarships, walked me through financial aid forms, and provided a critical reference for an internship that would ultimately transform my life. Everything that followed the night I was booted out was influenced by that event. It demonstrated that I was entirely alone, yet that chosen family may be more supportive than biological relatives. Most importantly, it proved my own strength, which I was unaware I possessed until I was forced to acknowledge it. With Professor Whitaker's assistance, I was able to get sufficient financial aid scholarships and part-time jobs to attend a local public university rather than my preferred school. It wasn't Boston University, But it did have a solid computer science program, which I loved. My college experience differed significantly from that of my peers. While others partied and joined clubs, I performed a variety of jobs to stay afloat, including waitressing, manning the university IT help desk, and doing freelance web development projects late at night. Sleep became a luxury, and social interactions were non-existent. Despite my rigorous schedule, I kept a perfect GPA. The computer science curriculum went well, and I found myself supporting classmates who were suffering, one of which was Sophia Tran. Sophia, a smart but distracted individual, became my closest friend and ultimately business partner. We were starkly different in various ways. I was methodical. She was impulsive. I excelled at back-end programming. She had a talent for user experience and design. Together, we were ideal. During our junior year, we began discussing creating a money management software for young adults. The bulk of current tools were built for folks who were already financially comfortable, not for people like us who were living paycheck to paycheck. We recognized a gap and were eager to address it. We developed a prototype using resources on campus. We named it Sen, an app that allows users to view their spending, automate their savings, and establish responsible credit. Our professors were impressed, but more importantly, our classmates found it very useful. After college, Sophia and I had to choose between steady corporate positions and pursuing our entrepreneurial goals. The safe choice sounded enticing, especially given my financial situation. However, I recalled Professor Whitaker's comments. Sometimes the riskiest road yields the biggest benefits. To save money, we took a gamble and moved into a small roach-infested flat. We dedicated ourselves completely to Sen. I programmed while eating ramen. Sophia worked on user interfaces until dawn. We attended every networking event, pitch competition, and startup program we could find. 7 months of rejections followed. Investors felt we were too young, inexperienced, or targeted the incorrect demographics. College students do not care about financial planning, one venture entrepreneur commented dismissively. But we persisted. We had a breakthrough when we obtained a small business grant, allowing us to recruit our first employee, a marketing specialist who helped us refine our messaging. We made a modest modification, concentrating on recent graduates with student debt rather than current students. The app gained traction gradually and then dramatically. We were featured on a tech blog. A financial influencer with millions of followers promoted Sen, and our user base grew from thousands to hundreds of thousands. Throughout the procedure, I had occasional ideas of contacting my family. I'd had virtually little interaction since that night. Mom called 4 months after I left, not to apologize, but to let me know that they had spent my college fund on Camille's down payment. Dad texted me from time to time to check in, but our connection remained distant. Instead, I concentrated on expanding my business and personal life. Years passed in a frenzy of code meetings and ultimate success. Sophia and I moved from our modest accommodation to a respectable workplace. We hired extra developers, customer service representatives, and marketing professionals. Sen expanded into a full financial platform. 6 years after our founding, we got an acquisition offer from one of the country's leading financial technology companies. The sum was overwhelming enough to make Sophia and I rich several times over. We eventually reached an agreement after weeks of talks. I was 31 years old and suddenly wealthy than I had imagined imaginable. The concerned 21-year-old sleeping in her car looked to be a different person. Financial security gave people the freedom to make rational judgments rather than rash ones. I invested the most of my windfall, donated to scholarships for first-generation college students, and ultimately allowed myself to explore creating a real house, rather than just a place to sleep between work shifts. After months of searching, I found it. A magnificent craftsman-style home in an upscale neighborhood. At $985,000, it was a significant investment, but it was well within my budget. The 4-bedroom home has character and charm, with hardwood floors, wide windows, a wraparound porch, and a spacious lawn. It required work, but I saw its promise straight immediately. As I signed the closing paperwork, I thought about the irony. My education fund was spent 11 years ago to assist Camille purchase a larger home. I was now able to purchase a property for around $1 million by my own efforts. During the renovation, I received an unexpected message from my father. He saw the news of Sen's takeover online and wanted to congratulate me. Our conversation was uncomfortable, yet it offered new opportunities. He indicated that he had lost track of me after I left and was too ashamed to look further for me. He got divorced again and returned to Boston. Would I consider meeting for coffee? That coffee encounter was heated yet healing. Dad apologized for being absent during my difficult years. He admitted he was aware of the college fund situation but felt unable to act. I did not forgive him immediately away, but I admired his candor. We agreed to work on gradually re-establishing our relationship. During our conversation, he confessed that Camille and Andrew were having financial issues again. Apparently they had to downsize once Andrew's firm was reorganized. Mom continued to support them in every way she could. "They don't know about your success," Dad said. "I have not told them." I nodded, unsure how I felt about it. Part of me wanted them to know how successful I was despite their lack of support. Another half wanted that my successes be kept private. As my house renovations neared completion, I organized a housewarming party. After much thinking, I added my family to the guest list. Sophia feared that I was setting myself up for disappointment. But I thought it was time to close that chapter of my life, one way or another. I sent official invites to Dad, Mom, Camille and Andrew. Dad responded quickly with acceptance. Mom called, surprised yet pleased. Camille texted, "I look forward to seeing how you're doing. We will be there." The stage was set for a reunion. I never anticipated something so dramatic. The morning of my housewarming celebration was bright and beautiful. Despite staying up late to finish the house, I got up early. Each room was excellent. The living room with its comfortable sectional and built-in bookshelves, the gourmet kitchen with marble countertops and professional-grade appliances, the dining room that can seat up to 10 people, and 4 beautifully appointed bedrooms upstairs, including a master suite with a balcony that overlooks the backyard. Sophia came about 10:30, filled with champagne and decorations. "Are you certain you want to go through with this?" she queried while arranging flowers. "It is not too late to uninvite them." "I need closure," I responded, my stomach twisting at the thought of seeing my mother and sister again. "Besides, these are just 3 out of 28 visitors. If things become difficult, we will have plenty of buffers." The caterers arrived at lunchtime and set up stations on the first floor. By 3:30, everything was ready. Food, beverages, music, and my nerves were frazzled. My colleagues in technology arrived first, followed by neighbors. Professor Helen Whitaker arrived with her husband, embraced me heartily and whispered her pride. Friends from college, industry acquaintances, and my financial advisor round out the early visitors. At 5 o'clock the doorbell rang again. I opened it to see my father standing awkwardly on the porch with a present bag. "Dad," I said, the words still sounding strange. "Evelyn," he continued, glancing at the home behind me. "This is impressive." I invited him in, gave him a brief tour, and introduced him to several of our visitors. He seemed genuinely pleased to see how well I was doing, albeit a bit out of place among the affluent professionals that filled my house. "Your mother and sister should be here soon," he stated. "They were going to get together." I nodded and refilled my water glass to hide my concern. "So, how are they?" Dad hesitated. "Managing Andrew's work position has been difficult for them. They sold their home last year and moved into a townhouse. Your mother, Elaine, is very helpful with the kids." Before I could respond, Sophia arrived at my elbow. "More guests are arriving," she added. "Including, I believe, your mother and sister." I took a deep breath and approached the front door. There they stood, Elaine, scarcely aged after 11 years, and Camille, still attractive but with stress lines around her eyes. Behind them stood Andrew, who seemed much older and more weathered than I recalled, and their 3 children, Lucas, a teenager, Madeline, a preteen, and Noah, approximately 10 years old. "Evelyn," Mom said, her tone hesitant. "Thank you for inviting us." "Welcome," I responded, stepping back to allow them in. "Please come in." The children lingered back meekly, clearly told to be on their best behavior. I smiled at them. I hardly knew these nieces and nephews. "There is a game room upstairs if you get bored," I informed them. "Second door on the right." This broke the ice a little. Lucas asked whether I had a game system, and once I responded yes, the kids headed upstairs. After a short thank you, Andrew commented, "Beautiful home." He looked about with professional curiosity. "The architectural details are impressive." "Thank you," I said. "The renovation took 7 months, but it was worth it." Camille lifted her eyes. "You must have had quite a team working on it." "I did," I said without more elaboration. "Would you want a tour?" As I led them around the home, Camille's manner became more calculating. She ran her fingers over the marble surfaces, looked into closets, and remarked on the wonderful play area in the rear. Mom followed more quietly, occasionally commenting on the decor or inquiring about a detail. "This must have been quite an investment," she eventually said as we walked inside the main bedroom. "It was," I said, "but I have been fortunate in my career." "What exactly are you doing right now?" Camille asked, sitting uninvited on the side of my bed. Dad mentioned something about an app. I told them a truncated version of my success story, and their expressions changed from polite inquiry to surprise. Did you sell your firm for millions? Camille inquired, her voice louder than normal. We did, I answered. The timing was right. The tour moved downstairs where more guests had arrived. I presented my family to Sophia, Professor Helen Whitaker, and colleagues and friends who were familiar with my story. Throughout the introductions, I noticed Mom and Camille gathering in corners, speaking furiously. Andrew looked detached from their conversations, instead chatting with my tech industry contacts. 1 hour into the party, I clinked my glass to draw everyone's attention. Thank you for coming to celebrate this new chapter with me. This house signifies more than simply a place to live. It is a milestone that I previously thought was unreachable. I am grateful to everyone who helped me along the road. As I ended my brief remark, Camille approached. As Evelyn's sister, I would like to say something too. Her voice had the confident tone I remembered from childhood, the sound that usually preceded her achieving precisely what she wanted. Family is everything, she said, placing her palm on my arm. And seeing Evelyn's beautiful home today has made me realize how perfect this would be for our family. The visitors exchanged perplexing whispers. What Camille means, Mom said quietly, is that we are very proud of Evelyn for creating a space where family can gather. No, Camille exclaimed, tightening her grip on my arm. I mean, this house would be ideal for my family. With Andrew's career position and the kids requiring decent schools, we've been hunting for just this type of house in exactly this neighborhood. The room became quiet. Even the caterer had stopped moving. Camille, Andrew said, his face burning. This is not the time or place. It is exactly the right time, she informed us. Evelyn has always wanted to aid her family. She is unmarried, without children, and certainly doing well financially. This 4-bedroom house is wasted on one person when we have 3 growing children who need space and stability. Mom gave a sympathetic nod. I stood motionless, not believing what I was hearing. After 11 years of no communication since seizing my college fund, they were now requesting, nay expecting, that I give them my home. Evelyn, Mom said, her voice taking on that authoritative tone I knew all too well. You need to gather your belongings and locate a smaller place. A downtown condo would be much more suitable for your lifestyle, and it would mean the world to your sister's family. Camille was already pacing the living room, pointing out the changes they intended to make. Lucas could have the bedroom with the bay window. Madeline would love the purple room, and Noah would have plenty of room for his toys in the smallest bedroom. Mom joined in. After everything Camille has gone through, she deserves this. It is the least you could do as her sister. The room had become completely silent. My visitors looked at us with terrified fascination. Sophia rushed to my side, offering support but remaining silent. I took a deep breath, feeling strangely calm despite the absurd scene that was unfolding. I have something to show you, I said quietly as I collected my phone. I used the smart home system to connect my phone to the large television in the main room. With a few touches, I opened a document and projected it on the screen. What is this? Camille inquired anxiously. This, I explained, is a restraining order I filed 11 years ago after you kicked me out on my 21st birthday. The room fell silent as the legal document appeared on the screen. Even the caterer remained motionless, trays in hand. What are you talking about? Mom's voice broke the silence, full of confusion and outrage. We've never kicked you out. You chose to leave. I maintained a steady voice, years of practice paying off. You issued an ultimatum on my 21st birthday. Accept that my college funds would go toward Camille's down payment or pack my bags. I packed my bags. You didn't stop me. That was a disagreement, not an eviction, Camille snorted, her eyes fixed on the document. You are being dramatic. I slept in my car for 3 weeks, I simply explained. In February, in Boston. A murmur spread among the assembled guests. Dad stepped forward, his face pale. I didn't realize it was that bad, he said gently. You never told me. Would it have mattered? I inquired. He made no response to that. I swiped to the next document in my phone. This is more interesting, however. This is why I filed the restraining order. The screen now showed credit reports and loan applications in my name, all from shortly after I left the house. What is this? Andrew inquired, leaning closer to the screen, his financial background assisting him in understanding what he was witnessing before the others. After I left, someone opened 4 credit cards and took out a personal loan in my name, I told the officer. They had my social security number, birth certificate, and enough personal information to answer security questions. The total debt was slightly more than $52,000. Mom's face turned white. Camille became very interested in her wine glass. Fortunately, I added, the detective who assisted me was thorough. Camille used her credit cards at various stores. The loan funds were deposited in an account, which then transferred the exact amount to your joint checking account, Andrew. Andrew carefully turned to face his wife. You told me that money was from your mother, a gift to help with the down payment. It was, says Camille. Mom helped arrange it by committing identity theft against your own daughter. Professor Helen Whitaker interrupted, her intellectual demeanor giving way to protective rage. That is a felony, in case you were not aware. I am sure there has been some mix-up, my mother said. This is the police report I filed, I explained, displaying another document. I had sufficient evidence to file charges for identity theft and fraud. The detective was especially interested in this loan application. I concentrated on a signature where someone attempted to imitate my signature but misspelled my middle name. Camille's hand shook so violently that she had to set down her wine glass. If you filed charges, why weren't we arrested? She inquired, her voice lacking conviction. Because I did not pursue it, I replied simply. I was 21, terrified, but you were still my family, so I struck a deal with the detective. I would pay off the fraudulent debts myself if they documented everything but refrained from prosecuting. I swiped to another document. This is proof of payment. Every penny of that $52,000, plus interest, was paid by me over 4 years while I was putting myself through college, working 4 jobs, sleeping 5 hours a night, and eating ramen noodles to survive while paying off debt I had never incurred. Andrew appeared physically ill. I had no idea. He said softly, his voice barely audible. Camille told me her parents were helping with the down payment as a gift. Just one parent, I explained gently. And it wasn't a gift. It was theft. Mom finally spoke up. You're twisting everything to make yourself the victim. We've always done everything we could for you. Sometimes families have to make difficult decisions for the greater good. The greater good? Dad inquired, his voice rising unexpectedly. Elaine was 21. Our daughter. And you stole from her. Mom turned on him. Do not dare to judge me, Thomas. You walked away. You left me to deal with everything. I left you, not our daughters, he responded. And I absolutely did not authorize you to steal Evelyn's college fund or commit fraud in her name. I knew about the college fund, he said, turning to me. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for you, but I had no idea about the credit cards and loan. I nodded, accepting his incomplete apologies for what they were. Camille changed her approach after seeing her support crumble. It was a difficult time, she confessed, tears welling in her eyes. We had a baby and needed a home. Mom was just trying to help us, and you weren't there to ask. Maybe, I said. But that doesn't excuse fraud. I swiped to another document. Andrew, you might be interested in this too. While investigating the identity theft, I learned a lot about your family finances. These are records of 7 failed business ventures that Camille invested in without your knowledge and with joint funds. The total losses over 9 years exceeded $240,000. Andrew's face turned pale. Which business ventures? Her college friend Brianna's clothing boutique, her cousin's restaurant, and a subscription box service for luxury pet products, among others, I wrote down on paper. Everyone failed within a year. Everyone received significant investments from your family accounts. Those were personal loans to friends, Camille explained faintly. They were going to pay back everything with interest. Is that why you kept the paperwork hidden? The room had become uncomfortably tight. Guests were looking for ways out, unsure whether to stay during this clearly private family crisis. I think, I said loudly, that we've gotten off track. You came here today to claim my home, assuming that I would once again sacrifice my needs for Camille's desires. I am making it clear that this will never happen again. So you will throw your own sisters the street? Mom asked. Where's your compassion? My family out on compassion? I laughed, but it wasn't funny. Where was your compassion when I was sleeping in my car during the winter? Where was your compassion when you stole my identity and left me with massive debt before I even started college? Mom opened her mouth, then closed it again. I am not throwing anyone out on the street, I clarified softly. But I will not give up my home. If you require financial assistance, I am happy to discuss setting up education funds for Lucas, Madeline, and Noah. They are innocent in all of this, and I want to know my nieces and nephews. We do not need your charity, Camille snapped, despite Andrew's expression indicating otherwise. It is not charity, I answered. It's the right way to help family, Mom said, grabbing her purse. I believe we have heard enough. Camille, children, we're leaving. I reminded her that the children were upstairs playing video games. And I think Andrew might want to stay. Andrew nodded slowly. I need to understand exactly what has been happening with our finances, my husband said. Kids will be fine for a while longer. Fine, my mother responded. Camille, let us go. Sophia took a step closer to the door. I believe that is best. This is supposed to be a celebration of Evelyn's new home, not a place to commit property theft. Mom's face turned crimson red. How dare you? This is a family matter. Yes, Sophia said. Evelyn's chosen family is here to support her. Before you return, you should consider what real family support looks like. After they left, the party gradually regained momentum, though discussions naturally focused on the dramatic incident. Andrew remained in the corner, speaking quietly with my financial advisor and checking his phone for Camille's texts. Later, as the guests were leaving, he approached me and formally said, I owe you an apology. I had no idea about identity theft or investments. I knew about the college fund, but Camille informed me that you had agreed to it. Would it have mattered if you knew the truth? I questioned. He considered it. I'd like to think so, but the truth is that I was different back then. Success and money were all that mattered. He looked around the room. Looking at what you have built on your own, I realized how misguided my priorities have been. What will you do now? I inquired. Have a very difficult conversation with my wife, he said solemnly. And probably contact a divorce attorney. The financial deceptions are too significant to ignore. I felt an unexpected pang of sadness for my sister. Despite her imperfections, I never wished her marriage to end. I meant what I said about education funds for the children, I told him. Regardless of what happens between you and Camille, he nodded graciously. They would like to know their aunt, especially Lucas. He is interested in programming. After Andrew left to pick up the children, Sophia and I started cleaning up. Well, she began, tossing glasses into the dishwasher. That was the most dramatic housewarming I have ever attended. I laughed and felt lighter than I had in years. Not exactly the closure I expected, but closure nonetheless. Do you think they will try to contact you again? Sophia inquired. Mom and Camille. Eventually when they need something, I shut the dishwasher and straightened up. But next time I will be prepared. No more doormat, Evelyn. As the final guest left and silence descended over my new home, I wandered through each room, admiring what I had created. Not only was it a physical structure, but it also represented a life achieved through dedication, hard work, and the confidence to stand up for myself when it counted most. The days after the housewarming were unexpectedly tranquil. I expected Mom and Camille to torment me with angry phone calls, manipulative texts, and possibly even unannounced visits. Instead, quiet. Andrew phoned me and asked to meet at a coffee shop near his office. Camille moved in with your mother, he told me over lattes 4 days after the party. She took the kids for now, but we have agreed to equal custody while we sort things out. I am sorry about your marriage, I stated truthfully. He shrugged, appearing fatigued and relieved. After what came to light at your party, I started digging deeper into our finances. It is worse than you know. We are not just struggling. We are nearly bankrupt. How is that possible? You had a good position at the investment firm, had he reiterated. I was let go 7 months ago, downsizing. I have been working as a financial consultant since then, but making about a third of my previous salary. Meanwhile, Camille continued spending as though nothing had changed. He pushed the folder across the table. These are statements from accounts I did not even know existed. Credit cards maxed out. Loans I never signed for. Second mortgages on the house before we sold it. While reviewing the records, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. She did to you what she and Mom did to me, I inquired. Except on a much larger scale. He agreed grimly. We are talking hundreds of thousands in debt. What will you do? Bankruptcy seems inevitable, he admitted. I nodded in understanding. My offer for education funds still stands. I can set up accounts that can only be used for educational expenses. That would mean everything, he remarked with sincere gratitude in his voice. And maybe would you consider spending time with them occasionally? They need stable adults in their lives right now. That conversation signaled the beginning of a new chapter for myself, Andrew, and the children. They were intelligent, inquisitive children who withstood their parents' disagreement with surprising perseverance. Around 3 weeks after the housewarming, Dad invited me to supper. Over pasta at a quiet restaurant, he expressed his thoughts on years of family strife. I failed you, he admitted honestly. After the divorce, Elaine made it difficult to maintain contact, but that is no excuse. I should have fought harder to stay involved in your life. Why did you not? I asked, finally putting my thoughts into words. After 11 years, he sighed heavily. Partly guilt. The divorce was my fault. I had an affair with my second wife. Before leaving. Elaine knew, and she used that as leverage to control everything, including access to you girls. This discovery altered my view of our family relationships, but it did not excuse his absence. I also failed to protect your college fund, he added. It was in a joint account with Elaine. I trusted her to use it appropriately despite our problems. When I found out what happened, I was too ashamed to confront you about it. You could have helped me when I was sleeping in my car, I stated. I did not know, he said. Elaine told me you had moved in with a friend from school. By the time I learned otherwise, months had passed, and you had stopped responding to my messages. We talked for hours that night, clearing up years of misconceptions, half-truths, and downright lies. Dad was not blameless, but I realized he had been manipulated by Mom almost as much as I had. Your mother was not always like this, he clarified. After Camille was born, something changed. She became obsessed with creating a perfect life for her, often at your expense. I tried to balance things to advocate for you, but it only created more conflict. Why the favoritism? I inquired, the question that had plagued my childhood. He pondered this attentively. I think Camille reminded Elaine of herself, the self she wanted to be. Beautiful, socially adept, traditional. You are more like me. Analytical, independent, questioning. And I think that scared her. The first communication from Camille came 3 days after my meal with Dad, a long email that alternated between apology and justification. She admitted to identity theft, but blamed it on financial desperation and her mother's influence. She apologized for the housewarming argument, but insisted that her family's needs took precedence over my luxury. Classic Camille, Sophia observed as I gave her the email, apologizing without actually accepting responsibility. At least she is acknowledging what happened, I said, feeling more generous now that I was safe from her influence. That is progress. Mother's approach was more straightforward. She began phoning every day, leaving voicemails that ranged from angry accusations to sad pleas. Families should forgive each other, she said in one message. We made mistakes, but so have you by embarrassing us in front of your friends. I did not respond to either of them right away. Instead, I focused on setting clear boundaries with my therapist, Dr. Allison Monroe. Your mother and sister exhibit classic patterns of manipulative behavior, Dr. Monroe observed during one session. They are used to you eventually giving in. Your continued boundary setting is unfamiliar and threatening to them. I feel guilty sometimes, I told her. Especially about the kids being caught in the middle. That is natural, she assured me. But remember, you are modeling healthy boundaries for those children, and you are supporting them directly through the education, funds and quality time. That is genuine family support, not the conditional kind you received. Andrew and Camille's circumstances worsened over the course of several weeks. Their divorce proceedings uncovered other financial deceptions. Andrew filed for bankruptcy as planned. Camille and the children remained in Mom's modest home, which had become cramped and tense. 7 months after the housewarming, Andrew got a better job at a smaller company and rented a 3-bedroom apartment. The custody arrangement granted him access to the children every other week. Throughout his weeks, I would pay Lucas several visits, assisting him with programming assignments or simply offering another supportive adult presence. During one of these encounters, Andrew mentioned that Camille had started therapy. Her therapist suggested it might help with the divorce and financial issues. I am skeptical about her commitment, but it is a start, he told me. Around the same time, I finally agreed to meet Mom for coffee. The conversation was difficult, but respectful. She had aged significantly in the 7 months since the celebration. Living with Camille and the children is challenging, she told me. There is no privacy, no peace, and her spending habits. She paused, shaking her head. You enabled those habits, I kindly pointed out. I wanted her to have everything I did not, Mom explained, an uncommon example of self-awareness. I grew up poor, wore hand-me-downs, never had the nice things other girls had. I swore my daughter would have better. You had 2 daughters, I reminded her. She had the decency to appear embarrassed. I understand. I convinced myself you were stronger, more independent, that you did not need the same support. It was not a complete apology, but it was the closest I had ever gotten. This decades-long pattern of financial deception taught me that Mom's behavior was more than just favoritism. It revealed underlying issues of control, entitlement, and possibly untreated mental health problems. Meanwhile, Camille's therapy looked to be generating actual results. Our weekly meals with the kids moved from awkward to cautiously enjoyable. She got a job as an administrative assistant at a local company, her first serious job since marriage, and moved into a modest apartment when living with Mom became too expensive for both of them. "I have never learned to stand on my own," she admitted at one of our discussions. "Mom did everything for me. Then Andrew took over. When everything fell apart, I had no idea how to function independently." I felt an unexpected sense of compassion as I saw her struggle with fundamental adult chores like budgeting, meal planning, and home maintenance. Camille, like me, had been a victim of Mom's dysfunction, albeit in a different way. Her golden child status had hampered her ability to build resilience and self-sufficiency. The children adapted to their new situation with surprising adaptability. Lucas, now 12, thrived in the coding group I introduced him to. Madeline acquired a fascination for science that neither Camille nor Andrew had recognized. Noah's dinosaur passion grew into a more general interest in natural history. I established college funds for each of them, with the condition that the funds be spent solely for educational purposes, a safeguard against history repeating itself. Andrew and I formed an unexpected friendship based on mutual respect. He confronted the financial calamity full-on, gradually repairing his credit and profession while becoming a more present father than he had ever been during his marriage. "The bankruptcy was humiliating," he admitted, "but freeing." Not all relationships could be saved, however. Mom continued to avoid actual accountability, alternating between superficial apologies and sly explanations. During one especially challenging meal, she mentioned that my success was owed in part to her tough love style. "If we had not pushed you out of the nest, would you have developed the same drive?" she wondered, as if my homelessness had been a deliberate teaching moment rather than abandonment. I cautiously set down my fork. "That is like saying abuse makes people stronger. Some survive despite it, not because of it. I succeeded in spite of how you treated me. Not because of it." She swiftly changed the subject, as she was always uncomfortable with direct confrontation. These incidents confirmed Dr. Monroe's assessment that while Mom may change her conduct to preserve contact, true remorse or insight may never arrive. Some people are not capable of the depth of self-reflection necessary for genuine change. "You can adjust your expectations accordingly," Dr. Monroe told me, "and decide what kind of limited relationship, if any, serves your well-being." By the time my house's 18-month anniversary neared, I had set clear guidelines for family interaction. Monthly lunches with Camille and the kids, occasional coffees with Mom, regular dinners with Dad, and more frequent time with the kids during Andrew's custody weeks. To commemorate the event, I arranged a small gathering in stark contrast to the previous year's grand housewarming. Sophia accompanied her new fiancé. Professor Helen Whitaker and her husband attended. Dad arrived with Rebecca, their relationship now serious. Andrew brought the kids for a few hours. Even Camille made a brief and charming visit. Mom was noticeably absent, her choice after I declined to invite certain toxic family friends she insisted on including. It was a little but crucial win in keeping my boundaries. And, as the evening progressed and people had dessert on the patio, Lucas approached me with his laptop. "Aunt Evelyn, can you look at my code? I am trying to build a game, but the graphics will not render properly." We sat on the porch swing, solving his JavaScript issues as fireflies blinked in the coming dusk. The simple moment, an aunt assisting her nephew, family members supporting one another in healthy ways, brought tears to my eyes which I quickly wiped away. "Are you okay?" Lucas inquired, noting my emotion. "More than okay," I told him. "Just happy you're here." Later that night, when everyone had left, I wandered through my home, which was genuinely mine in every way. The house had become a haven, not only from the outer world, but also from the harmful family habits that had nearly ruined me. Within these confines, I had created new rituals, connections, and a new understanding of family that was based on mutual respect rather than duty or manipulation. My journey from sleeping in my van at 21 to owning this lovely home at 31 was not solely about financial gain. It was about reclaiming my worth, setting healthy boundaries, and creating a life that reflected my ideals rather than others' expectations. My ties with my family would most certainly remain complex. Mom may never fully admit the devastation she has caused. Camille's growth potential may be limited. Dad's attempts to make amends could not undo years of absence. However, I no longer required their validation or approval to feel whole. The terrified 21-year-old who drove away from her childhood home with nowhere to go had discovered not just safety, but also strength. She had realized that family is sometimes chosen rather than born, and that standing in your truth, no matter how difficult, results in genuine connection rather than a hollow performance of obligation. As I sat on my veranda with a cup of tea, watching the stars appear in the summer sky, I felt tremendous serenity. The voyage had not been easy, but it had taken me exactly where I needed to be. Home, in all senses of the word. Fiancée wore my pink diamond, while sleeping with 2 men at her hen's party. I quietly cancelled the wedding and blocked her from my life forever. I am a 29-year-old mining engineer. FIFO life, 2 weeks on site and 1 week off. If you use your money wisely, you can make a fortune. I have 2 investment houses in Perth and another in Fremantle, as well as enough savings to retire at 40 if I wanted to. I don't show it off though, I never understood the point. I met Olivia 3 years ago at a friend's cookout in Kislow. She was 24, working as a pharmaceutical sales representative and trying to grow her Instagram following on the side. When we met, she had about 3,000 followers and was always uploading training videos and sponsored supplement ads. I didn't care about that, but she was lovely, amusing, and appeared genuine. First woman I dated who understood the FIFO lifestyle and did not complain about my absence. We moved quickly. She moved into my Subiaco home after 6 months. I taught her about property investment and assisted her in saving for her first deposit. She taught me to relax more and enjoy the money I was earning rather than simply accumulating it. I assumed we balanced each other out. Last December, I brought her to Rottnest Island and proposed at sunset near the lighthouse. Private photo and everything. She received her Instagram content. I got to witness her genuine happiness. The ring cost $15,000 and was specifically crafted with a rare pink diamond from the Argyle mine before it closed. She cried, said yes, tweeted about it for weeks, and referred to it as her forever rock. The wedding was scheduled for November at a winery in Margaret River. Small, pricey, and precisely what she wanted. She did the most of the planning while I was on location. I simply transferred funds as needed. Her hen's weekend took place last weekend on the Gold Coast with 8 of her girlfriends. I arrived on site in the Pilbara halfway through my swing. She texted me continuously the first night, sending me images from dinner and videos from a male strip show, saying she missed me and couldn't wait to be my wife. Saturday night, the texts ceased. I assumed they were out late. I didn't think much of it. Sunday morning, 5 a.m., I'm preparing for pre-start when I notice Lane's Instagram story. Lane has been her best friend since high school and serves as her maid of honor. I always felt she was trashy with those artificial lips, constantly causing trouble. The type who captures everything for content. Only close pals have access to the story. Olivia must have said that I don't use Instagram much. I probably didn't expect to see it, but I followed Lane since Olivia requested me to support her friends' accounts. The video was 47 seconds long. It was clearly filmed in a hotel room, and you could see the Q1 building through the windows. Lane's intoxicated voice narrates when the bride-to-be says, "One last adventure before lockdown," as the camera pans to the bed. Olivia on all fours. Travis behind her, her F45 trainer, who she said was just incredibly good at his job. Josh in front, some guy from her gym she introduced me to once. He was basically gay. Don't worry, babe. Both of them. Her engagement ring caught the light while she gripped the blankets. The worst aspect wasn't the act. It was her expression. She was having a great time, looking directly at the camera at one point, laughing without being intoxicated, sloppy focused, energetic, and even sporty. Lane zooms in on the ring, which she is still wearing. Loyalty queen. Other girls were giggling in the background, and someone said, "Nathan could never compete with that combo." I watched it 3 times, screen taped it, and sat in my donga for an hour before the start simply thinking. I didn't toss my phone, punch anything, or experience the wrath you'd expect. It felt more like clarity, like when you're troubleshooting an equipment issue and suddenly realize exactly where the system broke. I went to work, drove an excavator for 12 hours, chatted with the boys at Smoko, and ate dinner in the mess. Nobody realized anything was unusual, but I was already plotting. Olivia never understood this about me. I am not emotional. I am systematic. Each problem has a solution, every action has an optimum reaction, and I had 4 days left on site to plan mine. I began with logistics. I paid the $8,000 deposit to the wedding site in Margaret River. The entire amount of $27,000 was due following week. I emailed them about a family situation that required a postponement. They were kind and offered to store our deposit till a future date. The catering firm in Perth offers a complete refund with 30 days notice. I've also sent that email. The Bali honeymoon was 2 weeks at a private villa in Ubud, booked flexible through my MX Platinum. It could be postponed indefinitely, with no need for cancellation. The photographer, flowers and DJ were all handled via short emails, claiming unexpected family circumstances. Then I thought of the ring. She adored the ring more than anything else. She posted about it all the time, and her followers never stopped commenting on it. It was her trophy, proof that she had succeeded by landing a wealthy man who was willing to commit. I texted her on Wednesday. "Hey babe, I've been thinking about the wedding and want to get the ring professionally cleaned and serviced before the big day. The jeweler in Perth can do the pink diamond treatment while I'm back. Can you leave it on the kitchen counter? I'll grab it when I fly in on Friday." Her response: "Of course, baby. That's so thoughtful. Can't wait to see you Friday. Last weekend was fun, but I missed you so much. Girls are jealous of how good you are to me." I wanted to throw my phone into the crusher. Instead I said, "I love you too, see you soon." Friday arrived. We flew back to Perth around 6 a.m. She was at work, and pharmaceutical sales meant Friday meetings. I had the house to myself until about 6 p.m. The ring sat on the kitchen counter in its box, with a message saying, "Can't wait to wear this forever, your future wife." I pocketed it. Then I started to work. I didn't trash anything of hers. I didn't chop up garments or throw stuff away. That's poor emotional conduct. Instead, I packed my belongings. It's just mine. My paperwork, watches, grandfather's battle medals, and signed Dockers jerseys were the things that mattered. I loaded 3 suitcases into my Land Cruiser and drove them to my investment property in Fremantle. It's been lying empty as I waited for the rental market to improve. It's fully furnished and ready to move in. I returned to the Subiaco mansion. Everything appeared normal, her belongings untouched, her makeup on the bathroom counter, her exercise clothes on the bedroom floor, as if I hadn't started packing. Then I performed digital surgery, disabled her phone number, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, and TikTok. Blocked her entire family, her parents, her sister in Melbourne, and her cousin, who was constantly asking for property advice. I blocked all 8 girls from the hen weekend. I blocked Travis and Josh, even though I doubt they were aware she was engaged. I removed myself from all shared streaming services and reset my Netflix, Stan, and Spotify passwords. I removed her from my life insurance and superannuation beneficiaries. I canceled her extra credit card from my account. I called my lawyer brother Daniel, told him exactly what happened, and sent him the tape. He prayed, "Jesus Christ, Cal, what do you need? Just be ready. She's going to explode when she figures it out. You want to confront her?" "No, I want to disappear." He knew right once. That's why Daniel excels at his profession. I left the house at 4 p.m., drove to Fremantle and texted my site supervisor stating I needed to return early due to a family issue. FIFO workers have more leeway in this regard. He approved me for the return flight on Sunday. Olivia texted me at 6:30 p.m. "Home. Where are you, babe? Want to grab dinner at that Japanese place?" I did not respond. 7 p.m. "Cal. 7:30 p.m. Are you okay? I'm worried." 8 p.m. "Your phone must be dead. I'll order Thai for when you get home." 9 p.m. "Nathan, this isn't funny." 10 p.m. "If you don't answer, I'll call the cops." 11 p.m. 15 missed calls. Saturday morning, she realized she was blocked. That's when the true panic began. But here's the thing about properly blocking someone. They have no idea if you've blocked them, or if your phone was turned off at first. She probably wasted hours assuming it was a network issue. By Saturday afternoon, she'd figured out something was awry and began ringing my parents in Adelaide. They knew nothing because I hadn't told them yet. I called Daniel. He said he had not heard from me in weeks. I called my company's headquarters. They said I was on site and could not be reached. She arrived at my workplace in Perth on Monday morning, but security informed her that I was not present. She created a scene, and they let her out. She tried to contact my site supervisor from the parking lot. He stated that I was dealing with a family emergency and could not be contacted. That's when she shared a TikTok video of herself crying in her car, makeup wrecked. "My fiancé has disappeared. We're supposed to get married next month and he's just gone. No explanation, nothing. If you know Nathan, please tell him to just talk to me. I don't understand what's happening." 67,000 views in 3 hours. The comments were divided. Half called me a sociopath, half said there had to be more to the tale. Her parents called Daniel and threatened legal action over the wedding deposit. He gently stated that there were no contracts in their daughter's name, and any deposits made were non-refundable presents from me to her. They could take civil action, but the cost would outweigh the recovery. She found out the wedding had been cancelled on Tuesday when the venue called to confirm the postponement I had requested. TikTok video number 2. He cancelled our wedding without telling me, had 240,000 views. The drama helped her establish a following. People are requesting updates and tea. Update 1. Lane received the video 3 days later. When something becomes viral on TikTok, people dig. They found Olivia's Instagram, her tagged pals, and Lane's account. Someone observed that Lane's tail highlights from the Gold Coast weekend had been erased. Screenshots of Lane from the same hotel and on the same dates began to circulate. They put it together. The comments began. Why'd your MO delete her stories from the hens? Something happened in Gold Coast. She cheated, calling it now. Lane snapped Wednesday night. Phoned Olivia sobbing and admitting she'd posted something stupid while drinking. Olivia demanded to see it. Lane had deleted it, but it had already been screen captured and forwarded to Olivia. That's when Olivia realized I knew. She did not try to dispute it. Instead, she focused on damage management. Posted TikTok number 3. I made a mistake. One foolish night. I was drunk. I was stressed. It meant nothing. But he watched a video, and instead of talking to me like an adult, he disappeared. 3 years together, and he couldn't even have a discussion with me. That's the true betrayal. Her supporters went on to claim that everyone deserves a second chance, and that I was cruel for ghosting them. Others pointed out that she was railed by 2 men while wearing her engagement ring. Someone discovered Travis's Instagram. His bio stated, engaged to at FitBeck91. They tagged his girlfriend Hannah in Olivia's video. Hannah noticed it Thursday morning. By lunchtime she'd torched all of Travis's training gear in an Instagram live bonfire, tagged F45, and told his whole client list that he was a cheating piece of SHT who F-ed women. F45 dismissed him that afternoon. Josh's girlfriend learned the same thing. She didn't go public. Instead, she gently kicked him out of their flat and told his entire rugby club why. He was benched indefinitely for conduct damaging to the team's reputation. Meanwhile, I was back on site working 12-hour shifts with no phone reception in the pit. Perfect seclusion. The boys were aware of what was going on, but did not pursue it. That's the thing about FIFO crews. Everyone is running from something. G eventually inquired Thursday night at dinner. You good, mate? Yeah, just handling some tea. Need anything? Nah, it's all sorted. And it was. Every time I got angry, I'd think about her expression when she learns the ring is no longer there, when she realizes I witnessed everything but decided to say nothing, and when she realizes silence is the cruelest response to treachery. Daniel called me on his satellite phone Friday morning. She's getting desperate. Cal showed up at Mom and Dad's. What did they do? Dad warned her to leave his land. Mom cried but didn't let her in. I've got everything documented if you need a restraining order. Not yet. Let her burn herself out. She's destroyed on social media and lost about 4,000 followers after people found out what she did. Good. You sure you don't want to say anything? Just tell her it's over. She knows it's over. She figured that out when I blocked her. What she wants is an explanation, a battle and some drama to make herself the victim. I'm not giving her that satisfaction. Cold as ice, brother. No, simply done. Update 2. A week later the pharmaceutical business dismissed her. It turns out that when you go viral for being a cheater, and your F45 trainer side piece is publicly exposed and includes your workplace in the controversy, HR pays attention. They described it as conduct incompatible with company ideals and detrimental to corporate reputation. She recorded TikTok number 4 from her car, absolutely breaking down. I've lost everything. My fiancé, my job, my life, over one mistake. One mistake. The video received 1.2 million views. People were unaware that I was buddies with Oliver, one of her area managers. We met at a business golf event that she had dragged me to. Sunday night, he called me on the satellite phone. Mate, I had to let her go. The video went around the entire company. Doctors were asking if that was our rep. She became a liability. I didn't ask you to fire her. I know, but between you and me, she was already on thin ice coming in late, missing client meetings. This was just the excuse we needed. Cheers for letting me know. You doing all right? Never better. That's what I said. The clarity was outstanding. No more wedding planning stress. No more pretending to be concerned about her Instagram engagement. No more listening to her rant about other girls at the gym while effing 2 guys from the same gym. She began showing up at my parents' home in Adelaide. He contacted me on Monday. She flew here, Cal showed up at the door crying. What did you tell her? Nothing. Your mother wanted to let her explain, but I said if she steps on our property again, I'll call the police. Thanks, Dad. Are you sure you handled this correctly? Have you seen the video? Daniel showed me. Effing HL, son. Then yes, I handled it correctly. Your mother believes you should formally end the relationship. She wore my ring while two guys raced through her, so she knows it's over. On Tuesday, she tried a new strategy. She messaged my friends, the ones she could still reach, and told them her side. She wasn't sober. This was a mistake. She felt pressured by the females. She had no recollection of what had happened. Most of them quickly blocked her, but my friend Mason called on Wednesday. Bro, she's saying you're having a mental breakdown, that this is about your FIFO depression and not about what happened. What do you think? I think she's desperate, but, just so you know, she's trying to flip the narrative. Let her. Anyone who believes her was never my friend. Anyway, she was losing followers on a regular basis, down to around 8,000 from a height of 15,000. The sponsorship deals have dried up, the protein powder manufacturer dumped her, the sportswear brand removed their affiliate code. Thursday, she did something unexpected. She went to the jeweler. The shop where I bought the ring walked in and demanded to know if I had brought it in for cleaning. The owner immediately called me. Mr. Nathan, your ex-fiancée is here asking about a ring. I'm not a customer anymore. I don't know what she's talking about. Understood, sir. I'll handle it. He informed her he couldn't divulge any customer information. She made a disturbance, and security removed her. Another TikTok followed. He stole my engagement ring. It's mine. The comments devastated her. You have lost ring privileges when you have two guys wearing it. That's his property, sweetheart. The audacity of this woman. Her parents threatened Daniel with theft charges. He sent them a single message. The ring was a conditional gift that required marriage. No wedding, no ring. Google the law on engagement rings in Australia. Stop contacting my client. They paused. Update 3. 2 weeks later, she discovered where I was staying. I'm not sure how she did it. Perhaps she hired someone or discovered I had moved to one of my investment properties. But on Sunday morning, during my weekend off, she was at my door in Fremantle. I observed her through the security camera. She had unclean hair, no makeup, and was wearing the same Lululemon set I bought her for Christmas last year. She knocked for 20 minutes. Cal, please. I know you're in there. Your car is here. Just talk to me. 5 minutes, please. I cooked myself breakfast and watched Formula 1. She continued knocking. I'm not leaving until you talk to me. I'll stay here all day. I phoned the cops and informed them that my ex was harassing me on my property, that I had footage of her infidelity, and that she wouldn't leave. They arrived in 15 minutes. I saw through the camera as they instructed her to depart. She argued. They informed her she was trespassing. She cried. They led her to her car and followed her out of the area. Naturally, she made a post about it. I couldn't remember if this was TikTok number 7 or 8. He called the cops on me for wanting to talk. Someone in the comments shared a screen recording of her Gold Coast footage. Every time she erased it, someone else reposted it. The internet does not forget. On Monday, her mother called Daniel. This time, the approach is different, with crying and begging. Their daughter was still in need of closure. Could he merely pass along a message? Daniel called me. Your call, mate. I can tell her to F off. What's the message? She wants you to know she's sorry, that she loves you, and that she'll do anything to fix this. Tell her mother I got the message, nothing else. That's it? That's it. The calls stopped, but the TikToks did not. She began releasing old recordings of our joyful moments, our engagement, and the trips we did in an attempt to portray what we had before I abandoned her. The comments were savage. He didn't abandon you. You cheated. Imagine posting this thinking you're the victim. The delusion is real. Her number of followers fell to 5,000. Hannah, Travis's fiancée, contacted me on LinkedIn and expressed her gratitude for exposing him, despite the fact that I did not do so directly. I was told Olivia had been effing him for months. They would meet after training every Tuesday and Thursday while I was on site. I did not answer, but I screenshotted it. Josh attempted to contact me and left a voicemail. Mate, I'm sorry. She said you guys were open when you were away. I didn't know she was lying. I deleted it. I don't care about his excuses. On Thursday, Olivia tried something new. I posted a snapshot of a positive pregnancy test on Instagram with the statement, maybe this will make him talk to me. My phone exploded with messages from friends and relatives asking whether it was true. Daniel handled it. He made a single call. If you're pregnant, provide medical documentation. We'll arrange a paternity test. If you're lying about this, it's defamation and emotional manipulation. Your choice. She withdrew the post within an hour and issued an explanation, claiming she was emotional and made an error with an old photo. Her following fell to 3,000. Update 4. 1 month later, she flew to the place. I'm still not sure how she found out which site I was at. We have operations all throughout Washington, but she flew to Newman, rented a car and went to the mine's gate. Security phoned me. Nathan, there's a woman here claiming to be your fiancé. She says it's a family emergency. I don't have a fiancé. Don't let her in. Copy that. She sat outside the gate for 6 hours in 40-degree heat. Security had to contact the cops again. They drove her back to Newman and made sure she boarded a flight to Perth. That video went differently. No tears, just wrath. He's a coward, an effing coward who can't face me. The comments escalated into, this is harassment now. Leave the man alone. This is getting concerning. She lost her flat without a job, couldn't afford the rent in Subiaco, and had to move back with her parents in Sydney. She posted about it as if she were the victim of a tragedy. Her sister told Daniel, "You've ruined her life." She ruined her own life. I just didn't stick around to watch. She made one mistake. Getting railed by 2 guys while wearing my client's ring isn't a mistake, it's a choice. Multiple choices, actually. You're heartless. No, we're just done here. I was having a great time. Picked up extra shifts because the pay was outrageous with all the overtime. I started searching at commercial properties in Perth's central business district. The boys on the scene knew the entire story once someone discovered the TikToks. They thought it was effing folklore. Most blokes would have gone psycho, G told me over drinks one night. You just evaporated. What's the point of going psycho? Changes nothing. Yeah, but don't you want to tell her what a cut she is? Every morning when she wakes up at her parents' house, unemployed and with 2,000 followers, she knows. The wedding date, November 15th, passed. She shared a photo from 3 years ago of us at the cookout where we met. Today should have been our wedding day. I'll never understand how someone can go 3 years without saying anything. Someone commented on the Gold Coast video again, and she turned them off. Her follower count fell to 1,500. All of the engagement pods and paid followers had abandoned ship. Update 5. 3 months later, I sold the ring for $11,000 to a dealer in Perth. The pink diamond retained its worth nicely. The money was used to fund a trip to Bali for the lads. 8 of us stayed in the exact villa Olivia and I had reserved for our honeymoon. I posted a photo on Facebook of all of us with drinks at sunset and tagged the resort. I didn't mention her. I didn't need to. She would know. She knew. TikTok number 15. He's at our honeymoon spot with his friends. This is psychopathic behavior. The responses were overwhelmingly against her. You're the psychopath. Still posting about him, move on already. This is embarrassing. Her account dwindled to 800 followers. Daniel sent me a 10-page letter she had handwritten. I destroyed it without reading it, videotaped the process, and sent it to Daniel. He comprehended the message to be passed on. She tried once more, creating a phony LinkedIn profile and messaging me about a business opportunity. The profile picture was a generic shot, but the wording was entirely her own, discussing closure, healing, and forgiveness. I reported the profile. LinkedIn prohibited it. Then silence for the first time in 3 months. Nothing. There are no posts, no messages sent through third parties, no appearances at events, nothing. I purchased another investment property, a decent 2-bedroom in Scarborough near the ocean. She always wanted us to buy a property together. I paid in cash using my site money, plus what I had saved from the cancelled wedding. Emma, a geologist from the site, started seeing me informally. No social media, no drama, just simple chat and amazing sex. This is just what I needed. One of my friends ran into Olivia in Sydney last week. She was working at a vitamin shop in a mall and living with her parents. There is no ring, obviously. He claims to be looking tough as F. She asked about me, and he stated he no longer knew me. She began crying in the middle of Westfield. He walked away. Her Instagram has been disabled. TikTok also offers entire digital SCD. Final update. 6 months later, I'm writing from my Scarborough apartment. I just witnessed the sunset from my balcony. Life is good. Better than good, honestly. The properties are all doing well. The Perth market is heating up. My portfolio is currently worth around $3.2 million, which is not bad for a 30-year-old FIFO worker. Emma and I are still informal, which is wonderful. She'll be moving to Canada for a 6-month contract soon. We'll probably finish it there, with no harsh feelings. That's the appeal of being with someone who understands the game. Daniel called yesterday, and Olivia's lawyer reached out one final time. She wants to properly apologize and get closure. Daniel informed them that his client's position had not changed. No communication, ever. Here's what 3 years with Olivia taught me. When someone demonstrates who they are, believe them. More significantly, when someone reveals who they are, you are not obligated to discuss it with them. She believed the ring made her untouchable, and that wearing it while effing other guys was a power move, demonstrating that she could do whatever she wanted and I would still be there. The ring was meant to provide her security. Rather, it became proof. Every time I considered responding to her, I remembered the video of her staring at the camera, laughing, the ring catching the light, her exuberance, and the joy in her deception. That's who she truly was, not the woman who cried at my proposal, not the one who said she understood my FIFO lifestyle, and not the one who vowed to love me forever. She was the woman who was mocked by 2 men while her companions cheered her on, wearing my ring like a prize. So I gave her what she really deserved. Nothing. Not fury, which would have fueled her victimhood narrative. Not forgiveness, which would have justified her mistake. Not even an acknowledgement of her existence. Just nothing. The fellas on site ask if I regret not confronting her and if I missed out on closure. But here's the thing. Closure is something you create for yourself, not something you get from others. I took mine as soon as I blocked her number and headed to Fremantle. She wanted a chat because she wanted to control the story in order to explain, justify and downplay what she did, perhaps making me the bad guy for not fighting for us. Instead, she got to explain to everyone why her fiancé fled, watch her life crumble in real time on social media, and experience what true consequences are like. According to what I've heard, she recently relocated to Brisbane for a fresh start. Good luck to whoever she scams next, though I doubt she'll find another FIFO worker foolish enough to put a $15,000 ring on her finger. Daniel inquired if I had ever loved her. Yes, I did. I loved who I believed she was. But she didn't exist. She was simply better at acting than I was at seeing through it. The wedding would have taken place last month on November 15th. I was on site working a double shift. After penalties, I made $3,800 that day, and used it to buy another Rolex, which truly keeps its worth. People periodically message me, claiming they witnessed the entire incident on TikTok and proclaiming me a legend for how I handled it. I do not respond to those either. I am not a legend. I'm just a guy who refuses to play a silly game. The ring is presumably on someone else's finger right now. I hope they have more luck with it than Olivia did. But given what that ring witnessed, I believe it is cursed. She'll read this eventually. She always figures out what I'm doing. So Olivia, if you're reading this, know this. You didn't lose me because of a single error. You have lost me because of who you are. The Gold Coast has just revealed it, and each day you spent attempting to get me to speak was another day you proved I made the right decision. I don't detest you, that would necessitate compassion. I have nothing against you. You are a lesson learnt, a bullet dodged, and a 3-year investment that did not pay off. This happens. But the ring was mine. Purchased with my money, given on condition, and legitimately returned. Every time you think about it, remember that you wore it while betraying me, and it is now gone forever, just like me. Anyway, I have a flight to catch, return to the location tomorrow for another swing, another 40 grand. The guys want to know about the Bali trip. Life continues without you. Edit. Since people keep asking this is true. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't feel guilty about her losing her job. Actions have consequences. The video exists. However, I am not sharing it. I'm not a complete jerk. To those who said I should have been a man and challenged her, I was acting like one. A man who values himself enough to walk away from rubbish. For those curious about the legal aspects of engagement rings, Washington law states unequivocally that they are conditional gifts. No marriage means that the ring is returned to the purchaser. Yes, I started therapy 2 months ago, not because of her, but because FIFO living messes with your mind. The best decision I've made. To everyone who shared similar stories, you deserved more. We all did. And best of luck to the person who messaged Olivia claiming to be her new lover. You will need it. I'm finished with updates. This chapter is now closed. It's time to write a better one. Goodbye. Thank you for staying till the end. If you appreciate our videos, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Mother-in-law gave iPhones to every grandchild except my daughter. She's not blood, so I replied, "Pack your bags and get out of my house. These are for the family, sweetheart." My mother-in-law's remarks pierced the air like shattered glass as my 8-year-old daughter peered at the iPhone 16 Pro Max that she had just distributed to the other children. The hush that ensued was deafening. 20 people were in my living room in the house I bought, watching her purposefully exclude my small kid from the most costly family gift of the year. "Why isn't there one for me, grandmother?" my kid inquired with that soul-crushing innocence. "Because you are not truly a family treasure. These are exclusively for my blood grandchildren." The sound of my daughter running upstairs wailing, mixed with the visitors' uneasy laughing. When I approached my mother-in-law, she simply shrugged. "This is my money. I will give it to anybody I choose." My wife returned home from her trip the following day. Her reaction froze my blood. "Mom is just old. I'm sure she didn't mean any harm. You're overreacting, as usual." That night, everything changed. I informed my wife that she had 24 hours to make a decision. Either your mother leaves my house, or you accompany her. The first combat occurred at daybreak. My wife discovered me in the kitchen, pouring coffee with the calm of someone who has already taken a final decision. "You can't just put her out on the street," she yelled in that high-pitched voice she had when she was losing control. "She's my mom. She is old," I said without raising my voice. "This is my house. The deadline cannot be negotiated. So what is she supposed to do? Live on the streets?" She should have thought about that before humiliating my daughter. The slight was intended for the little girl you've reared since she was 2. The tiny girl who calls you mom. I could see her face crumble as I put it into perspective. However, the period of vulnerability lasted only seconds before familial loyalty closed ranks. My mother-in-law became emboldened by my wife's backing and shut herself in the guest suite. When I went down to remind her that she only had 18 hours left, she smiled, which chilled my blood. "I am not going anywhere, I have tenancy rights." Her voice was filled with the confidence that only legal ignorance can bring. "And if you try anything, I will call the cops for domestic violence." My wife became her personal servant, delivering her meals and serving as a human shield. "Leave her alone," she would tell me whenever I reached that part of the house. "She is already stressed enough." That afternoon, I made the call that changed everything. My lawyer confirmed what I had suspected. A legal eviction could take several months. He advised me, as a professional who fees by the minute, to record every breath that woman takes in your home. Every insult, every threat, every time she spits at you. In hostile eviction proceedings, the one with the best paperwork wins. That night, I generated a password-protected digital file. I dubbed it a war diary, and began to log everything. Date, time, and complete description. Each slam of the delicious door. Every veiled insult she mumbled as I walked past the kitchen. Every time my daughter came downstairs she cried because grandma refused to communicate to me. The first revelation occurred when I reviewed the bank statements. My wife had given her the debit card. The charges were outrageous. Amazon charges $340 for a premium coffee maker shipped directly to the apartment. $180 for Korean skincare goods. Premium vitamin supplements cost $95. Seriously, I showed the statement to my wife. "You're giving her money for what she did to our daughter." She replied, without looking me in the eye, "About their medical expenses. She is old. She requires things." I documented each transaction. Each expensive purchase added another line to my file, proving that there was no humility or guilt. The nuclear escalation occurred a week later. A social worker from Child Protective Services knocked on my home, bringing an anonymous complaint. Serious home tensions create an unstable and potentially dangerous setting for a kid. When I carefully presented the problem, giving copies of my initial diary as proof of a pattern of antagonism and emotional abuse against my daughter, her attitude changed dramatically. Before leaving, she stated that the individual who created this report supplied very particular information on your residence. Details that only someone who lives here would know. When I showed my wife the report, she refused to believe it. It must have been someone else. "You're making up stories to turn me against my mother." Her eyes glowed with the blazing wrath that occurs when reality collides with denial. That night, I mounted security cameras around the communal spaces. It is a suggestion from the social worker. I informed them during supper to ensure transparency in the household. My wife could not object. My mother-in-law became pallid. I served the formal eviction notice the next day. 30 days. The official clock had started ticking. The house was turned into a Cold War zone. My wife retreated to the living room sofa and refused to share a bed with me. Our daughter was stuck in a deafening quiet. But in the midst of the chaos, I did something that left me feeling odd. I discreetly got my daughter the new iPhone 16 Pro Max. I handed it to her in her room. The box is wrapped in basic gift paper. "This is from Dad," I replied, holding her as her eyes welled up with delighted emotions. "But keep it a secret for now, okay? So we don't cause more difficulty." It was my way of safeguarding her in the midst of the commotion, of reminding her that no matter what occurred, she was my top priority. As I examined the camera footage each night, I knew something. This was more than just kicking my mother-in-law out. My goal had altered. I wanted to free my wife from her own denial before it was too late for all three of us. The official eviction notice arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a sheriff who appeared more uncomfortable than we were. 30 days. The conflict has become official. My mother-in-law accepted the document with a smile that chilled my blood. She gave me 30 days to locate an excellent lawyer who would teach me who was truly in power here, waving the paper like confetti. The cameras I'd installed proved to be my salvation. The first capture occurred that same afternoon. I was examining the recordings when I overheard my mother-in-law conversing with my wife in the kitchen. "When this idiot runs out of money to hire lawyers, he will give up. Furthermore, this home should be yours by right. You are my daughter, not him." My wife whispered something inaudible, but she did not contradict herself. I saved the file immediately. The second capture occurred 2 days later. I caught her accidentally scratching the hardwood floor in the living room with one of her large luggage, which she dragged with deliberate force while staring directly at me. When I feigned not to notice, she smiled and continued doing it. "What exactly happened here?" I asked my wife that night, pointing to the marks. "It must have been an accident. Mom has arthritis. She is not very good at carrying things." But I had the video. Every intentional action, every malicious smile. The third capture changed everything. The hallway camera captured her entering my office when she assumed no one was present. I saw her walk through my desk, unlock drawers, and ultimately take a pair of silver cufflinks that belonged to my father and place them in her pocketbook. When I told my wife that things were missing, her response revealed how lost she was. I'm sure she merely stashed them somewhere secure so they don't get lost among all the attorneys and papers. My wife had passed a line. It was no longer simply denial, there was active complicity. The final straw came a week later. I was working from home when I heard cries in the garden. I dashed out and saw my kid screaming beside the water, completely soaking with her clothing on. "What happened?" I yelled at my mother-in-law who was standing on the edge, arms crossed. "She slipped," she added with a nasty smile I recognized all too well. She was running where she should not have been. My daughter trembled in my arms. "Daddy, I didn't slip. Grandma pushed me because I told her I didn't love her anymore." "Children lie all the time," my mother-in-law responded, "especially those who haven't learned to respect their elders." That night, while I dried my daughter's hair, I took a life-changing decision. It was time to put a stop to this farce. My mother-in-law had gone for a walk, most likely to complain to a neighbor about how terrible I was. I waited for the right moment to tell my wife that I wanted to have a truce night to talk and sort things out like adults. I ordered her favorite food from that Thai restaurant she adored, placed candles on the dining room table, and created a false hope atmosphere. We had the house to ourselves. My wife sat at the table with a hesitant face, as if anticipating an apology or a capitulation. Her hands were clenched, frightened but hopeful. I didn't say anything at first, simply turning on the dining room TV and connecting my laptop. She inquired. "I want to show you something," I said with the calm that comes from holding all the cards. The first video began to play, with her mother telling her that the house should be hers by right, and that I was an idiot who would give up. I watched my wife's face tense. "This must be out of context," she murmured, but her voice no longer sounded convinced. "Wait, there's more." The second video showed the deliberate sabotage of the floor, every calculated movement, every defiant look at the camera. My wife started shaking her head, but her eyes were fixed on the screen. The third video was the final blow, the theft of my father's cufflinks, which was clear, sharp, and undeniable. I saw her open my desk, specifically look for those items, and hide them in her purse. My wife fell silent, her mouth agape. "And this," I said, playing the audio my lawyer had legally obtained, "is the call to Child Protective Services." My mother-in-law's voice was unmistakable. "Yes, I want to report a dangerous situation for a minor. The stepfather is creating a hostile and violent environment, and the child is at risk." My wife's house of cards, built on denial, collapsed in an instant. I watched her face go through all the stages: shock, comprehension, pain, anger. She burst into tears, but these tears were different. She wasn't crying for her mother or the situation. She was crying for her own blindness, for the pain she had allowed to be inflicted on the child she had raised as her own, for the betrayal she had unwittingly enabled. "Oh my God," she said quietly. "How could I have been so blind? How could I allow her to do this to our daughter?" At that point, we heard the front door close. My mother-in-law had returned from her walk, likely satisfied with poisoning another neighbor against me. My wife brushed away her tears and rose from the table with a drive I hadn't seen in years. She strode toward the guest suite with steps that sounded like hammer blows. I followed her discreetly, remaining in the hallway. This was her struggle, and she had to win it alone. She opened the door without knocking. My mother-in-law was organizing her day's purchases. She had spent more of my wife's money on fancy items she did not require. My wife spoke in a hard, steely tone that I had never heard her employ before. "Pack your belongings. You are leaving now." My mother-in-law turned with her condescending smile, which she had honed over decades. "Excuse me. I am not going anywhere. This is just as much my home as yours. I watched the videos, Mom. I witnessed everything." My mother-in-law's smile faded as quickly as it had appeared. "I spotted you stealing. I watched you intentionally harm the house. I heard you contacted social services to damage an innocent child." My wife's voice quivered, but not with fear, but with controlled rage. "And I saw you shove my daughter into the water." "You have no proof of any of that," my mother-in-law protested, but her arrogance had vanished. My wife pulled out her phone and showed her one of the videos. "Isn't this proof?" My mother-in-law's eyes were filled with fear for the first time in my memory. The fear of someone who has finally realized that her actions have repercussions. "You have 2 hours," my wife said. "Contact whoever you need to contact, find a place to stay, but after 9 o'clock tonight, I don't want to see you in this house. You can't do this to me. I'm your mother, and a mother doesn't abuse her daughter's children, steal, or lie." My wife took another step closer. "You haven't been my mother for a long time. You've been a parasite." My mother-in-law tried one last desperate attack. "He's brainwashing you. He recorded those videos to manipulate you." "No," my wife responded with a terrifying calm. "He installed those cameras to protect our family from you." I stood in the hallway, watching the power shift, and I didn't intervene. There was no need. My wife had found her voice, her backbone, her limit, and for the first time in months, I saw a glimmer of hope for our marriage. The war was about to end, but the most important victory had already been won. My wife had opened her eyes, and the next day, I witnessed something I never expected to see. My wife, with a glacial calm I didn't know she possessed, was helping her mother pack. There were no screams or pleas, just a heavy silence that seemed to crush the air in the room. My mother-in-law made one last desperate attempt at manipulation, throwing herself on the suite floor and sobbing with a performance she had perfected over decades. "He's turned you against me," she wailed, clutching the hem of my wife's jeans like a toddler. "I'm your mother. You cannot do this to me." My wife paused and gazed down at her. The coldness in her words sent shivers down my spine. "No, you did it. You harmed my daughter. You shoved a youngster into the pool and stole from my own home." She knelt to her mother's level. "It is over." For the first time in my life, I noticed genuine terror in my mother-in-law's eyes. The woman who had ruled my wife for decades realized she had lost all control in an instant. "You have no right," she cried, standing up with urgency she had never displayed. "This house should be mine. I am blood family." "Family?" My wife stood up, and I saw the powerful lady who had been hiding behind the obedient daughter for years. "A family does not pressure its children. A family does not steal. A family does not contact social services to harm innocent people." The mother-in-law played one final card. "You're going to regret this. You are nothing without me. I raised you. I gave you everything. You conditioned me. You manipulated me. You taught me to value your comfort over the health of my own baby." My wife's voice broke, not from weakness, but from liberty. "Not anymore." 2 hours later, her sister arrived to bring her up. The anxiety in the air was evident when my sister-in-law came and noticed the baggage. "What really happened?" she inquired directly. I didn't have to answer. My wife handed her her phone, which was playing one of the videos. I watched my sister-in-law's face turn from shock to loathing as she saw her mother take from my desk. "Oh my God, Mother. What else have you done?" My mother-in-law tried her last move. "They're fake videos. He manipulated them. But my sister-in-law had already seen enough. Get your things. Let's go. My mother-in-law turned to me with a look of pure hatred. This isn't over. I'm going to destroy you. I walked up to her and said, in the calmest voice I could muster, you already tried and you lost. The next morning my wife's phone was constantly vibrating with text messages and Facebook notifications from her friends, neighbors, and distant cousins. I thought that was the end of the war, but I was mistaken. The war had only changed the battlefields. How could you abandon your own mother? Your mother is devastated. My mother-in-law had launched her nuclear bomb, painting herself as a frail, elderly woman, unjustly kicked out by a controlling son-in-law and a brainwashed daughter. She claims her son-in-law manipulated you into hating her. I saw your mother's post and how awful. I'm praying for her. I watched my wife read the post, her face a mask of fury and pain, and I feared the old doubt would return, but then she looked up and met my gaze with steely eyes. She talked about how she only wanted to reunite the family, and how her heart was broken. She didn't mention the theft, the call to social services, or the pool incident. She was the ideal victim. I'm sure many of you have seen my mother's post, but I'd like you to watch this first, because the facts speak for themselves. Instead of responding to the post or starting a comment war, she did something much smarter. She formed a WhatsApp group with key family members and sent a single message to them. She attached the videos of the theft, the sabotage, and the audio of the call to social services. Then, with a terrifying calm, she posted a single public comment under her mother's post. Mom, it breaks my heart that you've chosen to make this public with a version so far from reality. The decision we made was the hardest of my life, and it was to protect my daughter. The mother-in-law's post was exposed for what it was, a lie, and the tone of the messages changed within hours. The family, now armed with irrefutable evidence, took our side. Shortly after, we noticed that my mother-in-law had deleted her post, unable to bear the humiliation. Her last weapon had blown up in her face, and she was now completely alone. That night, my wife did something that showed me that the healing had truly begun. She took an old velvet box from the closet, which contained a pile of jewelry rings, bracelets, and a pearl necklace. What is this? I asked. It's the jewelry my mother gave me, she said, her voice firm. Every piece came with a condition, a favor with a string attached. They aren't gifts, they're shackles. The next day, we went to a pawn shop together, and we sold everything. We didn't want to keep anything that reminded us of that venomous snake. With the money, we planned our next family vacation. That afternoon, we sat down with our daughter. Remember how you've always wanted to go to the amusement park in Orlando? My wife remarked. And how Grandma always said it was a waste of time and money? My daughter nodded, a shadow of sadness in her eyes. Well, my wife continued, taking her hands. Grandma was incorrect. Dreams are not a waste of time. They are the most significant aspect. And we're going on our next trip. How does that sound? My daughter's eyes grew like saucers, brimming with tears of surprise and joy. The mother-in-law's special malice, which had not only ostracized her but also mocked her wishes, was being destroyed and used as fuel to realize those precise ambitions. That night, as my daughter slept, my wife looked at me and said, my mother was slowly stealing our happiness. Now it's time to reclaim it. And for the first time in years, my house felt like the home it was always supposed to be. A few months later, the war's echoes faded. We transformed her old guest suite, the Viper's Nest, into a family movie theater. Nights of screaming and tension were replaced by popcorn-filled movie marathons. Our daughter's laughter was the sole sound in the corridor. A phone call revealed the true conclusion. It was my sister-in-law. My wife moved away to converse, and when she returned, her expression was a muddled mix of sadness and relief. She sat next to me in silence for a long time. What happened? I inquired calmly. She took a deep breath. It was my sister. She could not take it anymore. The lies and deception, attempting to turn her against her own husband. It followed the same old pattern. She halted and glanced at me. They had her committed. Mom is currently in a nursing facility. The news landed in the room like a stone. There was no celebration, no joy, only the weight of an unavoidable conclusion. My wife's voice broke as she continued. My sister and I will pay half and half. It's the best place they could find, but that's how she lives today. I held her tightly. You did not put her there, I whispered. She built the road herself, brick by brick. As a final act of closure, my wife tore up the 3 unopened letters her mother had sent her a few days before. Our daughter, free of the shadow of condemnation, has grown into a more confident, louder, and happier youngster. One night, my wife took my hands and whispered something that both broke and healed me. My family consists of only you and her. Forgive me for taking so long to see it. Now I'd like to ask you. What would you have done in my place? Was I overly severe, or should I have responded sooner? Edit. We fulfilled our commitment. We traveled to Orlando last month. When I saw my daughter meet her favorite characters and scream with joy on every ride, I knew we had truly won. She knelt to her mother's level. It's over. For the first time in my life, I noticed genuine terror in my mother-in-law's eyes. The woman who had ruled my wife for decades realized she had lost all control in an instant. You have no right, she cried, standing up with urgency she had never displayed. This house should be mine. I'm blood family. Family? My wife stood up, and for the first time, I saw the strong woman who had been hiding for years behind the obedient daughter. A family doesn't push children. A family doesn't steal. A family doesn't call social services to hurt innocent people. The mother-in-law played one final card. You're going to regret this. You're nothing without me. I raised you. I gave you everything. You conditioned me. You manipulated me. You taught me to prioritize your comfort over the well-being of my own daughter. My wife's voice broke. Not from weakness, but from liberty. Not anymore. 2 hours later, her sister arrived to bring her up. The anxiety in the air was evident when my sister-in-law came and noticed the baggage. What really happened? She inquired directly. I didn't have to answer. My wife handed her a phone with one of the videos playing. I watched my sister-in-law's face turn from shock to loathing as she saw her mother take from my desk. Oh my God, Mom, what else have you done? My mother-in-law tried her final move. They're fake videos. He manipulated them. However, my sister-in-law had already seen enough. Get your things, let's go. My mother-in-law gave me a look of utter loathing. This isn't over. I'm going to destroy you. I walked up to her and, in the calmest voice I could summon, stated, You already tried and lost. Now leave. I assumed that was it. I was mistaken. The conflict had just shifted the battlefields. The next morning, my wife awoke to her phone vibrating non-stop. It was text messages and Facebook updates from her friends, neighbors, and distant cousins. How could you throw your own mother out on the street? Your mom is heartbroken. She says her son-in-law manipulated you into hating her. I saw your mother's post. How awful. I'm praying for her. My mother-in-law had launched a nuclear weapon. She had put a lengthy, sad story on her Facebook profile, a masterpiece of fabrication. She portrayed herself as a fragile, elderly woman who was unfairly booted out by her domineering son-in-law and indoctrinated daughter. She expressed how she merely wanted to reunite the family, and how her heart was torn. She made no mention of the theft, the call to social services, or the pool incident. She was a wonderful victim. My wife read the post with a furious and pained expression on her face. For a brief moment, I feared the old doubt might resurface, but she looked up and met my gaze with steely determination. The time for being quiet is over, she remarked. She did not respond to the post. She did not begin a comment war. She did something far smarter. She made a WhatsApp group for essential family members and sent a single message. I know many of you have seen my mother's post. Before anything else, I ask you to watch this. The facts speak for themselves. She sent footage of the theft and sabotage, as well as audio of the call to social services. Then, with scary calm, she left a single public comment beneath her mother's post. Mom, it breaks my heart that you've chosen to make this public with a version so far from reality. The decision we made was the hardest of my life, and it was to protect my daughter. I'm not going to engage in a war here. Our close family already knows the whole truth. It was checkmate. The mother-in-law's post was exposed as what it was. A lie. Within hours, the tone of the communications had shifted. The pals who attacked her have since written to apologize. The family, now equipped with indisputable proof, joined our cause. Shortly after, we realized my mother-in-law had erased her post, unable to take the embarrassment. Her last weapon had exploded in her face. Now she was entirely alone. That night, my wife did something to show me that the healing process had begun. She removed an old velvet box from the closet. Inside, there was a collection of jewels, including rings, bracelets, and a pearl necklace. What's this? I inquired. It's the jewelry my mother gave me, she explained, her voice steely. Every piece came with a condition, with a favor, with a string attached. They aren't gifts. Their shackles. The following day we went to a pawn shop together. We sold every item. We did not want to keep anything that reminded us of the dangerous snake. With the money, we planned our next family holiday. That afternoon, we sat with our daughter.
Yeah.
Remember how you've always wanted to go to the amusement park in Orlando? My spouse asked me. And remember how Grandma always said it was a waste of time and money? My daughter nodded, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Well, my spouse said as she raised her hands. Grandma was wrong. Your dreams are not a waste of time. They are the most important thing. And we're going on our next vacation. How does that sound? My daughter's eyes grew like saucers, brimming with tears of surprise and joy. The mother-in-law's special malice, which had not only excluded but also belittled her wishes, was being destroyed and used as fuel to accomplish those precise goals. That night, as my daughter slept, my wife looked at me and said, "My mother was slowly stealing our happiness. Now it's time to reclaim it." And for the first time in years, my house felt like the home it was always supposed to be. A few months later, the war's echoes faded. We converted the old guest suite, her previous Viper's Nest, into a family movie theater. Nights of screaming and tension were replaced by popcorn-filled movie marathons. Our daughter's laughter was the sole sound in the corridor. A phone call revealed the true conclusion. It was my sister-in-law. My wife moved away to converse, and when she returned, her expression was a muddled mix of sadness and relief. She sat next to me in silence for a long time. "What happened?" I inquired calmly. She took a deep breath. "It was my sister. She couldn't take it anymore, the lies, the manipulation, trying to turn her against her own husband. It was the same old pattern." She glanced at me for a moment. "They had her committed. Mom is in a nursing home." The news landed in the room like a stone. There was no celebration, no joy, only the weight of an unavoidable conclusion. "My sister and I will pay half and half," my wife said, her voice quivering. "It's the best place they could find, but that's her life now." I held her tightly. "You didn't put her there," I said. "She built that road herself, brick by brick." As a final act of closure, my wife tore up the 3 unopened letters her mother had sent her a few days before. Our daughter, free of the shadow of condemnation, has grown into a more confident, louder, and happier youngster. One night, my wife took my hands and whispered something that both broke and healed me. "My family is you and her, no one else. Forgive me for taking so long to see it. Now I ask you, what would you have done in my place? Was I too harsh, or should I have acted sooner?" Edit. We fulfilled our commitment. We traveled to Orlando last month. When I saw my daughter meet her favorite characters and scream with joy on every ride, I knew we had truly won. After years of quietly supporting my family, I offered my dad a retirement gift. He threw it back, accusing me of trying to show off. My name is Natalie, and at 32 years old, I started a $20 million business from scratch with no college education. For years, I silently supported my family financially while they judged my professional choices. Last month during my father's birthday dinner, everything changed when he called me illiterate trash and told me to leave his house. What he didn't realize was how accomplished I had become. 3 weeks later, the expression on his face made every tear I wept worthwhile. Before I tell you how I went from supporting my family to being called garbage by my own father, please leave a comment and tell me where you're viewing from. If you've ever felt underestimated by those who should have believed in you the most, click the like button and subscribe. I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in Columbus, Ohio, where expectations were straightforward and customary. My father, Richard, had been an accountant at the same firm for 30 years and was convinced that education was the only genuine path to success. My mother, Helen, taught elementary school and silently supported his viewpoints. From a young age, I knew I was different from my siblings, David and Claire, who both took the traditional road. Even at the age of 10, I had evidence of a business mentality that perplexed my parents. While the other kids played after school, I ran an elaborate lemonade stand with a variety of flavor selections and loyalty cards for repeat customers. By the age of 13, I was servicing computers for neighbors, charging $20 per hour instead of the local repair shop's $75. My parents saw these activities as cute hobbies, nothing more. "Natalie needs to focus on academics instead of these little business projects," my father would say at supper. "These games will not pay the bills when she grows up." High school was tough. I maintained good grades while spending my free time reading business books and following entrepreneurs online. While my siblings joined clubs that would seem good on college applications, I started an internet company selling personalized phone cases that I made myself, earning nearly $2,000 before graduating. Despite my reservations, I enrolled in community college to satisfy my parents. It just took one semester to prove what I already knew. The controlled environment felt like a prison, and the business classes were taught by professors who had never ran their own businesses. When I addressed my parents about skipping out to pursue my business ideas, the fight lasted several days. "You will throw your life away," my father yelled, his cheeks flushed. "No child of mine will be a college dropout working minimum wage jobs forever." Despite this, I left school at 19 with barely $2,000 saved from different side hustles. The first few months were terrible. I rented a small studio apartment in a dodgy neighborhood, the type where you never do laundry after dark. I survived on ramen noodles and inexpensive food products while working 18-hour days to establish my e-commerce website. My first 3 business ventures failed totally. I lost money on a dropshipping enterprise because vendors provided substandard products. My social media management service failed because I underpriced my services and burned out attempting to serve too many clients. My endeavor to make handcrafted jewelry did not expand beyond occasional sales at local markets. Each failure offered essential lessons that no college course could offer. I learned supply chain management the hard way, effective client contract structures through unpleasant experience, and production scalability by confronting its constraints personally. The turning point came when I met Catherine at a local business networking event, who was 20 years my senior and had many successful exits. She noticed something in me that my family never did. She became the mentor I urgently needed, imparting practical business wisdom without regard for my lack of academic education. "Education comes in many forms," Catherine told me over coffee. "Some of the most successful people I know learned by doing, not sitting in classrooms." At 22, I polished my business strategy with her advice. I established an e-commerce platform that united small American producers with customers looking for locally made products. The timing was ideal, riding a wave of enthusiasm for supporting small firms and home production. Those early days demanded tremendous sacrifice. I converted half of my little apartment into a makeshift workplace, sleeping on a sofa that also served as my couch. My desktop computer and printer took up much of my living space. I worked from 5 a.m. until 11 p.m., managing everything from website coding to customer service calls. The breakthrough came 8 months later when a well-known lifestyle blogger featured one of our artisan partners. Orders poured in, exceeding our basic systems. I worked for 72 hours straight, fulfilling orders and updating our website infrastructure. That single feature generated $10,000 in revenue, more than I'd ever seen in my account. I called my folks, eager to share my progress. My father answered with wary skepticism. "That is nice, honey, but it is probably just temporary. You know you can always go back to college when this thing runs its course." His words wounded, but they also fired my determination. I would show him wrong, not with arguments, but with incontrovertible results. The following 5 years were a whirl of constant growth and obstacles. My e-commerce site, Coastal Crafted, grew beyond its original concept. We started with only 27 artisan partners across 3 states. By year 3, we had represented over 400 manufacturers and artisans from all 50 states, connecting them with customers who appreciated American-made items. Each level of development presented unique problems. When our server broke during a large offer, I stayed up for 48 hours straight, working with developers to restore the site and personally responding customer emails to retain goodwill. When a larger competitor attempted to lure our top sellers with promises of better terms, I pushed to meet with each one in person, strengthening relationships and boosting our incentive structure. The most challenging period was in year 2, when cash flow almost choked the business. We were growing too quickly for our capital basis, with inventory requirements exceeding income. I went without a salary for 4 months, moved to a smaller apartment to save money, and negotiated longer payment terms with suppliers. Those months taught me financial discipline, which would help me as the company grew. Major milestones occurred in rapid succession. Our first office was a converted industrial facility downtown, and I employed 3 people to manage customer service and seller relations. Midway through year 3, I reached $1 million in yearly revenue, which I celebrated alone in my office with a single glass of champagne after everyone else had departed. Throughout it all, I kept my burgeoning success relatively private from my family. They knew I had a website firm that was performing well, but I minimized the full scope of our expansion. Their initial discouragement had built a barrier that I was unable to overcome. A part of me hoped they'd ultimately ask thorough questions about my job, demonstrating true curiosity, but those conversations never happened. Despite their lukewarm support, I continued to assist my family financially as needed. When my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in the 4th year of my business, I secretly paid the $75,000 in medical bills that were not covered by insurance. My father revealed an insurance payout that had spared them from medical bills, without realizing its source. My brother David struggled with the down payment for his first home. His financial account was $40,000 short of what he required. I made a family loan through a second account, making it appear to be from a distant uncle. He gladly accepted the money, but whenever we talked about my profession, he kept mentioning getting a real job with benefits. Claire, my sister, had always dreamed of having the perfect wedding. When her fiancé, Ethan, lost his job 6 months before the wedding, I covered the $50,000 difference between the location and food. Claire knew the money came from me, but she reduced it at family gatherings, alluding to my small online business, which was doing well. The gap between my actual accomplishment and my family's perceptions fueled an increasingly agonizing internal conflict. By day, I oversaw strategy meetings for a multi-million-dollar company, made choices that impacted hundreds of partner businesses, and negotiated exclusive collections with large retail chains. By night, I received texts from family members who treated me like I was a college dropout who got lucky with the internet. My company's headquarters grew to a full floor in a downtown office building, with 38 full-time employees and an active internship program. Our valuation rose to $20 million after a Business Insider piece drew the attention of numerous investors. I retained majority ownership, rejecting takeover bids that would have made me wealthy but cost me control of my vision. As my father's 60th birthday neared, I reached a conclusion. It was time to be open about my accomplishments, not to brag, but to finally break through the myths and hopefully win the respect I had been pursuing for years. I bought a large gift, a fully funded retirement investment account, and prepared to present it along with the truth about my company during his birthday dinner. The night before the meal, I practiced what I would say. I was no longer the uncertain 19-year-old looking for acceptance. I was a successful entrepreneur who provided possibilities for hundreds of American manufacturers and dozens of employees. Surely, that would finally earn my father's respect and alter how my family perceived my odd route. I couldn't have been more wrong. The evening of my father's 60th birthday began well enough. Their house appeared precisely like it had throughout my childhood, with the same furnishings and family portraits on the walls. The sole new addition was a giant television that my brother had bought for them last Christmas, which was prominently displayed as a symbol of his financial commitment to the family. My mother greeted me with her usual reserved affection, a short hug and a pat on the back. "You look nice, Natalie. Did you cut your hair?" It was the same haircut I'd had for 3 years. David arrived with his wife Melissa, dressed nicely in business casual attire that gently emphasized their upper-middle-class background. Claire and Ethan arrived shortly after, and Claire immediately began telling stories about her recent rise at the accounting firm where she followed in our father's footsteps. "The partners are already hinting that I might make junior partner next year," she revealed, while assisting to prepare appetizers. Youngest in firm history. During the pre-dinner discussion, no one inquired about my career. When Ethan briefly mentioned viewing an article regarding e-commerce growth, my brother quickly shifted the conversation to his son's minor league accomplishments. Dinner was my mother's typical pot roast with all the fixings, served on fine china saved for special occasions. My father sat at the head of the table, accepting comments on his youthful appearance with reserved modesty. "65 looks good on you, Dad," David replied, raising his glass. "Here's to another 20 years at least." The occasion felt appropriate when dessert was presented. I had patiently waited through conversations about neighborhood gossip, David's children's accomplishments, and Claire's forthcoming vacation plans. No one has asked any questions regarding my life or business. "Dad, Mom, everyone," I said, my heart racing despite my outward calmness. I wanted to share some news about my company. My father nodded absently, grabbing for another slice of cake. "Coastal Crafted was recently valued at $20 million, I told you. We have received several acquisition offers, and I have been featured in Business Insider and Entrepreneur magazine last month." The hush that followed seemed interminable. My mother froze with her fork halfway into her lips. Claire shared a brief glance with Ethan. David just stared. My father was the first to answer, and his tone was contemptuous. "What exactly does that mean, Natalie? These internet businesses use all sorts of funny math to come up with these valuations." I remained calm, explaining in layman's terms how business values work, our income sources, and growth trajectory. I highlighted our office of 38 employees and collaborations with over 400 American manufacturers. David intervened before I could continue. So, you got lucky with this online thing. That is great, but some of us have been building real careers with actual qualifications. He stressed the word qualifications as he looked at his wife, who nodded in agreement. It is not luck, I explained gently. It is 7 years of working 18-hour days, solving complex problems, and building something meaningful. We have helped save dozens of American manufacturing businesses that were on the verge of closing. My mother eventually spoke, her tone uncertain. That sounds impressive, dear, though I still wish you had finished your degree. Even with this business, education is important. I was losing patience, but I persisted. Actually, I brought something for Dad. I handed him an envelope containing paperwork for the retirement account I had established. I wanted to ensure you both have a comfortable retirement. My father opened the letter, his face darkening as he recognized what he was looking at. Instead of appreciation, his cheeks heated with something resembling rage. What is this supposed to be? Some kind of charity? He dropped the papers on the table. We did not raise you to throw money around like you are better than everyone. That is not my intention at all, I explained. I just wanted to help, the same way I helped with Mom's medical bills, David's house down payment, and Claire's wedding. 3 heads snapped up at the same time. My hidden financial help was abruptly revealed. You, my father exclaimed. That was all you. Claire appeared humiliated. David's visage hardened into something unpleasant. My mother simply looked puzzled. You have been secretly paying for things behind our backs, my father's voice increased with each syllable. Playing the big shot with your internet money. I was just trying to help, I said, my voice lower than I intended. I never wanted recognition, I just wanted to support the family. Support, interrupted David, by making us feel like charity cases. Some of us work honest jobs with actual degrees, not getting rich quick with online schemes. It is not a scheme, I said, feeling the topic slide out of my control. I built a legitimate business that helps American manufacturers reach customers. We employ dozens of people with good salaries and benefits. My father stood up, letting his napkin fall to the floor. You drop out of college against our advice, disappear into your little internet world, and now you come back throwing money around like you have all the answers. That is not what I am doing, I insisted, struggling to keep my voice calm. You think your money makes you successful? He asked, his voice rising more. You are still just uneducated trash who got lucky. Anyone can get lucky. The room went silent. My mother gasped gently and offered nothing in my defense. David gazed down at his plate, a little smile forming in the corner of his mouth. Claire looked split between humiliation and agreement. Richard, my mother finally said. Too late and gently to matter. No, my father insisted, now completely agitated. I have worked my entire life the right way. I got an education, built a respectable career, raised a family. I will not be shown up in my own home by my dropout daughter. I arose slowly, collecting my handbag. I should go. Yes, you should, my father retorted. Get out of my house, you lowlife. Your money does not make you part of this family. We have standards. The words landed like physical blows. I examined each face around the table, looking for any ally or hint of support. There was none. Happy birthday, Dad, I replied quietly, heading to the door with all the dignity I could summon. Nobody followed me out. Nobody called after me. I got into my car, my hands shaking so much that I could scarcely grip the steering wheel. As I drove away from the house where I grew up, I felt something essential had broken and could never be fixed. My trip back to the hotel was a jumble of lamps and tears. I had to pull over twice because emotion overcame my capacity to drive safely. The horrible irony wasn't lost on me. I had a multi-million-dollar firm, yet I was spending the night in a hotel in my hometown because my own family's home was no longer accessible to me. In the sterile silence of my hotel room, I repeated the evening's events, scrutinizing every word and emotion. Had I been too forward and proud? Had I misjudged our family dynamics all these years? The financial assistance I had supplied now felt like a silly attempt to buy acceptance that I could never obtain through my own achievements. I took out my laptop and started documenting every penny I had given my family over the years. The list was extensive. $75,000 for my mother's cancer treatment, paid straight to the hospital and doctors. My brother's house cost $120,000, which included not only the down payment but also additional renovations he wanted months later. $50,000 for my sister's wedding, including the location, catering and honeymoon, which she had no idea I paid for. Countless lesser expenses. My father's auto repair last winter, $22,000. My mother's kitchen makeover, $35,000. Christmas gifts, birthday presents, and emergency bills are all handled discreetly through accounts meant to conceal their origin. Nearly $300,000 in all, not including the retirement account my father had recently rejected. Money I never intended to get back, given freely out of love for a family who had just called me garbage. Around midnight my phone lit up with a text from Claire. Dad is still upset, but he will overcome it. You know how he reacts when his authority is challenged. There was no apology, no acknowledgement of the awful things stated, only the assumption that I would absorb the abuse and return to the family dynamic as if nothing had occurred. I did not reply. The following morning I contacted a therapist in the city where I usually lived. Dr. Mitchell consented to an emergency virtual session that afternoon. Family wounds cut deepest, she said after I told her about the dinner, especially when they target the very things we have worked hardest to overcome. Dr. Mitchell assisted me in understanding the complicated dynamics at play during the next few days. My achievement jeopardized the family structure and the principles that my parents had based their lives on. My financial support, rather than eliciting gratitude, had sparked animosity by emphasizing a shift in power dynamics that they were unable to accept. Your father's identity is built around being the provider and authority, she told me. Your success challenges both roles. I started journaling, documenting not only the previous night, but also patterns throughout my childhood. Subtle ways my entrepreneurial spirit had been discouraged. Times when academic achievements were celebrated while business successes were downplayed, and the constant reminder that, without a degree, I would never really succeed. This method indicated how thoroughly I had assimilated the messages. Despite my apparent success, a part of me still felt like the family failure. The dropout with something to prove. This explained my reluctance to openly reveal my accomplishments and ongoing financial assistance, without recognition. A week after the awful supper, my sister called. I let it go to voicemail. Natalie, please call back. Dad feels horrible about what occurred, we all do. But you have to realize how it appeared. You walking in and basically flaunting your wealth. It was inconsiderate to those of us who had worked hard for our careers. I deleted the message instead of returning the call. The plot twist was breathtaking. Somehow I had become the villain for just expressing facts about my firm after years of downplaying my success. My brother texted next. Family is family. Let's go past this. There was no apology there either, only an assumption that I would accept my assigned role and the treatment that came with it. 2 weeks after the dinner, I made a choice that felt both terrifying and freeing. I would choose self-respect above destructive familial relationships. My new home would be the beach house I had acquired as an investment property in Naples, Florida the year before. Before leaving, I sent a letter to my parents, not an angry tirade, but a genuine confession of hurt and disappointment. Dear Mother and Father, I've spent years seeking your acceptance and respect. To avoid making anyone uncomfortable, I have provided financial assistance for our family while downplaying my achievement. Despite creating a $20 million company that helps to maintain American manufacturing jobs, I've been made to feel like the family failure because I took a different path than you did. When Dad referred to me as illiterate garbage and a low life, it exposed how you truly perceive me. No amount of accomplishment can ever alter that perception. I cannot continue to be involved in a relationship in which my worth is determined by credentials rather than character and achievement. I will always love you both, but I need to separate for my own well-being. I hope that eventually we can repair our friendship on the basis of mutual respect. Love, Natalie. I sealed the letter and mailed it from the post office myself. No response arrived in the days that followed. I had my executive assistant pack and ship my personal items from Ohio to Florida. I asked her to donate the majority of my furniture and clothing to local charities, as I wanted to start over with as little baggage as possible. My company might be run remotely, with periodic visits back to attend essential meetings. The leadership team I had developed over the years was capable of handling day-to-day operations without my personal presence. As I boarded the plane to Florida, I had a strange mix of loss and freedom. The family I had worked so hard to please was behind me, but so was the pressure of seeking approval I would never receive. Naples, Florida, welcomed me with warm sunshine and salt-scented air, a sharp contrast to the dismal Ohio winter I had left behind. My beach house was a modern 2-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Gulf of Mexico, standing on a secluded stretch of shoreline. I bought it as an investment property the previous year but had only been there twice for short holidays. When I initially arrived, the property felt impersonal, more like an elite hotel than a home. The real estate agency had handled the furniture with normal luxury vacation home decor, which was lovely but soulless. Making my house genuinely mine was a type of therapy. I began in the primary bedroom, replacing the bland beige bedding with handcrafted quilts from one of my coastal crafted craftsmen in North Carolina. The mass-produced art was replaced with original works by emerging American artists I discovered through the business. Each morning, I awoke to the sound of waves and the sight of true creativity all around me. The next step was to renovate the kitchen. I set up open shelving to showcase handcrafted ceramics from our Vermont and New Mexico suppliers. The industrial-grade appliances remained, but colorful hand-woven linens and locally produced wooden serving boards added warmth to the area. Routines became vital to my healing process. Every morning started with a sunrise walk down the beach, feet in the cool sand, gathering shells and watching dolphins arc through the waves offshore. I discovered a small coffee shop managed by a Cuban-American family, where I became a regular, greeted by name rather than order. Running the business remotely was easier than expected. In-person meetings were replaced by video conferences, and our existing systems worked seamlessly with minimum changes. Without the daily drive and office distractions, I found myself more productive and able to make better judgments from my new, serene headquarters. After the first month, my executive team paid a visit and spent 3 days on my oceanfront deck conducting strategic planning meetings. Several people commented on the good changes they saw in my leadership style. "You seem more centered, Tyler," my operations director remarked, "more confident in your decisions." He was correct. Without the pressure to seek family approval, my business instincts flowed more readily. I trusted my own judgment without the specter of my father's condemnation hovering over each decision. Community involvement became another pillar in my new life. I joined both the local Chamber of Commerce and a business women's networking organization. Unlike in my hometown, where I had minimized my success, here I was forthright about my company and accomplishments. Respect came naturally, free of the baggage of who I was before to my achievement. I became friends with Samantha, the owner of a local art gallery, and she introduced me to her network of people. These were accomplished women in their 30s and 40s who admired each other for their current accomplishments, rather than their former qualifications. Our weekly dinner gatherings became a highlight, filled with laughter and talks that never featured inquiries about my schooling or claims that I had simply gotten lucky. 3 weeks after I moved to Florida, I received an unexpected visit. My brother David showed up suddenly at my door one Saturday afternoon. "Nice place," he exclaimed, whistling as he took in the seaside view from my living room. "Really nice." His arrival was unsettling in my new refuge. He seemed out of place in his button-down shirt and pressed khakis against my casual coastal decor. "What brings you to Florida, David?" I inquired, not offering a drink or a seat. "Family," he said with the same confident smile that had enchanted our parents since infancy. "And I could use some advice about an investment opportunity, possibly a loan to get in on the ground floor." Some patterns were too obvious to be shocking. His facade immediately dissipated in the absence of my parents. This was strictly a financial visit. "I'm not making any loans to family members anymore," I stated firmly. "That chapter is closed." His expression stiffened. "So that is how it is. You move to your beach mansion and forget where you came from. Dad was right about you." "Dad called me uneducated trash and kicked me out of his house," I told him later. "Is that what you came here to reinforce?" David retreated fast. "He did not mean it like that. You know how he gets. Family fights happen." "That was not a fight. It was a revelation," I responded. "Now if you will excuse me, I have plans this afternoon." After showing him around, I sat on my terrace, watching the surf, remarkably unaffected by the experience. The boundaries I was establishing felt proper, even though they were difficult to implement. That evening, I made an important decision. I called my lawyer and set up an anonymous scholarship fund at the community college I had briefly attended. The Natalie Brooks Entrepreneurship Scholarship would offer complete tuition and mentorship to 5 students each year who displayed entrepreneurial potential but lacked traditional academic advantages. Make sure the selection criteria focus on demonstrated initiative and creative problem solving, not grades, I told the applicant. And look for mentors who have actually developed businesses rather than just taught business classes. As the weeks passed, my place actually felt like home. I created a garden of native Florida plants that attracted butterflies and hummingbirds. I rescued a mixed-breed rescue dog named Milo, who accompanied me on beach walks and slept at the foot of my bed. His simple affection was a constant reminder of how relationships should feel. I discovered surprising peace in solitude. Without the continual underlying fear of family criticism, I uncovered facets of myself that had previously been overshadowed by stress. I took a pottery session at a nearby studio and enjoyed the contemplative process despite my lousy skills. I attempted paddleboard yoga, spending more time in the water than on the board, but laughing through each try. 3 weeks became a month, and then 6 weeks. The anguish of familial rejection persisted, but it became less sharp, more like an old hurt that occasionally ached than a new one. I was creating something new here, not simply a home, but a real existence based on my ideals rather than others' expectations. Then came an unforeseen revelation that would bring my family's narrative full circle in ways I never imagined. The Naples Business Journal was not a publication I usually read, but Samantha texted me early one morning and insisted I get a copy. Page 3. You will want to see this. The feature story highlighted local company owners who have an impact outside Florida. There I was, pictured on my deck with the Gulf of Mexico behind me, with the headline, "E-commerce innovator brings multi-million-dollar business to Naples." The journalist had done her research, outlining Coastal Crafted's rise from startup to $20 million valuation, our effect on American manufacturing, and my recent Entrepreneurship Scholarship Foundation. The story presented a considerably more thorough image of achievement than anything I had seen in my hometown media. I did not authorize this, I told Samantha after she called to congratulate me. Public records, she clarified. Property transfers, business registrations. Once they knew you were here, the rest was easy to piece together. Besides, it is a great article. She was correct. The post was well researched and flattering, emphasizing corporate accomplishments rather than personal information. I didn't think much about it until the next week, when my phone began to light up with social media notifications. The piece was taken up by numerous larger business publications, and then widely shared on LinkedIn and Facebook. Former high school classmates immediately recalled our bond. Teachers remarked that they had always recognized my talent. Most surprising were the letters from several small business owners in my hometown, who thanked me for demonstrating what was possible without following established channels. "You motivated me to eventually start my business," wrote one former student. "If you can develop something that substantial without a fancy degree, then perhaps my proposal has value as well." The local newspaper in my hometown published a simplified version of the article with an additional angle. Local entrepreneur makes national impact. The irony wasn't lost on me. The same community that had discreetly reinforced my parents' disappointment suddenly recognized me as a hometown success story. My family eventually discovered the full depth of my accomplishment as a result of the media's ripple effect. The first hint was a friend request from my cousin Hannah, followed by several additional extended family members who had previously expressed little interest in my life. Then my mother texted me. "I saw the article about your company. Very impressive, my dear. Dad and I are quite proud." No mention of his unkind words, no acknowledgement of the schism, just a casual claim of pride that had been noticeably absent while I sat at their dinner table. My father's voice message arrived the following day, his tone deceptively cheerful. "Natalie, there's huge news regarding your company in the paper. I've always known you have it. There appears to have been a misunderstanding last time we spoke. Call me back as soon as you can." A misunderstanding. He referred to his daughter as illiterate trash and ordered her to leave his house. 3 days later my mother texted again. "We are thinking of visiting Florida next month. I would love to see your new place. Let us know if that works for you." The message struck like a stone in my gut. 6 weeks of mending, of creating a new life free of their judgment, and now they wanted to simply show up at my door as if nothing had occurred. I did not answer right away, instead scheduled an emergency session with Dr. Mitchell. "You have several options," she said after hearing my concerns. "You can decline the visit entirely. You can agree, but set strict boundaries about what you will and will not discuss. Or you can see this as an opportunity for honest conversation that might lead to healing, though that requires their willingness to acknowledge the harm done." After careful thinking, I wrote my mother. "You and Dad are welcome to visit, but we need to have an open discussion about what happened at his birthday dinner before we can proceed. Please let me know if you are open to that kind of conversation." Her response was quick. "Of course, dear. We just want to get this behind us and be a family again." The phrase bothered me, the desire to put everything behind us without confronting it directly, but I finalized plans for their visit the following month. As the day neared, I prepared physically and emotionally. I made arrangements for them to stay in a neighboring motel rather than my home, allowing me to maintain my privacy. I role-played unpleasant conversations with Dr. Mitchell to practice setting limits without becoming defensive. My folks arrived on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. I met them for lunch at a seaside restaurant, which provided a public atmosphere to help temper the initial meeting. They appeared smaller, less threatening than they did in Ohio. My father appeared to be losing confidence. My mother seemed more nervous than I remembered. Despite the coastal environment, they both dressed formally. My father in a button-down shirt and pants, and my mother in a structured dress more appropriate for church than beach eating. "This place is something else," my father observed, pointing to the turquoise lake visible through the restaurant windows. "You have done well for yourself, Natalie." The subtle emphasis on "for yourself" did not escape me, the hint that my success existed independently of family values. "Thank you," I said simply, not breaking the tense silence that ensued. My mother joined in with small conversation about their flight, the weather, and how different Florida was from Ohio. I responded pleasantly, but did not contribute to the conversation. Finally, once our meal arrived, my father spoke up about what had happened during my birthday dinner. Things got a bit heated. "You called me uneducated trash and a lowlife," I replied quietly. "You told me to get out of your house and that my money did not make me part of the family." His cheeks reddened. "I was surprised by the news about your business. It caught me off guard. I may have overreacted." Not an apology, but an excuse. "I need to understand," I said, keeping eye contact. "Was that reaction about me sharing my success, or about learning I had been helping the family financially?" "Both. Felt like you were showing off," my mother remarked. "Like you were saying you are better than us now." "I never said or thought that," I explained. "I spent years hiding my success to avoid making anyone uncomfortable. I helped financially because I could, and I wanted to support the family I love." My dad shifted uncomfortably. "Well, the way you presented it was very forward, and finding out you were behind those other things. It felt like charity we never asked for." The talk remained in this vein throughout lunch. There was no genuine apology, only explanations and attempts to diminish the gravity of the situation. The implication became clearer. They were here because my public achievement made rejecting me socially unpleasant, not because they had revised their opinion of my value. As we finished our lunch, I came to a decision. "I would like to show you my home. But first, I need to be very clear about something. I will not pretend the dinner never happened. I will not accept being called names or having my choices denigrated. If you want a relationship moving forward, it has to be based on mutual respect." They exchanged eyes, and my father nodded stiffly. "That seems reasonable." When they arrived at my beach property later that afternoon, their looks as they took in the magnificent ocean vista said it all. This tangible evidence of my progress could not be dismissed or minimized. The $20 million valuation was no longer an abstract figure, but rather reflected in beachfront real estate and elegant elegance. "This is quite something," my father said, his voice tense. "Would you like a tour?" I suggested. As I guided them through the house, pointing them the handcrafted artifacts from coastal crafted craftsmen that adorned each room, I realized something significant. Their acceptance, which I had desired for so long, no longer carried the same weight. I was proud of this home and the company that made it possible, regardless of how they reacted. This discovery was possibly the most valuable outcome of their visit, worth more than any apology they could have given. The talk that occurred after my parents' tour of the beach house was painful but important. We sat on the terrace overlooking the ocean, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink that seemed too lovely for such a heated debate. "I want to be clear about something," my father said, his tone more conciliatory than I'd ever heard. "I am sorry for what I said at my birthday. It was uncalled for, regardless of how surprised I was. While the apology was appreciated, it was tempered by a qualification that reduced its significance." His attention remained on his amazement, rather than the damage his comments had caused. "What hurt most," I said softly, "was that those words seemed to reveal how you truly see me, despite everything I have accomplished." My mother reached across the table, indicating toward my hand rather than touching it. "We have always been proud of you, Natalie. We just worried about your future without a degree." "My future is here," I declared, pointing to the property and the business that had made it possible. "I built it without a degree, but with 7 years of working harder than most people ever will. That deserves respect, not condescension." My dad shifted uncomfortably. "The business world can be fickle. Companies rise and fall overnight. We just wanted security for you." "I understand that concern comes from love," I told you, "but there is no perfect security in any path. Plenty of people with degrees struggle financially, while others without formal education thrive. What matters is recognizing there are multiple valid paths to success. The chat lasted several hours as the sun sank and stars appeared over the gulf. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no sobbing group hug that somehow repaired decades of misunderstanding. Instead, we achieved a shaky agreement, a beginning point rather than a conclusion. Moving forward, I said as the party ended, I am open to rebuilding our relationship, but with clear boundaries. I will not accept being demeaned for my educational choices, or having my success attributed to luck rather than hard work and skill. My parents consented, but I could see my father's reluctance in his tight grin and the way he qualified his comments. My mother appeared more open, perhaps realizing for the first time the part she had played in permitting the family dynamics that had caused so much suffering. After they returned to Ohio, I reflected on my visit and the road that had brought me here. The mending process was far from complete, but great progress had been made. In the months that followed, I only spoke with my parents once a week, which grew less awkward over time. My relationship with my siblings developed differently. Claire eventually made a real apology for her role in the family dynamics, and we gradually restored a relationship based on adult friendship rather than childhood habits. David stayed distant, occasionally sending holiday pleasantries, but making no genuine attempt to understand or acknowledge the pain done. My personal recovery journey continues with frequent therapy appointments. Dr. Mitchell assisted me in seeing how family trauma had influenced my approach to business and relationships, instilling habits of seeking validation through performance and financial generosity. Success is not a substitute for self-worth, my mother informed me, and family approval cannot be purchased, no matter how much you give. This realization prompted me to set firmer limits in all interactions. I felt more comfortable talking about my successes without downplaying them. I learned to contribute out of true charity, rather than in an attempt to get acceptance. The Entrepreneurship Foundation became the focal point of my philanthropic efforts. Aside from supporting scholarships, I created a mentorship program that connects successful businesses, without traditional credentials, with talented students experiencing similar obstacles. Witnessing their development and achievement provided a deeper sense of happiness than any family approval could. My friend circle in Naples grew, forming a chosen family built on mutual respect and true connection. Our weekly reunions provided a sense of joy and belonging that I had never had in Ohio. These interactions, which I deliberately picked and maintained, showed me what it feels like to have healthy support. The beach house evolved completely over time, with each space representing my unique taste and beliefs rather than generic luxury. The garden thrived with native flora that attracted wildlife. Milo, my rescue dog, found a buddy when I adopted a second dog from the local shelter, a senior retriever named Daisy, whom everyone had overlooked. Running Coastal Crafted remotely was such a success that I created flexible work practices for all employees, allowing them to work from anywhere for part of the year. Productivity rose, and employee satisfaction reached all-time highs. 1 year after moving to Florida, I organized a dinner party for my new friends. As we sat around the table on my terrace, watching dolphins frolic in the sunset waves, I thought how drastically my life had changed from that awful night at my parents' place to chosen family. Samantha toasted by raising her glass. And to having the courage to prioritize respect over obligation. The remark perfectly reflected what I had learned on my journey. Family relationships are important, but not at the expense of dignity and self-respect. Success cannot be evaluated merely by degrees or traditional accomplishments, but rather by the people we touch and the good impact we have. Most significantly, I learned that forgiving does not imply forgetting or continuing to tolerate abusive treatment. True forgiveness is an emotional process that involves releasing anger and resentment while keeping healthy boundaries. My tale, like everyone's, is still unfolding. My connection with my parents is constantly changing, sometimes improving and sometimes reverting to old patterns. I maintain my boundaries with compassionate firmness, acknowledging that total comprehension may never be possible but refusing to compromise my self-worth in the pursuit of it. If my experience has taught me anything, it's that your worth is not defined by other people's impressions, especially those clouded by obsolete beliefs and expectations. Success manifests itself in a variety of ways, often unexpectedly, and the most painful rejections can lead to the most true and gratifying future roots. Have you ever had to choose between meeting family expectations and following your own path? Did you confront criticism for your unique approach to success? Please share your experience in the comment section below. If this story spoke to you, remember to like and subscribe, and then share it with others who may be dealing with similar familial situations. Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. My sister mocked my home on Thanksgiving. I told her to leave, and we haven't spoken in 5 years. Now she wants my help for her wedding. My name's Daniel. I'm 32, and I work as a mechanic. It's not a fancy job, but it pays the bills, and I actually enjoy it. You get to see stuff getting fixed, and I like the feeling of solving a problem. Plus, owning my own little garage now means I don't have to answer to some clueless manager. Anyway, that's not the point here. The point is, my family is kind of a mess, and my sister Sophie is a huge part of that. Let me give you a bit of background. Growing up, my family wasn't poor, but we weren't well off either. My mom, Linda, worked at a local diner, and my dad, Harold, is a truck driver. Nothing glamorous. They worked hard, but there was never a ton of extra cash lying around. My parents were practical, which is why what happened with Sophie still blows my mind. So Sophie is my younger sister by about 3 years. She's always been the golden child. You know, the type who got everything handed to her on a silver platter, while I was expected to figure things out on my own. And she never worked for anything in her life. Growing up, it was like she could do no wrong. If she wanted something, my parents would bend over backward to make it happen. But if I wanted anything, I had to work for it, or forget about it. I'm not going to lie. I've always been a bit resentful about that. I mean, how could I not be? There I was, busting my ass, mowing lawns, working odd jobs, and doing whatever I could to save up for things, while Sophie was getting handed money to go shopping with her friends or whatever. My parents acted like it was no big deal, but trust me, it got under my skin. Anyway, fast forward a bit to when I was about 27. I'd finally saved up enough to buy my first house. Nothing fancy, just a little 2-bedroom fixer-upper on the edge of town. It wasn't in the best neighborhood, but it was mine, you know. I spent months fixing it up, paint, new floors, redoing the kitchen, the whole thing. I was proud of it. I mean, it was the first time in my life I really felt like I'd accomplished something big on my own, so, naturally, I decided to host Thanksgiving that year. I figured it would be a good way to show off my hard work to my family, so, I invited my parents, and even though I knew it'd be a pain, I invited Sophie too. She'd been dating this real estate guy, Nathan, for about a year at that point. This guy was loaded. Or, at least, that's what Sophie kept bragging about. Fancy car, nice clothes, living in some luxury condo downtown. Whatever. I didn't care about his money. Good for him, I guess. But what I didn't expect was how Sophie and Nathan were going to act at Thanksgiving. The day comes, and I've been cooking all day, cleaning the house, making sure everything's perfect. My parents show up, and everything's going smoothly. We're talking, catching up, eating appetizers, you know, normal stuff. Then, Sophie and Nathan roll up. Now, right off the bat, Sophie comes in with this attitude like she's better than everyone else. She walks around the house, looking at everything like she's inspecting it. I tried to let it go, but I could feel my blood starting to boil. She starts making these little comments about how small the house is, how old-fashioned the decor looks, and how the neighborhood isn't exactly safe. She doesn't stop there though. She goes on and on about how Nathan's condo is huge, with floor-to-ceiling windows, a view of the city, and some fancy security system. I kept my mouth shut, but I was seething inside. Like, seriously, who comes to someone's house for Thanksgiving and spends the whole time criticizing it? My parents didn't say anything, of course. They just sat there, probably thinking, oh, that's just Sophie. I could feel my patience slipping away, but I was trying to be the bigger person, you know, I didn't want to cause a scene. But then, she crossed the line. She starts talking about how Nathan pays for everything, how lucky she is to be with him, and how she'd never have to live in a place like mine. Like, really rubbing it in my face. That's when I lost it. I looked at her and said, at least I bought this house with my own money. I worked for it. I didn't need our parents to pay for anything, and I definitely didn't need to rely on someone else's paycheck to get it. Can you say the same? Sophie's face went red, and I could tell I'd hit a nerve. Nathan, who had been pretty quiet up until that point, gave me this annoyed look, but he didn't say anything. My parents just sat there, awkward as hell, like they had no idea what to do. I didn't care anymore. I was pissed. Then, I told her, if you think you're too good for my place, you can show yourself the door. No one's keeping you here. And that was it. She and Nathan stormed out without saying another word. My parents tried to calm me down afterward, saying things like she didn't mean it, and you know how she is, but I wasn't having it. I'd had enough. I told them I wasn't going to keep putting up with her crap just because she's family. From that moment on, Sophie and I stopped talking. I haven't seen her since that day, and honestly, I'm fine with it. My life's been a lot less stressful without her in it. My parents, though, they've never stopped trying to get us to make up. Every once in a while, they'll bring her up, saying stuff like, family's family, or, you two should let bygones be bygones. But I'm not interested. Sophie's always been a spoiled, entitled brat, and nothing's changed. So, yeah, that's how it all went down. My sister hasn't spoken to me in 5 years because I finally stood up to her. And honestly, I don't miss her. She was always a source of stress, and my life's better without her drama. Alright, so here we are. 5 years after that whole Thanksgiving disaster. Things have been pretty quiet between Sophie and me. Honestly, I thought it would just stay that way, and I was totally fine with it. No drama, no stress. But of course, nothing ever stays simple for long when family's involved. A couple of weeks ago, my mom calls me up out of the blue. I hadn't heard from her in a little while, which wasn't unusual. We'd been on decent terms since the whole Sophie thing went down, but we didn't talk every day or anything. Anyway, she calls, and the first thing she says is, "Daniel, we need to talk." Now, when someone says that, it's never good, right? My mind starts racing, thinking maybe something bad happened with Dad's health or something. But nope, it's not that. Instead, she drops this bombshell on me. Sophie's getting married to that same guy, Nathan, from 5 years ago, the guy who was with her during the Thanksgiving nightmare. I'll be honest, my first reaction wasn't great. I just kind of sighed and said, "Oh, okay." Because, well, what else was I supposed to say? It's not like I care about Sophie's relationship status anymore, but I figured that's where the conversation would end. Nope. Mom starts going on about how Sophie's wedding is this huge deal, and how it's going to be really fancy. She's talking about venues, flowers, the whole 9 yards. And of course she's excited. My parents have always been way more invested in Sophie's life than mine. It's just the way things have always been. But then, she says something that makes me pause. "We've promised Sophie that we'll cover the cost of the venue and decorations." Mom says, "But Daniel, we're going to need a little help." I had to do a double take at that. "Wait, what?" "You need help with what?" I asked, feeling a little confused. "We need you to help us cover the costs," she says, as if this is just a normal thing to ask. I'm not going to lie, I was floored. I didn't even know what to say at first. My parents wanted me to give them money for Sophie's wedding. The same Sophie I haven't spoken to in 5 years. The same Sophie who made my life miserable for most of our childhood. The same Sophie who walked out of my house without so much as an apology that Thanksgiving. It felt like I was living in some alternate reality where none of that mattered. I mean, come on. They seriously expected me to help pay for her wedding. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Mom, why would you even think I'd want to do that?" I asked, keeping my voice steady, even though I was already starting to get worked up. Mom seemed genuinely surprised. "Daniel, it's your sister. Family helps family." That's when I snapped. I told her exactly what I thought. Family helps family. Really? Where was that energy when I needed help paying for trade school? You guys didn't lift a finger back then, but now you want me to hand over money for Sophie's wedding? The same Sophie I don't even speak to. Mom got real quiet after that, probably because she didn't have a good answer. I didn't stop there though. I reminded her about all the times Sophie got whatever she wanted while I had to fend for myself. How they let her walk all over me for years, and now they're asking me for money like none of that ever happened. After a minute, Mom finally said, "It's different, Daniel." I just laughed. Not because it was funny, but because of how ridiculous it sounded. "And you think I have money to just throw at Sophie's wedding now? Do you even hear yourself? I'm not giving you a single dime for this. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't have promised it." Mom got defensive after that, saying they didn't want Sophie to feel like they couldn't support her, especially in front of Nathan's wealthy family. Apparently they've been trying to keep up with his parents, who are loaded and throwing money at the wedding left and right. My parents wanted to contribute so they didn't look like they were falling behind. It was all just so shallow. I mean, who cares if Nathan's family has more money? It doesn't change the fact that Sophie's spoiled and entitled, but my parents were so wrapped up in this image they wanted to present, that they were willing to beg me for money just to keep up appearances. I told Mom I wasn't going to help, that it wasn't my responsibility, and I didn't even care about the wedding. She tried to guilt trip me, saying how this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and how it would mean a lot to the family if I pitched in, but I wasn't budging. I told her straight up that she needed to figure this out without me. She sounded disappointed, but I wasn't backing down. We ended the call on a pretty awkward note, with her telling me she'd talk to Dad and figure out another way. The whole thing just left me feeling drained. I couldn't believe the nerve they had to even ask me for money after all these years, especially for Sophie of all people. It just brought back all the resentment I thought I'd buried after the Thanksgiving fight. The way my parents have always bent over backward for Sophie while I've had to figure everything out on my own. It's like nothing's changed. Over the next few days, I tried to forget about it, but it kept eating at me. Part of me wondered if I'd overreacted. I mean, it was my parents asking for help, and I've always been the kind of person who tries to do right by them, even when they frustrate me. But this felt different. It felt like they were crossing a line. I was still stewing over the whole thing when my dad called me a week later. Now my dad doesn't usually call unless it's something important, so I picked up right away. He cut straight to the point. "Your mom told me you won't help with Sophie's wedding," he said. No hello, no small talk, just straight into it. "Yeah, that's right," I said, feeling my stomach tighten. I could already tell this conversation wasn't going to go well. Dad let out a long sigh. "Daniel, we really need you to help us out here. We've already committed to paying for part of it, and now we're stuck. If we don't come through, it's going to look bad." There it was again, this obsession with how things looked. It wasn't even about Sophie anymore. It was about saving face in front of Nathan's family. I could feel the anger bubbling up again. "Look, Dad," I said, trying to stay calm. "I'm not responsible for the promises you made. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have offered to pay. I'm not going to bail you out." Dad didn't like that. He started going on about how family should stick together and how they've always done their best for us. But the more he talked, the more I realized something. They weren't asking for my help because they needed it. They were asking because they expected it, like it was my duty to clean up their mess. So, I cut him off. "I'm sorry, Dad, but I'm not doing it. You'll have to figure something else out." And that was it. The conversation ended on a sour note, just like the one with my mom. They weren't happy with me, but for once, I didn't feel guilty. I'd spent my whole life trying to keep the peace, but this time, I wasn't going to let them push me around. Alright, so after that conversation with my dad, I thought things would settle down. I'd made my stance pretty clear, and I figured they'd just leave it alone. I mean, what else could they do, right? But of course, that's not how my family works. It never is. A few days later, I get this message from my cousin Lucas. Now Lucas is one of the few relatives I actually get along with. He's not into the whole drama thing, and we've always been on good terms. So when he texts me saying, "Hey, can we talk?" I figured it was something casual, maybe just catching up or whatever. But when we got on the phone, it was pretty clear that wasn't the case. "Kev, man, what's going on with your folks?" he asked, not even bothering with the usual small talk. "What do you mean?" I replied, already feeling a knot form in my stomach. I had a feeling I knew where this was headed, but I wasn't about to jump to conclusions. Lucas sighed. "I just talked to your mom, and she was like, really upset. She said something about how you refused to help with Sophie's wedding, and now the whole family's talking about it." And there it was, the thing I'd been dreading. I didn't think my parents would actually start spreading this around to the rest of the family, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. They'd done it before, especially when they wanted to paint themselves as the victims. This was just their style. Go around telling everyone their version of the story, leaving out all the important details that might make people see things differently. I tried to stay calm as I explained the situation to Lucas. "Yeah, they asked me to help pay for the wedding, and I told them no. I mean, I don't even talk to Sophie, so why would I shell out money for her big day? It doesn't make sense." Lucas listened quietly, and when I finished, he just said, "Man, I get it. I really do, but you know how your parents are. They're making it sound like you're the one causing problems, and now the whole family's talking about it. It's getting kind of messy." That's when it hit me. This wasn't just about my parents and me anymore. They dragged the entire family into this, and now I was being painted as the bad guy. I could feel the frustration bubbling up, but I didn't want to take it out on Lucas. He wasn't the one stirring the pot. He was just giving me a heads up. "Great," I muttered, rubbing my temples. "So now everyone thinks I'm some selfish jerk, huh?" Lucas hesitated for a second before answering. "Well, yeah, kind of. But it's not like people know the whole story, Kev. They're only hearing what your folks are saying, and you know how they like to spin things." I laughed bitterly. "Yeah, I know exactly how they like to spin things." After I got off the phone with Lucas, I was pissed. I mean, it's one thing to have a disagreement with your parents, but to have them go around telling everyone in the family, twisting the story to make you look bad, that's a whole new level of low. I wasn't about to sit back and let them trash my name without setting the record straight. So I did something I wasn't sure I'd regret or not. I sent out a group text to the family. You know, the kind of message you think twice about before hitting send, but still do it anyway, because you're just that fed up. Yeah, that kind. It wasn't anything crazy, but I laid out the situation as clearly as I could. Hey, just wanted to clear some things up since I've heard a lot of talk going around. Yes, Mom and Dad asked me to help pay for Sophie's wedding. No, I'm not helping. I haven't spoken to Sophie in years, and it doesn't make sense for me to pay for something I'm not involved in. I didn't start this drama, but I'm not going to be guilt-tripped into doing something I'm not comfortable with. Thanks. Short, to the point, and hopefully enough to stop people from assuming the worst about me. I didn't expect anyone to respond. Honestly, I just wanted to get my side out there before the gossip got any worse. But of course, things didn't exactly go the way I planned. Within minutes my phone started blowing up. I got a text from my aunt, a call from my grandma, and even a message from some cousin I hadn't spoken to in years. Most of them were polite enough, asking if everything was okay or offering their support, which felt more like thinly veiled nosiness. But then there were the not-so-nice ones. My Uncle Peter, who's always been way too invested in family business, sent me this long-winded text about how family comes first, and how I was being petty by holding on to old grudges. He went on about how Mom and Dad were only trying to do right by Sophie, and how I should help out for the sake of the family. It was infuriating, but I decided not to respond. Engaging with people like Peter would only make things worse. Then my mom called. I could hear it in her voice. She was pissed. Daniel, what the hell is going on? Why are you sending messages to the whole family? Because Mom, you've been going around telling everyone I'm refusing to help and making me look bad. I'm just clearing the air, I said, trying to keep my cool. I didn't say anything that wasn't true, she snapped back. You are refusing to help, and now everyone's upset because they don't understand why you're being so selfish. Selfish? You've got to be kidding me, Mom. I'm not paying for a wedding I'm not even involved in. That's not selfish. That's just common sense, I shot back. Mom huffed into the phone. You don't understand, Daniel. We're trying to make sure Sophie has the wedding she deserves, and now everyone thinks we can't handle it. That's not my problem, Mom. You're the ones who promised her all this stuff. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have made those promises. Don't drag me into it. There was silence on the other end of the line. And for a moment, I thought maybe I'd finally gotten through to her. But then she hit me with this. You're turning your back on family, Daniel, and one day you're going to regret it. I didn't even know how to respond to that. I was just tired. Tired of the guilt trips, tired of the manipulation, tired of always being the one expected to clean up everyone else's mess. So I just said, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mom. And hung up. For the rest of the night, I just sat there staring at my phone as the notifications kept rolling in. I wasn't about to engage in more back and forth with my family, but I couldn't help but feel angry about how everything had blown up, all because I didn't want to fork over money for a wedding I wasn't even a part of. By the time I went to bed, I realized something. This whole situation wasn't just about money. It wasn't about the wedding, or Sophie, or even my parents. Really, it was about control. My family had always expected me to fall in line, to play along, to be the good son who never rocked the boat. And this time, I didn't. And maybe that's why they were so mad. Not because I wouldn't pay for the wedding, but because I finally said no. After that whole mess with the family texts and the phone call from my mom, I thought things would die down. I'd made my point, and I didn't really care if people were upset with me anymore. I wasn't about to keep fighting over something that, in my mind, was pretty simple. I wasn't paying for my sister's wedding. End of story. But like everything with my family, it didn't just end there. A few days after the last call, I get a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I figured it was probably just a delivery or something. But when I opened the door, I was pretty shocked to see my dad standing there. Now let me tell you, my dad doesn't just show up out of the blue like that. In fact, I don't think he's ever visited my place without calling first. So right away, I knew something was up. Hey Kev, he said, looking a little awkward. Can we talk? I didn't know what to say at first, but I nodded and stepped aside to let him in. I wasn't in the mood for another argument, but it didn't seem like I had much of a choice. He walked in, kind of glancing around the living room like he hadn't seen it before, even though he had. It felt tense, like neither of us knew how to start this conversation. So what's going on? I finally asked, figuring I'd let him make the first move. Dad sighed and sat down on the couch. I just wanted to clear the air, he said. Things have gotten pretty out of hand, and your mom's really upset. I sat down across from him, not really sure where this was going, but ready to defend myself if it turned into another guilt trip. Yeah, I've noticed, I said. But I don't know what you want me to do about it. I've already explained where I stand. I know, Dad said, rubbing his hands together like he was trying to find the right words. But this whole thing with Sophie's wedding, it's gotten bigger than it should have been. We didn't expect you to pay for everything, Kev. We were just hoping you could help out a little, as family. There it was again, family. That magic word they always throw out when they want me to bend. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel that frustration bubbling up again. Dad, I've already said no. I don't have anything against you or Mom, but this is Sophie's wedding. Sophie, who I haven't spoken to in 5 years. It doesn't make sense for me to pitch in when I'm not even involved in her life. Dad nodded, but I could tell he wasn't really getting it. I get that, Kev. I do. But your mom, she's really struggling with all this. We promised Sophie we'd help, and now it's turning into a mess. We don't want to look like we're falling short, especially with Jay's parents paying for everything. That's when I realized what this was really about. It wasn't about helping Sophie, or even the wedding itself. It was about appearances. They were more worried about how they looked compared to Nathan's family than they were about the actual situation. They didn't want to seem like they couldn't handle it. I understand that, Dad, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But that's on you guys. You promised her, I didn't. You didn't ask me before making those promises, and now you want me to bail you out because it's gotten too expensive. I'm sorry, but that's not my problem. Dad leaned back, running a hand over his face. He looked tired, like the whole situation was wearing him down. You're right. We probably bit off more than we could chew, he admitted. But we didn't want Sophie to feel like we weren't supporting her. I let out a breath, trying to be patient. And I get that, I really do. But you guys have always supported Sophie. You've done more for her than you ever did for me. And I'm not saying that to be bitter, but it's the truth. So now, when you come to me expecting me to help with something I'm not even involved in, it just feels wrong. Dad was quiet for a minute, and for the first time, it seemed like he might actually be listening. I guess we didn't see it that way, he said slowly. We just thought, well, maybe if you helped it would start to mend things between you and Sophie. I almost laughed at that. Mend things between Sophie and me, as if throwing money at her wedding was going to magically fix 5 years of silence and resentment. Dad, money's not going to fix that, I said. Sophie and I have our issues, and they go way deeper than this wedding. You can't just slap a band-aid on it with a check. He sighed again, nodding like he understood, but still not really getting it. I guess you're right, he said, sounding defeated. I just don't know how to make all this better. Your mom's really upset, and it's making everything harder. That was the thing about my dad. He wasn't a bad guy, but he always tried to fix everything for everyone, even when it wasn't his responsibility. And in doing that, he'd end up dragging himself into more stress than he needed. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Dad, I'm not trying to make things harder for you guys, but I'm not going to pay for Sophie's wedding. I'm not. It's just not my responsibility, and you and Mom need to stop acting like it is. He nodded, looking down at the floor. All right, Kev. I hear you. We'll figure something out. For the first time in this whole mess, it seemed like maybe, just maybe, he was starting to accept that I wasn't going to cave, that I wasn't going to swoop in and save the day with my wallet. It felt good to finally stand my ground and have him at least acknowledge it, even if I knew my mom wasn't going to be as easy to convince. Dad stayed for a little while longer, and we talked about other stuff, work, life, anything that wasn't wedding related. It was nice to just have a normal conversation with him, something we didn't do often enough. But eventually, he had to leave. And as he stood up to go, he gave me this look like he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. Take care of yourself, Kev, he said, giving me a pat on the shoulder before heading out the door. You too, Dad, I replied, watching him walk down the steps. As I closed the door behind him, I felt this weird mix of relief and frustration. I was glad we talked, but I knew this wasn't the end of it. My mom was still fuming, Sophie was still getting married, and the family drama wasn't going to disappear overnight. But at least for now, I'd said my piece. I wasn't backing down, and honestly, that felt pretty damn good. All right. So after that talk with my dad, I thought for a second that maybe things would finally settle down. He seemed to understand where I was coming from, or at least he was willing to leave it alone for a bit. But I should have known better. When it comes to my family, things are never that simple. A few days passed, and things were quiet. Too quiet. No calls, no texts, nothing. At first it was kind of a relief. I thought maybe they were finally backing off, giving me some space to breathe. But then the silence started to feel off. You know that feeling when you just know something's brewing, but you don't know what? Yeah, that. And of course, I was right. One evening, I'm sitting at home after work, just relaxing, when my phone buzzes. It's a text from my Aunt Carol. Now, Aunt Carol is one of those relatives who's always involved in everyone's business. She's never really picked sides before, but she loves to stir the pot and act like she's the mediator in the family. So, when I saw her name pop up, I already knew this wasn't going to be good. Her message said something like, "Hey Daniel. I've been hearing a lot about what's going on with the family. I think we should talk." I sighed, debating whether or not to even respond. But then I figured, what the hell, I might as well hear her out. Maybe she had some perspective I hadn't considered. Spoiler alert, she didn't. I called her, and right from the start, it was clear where this conversation was headed. "Daniel, honey, I just want to understand why you're being so stubborn about this whole wedding thing," she said, her voice dripping with that fake sweetness she always uses when she's about to lay into someone. "I mean, it's your sister's wedding. Don't you think you could just help out a little for the sake of the family?" There it was again. That same phrase, "for the sake of the family." Like that was supposed to be the magic word that made me open my wallet and forget all the crap I've been through. "I've already explained this to Mom and Dad," I said, trying to stay calm, even though I could feel my patience thinning. "I don't have a relationship with Sophie. We haven't spoken in 5 years, Carol. I'm not going to help pay for a wedding when I'm not even part of her life." And Carol sighed, like she was talking to a toddler who just couldn't understand simple logic. "But Daniel, family is family. You don't have to be best friends with Sophie to do something nice for her. Weddings are a big deal. It's one of those events where everyone comes together. It could be a chance for you two to reconnect." I almost laughed at that. Reconnect after 5 years of nothing, and I was supposed to do that by throwing money at her wedding? It sounded ridiculous. "I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Sophie and I aren't going to magically fix things just because I helped pay for her wedding. It doesn't work like that, and I'm not going to pretend like everything's fine between us when it's not." Carol was quiet for a moment, and I thought maybe, just maybe she was starting to get it. But then she hit me with, "You're being really selfish, Daniel." That word, selfish. I'd heard it so many times over the last few weeks, and every time I heard it, it made my blood boil. Selfish for not wanting to be dragged into a situation that had nothing to do with me. For standing up for myself after years of being overlooked and ignored. "How am I being selfish?" I asked, my voice sharper now. "I've done nothing but try to keep the peace in this family for years. I've stayed quiet. I've stayed out of the drama. And now when I finally say no to something, I'm the selfish one." Aunt Carol clicked her tongue, clearly not impressed with my little rant. "You're not seeing the bigger picture, Daniel. This is about more than just you and Sophie. It's about the family. Your parents are heartbroken over this. And I'm the one who's supposed to make that happen by giving them money," I shot back. "Come on, Carol. You know that's ridiculous." She sighed again, this time sounding more annoyed than sweet. "Look, I'm just trying to help. I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. But if you're set on this, fine. Just know that you're making things harder for everyone." I didn't even know what to say to that. There was no winning here. No matter how many times I explained myself, it was never enough. I was always the bad guy in their eyes. The one causing problems. "All right, Carol," I said, tired of the whole conversation. "Thanks for the talk." Before she could respond, I hung up the phone. I didn't have the energy for it anymore. As I sat there staring at my phone, I couldn't help but feel angry. Angry at my parents for dragging the family into this. Angry at my relatives for making me out to be the villain. And honestly, a little angry at myself for even caring about what they thought. I knew I was right to say no, but the constant pressure was starting to wear on me. The next day, I went to work like usual, trying to push the family drama out of my mind. But it was harder than I thought. Every time I checked my phone, there was another message from someone in the family, cousins, uncles, even a few people I hadn't spoken to in years, all chiming in with their opinions on the situation. By lunchtime, I'd had enough. I turned off my phone and shoved it into my toolbox, deciding to just focus on the cars in front of me and forget about the rest. At least at the garage, things made sense. You fixed something. It works. Simple. None of this emotional mess that came with family. When I got home that night, I hesitated before turning my phone back on. Part of me didn't even want to deal with whatever new messages had come through. But of course, curiosity got the better of me. There were a few more texts from family, but one stood out, a message from Sophie. Now, this was the last thing I expected. I hadn't spoken to her in 5 years, and suddenly there was a message from her sitting right there on my screen. I didn't know whether to open it or ignore it. Part of me thought it might just be another guilt trip, or maybe, even worse, some kind of demand for money directly from her. But after a minute of staring at the notification, I decided to open it. Her message was short. Too short for how long we hadn't spoken. "Can we talk?" That's all it said. No apology, no explanation, just those 3 words. I didn't know what to make of it. On one hand, I was curious. On the other, I was wary. Why now, after all this time? Was it because of the wedding? Because I'd refused to pay? Or was it something else entirely? I sat there staring at the screen, my finger hovering over the keyboard as I tried to figure out what to say. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to avoid whatever new drama this was about to stir up. But another part of me, maybe the part that still cared, even just a little, wanted to hear her out. After a long pause, I typed a reply. "Sure." And just like that, the door I thought I'd closed for good creaked open a little bit. So, after I sent that sure text to Sophie, I wasn't really sure what was going to happen next. I mean, it had been 5 years and we hadn't exchanged a single word during all that time. Now, all of a sudden she wants to talk. It felt off, like there had to be something more behind it. But I didn't know what to expect, and honestly, I wasn't sure if I wanted to. A couple of hours went by, and I started thinking maybe she wasn't actually going to respond. Maybe she just wanted to feel like she made an effort. Or maybe she was waiting for me to make the next move. Either way, I was fine with the silence. But of course, just when I'd started to relax and move on with my evening, my phone buzzed again. It was Sophie. She'd replied, "Can we meet up? I don't want to do this over text." I stared at the message for a while, not sure how to feel about it. Part of me was curious. Sure, I'd been waiting for some kind of explanation for years. But at the same time, the other part of me was still holding on to all that frustration and anger. I didn't know if I was ready to meet her face to face, and especially not with all the wedding stuff still hanging over our heads. But in the end, I figured if I didn't meet her now, I'd never get any real closure on this whole situation, so I sent back a quick reply. "All right. When and where?" We ended up agreeing to meet at this little coffee shop downtown the next afternoon. Nothing too fancy, just a quiet place where we could talk. As I walked in the next day, I could feel that familiar tension in my chest. I hadn't seen Sophie in years, and I had no idea what this conversation was going to look like. She was already sitting at a table when I walked in, staring at her phone. She looked up when I approached, and for a second, we just kind of awkwardly stared at each other. She looked different, not in a bad way, just more grown up. I guess it was weird seeing her after all this time. "Hey," she said quietly. "Hey," I replied, taking a seat across from her. The tension was thick, like neither of us knew where to start. After a long pause, she sighed. "Look, I know things between us have been bad, and I get why you're mad. I probably deserve it." That caught me off guard. I'd expected her to jump straight into wedding talk, maybe even ask for money directly, but here she was, admitting she'd screwed up. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded, letting her continue. "I messed up a lot. I know that. And I'm not asking you to forget everything. But I just wanted to try to fix things before it's too late." I leaned back in my chair, processing her words. Part of me wanted to be skeptical, to believe she was just saying this because she needed something from me. But another part of me saw how genuine she looked. Like maybe, just maybe, she really wanted to make things right. "I don't know, Sophie," I said finally. "A lot's happened. You can't just undo all of that with an apology." She nodded, looking down at her hands. "I know. But I have to try." And for the first time in years, I realized that maybe this wasn't about the wedding. My parents canceled my 18th birthday because my sister was too upset. That night, my grandpa cut them off and took me away. So, I just turned 18 a couple of days ago, but unfortunately my parents canceled my party at the very last minute because my bratty older sister demanded it. To be honest, she wasn't even supposed to be here for the party, and I was really happy about it. But it's just my luck that, the day she was supposed to leave, all the flights got cancelled because of severe storms in the Midwest. She was supposed to leave for New York City 3 days before my birthday with a bunch of her friends. But, for now, they have had to postpone the trip, and she has been extremely upset about it, which means that my parents have been walking on eggshells around her because they really don't want to piss her off. I mean, they wouldn't dare. She's the golden child of our family after all. So much so that, on the morning of my birthday, she demanded that my birthday be cancelled because if she doesn't get to have fun, neither will I. And of course my parents didn't even think twice before sending out the message to every single person who had been invited. And I found out about it much later, around the evening, when I was patiently waiting for all the guests to arrive. But nobody was coming by. When I finally asked my parents why nobody had arrived, even by 7 o'clock in the evening, they finally told me that they had cancelled the party without even asking me because my sister was very upset, and they didn't think that it would be right to have a party when she was in such a state. It was then that I completely lost my temper and started screaming at my parents because it was just so unfair. My parents had always acted very differently with my sister, catering to her every need more than mine, and expecting me to compromise and adjust throughout my life. I had always done that, but this was just taking things way too far. It was my parents who had offered to organize my 18th birthday party for me, and had invited all my friends and relatives so we could have a big birthday bash. And now, they had cancelled all of it without even telling me, just because my sister was whining about some trip that got cancelled for very valid reasons, and it wasn't even in anybody's control. My parents had also been sly enough to tell all the guests that the reason they were canceling the party was because I had fallen sick all of a sudden, and they had requested everyone specifically not to text me about it until the next day, because then I would end up being on my phone, and that was the last thing that I needed with my migraine. So nobody had even texted me, and I wasn't able to figure out what was going on until the last minute. As soon as my parents told me what was happening, I started fighting with them and screaming at them. I was extremely upset because who wouldn't be in my place? Even then, the only thing they were concerned about was me being too loud because they were worried that my sister would wake up from her nap. I couldn't care less about that, and I just went on screaming until my sister came downstairs and started defending our parents, saying that they had done nothing wrong. She claimed that she was the one who had said that she didn't want anybody partying or having any sort of celebration at a time when she was so upset because it would just be heartless. And if I couldn't see that, then I was really the most spoiled and entitled person. The sheer audacity to even say that to me, after what she had done, pissed me off to such a level that I just started blindly cursing at her. And I grabbed her hair and tried to shake her. So things ended up getting physical. Our parents had to break us apart, and I guess we didn't hear the doorbell ringing until we finally stopped fighting. My parents were very sure that they had uninvited everyone. But, when they opened the door, my grandpa was standing outside. My paternal grandfather is really a force to be reckoned with, and everyone in the family fears and respects him a lot, including my parents. So having him at the door was not good news for them. As soon as the door was opened, he stepped inside and started inquiring about why there was so much yelling and cursing. And he looked at me for answers because, well, I was the one who was cursing the most. Usually I wouldn't tell anyone about the kind of treatment that I received from my parents because it was very petty. But this time, I hid absolutely nothing and told my grandpa everything. I was very upset with my parents and my sister, and I didn't think there was any point in trying to hide the truth anymore, because that would just encourage them to treat me even worse. It was time to speak up, and so I did. I also told him that my sister being treated like the favorite was not even just a one-off incident. It was something that I've had to put up with every single day for the past 18 years of my life. But this incident was the limit, and I couldn't put up with this anymore. As soon as I was done talking about it, I could see that my grandpa was absolutely appalled. The shock was visible on his face, and within a few seconds, he snapped at my father and started scolding him. I got to find out a lot of things that, so far, I had no idea about. My grandpa started scolding my father because, apparently, he had been sending money to my parents every month for the past couple of years because my parents had been struggling to keep their business going and also support our family. So, it was really my grandfather who had been supporting us all along. And even this party that my parents were about to take credit for, it had all been paid for by my grandfather. My grandpa told my parents that they had really let him down by treating me this way because, from the way I was acting, it was very obvious that I had been traumatized because of their favoritism towards my sister. My parents quietly let him talk. But my sister, being the absolute fool that she is, tried to argue with him and told him that the only reason she had asked for this to be cancelled was because she was absolutely shattered that her trip to New York, that she had been looking forward to for the past couple of months, had been cancelled for the foreseeable future. And it was really heartless to have a party when she was suffering. But my grandpa had no time for her, and the BS she was spewing, and told her to her face that she was the epitome of entitlement to even demand that I cancel my 18th birthday party just to accommodate her feelings about a trip that she could take later. He told her that the world didn't revolve around her. And I think that must have actually been news to her. Anyway, my sister arguing with my grandpa pissed him off even more, and eventually he just told my parents that he would no longer be supporting them, and that they were on their own now. Then, he told me to pack my bags and come along with him if I wanted to move out, because clearly, my parents were up to no good, and they only cared about my sister. Even when my grandpa said that, the only thing my parents seemed to be outraged about was the fact that my grandpa had said they would not receive any financial support from him anymore. They didn't even seem to care about the fact that he had offered to let me move in with him, and I was about to take him up on that offer, which just goes to show that my grandpa was completely right about them not giving a crap about me. So, I wasted no time. I went upstairs while my parents tried to bargain and argue with my grandpa so he would not withdraw his support, and I quickly packed my things. Then, I went downstairs and left with my grandpa, who didn't even look back at his son one last time. While we were driving to his place, he even apologized to me for everything that I had gone through, and said that he should have taken this step a really long time ago. I don't know what that means, but I'm just really glad that I'm staying with him right now. The only people who are unhappy about this arrangement are obviously my parents, and they have been relentlessly trying to get through to me. I haven't blocked them yet, but I haven't been responding to them either. I haven't picked up any of their calls, and neither have I answered any of their messages. But I have been reading all of them. My mom and dad kept texting me to apologize to me, and kept saying that they really didn't think things through, that they always put my sister first, because she was more delicate, and her feelings were more fragile. And in doing so, they didn't even realize that they were neglecting me. They were really sorry about it. They really tried very hard to make it seem like they were only neglecting me because they thought I was tough and strong enough to deal with it. But let's be real, my sister is almost 5 years older than me. And if anything, she should have been the one who was strong enough to deal with the fact that she had to share her parents with me. So, I didn't buy a single word of what my parents were trying to tell me. And I knew that they were only acting this way because they wanted me to come back, so my grandpa would continue to support them. All I wanted from them was just one genuine apology, but that never came. And it started really pissing me off. So this morning I told my father to stop texting me, and said that I knew they were only doing this because they wanted my grandpa to continue supporting them, and I did not need their fake apologies. I was done with them, and they had shown me exactly where their priorities were by canceling my birthday party, without even asking me. That really was the straw that broke the camel's back, and now I was never coming back to them. Instead of apologizing, my dad then wrote back to me and said that he knew he had treated me unfairly, and so had my mother. But they were willing to apologize for it and ready to do anything to make it up to me. They made a mistake by saying that they were ready to do anything, because I took that opportunity to tell them that I would only agree to come back to them, and talk to my grandpa about supporting them, if, and only if they could promise me that when I came back, my sister would no longer be living with us. After all, she was 23 and had been working for the past 2 years. She should have saved up enough money to have been able to move out by now. So, I don't even think I was being that unfair. But my parents think that I'm being ridiculous and heartless. So now, Ida for telling my parents that I will only move back in with them if my sister moves out. For starters, I think I had mentioned in my original post earlier, it had all just been very petty little incidents. I remember always being told that I had to leave the last slice of pizza, or the last of any food that was ordered, for my sister if she happened to like it. And if she didn't, only then was I allowed to finish it at all. Similarly, I was not allowed to buy or wear the kind of clothes that she liked. My parents told me that she had her personal style, and I should never try to copy it, and that meant I couldn't wear anything that was trendy. I was mostly forced to wear her hand-me-downs since we were almost the same size. I rarely ever got to buy anything new, because my parents thought it was pointless, so, that kind of stuff. She had always just been a huge priority for my parents, and even though these things are petty, they still add up. Unfortunately, I never thought that this was important enough to mention to my relatives. And, even if I had done that, I hardly think these were grounds for anyone to want to take me away, or offer to let me move out of my house. Which is why I just kept quiet about it, because otherwise it would just piss my parents off even more. And coming to my grandfather, I said that he's a force to be reckoned with because literally everybody in the family admires and respects him. Back in his day, he was one of the best lawyers and had won many difficult cases. He is extremely morally upright, leads a very disciplined lifestyle, and, not to mention, he's extremely wealthy as well. So, obviously it goes without saying that everybody in the family looks up to him. If I wanted to, I could have spoken to him about how my parents were treating me, but up until last year, my grandpa was really busy taking care of my grandmother, who was in her final stages of life. He was a bit too preoccupied by that, and I didn't want to bother him with my petty complaints against my parents when he was already dealing with so much. And after my grandma passed away, he was grieving. So, I didn't think that it was worth it to bring it up anyway. Now that he has offered to help me out, I'm really grateful for it. We have always had a good relationship, and so it's not surprising that he has offered to let me move in with him until it's time for me to go away for college. He even told me that he's going to bear all the expenses of that until I am working. I'm going to stick to the condition that I put forward to my parents. Obviously, I have no intention of going back to living with my parents, even if they kick my sister out. I just want to see if they actually do it. That's all. That will let me know if they are serious about wanting me back, and if they think my sister is more important than my grandfather's financial support. I haven't told him anything about this, but, to be fair, there were also a lot of things that had been kept from me and that I didn't find out about until recently. So, I think it's fair enough. I'm referring to the fact that all along, my grandpa had known that my parents didn't really want me. And yet, he had never done anything about it. In fact, I had never even known why exactly my parents preferred my sister, even though she did not have any qualities that would explain their partial behavior. It was my grandpa who explained to me recently that my parents initially only planned on having one child. But then, 5 years after my sister was born, my mother got pregnant with me. They planned on terminating the pregnancy, but my dad made the mistake of telling my mother's parents about it. And they were quite insistent on the fact that, if my parents had been blessed with another child, it would be wrong to reject that blessing. So, my maternal grandparents talked my parents into having me. But unfortunately, they got into a really terrible car accident when my mother was in her 8th month. And after fighting for their lives for a couple of weeks, both of them succumbed to their injuries. Obviously my mom was devastated, and she had a bit of a psychotic break while she was pregnant, where she started accusing me of bringing bad luck to her life. She had to be institutionalized for a couple of weeks, and when she came back, she was relatively better. But my parents subconsciously started regretting the fact that they had ever allowed the pregnancy to come this far. They had every intention of putting me up for adoption after I was born. But this time, my paternal grandparents put their foot down and said that they were just being ridiculous and did not allow my parents to put me up for adoption. They were unwilling parents, but nevertheless, they still raised me. My grandpa told me about all of this when I confronted him about the remark that he had made when he was bringing me back home, about how he should have known better and taken this step a long time ago. So this is what he really meant by that. And I agree, he definitely should have. Anyway, now that I know the truth about why exactly my parents have treated me differently, I know that I will never go back to them, and the way that I'm treating them right now is completely justified. They punished me for years for something that was not even my fault. At least I'm better than that, and punishing them for things that are actually their fault. I'm still a little annoyed with my grandpa for not telling me the truth earlier, but I kind of understand that these things are hard to talk about, especially to someone who's still a kid. But he's the only person I can rely on right now, so I'm trying not to be so mad at him. So it's been a week and 4 days since I moved out of my house, and my parents have been texting me, trying to get me to change my mind about the condition that I had proposed, but I did not respond to them. I did not think it was necessary to speak to them until they had come to a decision. They hadn't tried to call me or text me for the past 3 days, and I thought that they had finally given up. But today, while I was leaving after school, I saw that my sister was standing outside, and I didn't get a good feeling about it. So, I asked one of my male friends to walk me home. He's a football player, so he's kind of on the bigger side, and I knew if my sister tried to do anything funny, he would be there to come to my rescue. Him and I have been friends for a really long time, so I trust him implicitly, and he knows literally everything, including whatever I have mentioned about my family. So he agreed to walk me back home, and my sister kept following us silently, and it was really creeping me out. Halfway back home I decided to turn around and confront her about what exactly she was trying to do. She told me that she was not willing to talk to me about these things in front of a stranger, but I told her that I was not even willing to speak to her at all. She then started telling me that our parents have been really stressed out and upset, and it's all because of me, and how I've been behaving. Then, she mentioned that yesterday our parents had finally told her that I would not come back home or even speak to my grandpa about supporting them again until they were back on their feet, unless she was kicked out of the house. She was here to confront me about it because she thought that I was being extremely unfair. I thought it was ridiculous of her to think that I would dignify this with a discussion, so I just told her that if I can't be happy, then neither can she. That's exactly the logic that she had used to get my party cancelled, and I think it should apply to her as well. Then, I turned around to walk back home, but she started screaming at me and said that I was a horrible human being. I didn't even bother to respond or even turn around. I just kept walking with my friend and flipped her off. I guess the fact that I flipped her off was what pissed her off, because the next thing I knew she had attacked me, and I was on the ground. I was wearing a backpack so I could feel the weight of that as well as her on my back. Thankfully though, my friend had my back, literally, because within seconds, I felt my sister being lifted off. And when I finally managed to get back on my feet and dust myself off, I saw that my friend was literally holding her one arm away, and he had barely even broken a sweat. So I guess I was right to have him walk me back home, since my sister always had a violent streak, and I knew about it. I was extremely annoyed that she had even thought that she could attack me and get away with it. So I walked up to her, slapped her really hard, and told her that if she tried to do anything funny again, I would report her to the cops, and with all the trouble that she had already caused for her dear parents, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't appreciate it more. She still had the audacity to try and continue arguing with me, but after that, my friend and I continued to walk away, and after that slap, she did not pursue me further. When I got back home I told my grandpa all about it, and he was about to call the cops, but I told him that it was not even worth it. She was just a loser. And I'm pretty sure that she had learned her lesson. Besides, I'm sure that she was already in a risky position with regards to our parents. I finally told my grandpa about what I had said to my parents, the condition that I had set for them. I thought my grandpa would be upset, but he literally laughed along with me because he thought it was really clever, and he agreed that my parents definitely deserved to get messed around with. So, that was that. And even though I'm feeling a bit sore from being pushed to the ground, I felt good that I could finally slap the daylights out of my sister because she totally deserved that, and it had been a long time coming. Now, I'm just hoping that my parents and my sister take this as a lesson and leave me alone. In September I'm supposed to start college, so I'm only going to be living with my grandpa for the next couple of months, since school is officially over now. I had my high school graduation a couple of days ago, and my date to the prom was my boyfriend, the football player friend that I've been talking about in my last update. Yep, some of you guys called it. And I just wanted to get this happy little tidbit out of the way before I get into what happened with my parents and my sister. So, after my altercation with my sister, I received a message from my parents 2 days later saying that they had come to a conclusion about what they wanted to do, and they were going to let my sister continue living with them because I was clearly not the kind of person they wanted around her, since I had always been jealous and petty. They told me that the only reason they had wanted me to come back was because they needed the financial support from my grandpa. But my mother's older brother had decided to step in as a partner and an investor in the business, so they did not require that any longer, and neither did they want me around anymore. I'm pretty sure that they thought this was going to hurt my feelings, but I had already known about their true intentions from the beginning. So, this revelation made absolutely no difference to me, and I didn't even reply to that message. I guess the fact that I did not reply got under their skin, because they sent me another message a couple of hours later saying that they were going to block me now because I was a horrible human being, just like my sister had said. Not only was I horrible and heartless, but I was also violent and ungrateful. Violent because obviously, I had slapped my sister the other day, and it was no big surprise that they had chosen to ignore the fact that my sister was the one who had provoked me and attacked me by pushing me to the ground. Or better yet, I don't even think they knew about it, because my sister must have not told them. And ungrateful because, after everything that my parents had done for me, I still had the audacity to act like they were bad parents. They brought up how they had raised me and spent so much money on feeding me, sending me to school, and clothing me. I really don't understand why parents bring up stuff like that when they are in a tough spot, because I think it's pretty much the bare minimum that they can do for their kids. It doesn't make them special, but I guess, in my parents' opinions, they think that the bare minimum is more than enough, and I should treat them like my saviors for all of that. Anyway, I really wanted to respond to that, but I decided against it because it would just be a waste of my time. So, before they could block me, I blocked them first, and now I'm done. My grandpa and I are living quite happily, and so far, I have been accepted into a lot of colleges of my choice. I'm still waiting to hear back from some of the better ones though, and then my grandpa will cover all the expenses like he had promised me earlier. We are still trying to get into the groove of living together because I still do find myself getting mad at him occasionally for not taking me away from my parents earlier. But, at least he's trying to fix that later on in life. He must have had his constraints as well, and I know that he really regrets not being able to help me out when I really needed it. But now, we are working on it together, so I don't ever have to deal with my parents on my own again. Hopefully, they won't reach out to me ever again either. I'm doing great right now, and from what I know, my entire family has cut off my parents and my sister. My mom's side of the family is still in touch with them. But, thanks to my grandpa, nobody from my dad's side speaks to them anymore. Most people were not aware of the way I was being treated because, well, I never spoke about it. But after my grandpa started telling people that he was not in touch with my parents anymore, they started finding out exactly why we had that fallout. And my parents ended up getting ostracized. I don't think they have anybody to blame for this situation apart from themselves. So, it's karma, I guess. I have absolutely no idea what my sister has been up to, but I heard from a couple of people that she finally moved out and is living independently as of last week. To be honest, that's the news that reminded me to update you guys here. My boyfriend and I are still going strong, and we meet each other on the weekend since I go back home every weekend because my college is pretty close. I've made a lot of friends here, and I really feel like a brand new person, to be honest. My grandpa and I have also been able to work on our relationship, and are as close as ever now. He's my favorite person in the whole world, and I don't think anything can ever change that. He has made his mistakes in the past, but well, who hasn't? I have forgiven him, and we have moved on from everything. So yeah, I'm really happy now. My influencer sister asked me to delay my pregnancy so I wouldn't overshadow her wedding. Days later, her fiancé left, and her career is over. My sister has always been Sienna. I honestly don't know how to describe her correctly. You'd have to see, hear, and live with her to truly understand what I'm talking about. She is the youngest of 3 daughters and has been treated as if she were a princess since childhood. That is the ideal recipe for a real diva, someone who was born with the belief that the world should revolve around them. When Sienna cried as a child, her entire family's plans had to change. If she desired something, she would find a way to acquire it. Whether it was my birthday or our parents' anniversary, I didn't mind because I've always been self-sufficient. I did my thing, and she did hers. Sienna has always appreciated huge gestures, extravagant birthday parties, concept vacations, and more recently, live streaming with tens of thousands of viewers. She is now an influencer who creates lifestyle and wedding material, so everything in her life is broadcast with beautiful filters on TikTok and Instagram. Sienna sees life as a film, and she is of course the star. The majority of it is harmless, and in some cases, enjoyable. But there are times when she crosses the line, and this time she went too far. Last year she became engaged to Ryan, a young doctor who is popular among everyone. Their engagement celebration was held in a Napa vineyard, classic Sienna, twinkle lights, an outdoor reception, imported flowers, and a film team following her around to vlog on YouTube. I was 3 months pregnant at the time. My husband Eric and I had meticulously planned and were overjoyed to be pregnant. We hadn't disclosed it publicly, only to relatives. Sienna was one of the first people I told. There was no reason to keep it a secret, and if Mom found out I hadn't told Sienna, it would have been a big deal. I imagined she'd be pleased for me. She smiled and said, "Congratulations," but it didn't seem genuine. As the celebration continued, Sienna took me aside into a quiet corner to speak discreetly. And that's when everything began to unravel. She took me to the back of the vineyard, where the film crew was taking a break. Nearby was a pink LED-lit koi pond, which was one of the visual highlights for the engagement video. She began with her typical spiel about how the wedding had to be exactly flawless, and that it was the most important day of her life. Sienna prioritized being live-streamed over who she was marrying. I was so used to Sienna's self-centered monologues that I didn't pay close attention at first. She discussed the wedding clothing, how the guests' skin tones had to fit the pastel motif, and the engagement video's TikTok engagement numbers. I just stood there and nodded pleasantly. Then she abruptly turned the discussion to my pregnancy. "I'm very happy for you," Sienna remarked, looking at the camera waiting in the tent. "A baby is wonderful, but what if it takes the focus away from my wedding day?" I blinked, assuming I had misheard. She continued, as if recommending a cake taste. "I mean, you can have a baby any time, but I only have one wedding, and yours is happening around the same time. I'm worried people will talk more about the baby than my dress." I had no words for her. She raised her chin and spoke gently, as if recommending a menu item. "I simply wondered if you could postpone the pregnancy. I mean, you are young." Sienna smiled gently and added, "Think of it as a little wedding gift. You can have another child any time, and I only get one wedding, at least as planned." It felt like a slap in the face. She was seriously asking me to get an abortion so I wouldn't ruin her visual frame on her sponsored, live-streamed wedding. In that moment, I realized I wasn't dealing with a childish little sister, but with a grown woman who was utterly serious about asking her biological sister to give up an unborn child so she could remain the undisputed star of her lavish, sponsored, live stream wedding. I just patted her shoulder with a fake laugh. "That joke's a bit much." And walked away. But, in my heart, I knew she wasn't joking. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about that conversation. At first I convinced myself Sienna must have been tipsy, stressed from her wedding planner quitting, or exhausted from the glare of stage lights. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized something was wrong. She wasn't drunk. She knew exactly what she was saying, and, worst of all, she thought she was being reasonable. Eric noticed my tenseness and asked what was wrong. I hadn't planned to tell him, but I eventually did. He went silent, then whispered, "She's lost her mind." I've never seen Eric so angry, not even during heated arguments with his old boss, or when our contractor messed up our kitchen, but this time, he stood pacing in the living room, his hands balled into fists, ready to strike a wall. "Why didn't you tell me right then?" he asked, his voice shaking with rage. I merely shrugged. Perhaps I couldn't absorb it yet, or maybe I was worried that speaking it out loud would make it real. We decided to stay away from Sienna for a time. I canceled the bridesmaid dress fitting she had scheduled and ignored texts from her assistant asking about soft maternity dress options for a pregnant guest. Sienna never mentioned her earlier request again, but kept dropping not-so-subtle hints via Instagram DMs. "You still haven't posted your pregnancy online, right? Maybe I'll wait till after the wedding to avoid losing the spotlight. Or, if you want to wear something really loose to hide your belly, just say so. My stylist can help." She spoke as if she was doing me a favor, a sweet gesture from a renowned younger sister. But it was evident what she truly wanted, for me to remain silent, cover my bump, and fade away from the camera's gaze. I felt increasingly suffocated as time went. Sienna was not simply selfish, she used people as props in her show. Meanwhile, I was carrying a small life inside me, for the first time feeling completely linked to something larger than myself. And she was solely concerned about views, sponsors, and not having her wedding photobombed by her sister's pregnancy belly. I began to worry how far she would go if I kept quiet. I tried to shove it out of my thoughts, telling myself I was overreacting. Perhaps Sienna was simply overwhelmed with wedding stress and lost her grasp for a moment. But every time I thought that she had actually begged me to have an abortion merely to keep her wedding on brand, I got a shiver down my spine. Eric, on the other hand, could not contain his rage. He said, "If anyone else said that to you, I'd block them and never speak to them again." But this was my sister, whom I used to cradle as a newborn, shield from bullies at school, and stay up all night assisting with her college presentations. And suddenly she regarded the child I was carrying as a fashion faux pas that needed to be removed from the photograph. Less than a week later, everything began to unravel, and not because of me, but because of Sienna herself. She shared a light ranting video on her Instagram story, loosely referring to selfish family members, individuals who don't support others' careers, and those who believe they're the center of the universe simply because they are pregnant. I was stunned. She intended to put her side of the story online first. I hadn't informed anyone in the family yet, but the video spread quickly. One of my close friends, Maya, who follows Sienna out of curiosity, emailed me the story and said, "She's talking about you, right? This is getting out of hand." Maya anonymously shared the incident on Reddit. "My influencer sister asked me to get an abortion so I wouldn't overshadow her wedding." The message went viral overnight, with thousands of upvotes and over 5,000 comments, the most of which were surprised, indignant, or simply in amazement that someone could think that way. People were dissecting, debating, and spreading it everywhere. Sienna called me the next morning, not to apologize, but to scream into the phone, accusing me of betraying her, damaging the image she had constructed over 3 years, and that businesses were putting collaborations on hold as a result of the post. I remained silent throughout the call. After that, I said a single thing. "I didn't write that post, but if you think I did, maybe deep down you know who actually did something wrong." I hung up, not relieved, but not as hurt as before. Perhaps the anguish had subsided, and all that remained was a cold, crushing disappointment. She wasn't remorseful, she was just upset she had been exposed. I expected it to end with social media, but drama never stops. It went viral just a few days after the Reddit post was made. Sienna's brand partner, a clean cosmetics company, secretly took her name from their website. A gossip page that exposes influencers reposted Sienna's old tale with the description, "Someone should remind her that being a decent human is also a good content concept." The comments were a nightmare for Sienna, with people phoning to cancel her, naming sponsors, and demanding they break relations. I still hadn't spoken to our parents, partially because I didn't know where to start, and partly because I was too tired to explain. But, in the end, Ryan revealed everything, not me. Ryan, Sienna's fiancé, contacted me one afternoon as Eric and I were folding baby clothes. His voice was quiet, almost frightening. "Hey Clara, can I ask you something?" I took a break. I'd never had a true one-on-one chat with Ryan, other than brief hellos at family functions. "Sienna says you made it all up, that you're jealous and trying to ruin the wedding, but I don't really believe her. I need to hear it from you." I explained everything carefully. There are no embellishments. I didn't need to dramatize anything. The truth was horrible enough. I just spoke it as it was. Ryan was silent for a long time. Then he moaned, clearly fatigued. "She told me you two had a little disagreement over a party dress." His voice fell. "But this isn't about a dress, this is about character." After that phone conversation, I knew nothing would be the same. A few days later, my mother called, her voice severe. "What did you say to Ryan?" I tried to remain calm, but she quickly went on me. "You know how sensitive she is about being on camera. Why would you make things harder for your sister? She lives for her image. And you? You're pregnant." I just said one thing. "I'm pregnant, Mom. I'm not killing my baby just to make my sister look better on camera." And then I hung up. That night, Eric hugged me tightly. He didn't say anything, but lovingly caressed my hair while I cried onto his shoulder. I sobbed for my little sister, who had long since vanished. I sobbed for a family I could no longer recognize. And I cried because I knew the drama was only beginning. How Sienna began to lose control of the online narrative. She responded just how I expected. By playing the victim. She recorded a TikTok in her typical get ready with me style, but her voice was unsteady, her eyes unfocused, and mascara streaked down her cheeks. "Hey everyone, someone really close to me made up lies just to ruin the wedding. I've dreamed of my whole life," she murmured, her voice quivering as she applied foundation onto her face. "They don't understand how stressful it is to be an influencer. I just asked them to maybe consider postponing a few small things, and now everyone's turned on me." The video went viral within hours, but instead of eliciting sympathy, it exacerbated the situation. Former supporters of Sienna began applauding back. They brought up old stories about how she once shaded a friend online, requested that someone remove wedding images that clashed with her wardrobe concept, or pushed a close friend to reschedule a birthday party that interfered with her filming schedule. A fact-checking fan page even collated previous recordings and descriptions, including one in which Sienna allegedly ordered a stylist to Photoshop a baby out of a family vacation photo from last year. The deeper they dug, the more skeletons emerged. Things that had previously seemed like false gossip were now receipts. Sienna's own statements, clips, and posts. When a former close friend came out, alleging Sienna had urged her to get an abortion in college to avoid jeopardizing her senior fashion project, the reaction finally drove her away. A big brand announced the end of their partnership with Sienna via an Instagram story. 2 more beauty brands followed suit, with a detox drink firm and the wedding florist sponsor cutting connections due to conflicting ideals. I began receiving texts from family. "Did you really write that post? Why did you let this go so far? Sienna's being destroyed." I didn't answer because truly, I didn't need to do anything. Sienna had done everything herself. Ryan stayed mute. I knew he was thinking. And Sienna started spiraling. She erased dozens of Instagram postings, unfollowed brands with which she previously worked, and began posting cryptic comments such as, "If they don't stand by you at your worst, they don't deserve you at your best." But this time, no one applauded. There were no words of comfort, no sorrowful emoticons, just a wall of silence and an unmistakable sense of humiliation. I have yet to hear from Ryan following the online maelstrom. Sienna continued to pretend, crying on Instagram and attempting to alter the story to portray herself as the victim. However, anyone with eyes, ears, and a shred of common sense could see who the true sufferer was. Then, one Thursday afternoon, Eric received a message from Ryan. "Can we meet for a bit?" "Nothing about Sienna. I just need to talk to someone normal." The two met at a small coffee shop near Ryan's hospital. Eric told me Ryan appeared exhausted, as if he had just recovered from a long illness. His clothing was crumpled, and his eyes were rimmed with tiredness. He sat there, clutching his coffee cup as if it were anchoring him to reality. "I used to think Sienna was just a little self-centered," Ryan remarked softly. "We met back when she only had a few thousand followers. She was sweet, full of energy, But the closer we got to the wedding, the more I realized I don't even know who she is anymore. Eric remained quiet, allowing him to talk. At first, I thought maybe your sister misunderstood something, she said. But now, everything lines up. Not just the abortion thing, it's how she reacted. She's not sorry for hurting people. She's just mad she got exposed. Ryan confessed he had planned the proposal for a full year, booked the vineyard, picked a meaningful date, and hired the film crew, thinking it would be a treasured memory, but he didn't realize the woman he loved saw love as a live stream event, where engagement and sponsorships mattered more than emotions. He claimed Sienna had become increasingly controlling. She wanted to know his daily itinerary, requested his phone password, and forced him to unfollow female co-workers in order to maintain their ideal couple image. I'm not sure I want to marry her anymore, Ryan confessed, his eyes distant. I haven't said it out loud yet, but if I have to live a lie forever, I'd rather cancel the wedding. That night, Eric told me everything over dinner. I did not feel happy. I did not feel vindicated. I just felt sad. Sad that Ryan took so long to realize who Sienna truly was. It's unfortunate that something so sacred as marriage has turned into a marketing pitch. Above all, I was relieved that Ryan was finally waking up. Maybe not everything was fully broken yet, but Sienna's fairy tale wedding veneer had crumbled, and nothing could be done to repair it. Following our conversation with Ryan, Eric and I decided it was time to speak with the family, not to intensify the situation, but to break the silence Sienna was employing to control everyone. I called my mother, sitting up straight on the couch and bracing myself for a rough talk. She picked up instantly, her voice already tinged with mistrust. Clara, what did you say to Ryan that caused him to postpone the wedding? I bit my lip and took a big breath. I just told him the truth. There was stillness on the other end, then a gentle, bitter chuckle. The truth, huh? You always think you're right. But did you ever stop to think about how your sister feels? She's being attacked from all sides online. Her wedding's falling apart. Her career is affected, all because of your so-called truth. I closed my eyes and forced my voice to remain quiet. Did you know she asked me to get an abortion? There was silence. Sienna's not just insensitive, Mom. She's toxic. I didn't go online and drag her name through the mud, but she went on video saying I'm selfish, saying my pregnancy is ruining her life. She's acting like the world owes her a perfect wedding. My mother did not respond. But I knew she understood, even if she didn't say so. What startled me more were the messages that followed from additional relatives. My aunt, my mother's older sister, called me and said, Clara, I heard about everything. And you're not the first. She told me that a few years ago, Sienna urged a pregnant cousin, Isla, not to attend a friend's wedding because her baby belly didn't match the aesthetic. Isla grieved for days but never told anybody because she was frightened of causing conflict in her family. Another younger cousin wrote, Thank you for speaking up. She once told me I couldn't go public with my boyfriend because he didn't fit the bestie group brand she was curating. That's when I discovered I wasn't the only one. I was the first one who didn't remain silent. Perhaps this is why people finally started talking. The truth began to surface like bubbles underwater, revealing previously hidden stories with surprising clarity. The saddest part? The only one who refused to look in the mirror was Sienna herself. Sienna had always believed that she had complete control over everything. In her opinion, if the filter was correct, the caption was touching enough, and the lighting was perfect, any mess could be transformed into a tear-jerking story. But this time, no one mourned for her, and there was no setup powerful enough to obscure the truth. As corporations continued to openly suspend agreements, Sienna changed tactics. She started posting healing journey videos, complete with mournful piano music, flickering candles, and the phrase, "Sometimes the ones closest to us hurt us the most." She claimed to meditate, read self-help books, and let go of turmoil to focus on inner peace before ending the video with an affiliate link to a discounted yoga mat. However, the internet was no longer as easily exploited. Former loyal fans now mocked her. Letting go of negativity with a 15% discount code. One comment with over 12,000 likes stated, "Sienna needs therapy, not more followers," another user said. The more she attempted to save her image, the more she became a punchline. Ryan remained utterly silent. He did not post, defend, or take sides, and his quiet said louder than anything else. Then a week before the wedding, Sienna shared a photo of a bridal bouquet with the remark, "Whether people stay or leave, I'll still love myself the most." The responses were half-hearted attempts at encouragement from her few remaining pals. "Stay strong, girl. You deserve a happy ending. But I knew, and perhaps Sienna did too, that it was finished. Ryan sent me a single message that night. Thank you for not staying silent like everyone else. I did not respond. I did not need to. Word spread immediately. Ryan had moved out of their apartment, taken his bags, canceled the wedding hotel room, and told the wedding planner, services are no longer needed. Sienna later shared a 7-second video to her story, which left viewers breathless. She sat at her vanity, eyes puffy and staring straight into the camera. Her voice. Everyone's left me. There's no caption, music, or promo code. Sienna was underperforming for the first time. And for the first time, I watched her actually break down, not because of a wedding or a loss of followers, but because her own shadow had long since engulfed whatever was real inside her. Sienna's wedding did not happen. There was no live feed, no couture outfit, and no first look video during golden hour. All that left was a brief Instagram post. Due to personal reasons, the event is postponed indefinitely. She did not tag Ryan. She did not explain. For the first time in years, Sienna's account was silent. There is no background music, laughter, or beautifully sculpted smiles next to pink cocktails, only a hollow stillness. I didn't feel joyful. Honestly, I felt relieved but not vindicated since, at the end of the day, she is still my sister. And a part of me still suffers when I think about the little girl who used to pursue me around the yard, wailing after a tumble. The same little sister who would sneak handwritten messages under my pillow after a fight with our parents. But the same little girl grew up in a virtual world where every glance and heart reaction was more important than reality. And she gave up everything, family, love, even her integrity, to cling to a transient mirage known as the perfect image. I kept my distance, no calls or texts. My mother called me again after everything, her voice softer than usual. I think maybe I spoiled her too much. I didn't respond, not out of rage, but because sometimes silence is the clearest response. Meanwhile, Eric remained by my side, never missing a prenatal checkup. He altered his schedule, making time to take me for walks, play music for the baby, and read to my belly. All the little things that felt so warm and grounded. In the midst of the chaos, I felt more at ease than ever. 8 weeks later, I gave birth to a stunning baby boy. We named him Elijah, which means, my God is my strength, and he truly is the light in the storm, keeping me anchored when everything else around me came apart. I did not invite Sienna to the hospital. She sent just one message. Congratulations. I don't know what else to say. I didn't respond, not out of bitterness, but because some cracks, once deep enough, shouldn't be repaired with too late apologies. Maybe someday she will actually change. Who knows? But, until that day arrives, I'll keep my son away from the drama, and from anyone whose love is always conditional.